Chapter 1: The Beginning of a Ray of Light.
Beneath a dim sky, amidst the pristine white clouds, a nearly imperceptible golden beam seemed to possess a life of its own, gently floating.
My body. Lin Nua's consciousness stirred awake. I have transformed into light.
Lin Nua had become a ray of light. Observe closely, this man is named Xiao Shuai, and he has turned into a beam of light.
But Xiao Shuai. No. No. How could such a thing occur in this world? No matter how difficult it is to accept, time remains unyielding. Moments later, I am so hungry. I feel as though I might perish from hunger. How can I be this famished? Satiating his hunger was Lin Nua's most pressing need.
He scanned his surroundings, swiftly locking onto the countless light points encircling him. With determination, he began to propel himself, writhing like a small snake that had fallen into water, lunging toward those luminous points.
I shall consume.
Upon making contact with the first light point, it dissolved like liquid, merging into Lin Nua's form. His slender body, as fine as a hair, expanded slightly, though only for the briefest moment before he began to weaken. The light that constituted his being dissipated gradually.
What could this mean? Could it be?
The sun is setting. Lin Nua gazed toward the other side of the clouds, where the fiery sun was inching toward the horizon. As a ray of light, he lacked the capacity for independent existence. Compared to the surrounding light points, his singularity as a beam of light might have been special. However, once the sun dipped below the horizon, this uniqueness would not suffice to sustain his existence.
In other words, he would simply fade away, which meant death. Such a fate was absolutely unacceptable. Even in this luminous form, Lin Nua harbored no thoughts of embracing death. With billions of people on Earth, how could he possibly have become light?
This was no punishment, it was
a reward, a tremendous opportunity.
How could he allow himself to perish? With fervor, Lin Nua twisted and turned, voraciously consuming the light points that grew weaker as the sun sank. He exerted every effort to transform into a fleeting shimmer, racing toward the setting sun.
Light.
My light. At this juncture, Lin Nua's body had shed all mass. Consequently, he soared at incredible speed. Yet, even with such velocity, he could only watch as the sun drew ever closer to the horizon.
No.
It cannot be. As the sun threatened to vanish, Lin Nua was compelled to relinquish his pursuit. He could not chase the sun forever, it would inevitably set. He turned his attention to the surrounding light points, then glanced back at his own form. He resolved to consume as much light as possible, to endure the night and await the dawn. With this determination, Lin Nua flew toward the sun while greedily devouring the light points. His primary objective shifted from chasing the sun to consuming light points.
1, 2, 3.
Lin Nua resembled a gluttonous serpent, exerting every ounce of strength to consume the light surrounding him. His body grew longer and thicker. As the light that formed his being increased, he sensed his strength amplifying and his speed accelerating.
That's it, he devoured relentlessly, all while the sun continued to sink toward the horizon. As it finally vanished beneath the horizon, Lin Nua's form underwent another transformation.
His elongated body collapsed inward, gradually adopting a more spherical shape. The light within him swirled like a vortex, resembling a black hole with gravitational pull, consolidating the light that constituted his form, preventing it from dissipating any further. At that moment, from the direction where the sun had set, a faint, imperceptible light, akin to a shooting star, pierced toward Lin Nua, merging with his spherical body.
The world has transmitted data to you. Auxiliary mode activated.
The auxiliary mode aids individuals in comprehending their status more clearly. Name: Lin Nua. Status: Light Sphere. Rank: Level 1. Skills 1. Amplification F rank, enhances the basic physical abilities of the host. Personal skills 1. Melting F rank, consumes light energy to forge materials, equipment, and create various wondrous items or new armor. 2. Devour F rank, consumes monster cores to gain their powers. 3. Light Needle Shot F rank, condenses light into needle form and shoots it out. Special skill database SSS rank, a vast database of information transmitted by the world's consciousness, compressed for individual access. Light energy 010, accumulating full light energy allows for state evolution. Description: a sphere of pure light. Those favored by it may gain extraordinary physical capabilities. The world, data, auxiliary panel.
This is my golden finger.
And judging from the various elements on the auxiliary panel, including the insights from my skills,
it seems I am no longer in the familiar world. Nostalgia, loneliness, unease, and a hint of excitement.
A myriad of emotions surged within Lin Nua, a tumult of feelings.
Since I am here, I shall find peace.
At this moment, the sky succumbed to complete darkness, yet Lin Nua's form did not dissipate. Initially, his existence relied entirely on the sun's rays. Now, the light that constituted him had been firmly gathered, no longer prone to casual dissipation.
However,
I am still not full of the thought scarcely lingered when new light appeared.
The cities below sparkled with bright lights in the darkness, enticing Lin Nua's appetite.
Lights are also forms of illumination. Lin Nua directed himself toward the city below, absorbing its brilliance from the sky. Light energy 0.1. Light energy 0.1. His body gradually regained substance. It appeared that he could also consume artificial light sources like street lamps. However, in terms of flavor and energy, they paled in comparison to the sun's natural light, yet, there was no need to dwell on such matters. Any light that could be consumed was good light. Lin Nua floated leisurely in the air, absorbing light while observing the city below. Towering buildings, cars weaving through the streets, people bustled about under the neon glow. The scene bore little difference from his former world. Were it not for the information provided by the auxiliary panel, Lin Nua might have believed he was still in his own world. Monster news reports: a dark monster has appeared in Area B of Seiko City, officially named Greer. Greer typically emerges at night. Citizens are advised not to venture out alone after dark. If you encounter a monster, please follow the monster prevention regulations and do not dot on the streets. A massive screen broadcasted a program titled Monster News.
Indeed, it is a different world.
Lin Nua alighted upon a large street lamp, consuming the light it emitted while reflecting on his situation. Chapter 2, Becoming the Armor Summoner. Thus, floating above the city, Lin Nua continued to feast until deep into the night. His light energy successfully accumulated to 9.8.
He was on the verge of evolving once more. Just as Lin Nua prepared to surge forward for another transformation, an oppressive, chilling aura began to close in on him.
It felt as though it were his natural enemy.
It was approaching him. Lin Nua hovered atop the street lamp, faintly glowing as he focused on the source of that ominous presence.
The deserted street lay empty. Soon, the source of the dark aura revealed itself at the end of the street.
A humanoid figure, cloaked in a pitch-black shell, or a grotesque head reminiscent of some insect.
Two claw-like appendages glimmered with a sharp light in the darkness. Surrounding its form were wisps of lingering black mist.
I cannot fight this. Lin Nua instantaneously recognized that he was no match for it and turned to flee without hesitation.
The dark aura was on an entirely different level compared to the light within him. He had just transformed from a flicker of light on the verge of extinction into a radiant orb. Even his offensive skills seemed limited to a mere frank light needle shot. How could he possibly contend with this monstrous creature? Just as Lin Na turned to flee without hesitation, the beast seemed to have locked onto its target, pursuing Lin Na with alarming speed, matching his own rapid flight.
How could it move so swiftly?
It was akin to the speed of a high-speed train. Truly, this was a monster. Lin Na had no choice but to ascend into the skies, hoping to leverage his aerial advantage to escape the creature.
Cackling in triumph, he thought, this is the advantage of the air.
Just wait until you face the evolved version of me. Rather than heading toward the densely populated residential area, Lin Na directed his flight toward the outskirts. While he might find it easier to evade capture in a crowded area, bringing such a perilous creature into a population center could unleash untold calamities. Suddenly, a strange sound caught his attention.
Lin Na glanced back to see the creature, utilizing its formidable leaping ability, soaring into the air.
Its shell split open, revealing a pair of sleek, dark wings that flapped rapidly, propelling it skyward in pursuit of Lin Na. Is it capable of flight too?
Lin Na gasped in shock.
The transformation from a golden orb to a white one was quite literal. Panic-stricken, he dared not cease his flight. As he soared, he absorbed the city's light energy, striving to gather the remaining energy needed for his final evolution. However, as he approached the outskirts, the light grew fainter, and his absorption efficiency diminished.
He had to lower his altitude, siphoning the glow of the streetlights to replenish his energy. Light energy 0.1.
Only 0.1 points remained. Whoosh! The sound of the beast's flight drew closer. Just as Lin Na contemplated whether to turn back and unleash a skill, a figure suddenly appeared at the side of the street.
How infuriating! Who could possibly be in this desolate suburb? A monster!
The figure screamed upon spotting the rapidly approaching beast. The creature, drawn by the cry, lunged toward the figure, its claws outstretched, seemingly intent on claiming a life. As the creature's claws neared to shatter the figure's skull, Lin Na halted his swift flight. His body radiated with light as needles of energy coalesced before him, shooting forth toward the beast with a whoosh. Seeing the incoming light needles, the monster quickly raised its claws to intercept them.
Clang! Clang!
Clang! The sharp sounds of impact echoed, sparks and light exploding in all directions.
The beast staggered back, its claws marred by numerous dents. This was effective, but only to a degree. Lin Na's power remained insufficient. This attack had consumed nearly half of his light energy roar. The creature bellowed in rage, abandoning its pursuit of the bystander to charge once more at Lin Na. Light points 0.1 light points full, evolution commencing. At last, his light points were fully amassed. Lin Na's body ignited with a dazzling radiance under the night sky. Even the advancing creature was compelled to retreat in the face of this brilliance. At the center of this luminescence stood Lin Na himself. His body, composed of light, seemed to take on a tangible form, flowing like molten gold. This golden liquid, akin to scorching molten iron, coalesced around a core of radiant light, shaping itself into a physical entity. A rectangular metallic belt buckle, palm-sized, adorned with a golden sphere at its center, featuring intricate metallic patterns, emerged. Above the buckle, a vacant card slot awaited. Name Lin Na. Status Armor Summoner. Rank Level 1 can summon Level 1 armor. Skill 1, Light Radiation E rank, allows the user to enhance their physical attributes, while gradually improving the physical capabilities of those nearby. Armor Card 1, Light Armor Level 1 armor, stores the card for the light armor the summoner can insert the card into the summoner device to summon the light armor. Skill Card 1, Shadow Spike Frank, the summoner can insert the card into the summoner device to utilize the skill. Shadow Spike. Weapon Card 1, Shadow Sword Frank, the summoner can insert the card into the summoner device to summon the weapon, Shadow Sword. Personal Skills 1, Forging Frank 2, Devouring Frank 3, Light Needle Shot Frank. Special Skill Database SS Rank Summoning Condition Level 1 Light Energy 0-100 Description A powerful summoner forged from concentrated light energy, harboring the mysterious power of the light armor. The summoner can summon the light armor through the summoner device, gaining strength rivaling that of a monster. The evolution was complete. But even so, he could not defeat the monster alone. Wait, wasn't there someone nearby? Where did they go? Did they run away? As the radiant glow faded, Lin Na, now a summoner, was struck heavily by the monster's claw, sent crashing to the ground. It hurt so much. Wait, something was off, it seemed. Not painful at all. Lin Na, having withstood the monster's blow, felt no harm, not even a twinge of discomfort. As a summoner, it appeared that his defense was maxed out. Roar! The beast howled in fury, continuing its pursuit of Lin Na and delivering a powerful kick. Just then, another figure emerged in Lin Na's line of sight. More people were arriving. Wasn't this the outskirts? Where were all these people coming from? No time to ponder. Lin Na, propelled through the air by the kick, adjusted his posture mid-flight and soared toward the figure. The figure instinctively reached out to catch Lin Na, glancing toward the monster. In that instant of contact, information regarding the armor and summoner transmitted into his mind. Chapter 3, The Summoner's Armor Summoning. Incredibly, such a phenomenon exists. Chun Yang gazed at the summoning device in his hand, his expression one of disbelief. How could a device meant for summoning the armor of light to battle monsters possibly possess such capabilities? And to think, he had stumbled upon this very summoning device. Roar! The beast charged toward Chun Yang with a ferocious roar. At that moment, he set aside his thoughts, for under the threat of imminent peril, he could only place his hopes in the summoning device he clutched. Clenching the device tightly, he raised it, and a metallic belt encircled his waist. On the right side of the belt was a metallic knob, while the left housed a metallic card pouch. Inside the pouch were the Armor of Light card, the Light Shadow Sword card, and the Light Shadow Spike skill card. Everything around him seemed to slow down, and a surge of powerful energy coursed through his body. He realized this was the enhancement effect of the summoning device. In a fleeting moment of clarity, he swiftly placed the summoning device onto his belt. Indeed, this was the way. Summon the Armor of Light. Lin Nagi shouted excitedly, yet as the summoning device, he seemed unable to communicate with Chun Yang. Armor of Light. Chun Yang reached for the left side of his belt and withdrew the Armor of Light card. Above the card, a depiction of a golden suit of armor glimmered. He swiftly inserted the card into the summoning device at his waist, gave it a gentle pat, and raised both hands above his head, striking a pose. How could he strike such a pose so effortlessly? Is this part of the transformation process? Lin Nagi couldn't help but comment, but unfortunately, Chun Yang could not hear his voice. Merge! With a resounding declaration, a golden beam of light emanated from the center of the summoning device.
and the inserted card fused into it like motes of light.
A dazzling platinum glow erupted from Chun Yang's body. Next,
an arc of golden light illuminated from beneath his feet, and an ethereal light continuously surged upward, forming a golden dragon that traced his outline.
Pieces of shimmering golden armor enveloped Chun Yang entirely.
As the golden light gradually dissipated, he found himself cloaked in a radiant white armor.
The breastplate extended outward, flowing around to his back.
The arm guards connected to the gauntlets, while the shoulder guards were simply circular. The faceplate concealed his entire visage, with eye slots resembling the arc of headlights, glowing a fierce red, extending toward the sides of the helmet. Chun Yang extended his arms and clenched his fists,
marveling at his armored form.
The formidable power of the armor of light surged through him.
This is the power of the armor of light. Roar!
The beast was nearly upon him, its claws capable of effortlessly shredding steel, descending toward his body.
The phantom-like speed seemed excruciatingly slow in his eyes. He pivoted, evading the beast's attack with ease. Then, he tightened his fist, and the metallic glow emanated from his gauntlet as he struck at the beast's flank. Bang!
A muffled thud resounded as the beast staggered back.
Chun Yang seized the opportunity, swiftly closing the distance and delivering another punch. However,
it became evident that he had underestimated the burden of the armor. By the time he realized it, his consecutive strikes had left him gasping for breath. The summoning condition for the armor of light required a level of physical prowess akin to that of an athlete. Chun Yang was merely a healthy ordinary individual, capable of summoning the armor of light only because Lin Nagi had suppressed some of its overwhelming power. This fleeting moment of vulnerability allowed the beast to capitalize, its sharp claws slicing upward. A piercing screech echoed as sparks erupted from the armor's breastplate. Chun Yang staggered backward a few steps. The beast seized the chance, raising its claws above its head and unleashing a violet fireball. In his unsteady state, Chun Yang could not afford to be careless. He rolled to the ground to evade the fireball. Rising quickly, he retrieved a white card from his waist. The card depicted a seemingly ordinary golden longsword, with an F in the upper right corner, indicating its rank. Light Shadow Sword. Chun Yang pinched the card between his fingers and forcefully inserted it into the summoning device at his waist. Instantly, a golden light coalesced before him, and he grasped it, brandishing it before him. Bang! Another violet fireball shot forth from the beast's maw toward Chun Yang. This time, he did not evade. He raised the light shadow sword and swiftly slashed at the fireball. The violet fireball split in two, detonating on either side of him. The beast stumbled back, seemingly flustered. Chun Yang did not let this opportunity slip away. Disregarding his waning stamina, he unleashed the full might of the armor and charged at the beast. The light shadow sword was leveled, and he struck fiercely at the beast's armored chest. Golden sparks erupted as the light and darkness clashed. The beast staggered back, dropping to one knee, a long crack appearing on its shell. Chun Yang held the sword in one hand while reaching for another white card at his waist. This card bore an F in the corner and depicted golden spikes. He inserted the card into the summoning device once more, and golden light flared from the light shadow sword, enveloping the entire blade. Light shadow spike. Chun Yang aimed the sword at the beast and thrust forward. Countless golden spikes erupted alongside the blade, raining down upon the beast like a storm of needles. The beast frantically raised its claws to defend, but the light shadow spike pierced through its defenses effortlessly, transforming its body into a veritable hive. The beast writhed in a final struggle before ultimately bursting into a cloud of black smoke. Within the swirling smoke, a black diamond crystal floated. Chun Yang released his grip, and the light shadow sword dissipated into motes of light. He approached the beast's crystal, placing his hands upon the summoning device as the crystal began to rise gently toward it, consumed by the golden sphere at the device's core, disappearing from sight. This is the beast crystal. Lin Nagi gazed at the floating crystal, emanating dark energy, feeling an insatiable hunger. The beast crystal, for Lin Nagi, could be utilized to forge weapon cards, create armor cards, or skill cards, and could also be directly consumed for energy. The crystal before them was of F rank, as was the recently defeated beast. Thus, even though Chun Yang's physical capabilities as a summoner were insufficient to harness the full potential of the armor of light, he had still vanquished the beast.
Let us first convert it into a skill. According to Lin Nagi's estimation, this beast crystal should grant him an attack-type skill. Although he possessed several skills, only one, light spike shot, was an offensive skill. Subsequently, Lin Nagi directed the core light of the summoning device to envelop the beast crystal, commencing the process of digesting and refining its energy into a skill card. As the crystal melted, it transformed, akin to molten metal, into the shape of a card. Chapter 4, The Summoner's Interface. With a deep breath, Chang Yang, who had been sustaining the summon crystal of the monster with his summoner, found himself at the brink of exhaustion. Yet, he held steadfast, refusing to relinquish his armor, and turned his gaze towards a distant figure, the very passerby who had fled in terror moments earlier. Now, having returned, the individual stood there in disbelief, capturing the scene with their phone, focused intently on Chang Yang. Upon noticing Chang Yang's gaze, the onlooker's face transformed into one of panic and fear. After all, the enigmatic armor capable of vanquishing formidable beasts remained an enigma itself. Its true nature, benevolent or malevolent, was unknown. Would it turn its wrath upon him next? However, Chang Yang merely glanced at the person before hastily retreating from the scene, seeking refuge in an empty corner. At that moment, the radiant armor could no longer be sustained, and with a resurgence of platinum light, it dissipated like an illusion from his body. The summoner, adorned with 3 cards, fell from his waist and landed on the ground. Was all of this truly not a mere figment of his imagination? As Chang Yang picked up the summoner, he observed the faint glow reflecting off its surface and realized that this was indeed reality. Lin Nagi contemplated siphoning 1% of the monster energy to enhance Chang Yang's physical prowess, thereby boosting his enthusiasm for monster hunting. Yet, as this thought arose, he experienced a moment of clarity, as if he had achieved a harmonious union of mind and spirit. To enhance the holder's motivation for combat, there existed more than one avenue. He could indeed draw inspiration from the auxiliary panel to create a unique summoner panel for the summoner. This method would undoubtedly elevate the summoner's enthusiasm. Am I a genius? Undoubtedly, I am. Summoner, Chang Yang, race, human, summoning level, pre-1, strength, 5, the summoner's strength ceiling. Determining offensive and defensive capabilities, mentality, 6, the summoner's mental ceiling, affecting reaction speed, skill efficacy, and mystical resistance, constitution, 5, the summoner's physical ceiling, influencing lifespan, resilience, and self-healing, skills, none, armor compatibility, 70, light energy points, 20, spending 10 points increases strength, mentality, and constitution by 1, applicable only to attributes below 10. Light points can also be used to purchase items in the shop, click to view details. Lin Nagi displayed the newly designed summoner panel on the dark surface within the summoner's armor. The attributes of strength, mentality, and constitution were crafted based on a rough estimate of Chang Yang's physical condition. After all, the complexities of the human body cannot be encapsulated by mere numerical values. Nevertheless, he could manipulate a portion of the energy to enhance Chang Yang's physical constitution. The transformation of the summoner immediately captured Chang Yang's attention. He scrutinized the information displayed on the summoner, harboring no doubts regarding its authenticity. Defeating monsters would yield light energy points. An exhilarating thrill surged within him that was difficult to contain. Who wouldn't yearn for immense power? The strength offered by this summoner was sufficient to rival even the mightiest of beasts. Undoubtedly, this was a divine artifact, and he was the fortunate chosen one. From this day forth, his destiny would be rewritten by this artifact, molded by the power of the armor. Chang Yang suppressed his excitement and joy, meticulously examining the various metrics of his body reflected on the summoner. Meanwhile, Lin Nagi successfully completed the refinement of the monster crystal. Refinement successful. Light energy 50, acquired new skill, F level, light bullet, F level, compresses light energy to form a projectile, inflicting damage upon the enemy. In contrast to the light bullet, there was also an F-level skill card, Shadow Fist, F-level. This was exhausting. Refining the Shadow Fist was the extent of Lin Nagi's capabilities. The refinement skill was far from simple as described. It was not merely a matter of tossing the monster crystal into a synthesizer and pressing a button. The synthesizer could not conjure armor, weapons, or skills that Lin Nagi required effortlessly. Refining skills was the easiest, followed by weapons, and lastly, armor.
To create a different armor from the light armor using the monster crystal required Lin Nagi to invest time in understanding the energy properties within the crystal, personally designing and distributing the energy, while simultaneously infusing the power of the summoner.
This process demanded not only considerable time but also a high level of knowledge. Lin Nagi's only avenue for acquiring knowledge was the singular, SSS level skill database.
The database housed an immense wealth of knowledge transmitted from this world to Lin Nagi. It encompassed foundational knowledge as well as arcane wisdom beyond human comprehension, knowledge that Lin Nagi himself could not yet grasp.
It contained the principles of this world's operation and its fundamental laws. Only by learning to utilize such knowledge could Lin Nagi forge new armors imbued with mystical powers. Additionally,
he might need to undergo evolution once or twice to elevate his life level, enabling him to comprehend those concepts that currently eluded him.
As a summoner, there was little he could do.
He decided to place the new skill card in the shop.
After all,
he had designed this exchange shop yet had nothing to offer for exchange.
What could he possibly sell? The knowledge within the database could be organized and sold in the shop.
The database encompassed a vast array of information, knowledge about monsters, combat techniques for armors,
and esoteric studies.
It even included martial arts, swordsmanship, and various forms of combat knowledge.
These were not mere superficial concepts but genuine and substantial insights. When combined with the power of the armor, these skills would unleash extraordinary capabilities.
Chen Yang, holding the summoner, gently tapped on the shop section. The content on the summoner swiftly transitioned to the shop interface. Light Fist, F level, skill card, insert into the summoner to utilize F level, skill. Light Fist, exchange price, 50 light energy points, special price
10 light energy points.
Basic swordsmanship, F, fundamental sword techniques, upon learning, one can master the skill, basic swordsmanship, slightly enhancing the effects of sword-related, weapon cards, and skill cards. Exchange price, 10 light energy points, basic fist techniques, F, fundamental fist techniques, upon learning, one can master the skill, basic fist techniques, slightly enhancing the effects of fist-related, weapon cards, and skill cards. Exchange price, 10 light energy points, basic agility, F, fundamental agility techniques, upon learning, one can master the skill, basic agility, enhancing speed and agility.
Exchange price, 20 light energy points. A dazzling array of products lay before him, fair and just. Chen Yang's heart raced with anticipation.
Yet upon glancing at his meager 20 light energy points, he was compelled to suppress his yearning.
Chapter 5, The Summoner and the Diligent Summoner on the Bed. Chen Yang tossed and turned, unable to find solace in sleep.
Though his body was weary, his mind was remarkably alert. The mere thought of the summoner, the luminous armor, and the monstrous creatures banished any sense of exhaustion from his spirit.
He glanced at the summoner placed on his bedside, shook his head vigorously, and reached for his phone on the other side of the bed.
Initially intending to distract himself with his device, he was instead drawn to a trending topic. It was already past midnight, yet this particular trending topic surged forth, eclipsing the myriad of celebrity gossip, dominating the headlines. The content of the headline was: a mysterious humanoid armor in District B of Siguang City defeats the newly emerged monster, Greer.
Accompanying the article was a video.
Although the footage was blurry, upon slowing it down, one could still discern the figure clad in enigmatic golden armor engaged in a fierce struggle with the monster Greer.
At the video's conclusion,
it showcased the protagonist summoning a long sword in an extraordinary manner, executing a skill. This was indeed the very scene of Chen Yang battling the monster in his luminous armor.
The special effects were striking. The aerospace alloy armor seemed impervious to harm, untouched even by the monster's grasp. Just arrived from the States, this is fake.
The video is too blurry, such quality can easily be manipulated.
It's real. I am the one inside that armor. Vini 50 and I'll gift you a suit. It's true, I'm the monster.
I just emerged from my chicken meal, only to be robbed and attacked by this guy.
I'm the one who got robbed.
Despite the video's rise to popularity, the majority of viewers seem to regard it as a fabrication. Chen Yang continued to peruse the comments,
gradually calming his inner excitement.
He intended to delve deeper into the discussions, but suddenly the screen went gray, transforming into an invalid link.
The video had been taken down. Are you certain this video is genuine? Indeed, though the imagery is unclear and coarse, a frame-by-frame examination reveals no signs of forgery. As hard as it may be to believe, it is indeed authentic.
The armor capable of defeating monsters.
Is it a boon or a bane for humanity? Is it an adversary or an ally? After a night of fervent discourse, even as all related videos across the internet faced censorship and removal, those with intent continued to disseminate information regarding the armor and monsters through various channels. The discussions surrounding the armor did not dwindle, rather, they appeared to intensify. Some individuals downloaded the video, analyzing it frame by frame and publishing their findings on numerous forums. Among them were professionals in photography and videography who confirmed the video's authenticity, devoid of any signs of manipulation. As one of the original instigators, the current summoner of the luminous armor, Chang Yang, rose early, freshened up, and donned his running shoes. He had perused the myriad discussions online and felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. He embraced this sense of fulfillment honestly, there was no shame in it. Everyone yearns for recognition and to be needed by others. The key lies in not succumbing to vanity and becoming prideful. He was no more special than anyone else. Merely a touch more fortunate. Last night, he had ventured out and encountered this mysterious, powerful artifact. Some may encounter opportunities yet fail to seize them, ultimately fading into obscurity. He resolved not to become one of those individuals. The fortunate encounter that could alter the course of his life had chosen him. The summoning device, the luminous armor, had selected him. He intended to seize this opportunity, diligently enhance himself, and strengthen his body to unlock the armor's greater potential. Then he would vanquish the monsters, assist others, and become someone who was recognized and needed. He understood the summoning conditions of the armor. Only with a robust physical constitution could one unleash more power from the armor and sustain the transformation for longer durations. His prior summoning of the armor had ended in disarray due to insufficient stamina. What a good lad he was. Perhaps the passerby he had unwittingly selected yesterday was also a hidden golden card? Lin Nagi was quite pleased with this non-lackadaisical summoner. He was generous in offering assistance to such summoners, transforming their lives. As Chang Yang began his run in the park, Lin Nagi also bestowed the effects of light radiation upon him. During this exercise, he transformed Chang Yang's physique, enhancing his physical capabilities. Some inherent deficiencies and ailments were gradually rectified through the act of running, little by little. Chang Yang felt a warm surge coursing through him. His body grew increasingly comfortable with each stride, as if it were rapidly adapting and evolving in the process. Such sensations were absent during his previous workouts. He quickly realized this must be the effect of the summoning device. Consequently, he quickened his pace, pushing his limits. Even as lactic acid accumulated within him, exhausting his stamina to its utmost, he did not halt. Stamina 1, Chang Yang continued to run for a while longer before finally resting on a park bench. On the summoner, his stamina had conspicuously increased from 5 to 6. Under the effects of the light radiation from the summoner, the results of his training were equivalent to what others might achieve over several days. Stamina 1 was also Lin Nagi's deliberate encouragement for Chang Yang. After the morning's physical training concluded, in the afternoon, Chang Yang browsed the store within the summoner. He exchanged 10 light energy points for the skill card, Light Fist, F. The remaining 10 light energy points were converted into Basic Swordsmanship, F. The white card depicting a clenched golden fist rested in his palm, while the Basic Swordsmanship, F, morphed into a plethora of information that flooded his mind. The golden silhouette within imparted the fundamentals of swordsmanship, demonstrating each technique with precision. With every move the golden figure executed, the corresponding skills and insights were imbued directly into Chang Yang's consciousness. Chang Yang swiftly retrieved the Shadow Sword card, inserting it into the summoner. A flash of golden light appeared, and the Shadow Sword manifested in his grasp, allowing him to practice alongside the golden figure in his mind. Even without transformation, he could summon the appropriate weapon through the summoner. What a reassuring summoner he was. Discounts will surely abound in the store for him in the future. Withdrawing from his teaching, Lin Nagi was exceedingly pleased with Chang Yang's performance. By the way, the golden figure teaching Chang Yang swordsmanship was none other than Lin Nagi himself. The luminescent Lin Nagi, perhaps experiencing an evolution in the essence of life, possessed a learning and memory capability far surpassing that of humans. Mastering such fundamental swordsmanship was not a daunting task.
To facilitate the summoner's learning, he would first grasp the techniques himself before conveying them in a more comprehensible, hands-on manner. After observing the diligent summoner for a while,
Lin Nagi once again immersed himself in study.
Chapter 6, The Summoner and the Flame Beast. In the morning, Chen Yang engaged in running to enhance his stamina. In the afternoon, he practiced swordsmanship. By nightfall, he purchased some dumbbells to bolster his strength.
Despite the persistent aches and pains,
Chen Yang did not take a single day off. Lin Nagi, aside from assisting Chen Yang during his training with light radiation, immersed himself in arduous study during the remaining hours, determined to master every item on the shelf. Simultaneously, he delved into the arcane and esoteric knowledge contained within the database, which proved to be rather obscure and complex for him. After 7 days, the topic of armor had fermented in the online realm, evolving into an urban legend. The notion of armored warriors battling monsters was indeed a challenge to common sense. The vast majority of people found it hard to believe in its veracity. Yet, a portion did hold belief, for it was a world where monsters could exist, making the concept of armor capable of combating them somewhat more palatable. The exertions of the past 7 days had transformed Chen Yang's physical condition, rendering him a vastly different individual compared to a week prior.
For an average person, such a profound change in just a week of rigorous training would be inconceivable.
However, under the influence of Lin Nagi's light radiation,
Chen Yang's progress could not be judged by ordinary standards.
Lin Nagi estimated that the results of Chen Yang's week of training equated to what would typically take an ordinary person 3 months of relentless effort to achieve.
Remarkably, Chen Yang experienced no adverse effects from his training. The light radiation had rendered his body remarkably healthy, both inside and out. After completing his run,
Chen Yang seated himself on a park bench and gazed at the information within the summoner. Summoner, Chen Yang, summoning level, level 1, strength, 7, mentality, 7, constitution, 8, skill, 1, basic swordsmanship, F grade, sword type weapon. Skill card effect enhancement, armor affinity, 75, light energy points, 0. The fruits of his labor manifested in data, yielding exceptional motivational effects and a profound sense of joy. Although these figures, aside from the armor affinity, were predominantly estimations crafted through Lin Nagi's light scanning, he had devoted time to studying human anatomy and mystical knowledge, refining the accuracy of the displayed values. The current metrics, compared to his earlier whimsical fabrications, had attained a level of credibility.
An ambitious summoner paired with a determined summoner's spirit. Everyone involved was of good character. But what was that? The presence of a monster? After a week's absence, had a creature finally re-emerged?
The evolved Lin Nagi, now a summoner, found his efficiency in absorbing light energy from sunlight had significantly diminished, failing to compare with the light energy gained from defeating monsters. Additionally, the monstrous crystals could be refined into new weapons and skills. Lin Nagi's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness as he activated the summoner and marked the direction of the monster.
New monster reaction detected.
As the screen of the summoner was suddenly engulfed by monster reaction, Chen Yang straightened in surprise.
Had the monster truly appeared?
The summoner indicated that the creature was not far off, nearly 2 blocks away, located within a small shopping mall.
At this hour,
the foot traffic in such a venue would be substantial. He needed to hurry.
Activating the summoner's amplification effect, Chen Yang felt his physical prowess surge dramatically.
Coupled with the results of his recent training, he dashed towards the mall like an arrow released from its bow. As he exited the park and entered the bustling streets, Chen Yang soon detected the billowing smoke rising from the mall.
Panic-stricken individuals scattered from the mall's emergency exits.
The streets were congested with vehicles and throngs of people, all caught in a chaotic snarl. From their conversations, it seemed they believed it was merely a fire, unaware of the lurking monster. Navigating through the gaps between cars and the crowd, Lin Nagi peered towards the mall. The fire raged on the 3rd floor, thick, black smoke mingling with crackling flames,
spreading outward with alarming speed.
Just as Chen Yang was about to push through the crowd and enter, a deafening explosion erupted.
A violent shockwave,
accompanied by scorching shards of glass and the frantic cries of the crowd, sent people scrambling to shield their heads. A massive burning billboard, propelled by the blast, hurtled toward a nearby car containing a man, a woman, and their young daughter. Thinking quickly, Chen Yang reacted with remarkable agility.
yanking open the car door and pulling the family to safety.
Then, with a resounding crash, the billboard smashed onto the vehicle, caving in its roof.
Thank you, thank you.
The grateful voices of the young parents barely registered as Chang Yang's attention shifted to the remnants of the scene.
Roaring. The beast's growl emanated from the flames. And amidst the inferno, its form flickered into view. The crowd quickly grasped that this was no ordinary fire but a disaster wrought by a monster. A monster. Panic surged through the throngs as they desperately sought to flee the vicinity.
Some of those still trapped inside the mall, gripped by terror, even contemplated leaping from the windows. Chang Yang rose swiftly against the tide of fleeing bodies, rushing towards the mall, gripping the summoner tightly against his waist.
In an instant, a metallic belt encircled his waist.
And he held the light armor card between his fingers, thrusting it into the belt slot.
Light armor. Fusion.
A platinum glow erupted beneath his feet, rapidly enveloping him,
delineating the contours of his armor.
By the time Chang Yang reached the ground floor, he had fully transformed into the light armor warrior.
Casting a glance at the monster,
he stomped forcefully on the ground and leaped into the air.
Amidst the gasps of onlookers,
he caught those attempting to leap from the building and safely transported them to the ground. As he repeatedly made the perilous journey back and forth, it seemed he was close to rescuing the last few remaining individuals in the mall when an unforeseen event transpired.
Roaring, with the beast's bellow resonating through the flames,
several fiery orbs coalesced and hurtled towards Chang Yang. He propelled himself against the wall, kicking one fireball away, and deftly dodged the remaining projectiles.
However,
the enraged monster redirected its focus, conjuring a massive fireball amidst the flames and launching it toward the windows where the last few people had yet to escape.
Chapter 7, The Blank Card of the Summoner. Cursed be it.
Chang Yang dashed towards the fireball, hands clasped together, bracing against the oncoming inferno. The searing flames exploded upon the surface of his armor, and the tremendous force embedded him into the wall.
Ah! Gasps of shock erupted from the crowd.
Embedded in the wall, Chang Yang felt a sharp pain in his back, however. The fact that the light armor had not dissipated indicated that he was still in relatively good condition. He was utterly convinced that had he just been chosen by the summoner and summoned the light armor, he would have been unable to maintain its form after such a strike. He extricated himself from the wall and, stepping on the fissures, rushed towards the remaining few by the window. Grabbing them, he leapt to the ground.
Ah!
The group cried out in terror, tightly shutting their eyes. When they opened them again, they found themselves safely on the ground, thanks to Chang Yang's timely intervention, setting down this last batch of survivors. On the third floor of the mall, a massive fireball began to coalesce once more amidst the flames, aimed squarely at Chang Yang.
Poof!
With a cold snort, Chang Yang swiftly drew a white-backed golden sword card and inserted it into the summoner. The light shadow sword. Golden streams of light rapidly gathered before him, manifesting into a gleaming golden longsword. Chang Yang steadied his grip on the light shadow sword and aimed it at the incoming fireball, slashing downward with a swift motion. The exploding fireball was cleaved in two beneath the golden sword's radiance, bursting apart on either side of him. Amidst the billowing smoke and deafening roar, Chang Yang dashed towards the beast amidst the flames. The scorching fire and acrid smoke posed no harm to him.
The ordinary flames and smoke could not penetrate the armor to inflict any effect upon Chang Yang.
Nevertheless, they did somewhat obscure his vision and hearing. The creature concealed within the flames and smoke rendered its location indiscernible.
Chang Yang could only grip the longsword tightly, remaining vigilant of his surroundings. Suddenly,
a shadow darted out from his side, sharp horns thrusting towards him with great force. Chang Yang reacted quickly to defend himself.
Yet he was still toppled to the ground by the beast's immense power and its horns.
Rolling several times to dissipate the force, he raised his head once more, only to see the creature crowing in triumph before retreating back into the flames and smoke, vanishing from sight.
Damn it!
Chang Yang quickly took cover against a wall,
drawing another white-backed card.
The golden blade of his sword continued to gather light, shimmering brilliantly. Light shadow thrust, accompanied by a fierce thrust of the light shadow sword.
Countless light needles formed a dense curtain, all shooting forth simultaneously.
The flames and smoke were pierced by the barrage of light needles.
Roar!
The beast concealed within let out a wretched cry as it was struck by the light needles. Without hesitation, Chang Yang surged towards the source of the cry, penetrating the flames and slashing with his long sword. The golden sword light erupted, heavily striking the creature, which staggered back, crashing to the ground.
Chang Yang, undeterred,
drew another white-backed card, this time the newly acquired F-grade skill card, Light Shadow Fist. Just as he prepared to insert the card and eliminate the beast in one swift motion, a sudden sound of applause broke the tension.
Clap, clap, clap.
Chang Yang quickly turned, aiming his light shadow sword at the direction of the sound. Despite the enhanced perception granted by his armor, he had failed to notice the approach of an enigmatic figure. Moreover, flames around this mysterious individual flickered out, preventing any approach.
A splendid battle. But do you truly intend to deal with it as you did with the previous monsters? Just 10 minutes ago, it was merely an ordinary human.
The mysterious figure halted approximately 10 meters away, his face obscured by the smoke and flames.
Who are you? Chang Yang called out warily.
Before I address that,
I have a question for you. Beneath that armor, who are you?
The mysterious figure did not respond, instead tossing back a question with nonchalance. Such words are futile. Chang Yang raised his light shadow sword and charged at the mysterious figure. After all, this person clearly was not an ordinary individual. Perhaps he possessed knowledge of the beasts or was, in fact, a monster masquerading as a human.
As the sword descended, the mysterious figure effortlessly evaded the strike,
not even tearing a thread of his clothing. Chang Yang, leveraging the formidable power of his armor, swiftly steadied himself and threw a punch at the dodging figure.
This time,
the mysterious individual extended a broad, smooth palm, effortlessly catching Chang Yang's fist. A silver ring adorned the middle finger of that hand.
Impossible. How could a human withstand my attack?
Chang Yang observed as the figure's human hand seemed to contort, as if struggling to maintain its human form, on the brink of transforming into some monstrous visage. The mysterious figure swiftly exerted force, easily deflecting Chang Yang's punch and stepping back several paces.
The power of the armor is hardly impressive.
However, I am quite curious to see how you will handle a human transformed into a monster.
Chang Yang surged forward. Yet,
the mysterious figure had already vanished from sight. At that moment, Chang Yang was utterly convinced that this was no mere human,
but rather a humanoid beast cloaked in human skin. With the mysterious figure's disappearance, the surrounding flames roared back to life.
The fiery beast, enshrouded in flames,
charged towards Chang Yang with a fearsome roar.
Chang Yang initially intended to swing his sword, but recalling the mysterious figure's words, hesitated for the briefest moment. It was this moment of stasis that the flaming beast seized upon, breaking through Chang Yang's defenses. Leaping through the mall's window and landing in the plaza before it, now is not the time for mercy. Besides, how could one trust the words of that creature? Chang Yang clenched the light shadow sword, solidifying his resolve as he pursued the beast,
leaping down from the mall into the plaza.
The light shadow fist card was firmly grasped in his hand, ready to be inserted into the summoner. Golden light continuously coalesced around his armored fist, enveloping it entirely.
Do not harm my mother.
A 6 or 7-year-old girl suddenly dashed out from the surrounding crowd, positioning herself in front of the beast amidst gasps of alarm. The beast, now devoid of reason and engulfed in flames, lunged towards the girl.
Not on my watch.
Light shadow fist. Chang Yang swung his fist with all his might, his body transforming into a golden phantom that surged forward to intercept the attack. As the light shadow fist struck down, golden light erupted, the force of the impact sending the beast flying. However, at the final moment, Chang Yang tempered his strength. The thrown beast tumbled to the ground, now devoid of any power to retaliate.
Chang Yang approached cautiously, standing beside the beast.
Then, he drew a blank card. This card had been created by Lin Na after expending light energy. It was capable of extracting the crystallized power of the beast without causing harm. As the beast card was inserted into the summoner, it illuminated with brilliance. The dark energy surrounding the beast's body was gradually extracted by the summoner,
stored within the blank card.
The form of the beast appeared on the once blank card, while the creature on the ground reverted to its human form.
Chapter 8, The Summoner and the Renowned Armor. The battle concluded, and ambulances alongside fire trucks rushed to the scene, tending to the injured and extinguishing the flames. Amidst the gaze of the onlookers, Chang Yang sought to depart.
Wait. Armor warrior, who exactly are you?
No, are you willing to join the Monster Countermeasure Department?
The Monster Countermeasure Department is a venerable civilian organization dedicated to the study and confrontation of monsters, possessing official backing.
However, Chun Yang merely shook his head.
He had no intention of revealing his identity, especially after encountering that mysterious figure masquerading as a monster. Under the enhancement of the summoner, even without transforming, his physical capabilities had already surpassed human limits. Yet, compared to monsters, he remained exceedingly fragile. Should his identity be exposed to monsters, the consequences would be dire. Please accept this business card. If you have any questions or seek information, do not hesitate to contact us. The man from the Monster Countermeasure Department seemed to understand Chun Yang's inner concerns and did not press further, merely handing him a card. Chun Yang pondered for a moment before accepting it and swiftly left the scene, finding a secluded corner. After ensuring the summoner had not issued any alerts, he deactivated his transformation and quietly departed from the explosion site.
After Chun Yang left, atop a high-rise building, the enigmatic figure, dressed in attire,
twirled a ring in their hand while surveying the mall below. The ability to extract energy from monsters without harming living beings was increasingly intriguing regarding the mysterious armor. With a sigh, the figure transformed into a green phantom and vanished into thin air.
Monster cards.
The core of the summoner, Lin Nagi, still maintaining its luminous form, gazed at the floating card before him. The front of the card depicted a flame monster. The cards he created could contain armor, weapons,
and skills. Summoners could also re-invoke monsters by inserting monster cards into the summoner. However, the summoned monsters would not be under the control of the armor summoner.
This card accommodating monsters was a design Lin Nagi created on the fly. After all, he had not squandered a moment during his 7 days of study.
So, what should this monster be refined into?
Monster cards can serve as crystallized materials for forging. However, special monster cards can be refined into attribute crystals. For instance, the flame monster card before him could be refined into a fire crystal. The fire crystal could then serve as the core for creating new armor.
The strength of the newly forged armor would partially depend on Lin Nagi's design prowess and the summoner's attribute compatibility.
If the fire crystal served as the core, the resulting armor would be of the fire attribute. The core of the light armor would be Lin Nagi's light power, advancing and growing stronger alongside him.
However,
as the armor becomes stronger, the requirements for summoning would also increase.
If the summoner fails to meet the transformation criteria or attribute compatibility,
they would be limited to summoning the most basic light armor. The fundamental light armor possesses no particular strengths, with attributes being balanced. Armor created from fire crystals could potentially outperform light armor against certain unique adversaries.
Thus, the opportunity is rare.
Not knowing when he might encounter another monster of this attribute, he decided to refine this monster into a fire crystal as a reserve material for future armor creation. With his decision made, Lin Nagi wasted no time. Golden light, akin to flames, engulfed the entire monster card, commencing the refinement process.
Simultaneously,
the malevolent aspects of the monster within the card were gradually purified by Lin Nagi's light, until finally, the monster was continuously purified and condensed into a red crystal. Refining F-grade monster, light energy 50, item acquired, fire crystal X1, light energy full, evolution commencing. The light energy gained from refining the monster allowed Lin Nagi to successfully accumulate the remaining 50 light energy, initiating his evolution.
However, prior to evolving,
Lin Nagi did not forget to siphon a portion of energy to enhance Chun Yang's physical abilities. Name, Lin Nagi, status, intermediate armor summoner, rank, level 2, can summon level 2 armor, skills, 1.
Light radiation, E grade, 2. Light perception new, E grade. A blend of powerful perception that enhances the holder's awareness, 3. Card fusion new, E grade, slots upgraded to 2.
Allowing the fusion of different cards during combat for greater power, armor cards, light armor, level 1, skill cards, 1. Light shadow stab, F grade, 2. Light fist, F grade, weapon cards, light shadow sword, F grade, personal skills, 1.
Refinement, E grade, 2. Devour, E grade, 3. Light needle shot, F grade, 4.
Light bomb, F grade, special skill, database, SSS grade, summoning conditions, level 1, light energy, 0-1000, description, a powerful summoner forged from concentrated light power. Harboring the strength of the mysterious light armor. The summoner can call forth the light armor through the summoner, gaining power rivaling that of monsters.
This evolution did not significantly alter Lin Nagi's appearance.
The upper card slot transformed into two, and the material acquired a more refined texture.
Well, it matters not. Learning is paramount.
Lin Nagi immersed himself once more in the database, absorbing knowledge and attempting to design new armor using the characteristics of the fire crystal. This morning at 8:39 a.m., a new monster attack occurred in District B of Siku City, resulting in a fire on multiple floors. There were 34 injuries,
with no fatalities.
During this monster disaster, a mysterious armor warrior appeared at the fire scene, rescuing 12 trapped civilians and vanquishing the source of the fire, the flame monster.
We now turn to our frontline reporter. It is now 9:08 a.m., and as you can see, the fire has been brought under control. Just over half an hour ago, the armor warrior saved civilians endangered by the fire and eliminated the flame monster that caused it. With the news broadcast, within less than a day, just by afternoon, the armor warrior, the light armor, and the mysterious armor had taken the internet by storm. Previously removed videos of the armor were re-uploaded across various video sharing platforms. Footage of the armor saving people and in combat at the fire scene circulated widely. The urban legend of the armor warrior transformed into reality. Several crisp close-up shots of the armor warrior captured on site became the promotional covers of major video platforms. Moreover,
some individuals had already begun to sense the commercial potential, starting to design various merchandise inspired by the elements of the armor warrior. Chapter 9, The Fundamentals of Breathing Techniques from the Summoner. With the defeat of the fire monster, Chun Yang received a reward of 50 energy points.
To his astonishment, he had amassed 50 energy points.
Elated, he opened the shop and began to strategize how to maximize this newfound energy into combat prowess.
Clearly, spending it all on attribute enhancements was not feasible.
Ever since he realized that training could augment his basic attributes, Chun Yang had refrained from squandering precious energy points on improving his physical condition. Instead, he aimed to utilize them for acquiring valuable cards and learning skills, thus ensuring the most effective use of his energy points. However, this time, the shop did not offer any coveted skill cards or weapon cards following his monster hunt. After all, the monster had been transformed into attribute crystals by Lin Nagi. Nevertheless, the shop had indeed introduced some new items compared to the previous occasion.
Each time a monster was defeated, did the summoner unveil new products?
This implied that the summoner, after absorbing the strength of the creature,
would subsequently convert or deduce new items?
Chun Yang contemplated the operational principles of the summoner from his perspective.
With this realization, his eagerness to vanquish monsters intensified,
which was precisely the outcome Lin Nagi desired. He designed the summoner panel for this very purpose.
Young one, slay more monsters.
Each defeat grants you the chance to exchange for formidable power. It felt akin to a devil tempting a virtuous soul. Although Lin Nagi exhibited a hint of temptation, the items exchanged in the shop were undeniably genuine, fair to all. After a week of training and having learned basic swordsmanship from the summoner, Chun Yang found that even without transforming into armor, he could easily fend off 3 to 5 attackers. His focus shifted primarily to the newly available goods. Basic breathing technique, E rank, a fundamental breathing method for cultivating energy and refining the body, comprising 3 levels, Level 1, Strength, 1, Level 2, Constitution, 1. Level 3, Spirit, 1, and Mastery of the skill, Mind's Eye. Exchange price, 30 energy points. Basic defensive stance, E rank, a defensive posture that enhances defense. Able to absorb 50 of incoming damage when adopted. Exchange price, 20 energy points. Mind's Eye, F rank, an auxiliary ability that, once mastered, activates the Mind's Eye, encompassing a 2-meter radius around the body, clarifying all within its range and slowing down movements.
Exchange price, 20 energy points among the newly listed items.
The most captivating was the basic breathing technique. This was a martial arts method certified by the summoner.
Mastering all 3 levels would not only enhance his attribute points but also grant the skill, Mind's Eye.
Furthermore, the defensive skill, basic defensive stance, was an additional asset. The combined cost of these 2 coveted skills was precisely 50 energy points. It felt as though his newly acquired, yet unspent, energy points were somehow orchestrated for this moment. Shaking his head to dispel such thoughts, Chang Yang turned his attention to the summoner and selected basic breathing technique. Ultimately, he decided to test this technique. Having experienced a nearly hands-on teaching method previously, Chang Yang held considerable trust in the summoner's instructional capabilities. At the very least, he need not worry about wasting energy points without mastering the technique. As 30 energy points vanished, a stream of information flooded his mind, imprinting the content of the basic breathing technique into his consciousness. Simultaneously, a golden figure manifested in his mind, sitting cross-legged, commencing the lesson. The breathing method was not as straightforward to demonstrate as basic swordsmanship. Yet, as Chang Yang observed the golden figure's movements, he inexplicably grasped the rhythm and action of breathing. He promptly mirrored the golden figure's posture, sitting cross-legged, attempting to exhale and inhale. Thus, he engaged in this practice repeatedly. Eventually, he completed a full cycle of breathing without interruption. You have successfully commenced the basic breathing technique, E rank, beginner, proficiency, 110. There was proficiency. Chang Yang, whose legs had grown numb, opened his eyes to read the description on the summoner. It appeared that completing a full cycle of breathing would yield a proficiency increase of 1. Once proficiency was maxed out, he would likely reach the first level of the basic breathing technique. Ignoring the numbness in his legs, he focused intently and resumed his practice. Following the completion of a full cycle, Chang Yang noticed that this time, his breathing was notably smoother than the previous cycle. Exhaling the stale air, he opened his eyes once more, gazing at the summoner. Indeed, his proficiency increased by another point. Basic breathing technique, E rank, beginner, 210. Such visible progress, with his efforts tangibly reflected in numerical form, was undeniably motivating. Lin Nagi had invested considerable effort in designing this system, and it appeared to be worthwhile. Chang Yang rose to stretch his numb legs, hastily resolved his dinner, and once again settled on his bed to continue his breathing practice. Even the discussions about armored warriors on television failed to distract him. He felt increasingly satisfied, observing Chang Yang diligently following the right path. Lin Nagi redirected his focus to the database, delving into the esoteric knowledge. The basic breathing technique was the fruit of his labor. By assimilating this knowledge and passing it on to the summoner, Lin Nagi also sensed his own growth. No longer human, his memory did not rely on the brain, and thus the knowledge he acquired would never be forgotten. Following another evolution, his learning abilities and efficiency had significantly improved. As the summoner actively eliminated monsters, he too aimed to glean new martial arts techniques to offer to the summoner. As night descended upon the city, the sky was a canvas of darkness, devoid of stars. Chang Yang persisted in his breathing practice until the late hours. Basic breathing technique, E rank, beginner, proficiency, 910. At this point, the basic breathing technique was merely one full cycle away from achieving its first level. Initially, completing a full cycle took an hour. However, with growing familiarity, he now accomplished it in just 30 minutes. As he neared the final cycle, he had already exhaled for a significant duration, with only a few minutes elapsed. With the last exhalation of stale air, basic breathing technique, E rank, beginner, proficiency has reached its maximum. Basic breathing technique, E rank, has achieved the first level. Strength 1, basic breathing technique, E rank, level 1, proficiency, 100. Chapter 10, the encounter of the summoner after bullying the basic breathing technique has reached the first level. A surge of energy swept through Chang Yang's body from his dantian. Rising from the bed, he found that he could sit in meditation for a longer duration than before without experiencing any numbness in his legs. Clenching his fists, he distinctly felt an enhancement in his strength. His body had become lighter, indicating that the effects of the basic breathing technique extended beyond the initial introduction provided by the summoner. The basic breathing technique itself is a skill. Having reached the first level, he was now able to awkwardly perform actions while practicing the technique. Attempting to punch while breathing, he heard a whoosh. The sound of air being split indicated that this punch was significantly more powerful. Indeed, when applied in combat, the basic breathing technique enhances physical capabilities. Chang Yang continued to throw punches and kicks, however, in the next moment, he suddenly broke his focus and began to cough violently. Cough, cough, cough. The risks were evidently still too great, as he was not yet sufficiently adept with this technique. until he mastered the ability to breathe and move simultaneously.
It was unwise to engage in vigorous actions during the breathing process. Moreover, attempting to breathe while moving greatly diminished efficiency, far inferior to meditative breathing. This skill is invaluable.
Chun Yang felt that the basic breathing technique was worth every cent of the 100 energy points it was priced at. The fact that the summoner had sold it to him for just 30 energy points made him wonder if there was indeed an angel residing within the summoner. Swiftly, he picked up the summoner device and gazed at another skill he desired. This time, he hesitated not, decisively expending all his remaining energy points to acquire the skill.
Basic stance.
As the exchange completed, information regarding the practice of basic stance flooded his mind. Simultaneously, a golden figure began to move, meticulously demonstrating the basic stance to him repeatedly. Although basic stance is merely a defensive posture, its intricacies are far from simple. Had Chun Yang attempted to comprehend this esoteric concept before mastering the breathing technique, he would have found it exceedingly challenging.
However,
after achieving the first level of the breathing technique, learning the basic stance felt like a revelation. Before long, he successfully grasped its fundamentals. Basic stance, E grade, entry level, proficiency 0-10. To his surprise, there was a proficiency level. Could it be that basic stance also has first and second levels? Or perhaps all skills rated E grade and above possess a proficiency system? What level would basic stance reach after entry? Realizing it was late, Chun Yang had no intention of practicing skills through the night. Such an all-nighter would harm his body, proving counterproductive. Adequate sleep and rest are also crucial components of physical training. After a night of restful slumber, the next morning, Chun Yang adhered to his training routine, rising early for a morning run. During his run, he attempted to integrate the basic breathing technique into his routine. Running, which heavily emphasizes breathing, seemed to harmonize well with the technique. Soon, as Chun Yang intentionally slowed his pace, the breathing method gradually intertwined with his running. This small breakthrough was a source of joy, however, it felt as if someone sought to shatter his mood.
Ha ha ha. Are you trying to make me die of laughter? Don't tell me you're going to cry?
A group of middle school boys encircled a chubby boy sitting on the ground.
One boy relentlessly kicked the victim's head, while another recorded the scene on his phone, presumably for his own bragging rights. The chubby boy's backpack had been upended, spilling its contents across the ground. Stop it! Chun Yang rushed forward. Someone's coming. Run! Upon seeing him approach, the bullies scattered in a hurry, leaving the victim sitting there, clutching his head. Are you okay? Chun Yang knelt beside the bullied boy. I'm going to be late. My mom doesn't want me to be late. The boy gathered his scattered books, appearing somewhat slow and immature, as if he had a mild intellectual disability. Chun Yang refrained from speaking further, instead assisting the boy in collecting his books while quietly noting his name, Su Zihong. Ah, thank you. Acknowledging Chun Yang's help, Su Zihong finally expressed his gratitude. Chun Yang watched as Su Zihong walked away. After covering some distance, the boy seemed to realize something, turning back to bow and thank Chun Yang once more. Are you saying there is bullying in our class? It's common for students to have minor disagreements, it's not as severe as bullying. What is your profession? Isn't that just a social drifter? Forget it, I'll handle it later. You should leave the school now, outside individuals shouldn't enter freely. What if a student gets hurt? The teacher sternly ushered Chun Yang out of the office. Throughout the process, the other teachers in the office hardly paid him any attention. He had initially intended to wait at the school to address the situation, but the security quickly arrived and expelled him from the premises. Is this how your school operates? Chun Yang felt a surge of anger. He pushed the security guard aside, intending to confront the teacher again. What do you think you're doing? This is a school. Another security guard from the booth rushed out, brandishing a baton. Chun Yang seized the baton with force, pulling it abruptly. The guard stumbled forward and fell to the ground. Chun Yang stepped forward, exuding an overwhelming aura. Do you even know this is a school? Having already defeated 2 monsters, Chun Yang's strength and temperament had undergone a profound transformation. The dangerous aura he projected formed unconsciously, even unbeknownst to him.
The security guards had never encountered such an atmosphere. And they stood frozen in fear.
Realizing his demeanor was inappropriate, Chang Yang attempted to calm himself using the breathing technique. Unexpectedly, a dull thud shattered the tension.
As if something heavy had fallen from above.
Chang Yang momentarily froze, turning his gaze toward the teaching building, an unsettling thought surging within him. It couldn't be. Could it?
The faces of the two security guards also shifted, abandoning Chang Yang to rush toward the source of the sound.
Chang Yang followed closely behind. At this moment, the teaching building was filled with students on every floor.
They crowded the hallways, craning their necks to see the scene below. Several teachers rushed out of their classrooms, alarmed.
Glancing downward,
the din of voices and footsteps melded into a chaotic clamor.
Someone jumped. Which class? I don't know.
There's blood everywhere, I can't see clearly.
It seems to be that Su Zihong from Class 8. That idiot?
Chapter 11, Summoner and Justice. Moments prior.
I am aware of your domestic circumstances.
Your classmates may jest with you, but do not take it to heart. Associating with underworld figures and inviting ruffians onto school grounds is unbecoming of a student. Your father's passing was premature, your mother suffers from cognitive impairment, and your siblings share similar challenges.
Your peers and educators are cognizant of your family's hardships.
You must strive for resilience and avoid succumbing to a dissolute lifestyle by fraternizing with vagrant elements of society.
Su Zihong flushed crimson, eager to defend himself. No. That's not it, I didn't.
Very well, then disclose the identities and classes of those who are bullying you.
No, no one is. Su Zihong shook his head hastily.
It was unclear whether he was afraid of retribution or genuinely unaware that he was being victimized.
After all, he,
like his mother and siblings, had intellectual disabilities. And with his father's early demise, even if he confided in his family about the bullying, no one would comprehend. Then return to your studies and cease associating with unsavory characters. These baseless allegations of bullying only tarnish the reputation of our school, and my own.
Poof. The imbecile has returned.
The imbecile has also aligned himself with a gang, a social misfit, an imbecilic thug. Su Zihong struggled to grasp the malicious insults and vitriol. But as the blows and kicks rained down upon him, he began to recognize that he was, indeed, being subjected to abuse.
Was this what they meant by bullying? But everyone was a classmate, and weren't classmates supposed to be friends? Why was he being bullied?
His mind reeled, unable to reconcile these contradictions.
Then, his necklace,
a cherished gift from his parents, was snatched from his grasp.
Amidst the uproarious laughter of the group, the same actions that the teacher had euphemistically termed playful banter, they tossed Su Zihong's necklace over the railing.
This was the punishment for his audacity in reporting them to the teacher. They knew the necklace was a prized possession, and this act would serve as a potent reminder.
But Su Zihong's impulsive leap after the falling necklace was an unforeseen consequence. It hurts. It hurts so much. Su Zihong cried out, spitting blood and lamenting the pain. He understood pain.
Being struck, kicked, burned with a lighter, pricked with needles, having his hair pulled, all caused pain.
Being called an imbecile, that hurt too. Cheng Yang promptly dialed 120. Su Zihong's homeroom teacher rushed down in a panic, though his first call was to the principal. Yes, he's still alive. Conscious, clear-headed, yes, very clear. No one is to take photographs. Security, erect barriers immediately, prevent any unauthorized recordings. You scoundrel, what are you still doing here? Get out. Wait, was it you? Did you incite him to jump? Was it? Thwack.
Even Chang Yang was surprised by the force of his punch.
However, the crisp sensation that reverberated through his fist suggested a fractured cheekbone. The well-aimed blow left the onlookers, students, and teachers alike, speechless. You're finished. You're done for. Threats hold no sway over me.
Chang Yang massaged his knuckles, straddling the fallen man.
But I can ensure that you are the first to meet your end. Su Zihong was whisked away to the hospital in an ambulance. Chang Yang, on the other hand, was apprehended by the police. A social undesirable had infiltrated the school,
assaulted a teacher nominated for excellence, and was now implicated in a student's suicide attempt. Chang Yang was cognizant of the ramifications of his actions, yet he felt no remorse.
Perhaps such impetuosity was unbecoming of a proper armored summoner. Chang Yang felt a pang of dejection.
He had assumed that being chosen by the summoner implied a certain uniqueness. Now, he questioned whether he was even worthy of the summoner. Lin Nagi was closely monitoring the unfolding events.
As the summoner,
he had been observing the entire sequence of events. And when it came to Chang Yang, this summoner, he was prepared to award him a perfect score. While his actions were impulsive, a certain degree of ferocity was essential for a monster-slaying armored summoner.
Without it, how could one possibly confront monstrous adversaries? This individual was a veritable beacon of potential. His only quibble was that Chang Yang had been too restrained in his actions. He should have seized the opportunity to string up those juvenile delinquents from the class and administer a thorough thrashing. As for the police, what was the fuss? Which superhero hadn't been apprehended by the authorities at some point? It was practically a prerequisite for the profession. Ahem. Just kidding. Chang Yang couldn't hear Lin Nagi's words of encouragement. But he could sense the summoner's tacit approval. It seemed he was not entirely unworthy after all. Since the summoner condoned his actions, he had no regrets. He would simply serve his time. His only concern was whether the summoner would be discovered. If he were incarcerated without the summoner, what would happen if monsters appeared? As the police rummaged through his bag, their expressions shifted upon discovering a card. They scrutinized Chang Yang from head to toe. Are you a member of the Monster Countermeasures Division?
While the Monster Countermeasures Division was a civilian organization, it possessed official backing. It was a quasi-governmental entity. In a world plagued by monsters, any incident involving them required immediate notification and adherence to the directives of higher authorities.
Affirmative.
Chang Yang decided to feign affiliation. In a roundabout way, his identity as an armored summoner could be construed as part of the Monster Countermeasures Division.
Thus, Chang Yang was released, designated as a member under investigation. In this world, monster containment took precedence, while Monster Countermeasures Division members faced severe penalties for transgressions. They could not be detained pending a thorough investigation. This ensured their immediate availability to address any potential monster incursions. Upon leaving the police station, Chang Yang hastened to the hospital, to the operating room. There, he encountered Su Zihang's family, an elder brother, a younger sister, and a single mother. All four were afflicted with intellectual disabilities. Yet, upon receiving the grim news, they had rushed to the hospital and now stood vigil outside the operating room. Each time the doors of the operating room swung open, they would surge forward expectantly, only to retreat in disappointment to their seats. Chang Yang felt a pang of guilt. Had he not intervened in the first place, would any of this have transpired? Was his involvement a mistake from the outset? New monster's signature detected. Just as Chang Yang was consumed by self-doubt, the summoner stirred, signaling the presence of a monster. Its signature emanated from none other than the hospital itself. Chapter 12, Summoner and the Acidic Beast. What an uncanny coincidence. Chang Yang found himself questioning whether his identity had been exposed, drawing the monster towards him. Perhaps someone sensed the aura of the armor, prompting them to dispatch the beast. With urgency, Chang Yang rose swiftly. The creature was located on the first floor, while the operating room resided atop the building. Thus, the commotion caused by the monster had yet to reach the surgical suite. The elevator, cursed be its sluggishness. Chang Yang dashed into the corridor, retrieving the summoner from his pocket and affixing it to his waist with remarkable speed. He then kicked open a corridor window, drew out the light armor card, inserted it into the summoner, and leapt from the window. Light armor, unite. Golden radiance enveloped him from foot to head in an instant, solidifying into a resplendent platinum armor, completing his transformation mid-air. He plummeted, crashing heavily onto the first floor, gradually rising to his feet. The platinum armor shimmered under the sun, reflecting golden glimmers, as if the very essence of light flowed through it. It was the armored warrior. Armored warrior, help! The monster is over there. Here comes the armored warrior, what a relief! In the hospital's first-floor lobby, the panicked crowd spotted Chang Yang as if they had found their anchor. A beacon of hope amidst the turmoil, quickly regaining their composure. Some even had the presence of mind to record the moment on their phones. Within a mere day,
the armored warrior had taken the internet by storm, becoming a household name in Suiguang City. Throughout the day, Chang Yang had been preoccupied with various matters, oblivious to the fact that so many were now aware of the armored warrior.
Roar! The monster's bellow echoed through the hospital lobby,
accompanied by the anguished cries of those who had failed to evacuate in time. Chang Yang paid no heed to the fervent gazes of the crowd, hastening into the lobby. This monster was unlike the previous fiery beast. It did not cause fires or significant chaos.
Instead, the grotesque creature resembled an addict,
clutching an abundance of drugs in its claws, tearing open the packages and greedily shoving them into its maw.
The seven-gilled eel-like appendage emitted a foul,
acidic liquid that rapidly corroded the drugs along with their packaging. Noticing Chang Yang, the monster wildly swiped its claws and spat a mouthful of acid towards him. Chang Yang swiftly sidestepped, the projectile acid splattering against the wall like a bullet, eroding a large crater into the surface. Seizing the opportunity as the monster belched acid,
Chang Yang accelerated towards it. Bang!
His fist struck with tremendous force. However, instead of the satisfying sensation of impact, it felt akin to plunging into mud. His fist sank into the monster's chest as if it had become a viscous liquid, momentarily halting Chang Yang's momentum. The realization dawned upon him that the creature could transform its body into a thick fluid to evade damage. No, it was more than that. This liquid possessed corrosive properties. Indeed, it was acid. Lin Nagi, within the summoner, instantly discerned the monster's unique trait. The acid began to erode the armor. The essence of the armor was comprised of Lin Nagi's light, and such acid could not harm it.
However, in its transformed state, the armor existed in reality, part of its essence relying upon the summoner, Chang Yang. Thus, while the armor could withstand damage and would not be destroyed, Chang Yang's stamina would dwindle based on the attacks he endured.
The stronger the assault, the greater the depletion of his vitality. Realizing the precariousness of his situation,
Chang Yang quickly attempted to retract his arm from the monster's chest.
To his dismay, the beast, leveraging Chang Yang's own force, ensnared his arm as if it had lost all weight.
Its claws lunged towards Chang Yang's torso. Sizzle!
The dark claws scraped against the armor on his chest, igniting sparks. Chang Yang staggered back 2 steps, steadied himself, and gripped the monster's muddy form, crashing it against the hospital wall.
Bang!
With a thunderous noise, the thick concrete wall crumbled,
dust swirling in the air. Basic breathing technique.
Seizing the moment, Chang Yang activated the fundamental breathing technique he had recently mastered.
Unlike his human form, in his transformed state, as he breathed, the armor emitted a radiant golden glow.
The essence of the armor was Lin Nagi's light.
The breathing technique could enhance the summoner's physical capabilities comprehensively during its execution.
Therefore, the armor's strength would elevate alongside the summoner's physical prowess, amplifying the power of light.
Light armor, radiant form. Sizzle!
A searing hiss filled the air as the intense light enveloped the entire armor.
Roar!
The sticky monster, now affixed to the armor, emitted a piercing shriek, hastily reverting to its solid form and distancing itself. In that moment of separation, Chang Yang swayed slightly, the light of the armor began to recede. After transformation, maintaining the basic breathing technique became increasingly challenging, and the intense physical drain rendered him incapable of sustaining it for long.
However, liberating himself from the monster's liquid-like grasp was sufficient. Roar! Hiss! Hiss! The monster let out a furious roar, then opened its maw,
attempting to unleash another volley of acidic projectiles. Too slow, far too slow. Chang Yang swiftly evaded, moving like a phantom to dodge the acidic blasts. If your tricks are limited to this, then perhaps you should refrain from embarrassing yourself.
As he spoke,
he withdrew the Light Shadow Sword F card and inserted it into the summoner. Light Shadow Sword. Upon the card's insertion, golden sparks rapidly coalesced before him, forming a magnificent golden longsword, which Chang Yang grasped firmly. Swish! Closing the distance at a remarkable speed, the sharp golden blade sliced through the air.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
The blade collided with the claws in rapid succession, the force compelling the monster to retreat defensively.
Surrounding walls and objects were swiftly obliterated, shards of glass littering the ground as scraps of paper danced in the air. Light armor, radiant form.
As he continued to dominate the creature,
Chang Yang finally seized an opportune moment, unhesitatingly activating the breathing technique to enter the radiant form.
The armor's power surged significantly, and the sword brimmed with luminous energy,
becoming incandescently hot. Slice. The blade descended with overwhelming force. The monster's claws could no longer withstand the assault, shattering beneath the blade's might. The sword,
having cleaved through the claws, now struck decisively at the monster's head.
Liquid form. In a desperate maneuver, the monster transformed its entire head into liquid, flowing towards its shoulder.
The searing blade struck down upon the creature's neck, embedding itself within its viscous body. However, at that moment, the light shadow sword, enhanced by the radiant form,
had become exceedingly hot. Sizzle. Like a hot knife through butter, the monster's neck, along with a portion of its shoulder, was severed in an instant. Bang!
The monster's shoulder and one arm hurtled away, its body crashing through a wall, landing in the room beyond. Chapter 13. The summoner and the gorilla monster Chang Yang swiftly navigated through the shattered walls, racing towards an adjacent room.
Gazing at the beast sprawled on the ground,
he brandished his sword and drew the card, Shadow Spike, F. Under the Shadow Spike's influence, it transformed into a card.
Shadow. Boom.
A tremendous force collided from the opposite side of the armor.
Chang Yang was violently propelled outward, crashing through a wall, yet he did not cease.
He barreled through two walls, ultimately smashing into a car, which crumpled under the impact, bringing him to a halt. Emerging from the debris of the demolished walls, amidst swirling ashes, a new creature slowly advanced. Its body, shrouded in gray, appeared as if a layer of hardened rock had formed upon its skin.
Too elongated.
Massive arms hung at its sides like the fists of a gorilla, resembling dual meteor hammers. Following closely behind this gorilla monster was the slime creature,
reattaching the severed arm that Chang Yang had previously struck down. Two monsters this time? How careless.
No, his senses had indeed been enhanced by the armor and the summoner.
How could he have failed to detect the hidden monster? Could it be this creature was yet another temporary transformation of a human into a monster?
There was no time for Chang Yang to ponder such thoughts.
The gorilla monster charged towards Lin Nagi at an uncoordinated yet astonishing speed, leaping into the air with fists raised, ready to deliver a crushing blow to Chang Yang. Drawing upon the remnants of his strength, Chang Yang rolled off the crumpled car, narrowly avoiding the impact. However, the vehicle was not so fortunate. With a single, powerful punch, it shattered, along with the concrete beneath it, into countless fragments. Such overwhelming strength. The gorilla monster, undeterred, seized the debris from the ground and hurled it at Chang Yang.
The air was pierced by a shrill whistle as the shards hurtled towards him with the velocity of cannonballs. Chang Yang gripped the shadow sword tightly,
his gaze fixed on the incoming projectiles. Slash. The fragments were effortlessly cleaved in two by the blade. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. From the side,
the slime monster unleashed a torrent of acidic liquid, sealing off Chang Yang's movement on one side. Seizing the opportunity, the gorilla monster charged from the other side, accelerating rapidly,
using its shoulder as a weapon to slam into Chang Yang.
These two creatures were coordinating their assault. The slime monster attacked from a distance with its acid, while the gorilla monster sought to close the distance and overpower him. In a defensive stance, Chang Yang stood resolute like a stone pillar. The gorilla monster crashed into him with a resounding thud, only to be violently rebuffed. The tremendous force cascaded down Chang Yang's armored legs and reverberated through the ground,
shattering the stone tiles beneath him, with cracks radiating outward like a spider's web.
Seeing the gorilla monster lose its balance from the rebound, Chang Yang seized the moment, tightening his grip on the shadow sword and closing the distance.
Slash. Channeling his strength, he struck fiercely at the gorilla monster's neck.
The shrill sound of friction erupted,
sending sparks flying. Chang Yang felt as though he had struck an indomitable boulder, his hands vibrating from the impact. This defense. Even the slash of the shadow sword was unable to breach it. At that moment,
the gorilla monster regained its balance and swung its fist heavily towards Chang Yang's armored chest.
Ah!
There was no time to adopt a defensive posture.
He was struck and sent tumbling to the ground.
It felt as though the air was forcefully expelled from his lungs, leaving him breathless.
Struggling to rise,
he felt a viscous sensation constricting his legs, binding him.
The slime monster. When had it gotten so close?
Chang Yang turned to see that the slime creature had transformed half of its body into liquid, flowing into the sewer. Then, it emerged from the sewer grate behind him. Thud, thud, thud. The ground began to tremble as the gorilla monster accelerated, charging towards the immobilized Chang Yang.
Gasping, cough, cough. He could not breathe. Nor could he perform the basic breathing techniques.
The recent assault had rendered his lungs incapable of recovering. The slime monster's grip prevented him from assuming a defensive stance.
Boom! An unprecedentedly powerful attack struck Chang Yang with tremendous force.
He felt as though all his bones were about to splinter, his internal organs displacing, as he was hurled away.
Crash, crash, crash. The sound of destruction echoed around him.
His body crashed into the second floor of the hospital's outpatient building, demolishing walls and glass.
Until he finally burst through the entire structure, landing outside the hospital.
He smashed into a large tree, embedding himself in the middle of the road.
Struggling to rise,
he knelt on one knee, supporting himself as he gasped for air, attempting to regain his composure. The two monsters followed closely, leaping down the path Chang Yang had created. Advancing step by step towards him. Chang Yang propped himself up with the shadow sword, gazing at the two monsters.
Amidst the excruciating pain, he contemplated his battle strategy. Thud. Thud, thud.
Just then, unexpected gunfire erupted, targeting the monsters. Simultaneously, several tactical vehicles emblazoned with the insignia of the monster response team sped towards the scene. Each vehicle was equipped with machine guns, designed specifically to combat the creatures. Yet even so, as the bullets rained down, the two monsters swiftly raised their arms to shield themselves. The bullets ricocheted off their limbs, nearly igniting sparks without leaving a mark.
Armored warriors.
The Monster Response Unit will shortly launch Monster Response Shell number 2 to provide you with recovery time.
Please prepare to evade.
The tactical pickups of the Monster Response Team halted at a distance. Fully armed combat members swiftly disembarked, brandishing their firearms to establish suppressive fire.
The barrels mounted on the tactical pickups began to reload. Chang Yang took a deep breath, quickly distancing himself to recuperate.
The two monsters, besieged by a barrage of bullets,
roared and charged towards the monster response team. Boom!
At that moment, the shells were launched. The monster response shells, filled with specialized metal designed to inflict damage on creatures, had yet to achieve a kill but had inflicted harm in previous encounters. Moreover, their explosive range was limited, making them a primary weapon against monsters.
Bang, bang, bang.
The shell struck and detonated, unleashing powerful shockwaves that tore the concrete beneath and sent clouds of dust swirling.
Reload. The Monster Response Unit understood that this level of firepower would at most only graze the monsters. Killing them was utterly impossible.
Their objective was simply to buy time for the armored warriors to recover.
That would be ideal. Bang, bang, bang.
Another round of artillery fire targeted the rising dust clouds. Unable to ascertain the effectiveness of the attack, the third round of bombardment rapidly commenced reloading. Yet they had underestimated the defensive capabilities of these monsters.
Roar. Boom.
Before the third round of artillery could be unleashed, the gorilla monster charged out, toppling the foremost tactical pickup with tremendous force.
Its rock-like skin emitted plumes of black smoke. The relentless barrage of bullets continued to pummel its surface, yet it remained utterly unscathed. Chapter 14, The Summoner's Dual Card Drive Roar.
The enraged gorilla monster pounded its chest,
bellowing at the members of the tactical response team. The slime monster followed suit, spewing acidic liquid that swiftly corroded the front and engine of a tactical pickup truck. Maintain fire suppression and retreat immediately. Keep your distance from the monsters.
The gorilla monster disregarded the firepower suppression and charged towards the monster response team, rapidly closing the gap. Just as it was about to infiltrate the ranks of its foes, a dazzling array of light spears erupted. Swish, swish, swish. The light swords unleashed a torrent of luminous spikes, resembling a rain of blades, cascading towards the two monsters.
The gorilla monster quickly turned, shielding the slime monster behind it.
While the human bullets posed no threat to it, Chang Yang's attack felt menacing.
With the onslaught of light spears, the monster response team successfully extricated themselves from danger. Widening the distance. Cease artillery fire.
At this juncture, the armored warrior had entered the artillery's coverage zone. The tactical response team halted their bombardment,
nearly aiming at the monsters from afar, poised to provide fire support at a moment's notice. Roar!
With the assault of light spears coming to a halt,
the gorilla monster let out a furious roar and charged at Chunyang once more.
In its eyes, Chunyang posed no threat, having failed to breach its defenses. After all, even the lethal light spears had inflicted no harm upon it. All it needed was to coordinate with the slime monster successfully one more time to vanquish this detestable armored warrior. The slime monster stealthily maneuvered to the side,
preparing for an ambush.
Chunyang remained composed, observing the approaching gorilla monster while gripping the light sword in one hand and drawing 2 skill cards.
Light spear, F, light fist, F, click. Both cards were swiftly inserted into the summoner. Light spear. Light fist. Shining form. The 2 cards were simultaneously activated by the summoner. And Chunyang entered the shining form.
At that moment, his entire armor radiated a brilliant golden light. The blade of the light sword appeared to transform into a beam of light, dazzling and resplendent.
Swish!
The air was sliced open as both F-grade skill cards enhanced the light sword, harmonizing with the shining form to meet the charging gorilla monster head-on. Indestructible rock melted and cleaved beneath the blade, leaving behind a searing scar of molten lava until it completely pierced through the gorilla monster's body.
Kill F-grade monster. Light energy points 50, Chunyang turned to face the other slime monster. Light spear.
The blade of the sword thrust towards the slime monster, unleashing a barrage of razor-sharp light spikes that pierced the air, striking the creature. In an instant, the slime monster succumbed to the onslaught of light spikes,
collapsing onto the ground. Kill F-grade monster, light energy points 50, with both monsters slain, Chunyang drew 2 blank cards, absorbing the energy of the beasts. As the monster energy was absorbed, illustrations of the 2 monsters appeared on the blank cards. The 2 monsters reverted to their human forms, confirming Chunyang's suspicion that these 2 monsters were once human.
A sense of conspiracy and unease crept into Chunyang's mind, but he forced himself to remain calm as he approached the monster response team. Under the admiring yet wary gazes of the team members, he leveraged the power of his armor to swiftly lift the overturned truck. The remaining team members soon realized that the armored warrior had come to assist in their rescue, promptly extricating their trapped comrades from beneath the lifted vehicle.
Once all members were freed, Chunyang hastily departed the battlefield, deactivating his transformation. As he did so, he nearly fainted on the spot, gripping the summoner to steady himself against the wall. This battle had drained him to the brink of exhaustion. He had nearly depleted his last reserves of strength just to lift the pickup truck without releasing his transformation. The combination of the shining form and dual skill cards had been a desperate gamble with his life. His physical capabilities were still lacking. However, the issues did not end there.
As the summoner, Lin Nagi was acutely aware that the light armor was at a disadvantage. The gorilla monster, despite being an F-grade creature, was a high defense type that the light armor struggled to confront. The light armor possessed balanced attributes, lacking in both offensive power and defensive prowess, as well as speed.
It could neither exploit attribute weaknesses nor be countered by any specific attribute.
The gorilla monster's agility was notably weak, making it difficult to evade attacks,
and could be easily dispatched with an output-focused armor. The new armor was still in the design phase. Even if it were completed, Chunyang would find it challenging to unleash its full potential without meeting the armor's compatibility requirements. For now, he would first examine what the 2 new monster cards could be forged into. Afterwards, he would list them in the store to reclaim the light energy points expended. Ha! It was a mutual agreement. This was a perfectly normal transaction. The gorilla monster card, the slime monster card. Lin Nagi intended to attempt the fusion of more challenging weapon cards this time. Golden light energy engulfed the 2 monster cards, merging and refining them. The monster cards gradually melted in the process, and according to Lin Nagi's prior design, their forms began to reshape with ease. The strength of that armored warrior was indeed growing incrementally. Unexpectedly, he had simultaneously eliminated 2 monsters.
The true nature of the armor that bestowed such formidable power upon frail humanity was becoming increasingly intriguing. At the headquarters of the Monster Response Department in Seiki City, videos of the armored warriors' battles played continuously on the large screen during the meeting. Accompanying them were 3D models of the armor, meticulously detailing the various aspects of the light armor. The 3D modeling of the light sword, skill cards, and the summoner were also displayed. The light armor and the armored warrior had made multiple appearances, demonstrating formidable power. Humanity could not afford to be negligent or inept in collecting comprehensive data on the armored warrior and the light armor. They were actively researching the combat characteristics of the light armor. In fact, human enthusiasm for studying the light armor surpassed that directed towards the monsters. After all, it was the only armor capable of consistently defeating monsters, possessing immense power, and remaining friendly to humanity. The combat weapon of the armored warrior was the light sword. By inserting the light sword card into a device at his waist, he could conjure or summon the light sword as a weapon. In the meeting, as videos of the light armor and modeling played on the large screen, a female researcher presented her findings. As she spoke, the screen showcased recorded footage of the light armor summoning the light sword. Simultaneously, the modeling of the summoner at the waist was magnified, allowing a clear view of the summoner's card slots. Chapter 15, the summoner analyzed in addition to the card for the light shadow sword. There are also skill cards for the light shadow spike and the light fist. By inserting different cards into the device at their waist, the armored warrior can harness various abilities. As the female researcher spoke, detailed models of each card appeared on the screen. These models were meticulously crafted from footage of the armored warrior in combat, edited and reimagined. Each card bore the letter F in the upper right corner, potentially signifying a unique emblem or perhaps the card's rank. The cards with letters nearer to the start of the alphabet are presumed to possess greater power and efficacy.
This is merely my conjecture, as the armored warrior has yet to utilize cards marked with anything other than F.
The female researcher proceeded to elaborate on the effects and capabilities of each card.
Through slow-motion analysis, it became evident that the warrior's combat style exhibited a distinctly human martial arts flair.
Furthermore, the armor can briefly enter a radiant state, during which both its defensive and offensive capabilities are significantly enhanced. With a gentle tap on the screen, the researcher displayed a slow-motion video of the armored warrior's battle, clearly showcasing the fleeting radiant form. Additionally, aside from the aforementioned cards, the armored warrior possesses blank cards.
These blank cards can extract monster energy,
allowing individuals transformed into monsters to revert to their original state. The extracted monster energy is absorbed and stored by the specialized device at the warrior's waist. At this juncture, the female researcher paused, and the screen zoomed in, shifting focus to the modeling of the summoner device. Whether utilizing cards in battle or extracting and absorbing monster energy, the armored warrior relies on this device. My research suggests that this device is likely the source of the light armor's power, its core essence,
which I have designated as the summoner.
After the female researcher concluded her presentation, she allowed a moment for dialogue among those present.
Indeed,
the ability to summon weapons and employ various skills through these cards aptly justifies the name summoner. However, she dismissed murmurs of dissent,
asserting that the light armor is summoned via this device. What? Are you implying that the armor is summoned through this apparatus?
Then beneath the armor lies a human being. The armored warrior is not akin to a monster species.
This revelation ignited fervent discussion within the assembly.
It is precisely this nature that enables the armored warrior to exhibit kindness towards humanity and to appear seamlessly at sites of monster calamities.
Is this summoner accessible to anyone? Can one summon the light armor merely by using this device? A voice inquired. The energy reaction of the light armor is no less formidable than that of a monster. An average human exposed to such overwhelming energy would undoubtedly perish. The researcher's remarks extinguished the hopes of many in attendance. If that were the case, why had the researcher previously believed that the light armor was summoned by humans?
After a thoughtful pause, she responded, "The individual who summons the armor possesses a certain uniqueness. Their genetic makeup exhibits a remarkable adaptability to the armor's power. Additionally, they must possess a physique that embodies the limits of human capability. Even if a summoner meets these criteria, maintaining the transformation for extended periods remains a challenge. Armor compatibility, 85. The compatibility increased once more through this battle. The higher the compatibility, the greater the power the armored warrior could wield. At this moment, in the hospital, although the monster had been vanquished by Chang Yang, the recent chaos had left lingering disorder. Outside the operating room on the top floor of the outpatient building, a mother and her 2 children paced anxiously, their demeanor reminiscent of lost children facing adversity. Doctors rushed in and out of the operating room, continuing their work. Yet it was evident that the monster's unexpected appearance had impacted the surgery. News of the armored warrior's triumph over the monster provided a semblance of calm. The distressed mother, several times, attempted to approach and inquire about her child's surgery, but her hesitant words were met with the doctor's preoccupation. In that moment, she resembled a child lost in an unfamiliar city, anxious, helpless, and filled with trepidation. Yet even amid her distress, she endeavored to maintain her composure as a mother, soothing her other 2 children. Ding! The elevator doors opened, and Chang Yang, having regained his composure and recovered from his injuries, swiftly returned to the operating room's entrance. Observing the frantic family, he glanced around but found no representatives from the school. "Auntie, there's no need to panic, please take a seat," he urged. Oh. I'm so sorry for causing trouble for the school regarding Zihang." The mother seemed to mistake Chang Yang for a teacher, her demeanor humble as she apologized. "Have other teachers from the school arrived?" Chang Yang pressed. "Teacher, he is here, he is Zihang's homeroom teacher. He even paid the medical expenses, he is a good teacher." As he listened to Su Zihang's mother, Chang Yang felt a subtle unease. "Did teacher he mention how Zihang got hurt?" "He said Zihang was playing in the corridor with classmates and accidentally fell." "Accidentally? Playing with classmates?" Chang Yang coughed, a sharp pain piercing his lungs. He had initially expected the school to conduct a thorough investigation into the incident, to take the matter of bullying seriously. To his dismay, the school had prematurely classified the event as mere children's play leading to an accidental fall. Why would the school act this way? Chang Yang looked at the distressed family. It was merely because of the Su family's vulnerable position, which made them incapable of raising their voices or pursuing the truth. They had unconditionally trusted the school's narrative, their physical limitations preventing them from questioning it. In light of this, it seemed more prudent to downplay the incident. The school's reputation preserved, and the prospects of certain individuals safeguarded. Perhaps, at this very moment, some were even relieved that this calamity had befallen this unfortunate, fractured, and tragic family. Thank goodness it was them. Chapter 16, The Summoner and Justice. No tolerance for injustice. Retribution must be sought. This applies not only to the adults who evade responsibility behind the scenes but also to the students who perpetrate bullying. Chang Yang is determined not to let a single one escape. His first step is to gather evidence of the bullying. He intends to rise and act immediately. But upon witnessing the desolate, anxious faces of the mother and her 2 children, he decides to wait a little longer. After a considerable time, the operating room door swings open. Family of Su Zihang. The report is grave: fractures in the right and left pelvic bones, the coccyx, and skull fractures. A hematoma on the right side of the brain has been controlled through surgery, yet a small hematoma on the left remains, necessitating observation. And a second operation may be required. He is still in critical condition and must be transferred to the ICU for monitoring. Su Zihang's mother, weeping, nods in acknowledgement as she gazes at her son, bandaged and unrecognizable from the surgery. Though she may not fully comprehend the doctor's words, the sight of her son's tragic state is more impactful than any explanation. The ICU restricts access to family members, leaving the trio to sit wearily outside the ward, lost in their despair. Chang Yang rises and heads towards the stairwell, exiting the hospital and making his way to the school. The front entrance is no longer an option. He must scale the wall to gain entry. With his current skills, this is merely a trivial task. He swiftly navigates to the school's surveillance room, where the staff is rendered unconscious. A champion of justice often overlooks minor details. After copying the surveillance data from Su Zihang's class for the past 2 weeks, he departs the school. Upon returning home, he eagerly sifts through the surveillance footage for evidence, discovering with surprising ease that the students who bullied Su Zihang showed no intent to conceal their actions. They brazenly bullied him in the classroom under the watchful eye of the cameras, which included, but was not limited to, pressing a filthy mop to his face, stuffing it into his mouth, dumping trash on his desk, and placing bugs and chalk dust in his water cup.
It is evident that this group of brutes was responsible for Su Zihong's fall.
Shan Yang meticulously compiles the evidence of the bullying, while some footage is slightly obscured.
There is also high-definition material.
He observes the footage of those little rascals, who not only bullied but also recorded their misdeeds, proudly showcasing their exploits.
For them,
it is a badge of honor to share with their peers, flaunting their bravado and masculinity. After planning his itinerary for the following day, Chang Yang sits on his bed. Rather than resting, he retrieves the summoner.
Based on previous experience, new items should now be available in the store.
Having vanquished 2 monsters, it stands to reason that a wider array of items should be offered.
Indeed, this is the case.
While Chang Yang is busy, Lin Nagi is also hard at work.
Refining F-level monsters, light energy 50, refining F-level monsters, light energy 50.
2 refined cards and additional data have been listed in the store.
Potion, F-level, weapon card. Capable of summoning healing potions, truth serums, memory erasing potions, and reinforcement potions. Exchange price, 40 light energy points. Motorcycle, F-level, weapon card.
Able to summon a mount that aligns with 1's armor characteristics, enhancing mobility.
Exchange price, 50 light energy points. Hacker, F-level, weapon card.
Capable of summoning a hacker USB that, when inserted into a computer, can bypass all network encryption and defenses, allowing for the browsing, modification, and deletion of any information on the internet, manipulating the dissemination of online content.
Exchange price, 20 light energy points. Basic leg technique, F-level, 10 light energy points.
Basic palm technique, F-level, 10 light energy points. Basic stick technique, F-level, 10 light energy points. The hacker USB weapon card is a skill card Lin Nagi casually crafted,
designed to swindle pocket money from the summoner without utilizing any monster energy.
Lin Nagi, embodying light, finds all network defenses and encryptions trivial for him.
The internet is akin to a modestly clad young girl. Yet for the summoner, this represents the pinnacle of an SSS-level weapon card,
offering the potential to exert significant influence over modern society, symbolizing limitless wealth and power.
However, Lin Nagi believes that Chang Yang will not misuse this skill card, which is why he created and sold it.
The sheer volume of items listed is remarkable, as Lin Nagi has nearly filled the gaps in hand-to-hand combat skills and weapon techniques.
Nonetheless, Chang Yang quickly realizes that the most precious offerings are the 3 unique skill cards.
Examining the descriptions of the cards, he hesitates not a moment.
His 100 light energy points are instantly depleted.
He purchases all 3 skill cards, and the summoner emits golden light as the cards materialize into tangible forms,
resting in his palm.
The Potion F card depicts a syringe filled with a golden liquid. The Motorcycle F card illustrates a magnificent golden motorcycle.
The Hacker F card showcases a golden USB drive.
The arrival of the hacker card radically alters his plans, making his earlier decision to retrieve the surveillance footage seem rather foolish. Had he known, he would have simply awaited the store refresh, avoiding such complications. He extracts the summoner and draws forth the white background, hacker, card.
As he inserts the card, the summoner radiates golden light. Hacker! The summoner glows, and the light coalesces into the shape of a golden USB drive, which he grasps between his fingers. He then inserts it into the computer. With a flash of golden light from the screen, followed by the keyboard and main unit, the entire computer seems to be imbued with brilliance. Chang Yang is no computer expert, his understanding is merely average.
He can only attempt to type a string of Chinese characters as a command, hack into the student database of Xiguang City No. 13 Middle School.
Lin Nagi, what kind of command is that?
He sighs, directly locating the relevant information and displaying it on the computer screen before Chang Yang. Chang Yang then continues his methodical approach, extracting evidence, including videos of the bullying recorded by the students themselves.
Using the student data, he identifies the bullies. Then,
through their information, he pinpoints their real name registered communication software accounts, where he uncovers chat logs with ease. From these chat records, he finds the bullying videos being circulated and flaunted among the students. Subsequently, Chang Yang edits the videos and publishes them across various video platforms, setting up promotional resources to ensure they appear on the homepage of each site. The title reads, "Bullying at Siguang City No. 13 Middle School Leads to Student Plunge." In addition to real names of locations, classes, and teachers, there is even a recording of a conversation between the class head and the principal, wherein both shirk responsibility and dismiss the incident as mere playful antics between students that resulted in an unfortunate accident, distorting the truth and spouting fallacies. Content with his efforts.
Chang Yang returns to his bed and begins practicing the basic breathing technique. Proficiency in Basic Breathing Techniques 1. Chapter 17, The Summoner's New Card.
Potion F. The following day, the 13th middle school in Siguang City became a trending topic, second only to the resurgence of the armored warrior. A peculiar video had surfaced abruptly, capturing the public's attention. Its content was highly inappropriate, with individuals unmasked and their real names and identities revealed. The video proliferated across various platforms, remaining steadfastly online despite its violations, and its popularity continued to escalate.
The footage showcased alarming instances of bullying, with the teachers turning a blind eye and prioritizing damage control after an incident involving a fall, because the video was unedited.
The bullies and the complicit teachers were swiftly identified.
He Jiqiang, didn't you assure us there would be no repercussions? What is happening online? Who released the video? And how did our conversation records leak? Damn it, you incompetent fool. You can't even handle a simple matter. Get out of my school, now.
The call abruptly ended, leaving He Jiqiang, the homeroom teacher, pale and shaken. The unfolding events were utterly unexpected. He had presumed that the matter would be easily resolved without scrutiny. Indeed, it had seemed that way until the sudden emergence of the video, complete with a chain of evidence and recorded conversations, chilled him to the bone.
Who is responsible for this?
He Jiqiang slammed his hand on the desk, scattering its contents to the floor.
The marks of yesterday's beating from Chang Yang still lingered on his face.
His future seemed bleak.
In a fit of rage,
he contemplated storming into the classroom to confront the group of troublemaking students. Now, with his career and interests at stake, he finally began to regard the situation with the seriousness it warranted. However, he had already lost the opportunity to address it. He Jiqiang, please accompany us to the station for questioning. Not only He Jiqiang but also dozens of bullying students were summoned for investigation. Outside the school, police cars lined the streets. The students, unaccustomed to such a scene, sobbed and vehemently denied their involvement in the bullying. Yet, the chat records on their phones, featuring videos of their misdeeds and boastful conversations, served as undeniable evidence. The incident had escalated beyond control, garnering nationwide attention.
Under pressure,
the authorities in Siguang City mobilized their resources to swiftly investigate the matter. The school leadership found themselves suspended and under investigation as well.
Within the police station,
the bullying students crumbled under the weight of the situation, confessing their actions in tears and expressing their regret. Siguang City promptly updated the public on the progress of their investigation, showcasing their commitment to maintaining a civilized society. Outside the ICU, a mother and her 2 children, who had spent a long, anxious night alone, were astonished to see school officials and some teachers visiting the next day.
They lamented and expressed remorse, eager to take on the medical expenses for Su Zihan and to organize donations for the grieving family. One school official had a sudden inspiration and offered to cover all future educational and living costs for Su Zihan's sister. Such generosity and compassion were commendable. Yet it was unfathomable to think that just yesterday, during the operation, only the mother and her children had endured the cold isolation. Chang Yang jogged while practicing the basic breathing technique, which had become his top priority for improvement. While employing this technique,
he not only enhanced his physical condition but also entered a radiant state while transformed. The practicality and significance of the basic breathing technique had reached new heights. Basic breathing technique, proficiency 1, as his strides lengthened and quickened, his breathing grew more labored, his chest rising and falling like waves. The injuries from yesterday's battle had been completely healed with the Potion F card, allowing him to engage in such intense exercise without detriment to his body. Upon concluding his run, Chang Yang paused, and the summoner device signaled once more. Constitution 1, though the exertion was greater and more exhausting.
The benefits of training with the basic breathing technique were undeniable.
After his run, Chang Yang sat on a park bench, maintaining the basic breathing technique. He then rose and continued to practice while walking, undeterred by the occasional stitch in his side or the pain in his lungs.
Even Lin Na, a bystander, was captivated by Chang Yang's unwavering discipline, dubbing him a paragon of dedication. In truth,
Lin Na might not fully realize just how motivating the summoner panel he designed could be.
Every effort of Chang Yang was reflected in the numerical data displayed on the summoner device. Additionally, under Lin Na's enhancement, Chang Yang could distinctly feel his physical strength incrementally improving.
Desires such as appetite and lust paled in comparison to the pursuit of ultimate self-improvement.
Chang Yang,
naturally a diligent individual, found himself propelled further by the summoner device. Maintaining the basic breathing technique in a steady state was undeniably challenging. This alteration to a fundamental instinct of breathing, a method essential for life, was profoundly counterintuitive. The basic breathing technique, a discipline for self-cultivation, became a grueling endeavor, leaving Chang Yang mentally exhausted as though he had engaged in battle. His body suffered internal injuries, and he began to cough up blood.
Even the enhanced physique, bolstered by training and Lin Na's support, could not withstand such strain. Yet, after a day of self-torment, Chang Yang remained unfazed. He retrieved the summoner device, drew the Potion F card, and inserted it into the device. A healing potion materialized in his palm, which he then injected into his arm's vein. His injuries rapidly began to mend. The cooldown period for the Potion F card was 1 day after each summoning. A full day must pass for the Potion F to recharge. Chang Yang had intended to discreetly administer a dose to Su Zihang in the hospital, but he found Su Zihang still in the ICU, where even family members were not permitted to visit. Although the healing potion could restore physical injuries, it could not alleviate fatigue. Nevertheless, Chang Yang showed no intention of resting. Instead, he steeled himself to practice the basic stance E. This skill, on par with the basic breathing technique E, would grant the summoner and their transformed state formidable defensive capabilities. However, since his last skill exchange, Chang Yang had focused solely on the basic breathing technique, leaving the basic stance at a mere rudimentary level. Having spent all his light energy points on card exchanges without acquiring any new skills, Chang Yang was wary of overextending himself. He had yet to master both the basic breathing technique and the basic stance, and diverting his attention to learn new skills could lead to disastrous results. Ultimately, he risked losing everything while gaining nothing. Chapter 18, the second level of the summoner's breathing technique, basic stance.
Proficiency 1, the enhancement of proficiency in the basic stance does not occur as effortlessly as with the basic breathing technique. One cannot simply sit cross-legged and circulate energy for a complete cycle to gain a point of proficiency.
This skill necessitates a defensive posture to withstand attacks.
The more one endures, the greater the increase in proficiency. It is somewhat easier to improve compared to the basic breathing technique, albeit rather taxing on the body.
Bang!
Chang Yang positioned himself and forcefully collided with the wall using his flesh and blood.
Pain. Endure it, endure it. The more intense the pain, the stronger the effect. There is no need to worry about injury. Once the cooldown of Potion F is complete tomorrow, he will emerge unscathed. Potion F has commendable effects. But being merely an F-grade multifunctional card, it cannot resurrect the dead, it can only enhance cellular vitality,
offering a healing effect comparable to half a month of natural recovery for an average person. Therefore, Chang Yang calibrated his approach, culminating in one final impact. Basic Stance Proficiency 1, Basic Stance E, Novice, Proficiency, 1010, Basic Stance Proficiency is now full. The skill has evolved, Basic Stance E, Mastery, Proficiency, 100. Unlike the basic breathing technique, which is stratified into Novice, first, second, and third levels, with the third level being the pinnacle that grants mastery of the skill, Hard IF, the basic stance, being a practical skill, does not possess such tiered divisions. Chang Yang proceeded to adopt the basic stance once more and collided forcefully with the wall.
For an ordinary person,
such a brutal impact would likely result in fractures or worse.
However, Chang Yang nearly experienced a dull ache that dissipated shortly thereafter. His basic defense had improved.
The efficacy of his defensive posture had also increased. Indeed, this basic stance is worthy of its E-grade classification. Chun Yang chose not to continue practicing the Yi basic stance. As his body had begun to exhibit bruises, further training would be counterproductive.
The basic breathing technique, if overpracticed, could lead to blood from the lungs. This vigorous skill would likely inflict even greater harm if overexerted. Therefore, he washed away the sweat from his body and returned to his bed to practice the basic breathing technique. Previously, he had recklessly engaged in the basic breathing technique while exercising, which had caused harm. Now, following the prescribed method of quiet meditation, the restorative effects of the basic breathing technique manifested. The bruises from practicing the Yi basic stance radiated warmth, gradually soothing his wounds, akin to soaking in a hot spring. An average person would not experience such immediate effects even with the basic breathing technique. It would typically require relentless daily practice over the course of a year to reach the first level. Chun Yang's efficiency was undoubtedly augmented by the presence of Lin Nagi, his summoner. Under the enhancement of the summoner, his basic breathing technique soared like a rocket. It was astonishing, such a summoner was rare indeed. Lin Nagi felt as if he were witnessing the ascension of a cultivator. Occasionally, when fatigued from studying, he sought out captivating tales within the Yi database for a brief respite. Chun Yang, on the other hand, dedicated every hour of the day aside from eating and sleeping to rigorous training, pushing himself to the brink of exhaustion, resorting to medication to recover and continue. Nonetheless, Lin Nagi still devoted a significant amount of time to study, as he required no sleep. Spending roughly 18 hours a day immersed in the database, with the remainder of his time spent relaxing, observing the world, and watching Chun Yang battle monsters. Indeed, he too seemed quite driven. Basic Breathing Technique Proficiency 1, Basic Breathing Technique, Proficiency, 56-100 Chun Yang, now practicing the breathing technique in a meditative state, could complete a full cycle in approximately 10 minutes, a far cry from the several hours it took during his initial attempts. Naturally, engaging in physical activity made it challenging to complete a full cycle of breathing. Each interruption scattered his focus, necessitating a fresh intake of energy. Otherwise, his proficiency could have reached even greater heights. Lin Nagi observed as Chun Yang cycled through several rounds before succumbing to sleep while seated in meditation. He could not discern whether Chun Yang had simply exhausted himself or had genuinely drifted into slumber. This summoner was relentless, as a summoning device. He too needed to strive diligently. He resolved to immerse himself in the database for a continuous 48 hours. Alas, why did his auxiliary panel lack proficiency metrics, numerical values, or progress indicators? The rigidity of this world left no room for flexibility, devoid of any semblance of wisdom. The following morning, Chun Yang strapped on weighted leg bands and commenced his running regimen. Each leg band weighed 12 kilograms, effectively enhancing his training results. Even while running, he did not neglect his breathing exercises. Upon completing his run, he did not remove the weights. Instead, he added a weighted belt and armbands, accumulating a total of 50 kilograms in weight to maintain his daily activities. He dared to do this only because of Potion F and the summoner's light radiation. Most individuals attempting such a feat would likely succumb to various injuries before their bodies could adapt to the strain. Subsequently, Chun Yang visited the hospital to check on Su Zihan, who remained unconscious in the ICU. In the afternoon, he continued his rigorous training of the basic stance. That evening, he injected himself with a restorative potion to recover from his extreme exertion, then sat cross-legged to practice the breathing technique. As for work, Chun Yang had resigned the day after becoming an armored warrior. Employment would merely hinder his training and monster hunting endeavors. Regarding finances, possessing the Hacker F card rendered money meaningless. He could effortlessly acquire substantial sums without drawing attention. However, Chun Yang chose not to exploit this, opting instead for a lifestyle of understated consumption, acquiring luxury cars and homes without arousing suspicion. Such base desires paled in comparison to the exhilaration derived from physical prowess gained through training, or the profound sense of achievement from vanquishing monsters and safeguarding the populace. Basic Breathing Technique Proficiency 1, behold, what a delight! Basic Breathing Technique, First Level, Proficiency, 86-100. As the clock struck 23:10, Chun Yang resolved to exert himself further that night, aiming to elevate the breathing technique to the second level. Achieving this advancement would undoubtedly yield significant benefits. Determined not to succumb to sleep,
He steeled his resolve and focused intently on his breathing exercises.
Proficiency 1. Proficiency 1. Proficiency 1, basic breathing technique proficiency is now full.
Constitution 1, basic breathing technique has reached the second level, basic breathing technique E, second level, proficiency, 1000 as the basic breathing technique ascended to the second level.
Chen Yang felt an overwhelming lightness envelop him.
Exhaling heavily, he released a deep-seated congestion that had lingered for decades, experiencing an unprecedented ease of breath. It was as if he had spent his life wearing a mask, only to finally remove it in that singular moment. Simultaneously, the basic breathing technique melded with his being,
becoming an intrinsic part of him.
This transformation was profound, a manifestation of qualitative change born from quantitative accumulation.
Chen Yang felt that if he were to transform now,
he could undoubtedly sustain a radiant form for an extended period. However, the concern of maintaining that radiant form now shifted to the energy expenditure it would require.
Oh no! It was nearly 2 o'clock. There are still over 4 hours of sleep left, I must hasten to rest. Chen Yang collapsed onto the bed. Entirely unfazed by the enhancement brought by the breathing techniques, drifting into slumber without a hint of restlessness. Chapter 19, The Awakening of the Summoner at Last. Su Zihang awakened in the hospital, having been transferred to a regular ward by the afternoon. Chen Yang, having procured some fruits,
paid him a visit and surreptitiously administered a syringe of therapeutic medication.
With this treatment, he need not worry about any lingering side effects. A course of treatment would suffice for a complete recovery. Of course, Chen Yang could visit daily to administer the injections, enabling him to rise from bed within 3 days and return to his former self in 10. However, the astonishing efficacy of this treatment was too alarming and conspicuous for him to consider such actions openly. As for the school bullies, Chen Yang harbored a desire to witness them pay a commensurate price for their actions. Under the protection of juvenile laws, the primary 4 bullies were expelled from school, while the remaining dozens faced suspensions without legal repercussions. Yet, they were thoroughly intimidated, their reputation as bullies firmly affixed to them, making it difficult for them to be treated normally in the future. The only recourse left would be to change their names and relocate to start anew. Once the assessment of Su Zihang's injuries was completed, following the stabilization of his condition, he would also receive compensation from the school. What I have done must be just, Chen Yang mused, seated on a park bench in the evening, gazing at the summoner device in his hands. It felt as if he was lamenting to himself or perhaps inquiring of the device, for he had infused this matter with far too much personal emotion, his actions bordering on recklessness. He had brazenly manipulated public opinion online with Hacker F, exposing the personal information of those involved. He seemed excessively flamboyant, too arrogant. The descent into the depths of malevolence often begins with a seemingly inconsequential act of theft. The transformation from minor misdeeds into severe transgressions is akin to a sudden leap from a rooftop, instantaneous and irrevocable. If he, wielding the power of the summoner, were to grow accustomed to such arrogance, step by step, he risked becoming reckless, exploiting the summoner's powers to elevate himself above societal norms and rules. He could become a new evil, a malignant force far more insidious and difficult to confront than mere monsters. He must establish rules for himself. Chen Yang's gaze hardened. With the power of the light armor at his disposal, no one could impose rules upon him, nor restrain him. Thus, he would impose his own constraints. The Hacker F card must never be misused. He recalled how, during this period, he had freely purchased pork, vegetables, toothbrushes, toothpaste, and other necessities through the Hacker F card, sending a wave of apprehension through him. This was a minor evil. Without restraint, who could say when he might be tempted to buy more delectable beef or fruits? Or indulge in high-end brands of shower gel and shampoo? Would he then squander everything? He resolved to set himself a salary, budgeting his expenditures accordingly. The role of armor warrior, with a monthly salary of 10,000 yuan, seemed quite reasonable. After graduating, he had originally earned 7,000 yuan per month. But considering the high-risk nature of the armor warrior position, a slight increase in pay should not be unreasonable. Salaries would be disbursed at the beginning of each month. Beyond his salary, he must never use the Hacker E card frivolously, not even a single cent. The Hacker E card was strictly for work-related purposes. Apart from the responsibilities associated with being an armor warrior, it must not be employed.
He could not use hackery to satiate his curiosity, pry into others' privacy,
or manipulate public opinion.
He must not transform at will using the summoner, simply to bask in the attention garnered by his armored form. He must not wield his cultivated strength to bully the weak.
He must not take a life.
Unless faced with a truly vicious adversary or one who transcends the law and cannot be justly punished. Qiang Yang established a series of rules for himself. As he set these rules into place, the summoner device responded with a notification. Light armor adaptability increased to 95, violating rules will decrease armor adaptability.
The more grievous the violation, the greater the decrease. If adaptability falls below 50, summoning the armor will become impossible.
Qiang Yang's self-imposed regulations resonated with the light armor, eliciting a profound recognition. Observing the constraints he had personally established on the device, he felt untroubled.
Perhaps even relieved.
As long as he adhered to these rules, he need not fear being consumed by power, nor becoming a new calamity for humanity.
Moreover,
these rules were somewhat abstract. For instance, the stipulation against indiscriminate killing allowed for the elimination of only the most depraved individuals.
What constitutes depravity was subjective, entirely dependent on his own judgment.
The limitations were, in essence, merely restrictions against actions that would betray his own sense of conscience.
Should he ever transgress that moral compass? He believed it would be a boon for the armor's power to elude him, rendering him unable to summon it. Stowing the summoner device away,
he rose from the park bench. In any case, it was time to celebrate his newfound job and salary increase. As he sprinted toward a nearby eatery, Qiang Yang garnered some admiration from Lin Nagi. The average salary for members of the Monster Response Combat Team was 30,000 yuan per month. Yet the armor warriors earned only 10,000.
Was it a sign of being easily satisfied, or a testament to Qiang Yang's strong character? Bang, bang, bang.
Basic stance proficiency 1. Qiang Yang's upper body was already covered in bruises, yet he continued unabated, repeatedly crashing against the sharp corners of the wall. The corners had been reinforced with metal, causing each impact to produce a dull thud. The pain made him grimace, stifling low groans of discomfort. Basic stance had progressed from novice to mastery, enhancing both his defensive capabilities and the effectiveness of his parries. Consequently, the advancement of proficiency had become increasingly arduous,
necessitating greater self-imposed torment to achieve further improvement.
Without such effort, progress would be elusive. As he felt the pain radiating through his body, he couldn't help but ponder the implications of further elevating his basic stance. The agony he would endure would likely exceed what he felt now. Just the thought of it made his legs weak.
He must not relent.
Qiang Yang held his breath and once more slammed into the wall corner. Basic stance proficiency 1, basic stance mastery, proficiency, 56,100. Contemplating that he had sufficiently trained for the night, Qiang Yang ceased his relentless practice and withdrew. Potion F.
Inserting it into the summoner device. The potion. A vial of healing liquid coursed through his body, rapidly mending the bruises and internal injuries. Without delay, he climbed into bed, sitting cross-legged to engage in respiration exercises. With the basic breathing technique reaching its second level, Qiang Yang's breath cycle accelerated once more, allowing him to complete a full cycle in approximately 5 minutes. Though he still could not maintain a constant state of breathing, he was no longer as beleaguered as before. He could engage in prolonged activities while seamlessly integrating the breathing technique, making it viable for short bursts of combat. Unlike previously, when he could only sustain the technique for mere seconds during a fight, his body no longer faced backlash. However, during the process of breathing in combat, his throat and lungs remained vulnerable. A heavy blow could easily disrupt his breathing, leading to a backlash on his lungs. Perhaps upon achieving the third level of the basic breathing technique, he would seamlessly incorporate it into his being, allowing it to become as natural as breathing itself. Chapter 20: Summoner and the Light Motorcycle Monsters manifest through the transformation of humans and animals. It is precisely this characteristic that enables these creatures to appear without warning in areas of human activity. According to human research, animals that have transformed into monsters possess an additional source of energy within their bodies, known as monster energy. The summoner can extract this energy from the monsters, creating various cards. However, the origin of monster energy remains shrouded in mystery. Monsters, disguised as humans, lurk within society. Chun Yang, utilizing Hacker F, scours the database of the monster countermeasures class for pertinent information.
Unsurprisingly, he uncovers some data blurred surveillance footage depicting monsters transforming into humans at disaster sites. The images are indistinct and fleeting, rendering identification nearly impossible. Chun Yang ponders a possibility: these sophisticated monsters, masquerading as humans, inject innocent individuals with monster energy,
transforming them into monsters.
This scenario resembles ancient tales of vampire lords capable of turning humans into their kin. During his encounter with the fire monster, he had met that enigmatic figure. It is highly probable that the fire monster was transformed by the energy infused by that mysterious individual. Thus, each appearance of a monster might signify the presence of a superior monster behind it, orchestrating the transformation.
Yet, this is not a certainty. What if monster energy harbors a latent period?
During this phase, individuals infused with monster energy remain indistinguishable from ordinary humans, only to transform into monsters once the dormant period concludes or when remotely controlled.
How formidable must that mysterious person be? Chun Yang cannot fathom. Nevertheless, he is acutely aware that he would not stand a chance against them. The last encounter, where his life was spared, might have stemmed from mere curiosity or perhaps caution regarding his hidden potential. The previous assault by two monsters in the hospital could have been an attempt by that enigmatic figure to gauge his strength. A shiver runs down Chun Yang's spine. He must hasten his ascent in power. As an armored warrior, he has the innate ability to absorb monster energy, converting it into his own strength, setting him at odds with the monsters. They will undoubtedly seek to thwart his growth, even striving to seize and obliterate the power of the ceiling summoner. Has his identity been compromised?
His transformation is swift, and in chaos, he avoids attracting attention. Each time he reverts to his original form, it is in solitude,
away from prying eyes. His identity should remain concealed. Beyond that mysterious figure, how many more monsters lurk within human society? Could these hidden monsters infiltrate the echelons of human governance, influencing politics and economics? Might they incite wars, unrest, and suppress human development, instigating divisions to prevent unity among humanity? Are they guiding humanity step by step into becoming livestock under the dominion of monsters? Chun Yang dares not dwell on these thoughts.
Even those investigating the weaknesses of monsters and crafting weapons against them have been assassinated and silenced. This explains the absence of true weapons capable of inflicting harm on monsters. At this moment, the top-secret database accessed by Hacker F has taken on a sinister aura, as though every move he makes is scrutinized by countless watchful eyes. He feels as though he is walking a tightrope, armed with only a summoner. Below him lies a swarm of insatiable monsters, poised to devour him at the slightest misstep.
Bang! 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 He assumes a basic stance, repeatedly hurling his body against a hard corner. The relentless collisions serve to hone his resilience. Despite his body being marred with bruises and reaching his limits, Chun Yang does not relent. Lin now perceives the gravity of his situation. He is under the gaze of innumerable powerful monsters, his life hanging by a thread more precarious than he had imagined. Fear grips Chun Yang, yet, admirable is the fact that amidst this terror, he does not relinquish the summoner or abandon his duty as an armored warrior. Instead, he intensifies his training, driven by fear and pressure, propelling his growth. The dual forces of dread and oppression become the impetus for his ascension. The sky looms ominously, draping the city of Seiko in a shroud of darkness, devoid of any glimmer of light. A frigid gale howls incessantly, while the trees lining the streets sway violently, as if on the verge of snapping. Help! Help! Roars a monstrous creature, wielding its claws with abandon. Standing at approximately 3 meters tall, its body is enshrouded in layers of thick, hard scales, each exuding gusts of air, swirling around it like a tempest. People on the streets desperately attempt to flee the area. Cars, heedless of traffic regulations, swerve chaotically like ants, congesting the thoroughfare. Some, trapped in the gridlock, abandon their vehicles and run for safety. Thankfully, the populace is accustomed to drills for monster disasters. Shelters are constructed at intervals along the streets. Attention! A monster has reappeared on the main road of B District, Seiko City. Nearby residents, please evacuate in an orderly manner. The television broadcasts urgent updates on the monster crisis. Alerting the citizens of Seiko City.
Vehicles blare evacuation announcements, and mobile phones in B District vibrate with urgent alerts, directing the public to seek refuge.
Buzz. The vibrations of Cheng Yang's phone interrupt his meditative state.
He opens his eyes and retrieves his phone, gazing at the red alert on the lock screen.
Monster disaster. Please proceed to the nearest shelter immediately.
Accompanying the alert is a map guiding him to the nearest refuge.
Is a monster manifesting once again?
Cheng Yang rises from his bed, seizing the summoner beside him, and dashes into the street. Let us put my training to the test, he mutters.
Extracting the Motor F card. Motor F.
With a click, the light armor card is inserted into the summoner. The Motor F card, when integrated with the summoner, conjures a motorcycle tailored to the summoner's characteristics.
Summon. A golden halo illuminates the deserted street, swiftly forming into a striking platinum motorcycle.
It gleams with golden light,
boasting sharp angles and protrusions.
The platinum tires spin gracefully, maintaining a slight elevation above the ground.
Light motorcycle.
Light motorcycle, adaptable to air, land, and water. Is the motorcycle of the light armor summoner, capable of integrating light cards and harnessing their power.
Is this the light motorcycle summoned by the traits of the light armor summoner?
Cheng Yang gazes at the dazzling platinum motorcycle before him. Excitement bubbling within him as he retrieves the light armor card. He has evolved significantly, there is no need to await the moment before battle to summon the armor, thus gaining precious time for combat.
Light armor. Click. Merge.
The summoner, with the light armor card inserted, clicks firmly into place on his belt.
A golden light envelopes him, outlining the imposing form of the platinum armor.
Chapter 21, The Summoner and the Wind Monster. Swiftly, he leapt onto the light motorcycle.
With a resounding hum,
the fierce vehicle ascended into the sky, transforming under the somber clouds into a golden streak, racing towards the site ravaged by the monster.
Roar. Soon, Cheng Yang beheld the rampaging beast.
Compared to its initial emergence, the whirlwind encircling the creature had burgeoned into a miniature tornado.
A wind attribute monster.
Cheng Yang swiftly identified the creature's nature, and at that moment, the monster also took notice of him in the sky.
Roar. It bellowed, brandishing its claws.
The scales encircling its claws stood erect, and the air rapidly swirled in front of the elevated claws, compressing into nearly invisible air bullets that shot toward Cheng Yang. While invisible to the naked eye, Cheng Yang, clad in his light armor, possessed vision and perception that far surpassed that of an ordinary human. He deftly maneuvered the light motorcycle in a swift circle, evading the air bullets. Then, he tilted the motorcycle, aiming the horn at the monster, and crashed down fiercely.
Whoosh!
The air was torn apart. The flowing light cascaded like liquid, coating the horn in a layer of golden sharpness. Like a golden cannonball descending from the heavens, it traversed the distance in an instant. The sharp horn sliced through the tornado, entwining the monster, colliding heavily with the two claws that the monster raised to defend itself. The ear-splitting sound of friction echoed as the cement ground was swiftly gouged by the impact. Roar! The monster howled, swinging its claws. Invisible, razor-sharp winds entwined around its claws, tearing fiercely at the motorcycle. In an instant, golden light and sparks erupted. Cheng Yang leapt off the motorcycle, delivering a powerful kick toward the monster. Shining form. Instant flash. The energy within him surged, and the golden light erupted from his armor in an instant. In that fleeting moment, the air seemed to explode from the force of his kick, the golden brilliance detonating like a bomb upon striking the monster's body. The unprepared monster was sent sprawling like a ball, crashing to the ground. The radiance from his armor retracted, returning to its normal state. The shining form and instant flash were the stances Cheng Yang had adopted during his previous battles with monsters. Utilizing a brief activation of the basic breathing technique to enter a momentary shining state, thereby unleashing the power of the shining light armor. Now, having reached the second level of the basic breathing technique, his physical constitution had improved, enabling him to maintain the shining form for a brief duration. However, such exertion would consume substantial stamina, rendering it a trump card. Thus, in ordinary circumstances, the instant flash was a more prudent choice for conserving energy. Roar! The monster, having been kicked down, struggled and rolled before angrily rising to its feet.
Chang Yang would not let this opportunity to strike a fallen foe slip by. He quickly closed the distance, fists clenched, and unleashed a flurry of punches. Swish, swish, swish. The air crackled with the force of his punches, while the monster clumsily rolled to evade the onslaught. Its body coalesced with the swirling tornado, forming a concentrated mass aimed squarely at Chang Yang, a tempest rushing forth. The sharp winds struck like countless blades, barreling toward him. Chang Yang quickly assumed a defensive stance, bracing against the invisible, dense wind blades, stepping back to regain his footing. Roar! Seeing Chang Yang retreat, the monster let out a triumphant cry, its scales bristling. Beneath the raised scales were numerous minute holes. It was these hidden apertures that continuously expelled wind, allowing a hurricane to gather around the monster. Not a chance. Though Chang Yang was unaware of the monster's intentions, his body instinctively reacted, fists tightened as he charged forward against the oncoming gale, aiming to interrupt the creature's actions. However, his punch arrived a moment too late. The monster seized the fleeting opportunity, unleashing all its wind holes. A powerful whirlwind erupted visibly from the monster, expanding the tornado that encircled it, enveloping Chang Yang and the nearby vehicles. Such ferocious winds! Chang Yang quickly adopted a defensive posture, bracing against the surrounding tempest. Yet, the monster was not merely summoning a gale. Roar! As the creature howled once more, the winds around them shifted. Chang Yang, his heightened perception amplified by the armor, sensed the impending danger and attempted to distance himself from the creature. However, the winds converged upon him, pinning him in place as if the entire space were filled with invisible concrete, pressing down on him. Roar! The monster roared again. Its sharp claws enveloped in a layer of razor winds, striking fiercely at the air. In an instant, the winds that ensnared Chang Yang transformed, converging and violently blasting toward his back. It felt like a colossal hand thrusting him forward, directly into the path of the monster's claws. Tear! The claws struck the chest of his armor with tremendous force, igniting sparks and golden light, causing Chang Yang to stagger. The winds surrounding the monster shifted once more, and it transformed into an ethereal blur, darting behind the reeling Chang Yang. Swish! The claws descended again, causing a burst of flames to erupt from his back armor. Chang Yang staggered forward, twisting to throw a punch behind him. Even after enduring 2 attacks, his defense remained intact, not affecting his combat. However, this powerful punch met only air, striking nothing but the void. The monster had already evaded to his side, its claws descending once more. So swift, its speed nearly eclipsed the previous onslaught. Chang Yang braced against the raging winds, sidestepping the claws. But then, 2 shadows converged from either side, crashing toward him. They were vehicles swept up by the storm, resembling gigantic boulders, intent on crushing him. Defend! Shining form! Instant flash! Boom! Chang Yang could only brace himself, adopting a defensive stance while activating the instant flash armor to withstand the oncoming onslaught. The tremendous impact reverberated through him, feeling as if he had been hammered on either side. The vehicles were compressed into metal discs by the forceful winds, trapping Chang Yang. Seizing the moment, the monster, propelled by the tempest, transformed into a phantom, lunging at Chang Yang. The iron discs that restrained him were swiftly torn apart. With a sharp clang, the monster's claws clashed heavily against the light shadow sword. Ha! Shining form, instant flash. Golden light surged once more, the blade of the light shadow sword radiating a dazzling brilliance. The monster's claws could no longer withstand the onslaught, severing cleanly. Roar! The monster wailed in agony as it was ensnared by the whirlwind, retreating to a distance. It shattered so easily. The glow of the instant flash gradually subsided, allowing Chang Yang to break free from the confines of the iron discs, gazing at the creature. It seemed that once the scales were unfurled, its defensive capabilities diminished significantly. In that case, instant flash form. With a shift in his breath, the dormant power of the light armor awakened, surging through him. His heart raced in tandem with his breath, akin to a pump, distributing the energy coursing through his body into the armor. Constant flash. In an instant, the light armor shimmered with unprecedented brilliance. Radiant light erupted continuously from the armor.
Chapter 22, The Radiance of Everlasting Power. The Radiant Armor, in its perpetual form. Based on the fundamental breathing technique, maintaining a prolonged state of breathing during combat awakens the dormant power of the armor of light.
Roar! The beast howled, glaring at the dazzling armor, furiously brandishing its claws. With each swipe of its talons, the fierce winds transformed in an instant into countless invisible blades, swirling towards Cheng Yang from all directions. The gusts, like serpentine vines, ensnared the armor, pinning Cheng Yang firmly in place. Yet, he merely held his sword aloft, adopting a defensive stance. When the attack struck, dust erupted. The concrete ground shattered into fragments, and cars were uprooted by the residual force of the assault. Those fleeing the battleground felt a thunderous roar behind them, as a massive whirlwind, swirling with dust, threatened to engulf the towering buildings. Roar! Upon witnessing the success of its attack, the monster let out an exultant roar, scratching at a nearby battered vehicle with its claws. However, the very next moment, amidst the swirling dust, a radiant glimmer emerged. Cheng Yang remained unscathed, steadfast in his defensive posture. The beast's triumphant roar faltered, disbelief washing over it as it realized its strike had inflicted no damage. Roar! In a fit of rage and embarrassment, it roared again. The howling winds coalesced, forming a colossal vortex that surged toward Cheng Yang. Yet, all that could be heard was a crisp, resonant buzz. The golden figure seemed to vanish like a phantom, and the enormous whirlwind struck nothing but the already shattered pavement. The monster was momentarily stunned, then swiftly distanced itself. Its fierce eyes darted around, finally catching sight of Cheng Yang swiftly approaching. It unleashed a torrent of wind from the vortex enveloping its body, attempting to blow him away. Nonetheless, Cheng Yang, sword in hand, surged forward without the slightest hesitation. The fierce winds parted effortlessly before him, as if sliced by a keen blade. Swish! The golden blade struck true. The beast desperately raised its claws to defend, its scaly arms clenching to shield itself. Yet, it was too late. Under the brilliance of the golden blade, its defending arm was severed, flung into the air. Roar! With a pained wail, the monster stumbled to the ground, closing its scales in a defensive posture. It summoned the winds around it, directing them all toward Cheng Yang. However, in his radiant form, such winds could not impede Cheng Yang in the slightest. Swish, swish, swish. The golden blade danced incessantly. The oncoming wind blades were relentlessly shredded, scattering into a myriad of fragments. As the surrounding winds waned, Cheng Yang seized the opportunity to draw a card. Snap! With the insertion of the Light Shadow Stab F card into the summoner, golden light cascaded from the blade. The beast sensed danger and struggled to resist. Light Shadow Stab. Swish! As the blade lunged toward the beast, countless luminous darts shot forth, piercing toward it like a flurry of arrows. The monster was soon overwhelmed, pinned to the ground by an onslaught of light projectiles. Cheng Yang gathered the golden radiance enveloping him, then reached for his waist, retrieving a blank card. Whoosh! The blank card was cast, transforming into a golden white light that enveloped the incapacitated monster. The monster's energy was inexorably drawn forth, manifesting as a Monster F card floating in the air. The creature, drained of its power, slumped to the ground, now a comatose taper. It appeared that this monster had been transformed from an animal. Cheng Yang gazed at the fallen taper, once more sensing a chilling, malevolent intent lurking nearby. It felt as if an invisible net shrouded the city above, countless indifferent eyes peering through its gaps, coldly assessing him, weighing his fate. He lifted his gaze to the sky, met with an oppressive expanse, heavy and dark like ink, as if a torrential downpour could descend at any moment. The battle concluded, and the tumult subsided. Cheng Yang deemed it unnecessary to linger further, drawing the Motorcycle F card and inserting it into the summoner. A platinum-hued motorcycle materialized, hovering before him. Mounting the motorcycle, Cheng Yang swiftly departed the battleground, seeking a secluded corner to revert his transformation. As he did so, the previously subdued sky unleashed a deluge, rain pouring down in torrents. Is it raining again? Cheng Yang stowed the summoner, extending his hand to feel the icy rainwater outside. Despite it being November, the city of Suiguan was enduring a deluge that surpassed the intensity of midsummer rains. The downpour persisted intermittently for 3 days. showing no signs of abating.
Unlike the refreshing summer rains, the autumn rain carried a bone-chilling cold, striking like icy daggers.
On November 6, the torrential rain continued unabated. Temperatures lingered between 0°C and 6°C, urging citizens to prepare for rain and avoid flooded areas. We will continue to report on this matter. On November 3, the newly emerged monster was vanquished by the armored warrior. This time, the armored warrior made an appearance riding a motorcycle, which not only possessed the ability to fly but also boasted remarkable speed. Where does the armored warrior come from, and what other abilities might he conceal? Huff. Huff.
The television continued to broadcast, while Chang Yang, bare-chested and burdened with 100 kilograms, persistently performed push-ups.
Sweat dripped from his body onto the floor,
and his arm muscles were filled with lactic acid, sending waves of soreness and fatigue coursing through him. Since the last battle with the monster, heavy rains had fallen outside.
Many low-lying areas of Shuiguang City were inundated.
Chang Yang found himself unable to run outside to practice his breathing technique, leaving him no choice but to devote all his time to strength training. He subjected himself to a grueling regimen of self-discipline. During their study breaks, Lin Nagi observed Chang Yang's inner sense of crisis and responsibility, propelling him to push himself through rigorous training.
Moreover, Chang Yang felt compelled to persist.
If he paused his training, it was not merely guilt that would engulf him.
Chosen by the armor of light, how could he afford to be complacent? To do so would be an affront to the summoner that selected him and the armor that had chosen him.
Thus, whenever Chang Yang halted his training and self-discipline,
feelings of guilt and anxiety would surge from deep within his heart. Chapter 23, The Night City Amidst the Rain, Saigaku City possessing the Potion F card.
Chang Yang subjected himself daily to self-inflicted torment, rendering his body battered and bruised, only to restore himself with the Potion F card thereafter.
Each night, he practiced the basic breathing technique until slumber overtook him. It is worth mentioning that the Monster F card obtained from the wind creature he had previously vanquished was refined by Lin Nagi into a bow and crossbow F card. This card enables the summoner to conjure ranged weapons that correspond to both the summoner and the armor's characteristics. Moreover, it allows the use of the card's abilities through a summoning device.
For instance, the Light Shadow Stab, as a form of ranged attack, has consistently been wielded by Chang Yang through the Light Shadow Sword. Utilizing the weapon from the Yi Bow and Crossbow F card in conjunction with the Light Shadow Stab F skill card enhances its power even further. The rarity of the Yi Bow and Crossbow F card surpasses that of the Light Shadow Sword F card. The Light Shadow Sword, being a light attribute weapon,
can only unleash its full potential when wielded by the light armor.
If donned by other armors, one might find their attribute compatibility falls short of the summoning requirements of the Light Shadow Sword, rendering them incapable of summoning this weapon.
In contrast,
the Bow and Crossbow F and Motor F cards can summon diverse weapons tailored to the characteristics of the armor, depending on the summoner's identity, making them even more precious.
Of course, this is also a testament to Lin Nagi's ever-improving refining skills.
He has completed most of the design for a fire-based armor.
This time,
aside from the Yi Bow and Crossbow F card, Chang Yang refrained from listing any other knowledge or skill-related products, channeling all his energy into studying knowledge-base related topics and designing new armors.
He has temporarily named the new armor, Fire Sparrow Armor.
The Fire Sparrow Armor is more agile, boasts greater offensive capabilities, and is equipped for superior aerial combat. However, as a trade-off, the Fire Sparrow's defense is comparatively lower and is susceptible to water attributes. While it is vulnerable to water, the Fire Sparrow can counter monsters of wood and wind attributes. Accompanying the Fire Sparrow armor is the weapon, Fire Sparrow Blade F card.
The Fire Sparrow armor marks Chang Yang's first truly autonomous creation.
During the design of the Fire Sparrow armor, he acquired extensive knowledge about armors, including an analysis of the light armor and an understanding of monster powers.
The strength of armors primarily derives from various light-based attributes and the essence of life itself, while monsters derive their power from a multitude of dark attributes and the force of death.
Among these, light and dark attributes stand as the most exceptional. Although the light armor possesses somewhat mediocre abilities, it remains the most unique and growth-capable armor among all attributes. The crystallized materials Lin Nagi utilizes to forge other armors are also obtained through the purification of monster powers via light.
Viewed from this perspective,
both light and the light armor possess the potential to give rise to other armors.
Is it possible that a corresponding dark armor exists? Certainly.
Lin Nagi is capable of crafting and refining armors of other attributes. Yet, he finds the dark armor elusive, even suspecting that it may indeed exist within this world. Unlike the frail and mediocre light armor, the dark armor could potentially be immensely powerful, having accumulated strength over a long duration. Boldly contemplating if light armor and light
representing one's own power can foster the emergence of new armors. Could it not be that dark armor and the powers of darkness could also give rise to some existence, perhaps monsters that stand in opposition to armors?
Such information remains absent from the database, yet there exist numerous gaps. For instance, if the dark armor truly exists,
why has it not yet manifested to eliminate the recently emerging and still nascent light armor?
Alas, let us set aside thoughts of the potentially existent dark armor for now.
Grasping the summoning device and donning a raincoat, Chang Yang stepped outside onto the streets. The streets, shrouded in rain during the night, were devoid of pedestrians. Lin Nagi, intrigued, cast his gaze outside, surveying the continuous downpour that had persisted for several days. Beep!
The sound of cars and honking filled the air. Various colors of neon lights appeared hazy and distorted against the rainy night. The puddles on the ground reflected the night city, resembling a vast mirror,
capturing the duality of two identical worlds above and below.
Bathed in rain, it felt as though one walked at the threshold of two realms.
Even Lin Nagi, observing, found himself entranced by the beauty of the rain-soaked cityscape. The accumulated tension from his relentless studies seemed to dissipate with the rainfall. However, Chang Yang, the summoner,
did not experience the same cleansing release of his inner discontent. He remained persistently melancholic, allowing Lin Nagi, the summoning device, to sense the anxiety that overflowed from Chang Yang's being. Regrettably, Lin Nagi lacked the means to offer consolation.
Perhaps, as an armor summoner, Chang Yang ought to receive regular psychological counseling? Should a psychological counseling product be introduced?
The peculiar abstraction acquired from the curse of knowledge.
What am I even saying? Chang Yang had ventured out to visit Su Zihang in the hospital.
Following the injection of the potion F card by Chang Yang,
Su Zihang's subsequent treatment had shown marked improvement day by day.
His recovery was progressing exceptionally well.
However,
the incessant rain and Chang Yang's anxious disposition had prevented him from visiting the hospital in recent days.
Today, perhaps seeking a change of scenery, Chang Yang had chosen the hospital as his destination.
At the crosswalk before the traffic lights, Chang Yang paused at the intersection.
Beep!
The sound of cars splashing through puddles filled the air.
Until the red light turned green, Chang Yang stepped onto the crosswalk. With that single step, he found his foot submerged in a shallow puddle, ripples emanating outward. Rain continued to pelt the earth, striking the surface of the puddles that mirrored another world. Suddenly,
Chang Yang felt an emptiness beneath him, and the entire world fell silent.
Whoosh!
A figure swept past him, cloaked in a raincoat that obscured their face.
Yet,
Chang Yang could discern that the figure held an umbrella adorned with a green-patterned silver ring. That ring was strikingly familiar to him. It belonged to the intelligent monster that had disguised itself as a human during the fiery disaster scene.
Chang Yang felt little fear. Almost instinctively, he reached for the summoning device at his chest, pivoting to pursue the mysterious figure. Chapter 24, The Reflected World. However, as Chang Yang reached out his hand, he grasped at nothingness. His body plummeted as if falling into an abyss, inexplicably descending into another realm reflected upon the water's surface beneath him. The mysterious figure seemed to notice Chang Yang's movements, turning around to cast a pair of green eyes upon him. Under the gaze of those eyes, Chang Yang felt as though everything around him began to vanish. The immense pressure emanating from the pair of green pupils felt as if they descended from the stormy clouds of the sky. In that moment, he felt as minuscule as an ant under scrutiny. He could only watch helplessly as he fell into the alternate world mirrored in the water. What is happening? Is this the creature's doing? Chang Yang struggled to stabilize his form during the descent, gripping the summoner tightly, poised to transform at any moment. Yet, the mysterious figure merely glanced at him, whispering something indecipherable before turning away,
ignoring Cheng Yang as he strode into the downpour. This was not the creature's method.
Moreover,
the mysterious individual adorned with a ring was not the same as the one who had appeared at the scene of the fire monster.
Lin Na, who had been observing the outside world, sensed the anomaly.
Based on the knowledge cultivated from the database, during this time,
Cheng Yang's vision and the summoner's capabilities were distinctly different.
It appeared that Cheng Yang had inadvertently entered a spatial rift.
The formation of such rifts was exceedingly rare.
A glitch within this world. The spatial rift resembled a wound on this world. Under normal circumstances, it would self-heal within a few minutes as time progressed.
However,
this particular rift was evidently not so ordinary. It had not been repaired by the world, indicating that something within this wound was obstructing its healing. Lin Na was unsure of what that something was, but the mere fact that it could impede the world's natural restoration suggested that it was anything but mundane. Lin Na was intrigued. It is important to note that his refinement skill was capable of melting down not just monster crystals but a multitude of items, even stones,
transforming them into cards.
However, the resulting power would be significantly diminished, rendering them nearly meaningless. Yet, if the items possessed special powers,
he could refine them into something far more formidable.
Unfortunately, Cheng Yang had limited access to such items imbued with extraordinary power, primarily encountering crystals infused with monster energy. The items sustaining the existence of the spatial rift, preventing the world's self-healing, undoubtedly possessed some unique power.
For Lin Na,
it was not merely a resource for refining cards, but also an opportunity for research, a means to elucidate the obscure knowledge contained within the Yi database,
making it of immense value. Summoner, do not disappoint me, find that item.
I shall undoubtedly provide you with some truly remarkable treasures.
Cheng Yang remained oblivious to Lin Na's thoughts.
His mind was wholly consumed by the mysterious figure, driven by the desire to defeat him and acquire more information about this world. His body continued to plummet, yet he managed to maintain his balance in the air,
extracting the summoner.
However, in the next moment, his descending body abruptly halted. The entire world seemed to flip, and he found himself falling backward,
crashing heavily onto the waterlogged pavement.
With a dull thud, he became thoroughly drenched, a sharp pain radiating through his back.
Clenching the summoner tightly,
he drew forth the light armor card, ready to transform. Yet, as he surveyed his surroundings, he discovered that the once bustling street, teeming with vehicles and pedestrians, was now utterly deserted. The rain-soaked city of Seiko had plunged into an eerie silence. The lights continued to flicker, the traffic signals changed, and the rain poured down relentlessly. But it felt as though he was the sole inhabitant of this world. He quickly glanced around, his footsteps creating chaotic ripples in the puddles. Yet, still, there was not a soul in sight. It was only when he looked down at the puddles reflecting this world that he realized the truth. The reflections depicted a bustling Seiko, with cars passing and umbrella-wielding pedestrians waiting for the traffic lights, just as it had always been. It was then that Cheng Yang understood he had fallen into an alternate Seiko, one that was eerily silent and devoid of life.
He crouched down, reaching towards the reflection in the puddle.
Yet, all he touched was the solid ground beneath the water's surface. He was trapped in this phantom realm of water. Ding, you have fallen into a spatial rift, please locate the core of this rift.
A crisp sound rang out as a line of text appeared on the summoner. Upon seeing those words, Cheng Yang's anxiety began to dissipate.
The summoner's prompt indicated that everything remained under control. He still possessed a means to escape this watery illusion. Standing upright, he surveyed the desolate world around him, gripping the summoner tightly.
A user-friendly map appeared on the summoner, guiding Cheng Yang towards the core of the spatial rift, the very item sustaining its existence.
The distance seemed considerable.
In light of this,
he rummaged through his belongings and produced the Motor F card, inserting it into the summoner.
Click. Motor F.
With a flash of golden light, a sleek silver motorcycle materialized before him. The motorcycle looked remarkably stylish, featuring a brown leather seat and black rubber tires, exuding a touch of vintage charm. It gave off an impression of luxury, and riding it down the road would surely turn heads.
The Motor F could summon two forms of motorcycles.
One was the previous armored combat motorcycle, capable of high-speed travel and integrating skill cards for battle. The other was the standard motorcycle for everyday use.
outperforming all current models while conserving the summoner's stamina.
In this uncertain situation, with the unpredictability of what might come next, Chang Yang had no need for haste.
Thus, conserving energy was paramount. The two forms could be switched at will, akin to the motorcycle's transformation. Mounting the motorcycle, its dashboard lit up, featuring a screen that synchronized with the summoner's information, displaying the map. Twisting the throttle, the roar of the engine surged forth, scattering the raindrops that had settled upon it. The motorcycle surged through the curtain of rain, propelling Chang Yang swiftly towards the core of the spatial rift. The wide, deserted road, despite the heavy downpour, allowed Chang Yang to fully unleash the motorcycle's capabilities.
As he drew nearer, he finally caught sight of the core sustaining this rift.
Lin Na, too,
turned his gaze towards that magnificent core.
It was Chapter 25, The Core of the Monster in the Crevice. The Monster Core. A purely natural monster core? No.
It is much more than that. The existence of this space is sustained by a colossal monster core, towering to the height of a building.
Lin Nagi,
who has refined numerous monster cores, could instantly recognize that this was indeed a gigantic monster core.
Yet, it bore some differences.
Unlike the monster cores he had previously refined, which typically possessed sinister powers akin to life rather than mere objects, the energy emanating from this monster core eclipsed that of ordinary ones. It resembled a unique artifact more than a living entity. It is precisely this quality that allows this monster core to uphold the existence of this realm. So rare, so precious. Lin Nagi could hardly contain his excitement.
If he were to consume such a monster core, how much light energy could it bestow upon him? Naturally,
it would be an egregious waste to merely devour such a rare specimen. If utilized for research, he could unlock a wealth of knowledge contained within the database. It could even serve as a source of energy for designing and refining various weapon and skill cards. The final design and creation of the Fire Phoenix armor could be accelerated significantly. Moreover, the ultimate power of the Fire Phoenix armor would far surpass its original specifications.
Yet there was more.
Lin Nagi sensed that this monster crystal held other potential uses.
It seemed to envelop hidden energies within. In summary, my dear summoner, please seize it for me.
Chang Yang, unable to hear Lin Nagi's pleas from the summoner, maneuvered his motorcycle skillfully, halting 100 meters before the immense monster crystal.
So,
this is the core that sustains the existence of the crevice.
It is indeed grand. Moreover,
its material and aura bear a resemblance to that of a monster crystal.
Chang Yang, no longer the ordinary person he once was,
had transcended the limits of humanity in every aspect. His adaptability to the light armor had surpassed 90, and under the enhancement of the summoner, he could wield a portion of the light armor's power even without transforming.
Hence, he could perceive the monstrous aura emanating from the monster crystal before him and even felt a tinge of danger. Gripping the summoner tightly,
he dismounted the motorcycle and approached the monster crystal step by step. In the eerie silence of the space, the rain continued to fall gently.
However,
upon contact with the monster crystal, the raindrops sizzled like they had struck a scorching iron plate, transforming into wisps of white steam.
This created a persistent,
hazy mist that shrouded the area around the monster crystal.
Crack!
As he neared, an abrupt sound pierced the stillness. Chang Yang instinctively raised the summoner before him, his gaze locking onto the source of the sound. A grotesque monster crawled out from the depths of the rain, lunging towards Chang Yang. The creature, comparable in height to an adult, was drenched and covered only by thin, soft shells on its chest, arms, and head. It appeared almost like a prematurely born monster.
Frail and weak.
Its speed was inferior even to that of a typical monster. In response to the creature's assault, Chang Yang executed a swift sidekick,
sending it staggering backward. Is this a monster? How can it be so weak?
Chang Yang gazed incredulously at the creature before him. Compared to the monsters he had fought earlier, this one was utterly feeble in terms of defense, speed, and strength.
Even a few ordinary adults could easily overwhelm it in a brawl. Without a moment's hesitation,
he pursued the creature, targeting its lower body with rapid strikes. With a single kick, he sent the monster crashing to the ground.
Then, he mounted it,
gripping its neck with one hand and delivering a powerful blow to its face with the other. Before long, the creature's defenses shattered, exploding into a cloud of smoke,
vanishing from sight.
Only a small piece of monster crystal remained on the ground. The monster crystal was merely the size of a soybean, appearing insignificant.
Cheng Yang raised the summoner, collecting the monster crystal within. Light energy point 1, only one light energy point? No wonder it was so weak. What on earth is happening? How can there be such a feeble monster?
Cheng Yang stood up, puzzled, while Lin Nagi examined the diminutive monster crystal closely.
Then he consumed it.
Light Energy 1, after a brief analysis, he confirmed that this monster crystal was linked to the colossal monster crystal.
It seemed to be a product of that immense core.
Therefore, this monster crystal might possess the ability to generate such underdeveloped monsters.
Indeed, as Lin Nagi entertained this hypothesis, Cheng Yang also took note.
Increasingly more sounds began to resonate in this eerily tranquil world.
Shadows emerged like phantoms, continuously materializing from the depths of the rain. Crimson eyes glimmered in the murky night, growling ominously at Cheng Yang before lunging from all directions.
Even though he had confirmed that this monster was not significantly stronger than a human, the sight of so many monsters charging at him sent chills down his spine. Steeling himself, he could not afford to hesitate. He swiftly drew the light armor card from his pocket, gazing at the platinum armor depicted on the card. His previously flustered demeanor swiftly regained composure. The silver-gray metallic belt had already coiled around his waist. He pressed the summoner against his waist and inserted the light armor card into the slot.
Click. Light armor, merge.
As the card was inserted, a surge of powerful energy flooded through his body. The platinum light surged from his feet, enveloping him entirely,
outlining his form and transforming into platinum armor.
In an instant, the monsters that had lunged at him were obliterated by the golden light of his transformation, turning from warm creatures into cold monster crystals.
The power of the armor provided Cheng Yang with immense reassurance.
The movements of the monsters slowed to a crawl. Cheng Yang clenched his fists and leaned slightly forward. Then, like a bulldozer, he charged forth,
scattering the monsters in his path into shattered fragments that crystallized into cold monster crystals. The light energy points here were like a veritable sanctuary for accruing them.
Cheng Yang surveyed the monsters before him, feeling that the array of skills in the summoner's shop had lost their allure.
However,
he soon realized that the number of monsters surrounding him began to dwindle.
It dawned on him that the monsters here were not inexhaustible.
As he delivered a final punch to the last monster, the world once again fell silent.
One by one, the monster crystals were collected back into the summoner.
A total of 103 monster crystals, amounting to 103 light energy points.
Chapter 26, Storm E, the natural card has never been so affluent. Basic fist technique, basic body technique, basic leg technique. All these fundamental skills are available for purchase and study. Each day is filled with immense fulfillment.
This place is akin to a secret realm within a game. Cheng Yang suppressed his inner joy, ensuring there were no other monsters present, before approaching the colossal core.
As he drew near, the massive core reacted once more.
Its smooth surface began to distort, rippling as a figure emerged.
The figure resembled the frail monster from before, albeit with slightly tougher armor and a more robust build. Did all these monsters originate from this core?
At this moment, Cheng Yang realized this truth.
Meanwhile, Lin Nagi sensed a difference in the newly birthed monster.
This creature seemed to carry a unique power, remarkably similar to his own.
The next moment, Cheng Yang's suspicions were confirmed. The monster roared twice at Cheng Yang, then surprisingly extracted a card from its body. The card had a black background, shrouded in a layer of dark mist.
Yet, without a doubt, in both size and design, it resembled the summoner cards created by Lin Nagi.
A summoner card? How could this be possible? Cheng Yang was astonished by the card produced by the monster.
The black mist enveloping the card obscured its contents, but the card's level was clearly visible in the upper right corner.
E. An E-level card.
Not created by a summoner, it existed in the crevices of space.
An E-level card. Throughout the battles, even Cheng Yang had yet to acquire an E-level card. Yet this monster possessed one. A weapon card? A skill card? Or perhaps an armor card? This monster had no summoner. Even with a card, how could it utilize it? Where did this card come from? Chun Yang's heart brimmed with confusion. His instincts cautioning him against the unexpected, prompting him to act without hesitation to eliminate the creature. However, it was already too late. The moment the monster revealed the card, it made its move. With its claws gripping the card tightly, as if clasping a blade, it violently thrust the card into its chest. Stormy. Adaptation 100. The monster leveled up. In an instant, the downpour intensified dramatically. A wild wind surged, causing the water pooling on the ground to lose its gravitational constraints, transforming into serpentine streams that coiled around the monster and impeded Chun Yang's approach. At the center of this chaotic transformation, the monster's body began to metamorphose. Its muscles swelled. Bones erupted, breaking through flesh and skin, forming a bony armor on its exterior. The patches of flesh armor that covered its body hardened rapidly, spreading outward into a thick shell. Sharp teeth pierced through its jaw, transforming into keen bone blades. Its claws elongated, becoming exceedingly sharp. Its paws grew larger, tearing into the ground, covered in a sturdy shell. A white, bony tail sprouted from its back, adorned with a white bone blade at its tip. Such a potent aura. Stronger than any monster Chun Yang had encountered before. What was that card? How could it transform such a feeble creature to this extent? Chun Yang could not discern the details, but Lin Nagi saw the card clearly. It was not a card created by any individual. Unlike the cards created by Chun Yang, this card was neither an armor card, nor a skill card, nor a weapon card. It was the most precious, a special natural card, Stormy card. Born from the pure power of this world, it possessed the ability to upgrade. It could neither be manufactured nor designed, at least not at this moment. Even as an E-level card, it was rarer than the D and C-level cards created by Lin Nagi. It could be said to be the most precious item in this space, aside from the core and the monster crystals. Whoosh! Accompanied by a sharp slicing sound. The deluge of rain parted as if driven by an invisible current. The bony monster dashed toward Chun Yang like a white specter, its speed surpassing that of any previous monsters. At this moment, Chun Yang could do nothing but rely on the reflexes honed through countless training sessions and battles. Adopting a defensive stance. Bang! The bone-laden fist slammed heavily against Chun Yang's guarded hands. The overwhelming force erupted, creating a vacuum shockwave amidst the downpour. Chun Yang's body skidded, carving a trench into the cement surface. As the attack landed, the monster let out an exhilarated roar and charged again. Chun Yang's hands had grown numb from the immense force, yet faced with unprecedented peril, he had no time to dwell on it. He propelled himself forward, rolling onto the rain-soaked ground to evade the monster's punch. But just as he dodged, the monster's whip-like tail came to life. It swung out, striking down at Chun Yang with tremendous force. Crack! The armor cracked under the impact of the bone blade, erupting into a shower of platinum sparks, sending Chun Yang stumbling forward, narrowly avoiding the follow-up stab from the bone blade. Now, Chun Yang found himself kneeling on one knee, gazing up at the fully armored monster before him, swiftly drawing a card. Light Shadow Sword F, card. Crack! As the Light Shadow Sword F was inserted into the slot, a golden light sword materialized in an instant, gripped tightly in Chun Yang's palm as he aimed it at the bony monster. The monster clenched its fists, and bone rapidly extended from its wrists, forming two sharp bone blades that sliced through the falling rain, meeting the light sword head-on. Clang! 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 With each clash, the golden blade light collided with the white blade light. The monster's defense was impenetrable. No matter how hard Chun Yang tried, the creature effortlessly deflected his attacks, continuously pressing him. The tail blade, reminiscent of a venomous scorpion, seized the opportunity and struck viciously at Chun Yang's chest. Whoosh! A heavy blow sent Chun Yang staggering backward once more. This time, the monster showed no intention of allowing Chun Yang to catch his breath, swiftly pursuing him. The two bone blades became like piercing arrows, one aimed at Chun Yang's head, the other at his chest. The tail blade sliced toward Chun Yang's neck from the side. It was too fast. He could only rely on the shining form, constant flash. With a change in breath, his heart raced.
pumping blood throughout his body at lightning speed.
Chang Yang unhesitatingly entered the shining form. Golden light erupted,
and the light sword in his hand gleamed as he fiercely slashed at the incoming attacks.
Chapter 27, The Power of Stormy. The sound of collision pierced through the curtain of rain, as the golden blade danced through the air,
effortlessly cleaving the monster's bone sword with 3 swift strikes.
The rapidly unleashed golden light sliced through the raindrops, akin to an invisible force directed towards the creature's neck.
The clash of the sword against the bone armor resonated with a tremor, leaving a gash in the armor as the monster staggered backward. 2 bone swords instinctively took up a defensive stance against Chang Yang's blade. With a series of sharp sounds, a white light and a golden light tore through the rain, colliding like phantoms. The ground beneath them cracked under the intensity of the battle, water pooling beneath their feet,
sending ripples across its surface.
Chang Yang's breath grew heavier, his body radiating heat as his heart raced, the blood within him coursing rapidly. He realized he was nearing his limit. Maintaining the basic breathing technique in the constant flicker form was taking a significant toll on his body. Yet, under such exertion, the monster's pair of bone blades finally succumbed, becoming riddled with cracks after the relentless clashes. Seizing the opportunity, Chang Yang unleashed a heavy slash with his radiant blade. The golden light emanating from him felt almost tangible, scorching and blinding. His veins bulged, skin flushed, pushing the breathing technique to its utmost limit. He swung the blade down with all his might. The monster roared in fury, retaliating with its bone swords. However, under the force of Chang Yang's strike, the swords shattered,
emitting a mournful cry.
In the chaos of their clash, the bone fragments exploded outward in all directions.
Chang Yang remained relentless, his momentum unyielding, delivering a decisive blow aimed at the monster's head. The creature quickly retreated, its entire bone armor glowing with a brilliant white light. The rain above seemed to respond to an unseen call, converging toward the monster. The Stormy card, true to its name, bestowed the power of rain upon the creature, which, thanks to its 100 adaptability, had fully integrated with the card's essence. It now wielded the ability to manipulate the very rain that surrounded them. In an instant,
the rainwater and puddles converged, forming a colossal water sphere before the monster, poised to intercept Chang Yang's blade. The golden sword sliced into the water sphere, the surface rippling as if a fist had plunged into a cloud of cotton, absorbing the blade's power layer by layer.
As the rain continued to accumulate,
the water quickly enveloped Chang Yang's sword in his arm, extinguishing the last remnants of his force. At this moment, Chang Yang perceived the world around him, the sky, the earth, and all directions were filled with gathering rainwater. Within the span of a single breath, the water sphere expanded to several meters in diameter, hovering in the air,
continuously drawing in more rain, engulfing both Chang Yang and the monster within.
Every motion Chang Yang attempted was thwarted by the water's resistance, rendering him powerless.
In contrast,
the monster, now encased in the water sphere, moved with the grace of a fish in water, swirling and darting towards Chang Yang, claws extended.
Chang Yang raised his sword, aiming to counter the assault, yet each of his movements became agonizingly slow.
Before he could retaliate, the claws struck him heavily in the chest, much like a toy adrift in a bathtub, carried by the current. The breathing technique was interrupted by this blow, causing the golden light surrounding him to dim. The water sphere continued to swell, and Chang Yang struggled to escape its confines, yet his speed was no match for the expanding sphere. He could only adopt a defensive stance, bracing himself against the monster's relentless onslaught. The creature, now swimming in the water, adeptly struck from all angles, depleting Chang Yang's stamina,
which was rapidly reaching its limit.
With the breathing technique disrupted and the flickering form significantly draining his energy, Chang Yang found himself barely able to maintain his defensive posture.
He knew he had to gamble everything now. As the monster lunged once more, Chang Yang gripped the radiant sword tightly, channeling the breathing technique.
In a flash of golden light, he entered the shining form, igniting the blade anew. Yet this time, instead of swinging the sword, he aimed it directly at the monster and hurled it forward with all his might. The golden blade flew through the water like a thrown spear, slicing through the accumulating rain, entwined in golden light, striking directly at the advancing creature.
The monster, caught off guard by Chang Yang's unexpected weapon toss, was unable to anticipate his sudden transition into the shining form.
Having been worn down by the consistent pressure of Chang Yang's flickering form and shattered bone swords, the monster could only raise its claws in defense against the incoming radiant blade, which pierced through the water with unyielding force. The clash of claws against blade echoed through the sphere, as the golden light erupted within, shattering the claws and fracturing the bone armor. The radiant sword penetrated the monster's arm, pinning it in place, dark green blood mingling with the water. The monster howled in fury, charging at Cheng Yang with eyes ablaze. Seemingly driven by primal rage, realizing that Cheng Yang had lost his weapon and sought to press the advantage. In response, Cheng Yang swiftly drew a new card, Crossbow F. With a decisive click, the card slotted into the summoning device, bright golden light illuminating the air as the form of a crossbow rapidly materialized before him. The Light Shadow Crossbow, with its platinum-colored frame and golden string gleaming like condensed radiance, readied itself. As he pulled back the string, golden light coalesced into a shimmering arrow, poised for release. Steadying himself amidst the turbulent water, Cheng Yang suppressed the agonizing pain in his lungs and activated the breathing technique once more. In a brilliant flash, the bowstring filled with golden light, and he released the arrow with force. In the midst of the water, the golden arrow sliced through the liquid with ease, unimpeded, heading straight for the monster's head. Within the vast water sphere, his attack might have faced hindrance. The solidified sword had struggled to wield its power. But the distorted light of the crossbow arrow remained unaffected by the water, unhindered in its trajectory. With a resounding thud, the arrow struck the creature squarely, causing it to falter momentarily under the impact. A charred mark marred the surface of its tough bone armor. While the monster thrived in the water, moving fluidly, it was nowhere near as agile as it would be on land. On solid ground, it might have evaded the attack, but trapped within the confines of the water sphere, the creature found itself unable to escape the oncoming assault. The amassed rainwater affected not only Cheng Yang but also the creature that now faced him. Cheng Yang raised the Light Shadow Crossbow once more, the golden light transforming into another arrow, and launched it fiercely towards the monster. Chapter 28, Defeating the Stormy Monster. A series of 3 luminous arrows shot forth, unerring in their trajectory towards the beast, with no avenue for evasion. The creature could only watch helplessly as the strikes landed upon it. Yet, despite the assault, it did not disperse the gathered rainwater, instead charging directly at Cheng Yang. Disregarding the onslaught of the Light Shadow Crossbow, all it needed was to close the distance. Victory was within reach. Cheng Yang discerned the monster's intentions reflected in its crimson eyes. However, he too awaited this very opportunity. Should the monster recklessly advance, abandoning defense and evasion, he would surely defeat it. At this moment, both the monster and Cheng Yang were nearing the limits of their stamina. The creature's bony armor was marred with cracks and scorch marks. It could no longer withstand Cheng Yang's impending assault. The water surrounding it could not impede the power of the Light Shadow Crossbow. Thus, Cheng Yang swiftly drew 2 cards, Light Shadow Stab F and Light Fist F. With a decisive click, the cards were inserted into the summoner. The potent energy of light surged forth from his armor, flowing into his arms. The Light Shadow Crossbow awakened, its string vibrating as golden light coalesced like liquid upon it, forming an arrow. His lungs felt numb. The scorching blood coursed through him as he executed his breathing technique. His body ablaze as if it were scorched. Shining form, instant flash. Light Shadow Stab, Light Fist. Under the enhancement of the instant flash form, the full power of the 2 F cards was bestowed upon the Light Shadow Crossbow. The golden light arrow, freed from its constraints, trembled as it shot straight towards the monster, akin to molten lava splattering upon snow. The creature's resistant bony armor was swiftly dissolved and pierced by the searing arrow. Its defending claws were penetrated, followed by its chest's armor and muscles. A howl erupted from the monster as it writhed, summoning torrents of water in a futile attempt to thwart the attack. Yet, all efforts were in vain. The arrow, twisted and condensed from light, could not be resisted by mere water. The already weakened monster lacked the strength to withstand this strike. It could only watch in despair as the arrow pierced its body, creating a gaping hole in its chest. The agonizing pain caused the monster to tremble, its limbs contorting in agony. As the wound bled, the power of light seeped in, flooding its body. Finally, under Cheng Yang's gaze, the beast erupted with a resounding boom, disintegrating into a cloud of black smoke. The surrounding gathered water spheres also collapsed in the wake of the monster's explosion, crashing to the ground with a tremendous roar. Cheng Yang steadied himself, plummeting alongside the water spheres. The deluge struck his armor like a heavy hammer, yet only caused him to sway slightly. He rose, advancing step by step towards the place where the monster had exploded. This time, the creature left no monster crystal behind. Instead, a solitary black card floated quietly upon the ground, untouched by the rushing waters. Gazing at the card before him, Chang Yang extended his finger and gently pinched it. No unexpected occurrences transpired. The card was easily grasped, mundane in appearance between his fingertips. Turning it over, the card's black surface depicted a torrential downpour. The storm was rendered with exquisite realism, as if it would burst forth from the card at any moment, accompanied by a fierce wind laden with rain. In the upper right corner of the card, the letter E denoted its level, Storm E, a nature card. This was Chang Yang's first E-level card. And it was an exceedingly precious nature card. Merely holding it allowed him to feel the power of the storm within. He sensed that even without transforming, possessing this card would enable him to manipulate water flow and rain to some extent for offensive purposes. However, the true utility of the Storm E card lay not in these abilities. It was meant to be inserted into the summoner, activating the amplification armor, allowing it to harness the power of Storm E to evolve. This upgrade did not merely enhance the armor's base level, it augmented the armor's strength, imbuing it with the effects of Storm E. The higher the compatibility, the more pronounced the upgrade. Moreover, it would endow the upgraded armor with the attribute of water. When facing a fire monster, inserting this Storm E card would counter the fiery foe. However, the compatibility between this Storm E card and the light armor would be limited. If it were a water-type armor, perhaps compatibility could reach 100, achieving a perfect upgrade. Stowing the Storm E card, Chang Yang approached the massive core, the monster crystal. He then deactivated his transformation, removing the summoner. As he reverted, a wave of weakness and pain surged through him. The soft patter of rain fell upon his scorched red skin, evaporating instantly into steam, shrouding him in a veil of mist. With each breath, he exhaled crimson vapor. The intense operation of his breathing technique had severely injured his lungs, causing them to bleed. The blood was vaporized by the heat and expelled through his breath, resulting in the vivid steam. Gritting his teeth, he bore the pain and shakily retrieved the Potion F card from his pocket, pointing it towards the summoner. Potion F. As the card activated within the summoner, golden light flashed, and a vial of potion materialized. Chang Yang, trembling from pain, grasped the swollen, reddened potion in his hand and injected it into a vein of his other arm. As the entirety of Potion F coursed through his bloodstream, he felt a gentle wave of healing energy sweep over him, soothing his injuries. The bleeding in his lungs ceased, and the muscles dissolved by the heat began to cool. Though his skin remained fiery red, the heat gradually subsided. His heart resumed a normal rhythm. However, his entire body had turned a deep purple. The subcutaneous bleeding had been halted, yet a layer of bruising remained. At that moment, should Chang Yang don a Thanos costume, he might very well win the Best Cosplay award. The severity of his injuries was such that even with his recovery abilities and physical prowess far exceeding human limits, a single dose of potion merely stabilized his condition. Complete recovery would likely require several consecutive days of injections. During this time, he would have to forego any training. Nevertheless, the price paid was not without reward. The extraordinary exertion of his breathing technique, though injurious to his lungs, had significantly increased his proficiency in basic breathing technique, nearing the threshold of the third level, unlocking the skill, Mind's Eye. Simultaneously, his body had surpassed its limits. Upon recovery, his strength, physique, and spirit would all see a boost. Moreover, the proficiency of basic stance surged, evolving from basic stance, mastered, to basic stance, skilled. Though the battles between life and death were perilous, they offered the opportunity to transcend physical boundaries and rapidly enhance one's strength. Chapter 29, ejected into the reflected world. As Chang Yang's injuries stabilized, he raised the summoner and aimed it at the colossal crystal before him. Even Lin Nagi could not possibly devour and refine a monster crystal containing such immense energy in an instant. Moreover, Lin Nagi had no intention of directly refining this unique core, as it would be a waste. Instead, he intended to store the monster crystal in a blank card for research and utilization. Chang Yang was also prompted to draw a blank card and direct it towards the summoner. With a click, the moment the blank card was inserted into the summoner.
The platinum summoner seemed to awaken its power, radiating a golden glow.
The enormous monster crystal trembled in response. The subtle vibrations coursed through the massive crystal and into the earth, and to Chang Yang's perception, it felt as if the entire space was quaking in sync with the crystal's tremors. He slightly bent his body to stabilize himself, fingers tightly gripping the summoner.
The summoner, seemingly provoked, shone even brighter.
Under the brilliance, the gigantic core continued to shrink, and the tremors gradually subsided. Finally, the enormous core was entirely devoured by the summoner,
transforming into a card.
The card retained a white background, with the front depicting a dark red vortex. The vortex appeared to be in motion,
as if it were linked to an unknown location, ready to consume everything around it, including the gazes of onlookers.
The upper right corner of the card bore no letters denoting its rank.
At last, it was in his possession. I must thoroughly study how to utilize this item.
Chang Yang excitedly absorbed the core storing card into the summoner, impatiently enveloping the core in light, eager to research it.
Meanwhile, in the outside world, as the core was completely consumed by the summoner, the surrounding environment seemed to lose its foundation, trembling even more violently. Houses appeared on the verge of cracking and collapsing due to the tremors. Cracks opened in the void, spreading like shattered mirrors. With the core extracted, was this space on the brink of collapse? Chang Yang glanced at everything around him, disregarding his pain, and prepared to rise and evade. At that moment, as he stepped forward, his foot landed heavily into a pool of still water. The water reflected the truth of the world on that side. His foot seemed to plunge into the real world projected by the pool. Subsequently, his body followed, falling into the water, descending into another realm of reality. On the streets of the real world, Chang Yang was forcefully ejected from a pool of water. With inertia, he was thrown several meters into the air, as if plummeting upwards. Then, gravity seized him, pulling him down towards the ground. Passers-by, sheltered from the rain under umbrellas, were left stunned, some rubbing their eyes in disbelief as they stared in Chang Yang's direction. This person had seemingly fallen out of a puddle on the ground. Was this some sort of new magic? With a crash, Chang Yang was heavily slammed into the puddle, his already drenched clothes becoming soaked anew. The wounds on his body, which had just begun to heal, seemed to burst open once more with the impact. The pain caused him to struggle on the ground for a moment before he managed to prop himself up, unsteadily avoiding the pedestrians and leaving the scene. As Chang Yang departed, the onlookers cautiously approached. In disbelief, they stepped into the puddle from which he had just emerged, confirming whether there was some hidden pit below. At that moment, they realized that the continuous downpour that had enveloped Seiko City for several days had gradually ceased with that person's emergence from the puddle. Looking up, the clouds above Seiko City seemed to disperse rapidly as if brushed away by an unseen hand. The rain had stopped? What an extraordinary occurrence! With a crash, Chang Yang turned the key and forcefully swung open the door to his home. Without a moment's thought for his drenched body, he stumbled into the living room and collapsed onto the sofa. He felt as if his very bones had been drained, collapsing into the sofa, unconscious. Or rather, he had slipped into a deep slumber. This slumber persisted until noon the following day. Chang Yang finally opened his heavy eyelids and climbed up from the sofa. His clothes had dried somewhat overnight due to his body heat. However, the sponge beneath the sofa appeared to be thoroughly soaked. I should take the sofa out to the balcony to dry it later. Chang Yang struggled to rise. At that moment, his body was even more painful and uncomfortable than after the battle. His skin, muscles, and bones felt as if countless blades were slicing through them. After the battle, his body had been somewhat numb. Now, with his spirit and body regaining some semblance of normalcy, the once numb nerves faithfully relayed the pains throughout his body to his brain. Ouch! Chang Yang grimaced, unsteadily making his way towards the balcony. Outside the window, Seiko City basked in bright sunlight, devoid of any lingering gloom, revealing a city that sparkled like a jewel under the sun. Perhaps the continuous rain had washed away the dust from this city. Alternatively, the relentless downpour had accentuated the preciousness of the city's radiant sunshine. However, Chang Yang's thoughts drifted elsewhere. The Stormy card. He withdrew the card from his possession, gazing at the storm depicted upon it.
His finger gently brushed across the surface, as if he could feel the moisture of the rain contained within the card.
Listening closely,
it seemed as though the rain illustrated on the card flowed in response to his gaze.
Did this card have a connection to the incessant downpour in Seiko City?
The recent storms had only been confined to the vicinity of Seiko City, an unusual phenomenon that defied meteorological patterns, showing no signs of abating.
And as he withdrew this storm card, the rain in Seiko City ceased. Could it be that this card was the source of the anomaly in Seiko City? Were the powers of the rain from those days derived from this small card?
Cheng Yang contemplated the thin card, feeling the weight of the power it contained.
The emergence of natural cards undoubtedly creates unique influences on the surrounding environment.
Perhaps in the future, he could focus on gathering cards from places exhibiting unusual natural phenomena. Drawing deductions from this experience, Cheng Yang speculated on the formation of the cards and their associated phenomena. The compatibility of the Storm E card with his light armor was evidently not very high. If he could acquire a light attribute natural card, perhaps his light armor could achieve a perfect upgrade. Not wishing to dwell further on this, Cheng Yang carefully stored the Storm E card. Natural cards are rare and precious. The immediate priority was to recover from his injuries. Additionally, he had accumulated a fair amount of light energy points this time. It was time to check the summoner shop for any new items available for exchange. Chapter 30, The Pinnacle of Basic Breathing Techniques. Cheng Yang first took a shower and changed out of his soiled clothes.
After a simple meal to satiate his hunger, he seated himself cross-legged on the bed.
He held the summoning device before him and opened the shop page.
As anticipated, several items that had never appeared before were now visible. Soft Rain Technique E, 70 energy points, a method for self-cultivation that enhances vitality. Divided into 4 levels, Level 1 grants 1 Constitution, Level 2 2, Level 3 3, and Level 4 5. Mastering this grants the skill, Soft Rain Chi E. Rain Realm E card, 50 energy points. Inserting this card into the summoning device grants entry into a special space, the Rain Realm, where one can battle monsters and hone their skills. Defeating monsters yields a chance to obtain monster crystals, techniques, or cards. Soft Rain Chi E, 70 energy points. A skill obtained upon mastering the Soft Rain technique to its utmost level, capable of generating a flow of soft rain chi within the body, which significantly enhances stamina and self-healing capabilities. Breathing exercises can accelerate recovery from injuries and stabilize wounds. Basic Axe Technique F, Basic Finger Technique F, Basic Sound Technique F. Indeed, the shop now offered an abundance of new items. Cheng Yang, having prepared himself mentally, was not surprised by the sudden increase in offerings. Lin Nagi had been engrossed in research since the conclusion of their last battle. Both Soft Rain Technique and Rain Realm were his scholarly achievements. The Soft Rain Technique was an E-level technique he had devised using knowledge from the E database, in conjunction with the Storm card. The Rain Realm was a stable spatial rift he had opened up, drawing from that core and based on the Storm card. He named this spatial rift the Rain Realm, serving as his experimental ground for studying monsters. Every monster within it was created using that enormous monster crystal. Summoners could train their combat skills there, with defeated monsters dropping energy points, techniques, and skill cards, a deliberate design to motivate summoners. Such a responsible summoning device was indeed rare. Unbeknownst to Cheng Yang, the summoning device quietly appreciated its own efforts while he excitedly viewed the newly listed items. Each one was highly desirable, and his collection of over 100 energy points seemed insufficient. The Soft Rain Technique, was this a new method? It appeared to be a tier above the Basic Breathing Technique. The Basic Breathing Technique possessed no attributes and was nearing its maximum level. Its essence lay in balance and tranquility. In contrast, the Soft Rain Technique seemed even more serene, fostering self-cultivation. Each layer enhances constitution points, with greater levels yielding more significant benefits. Mastering the Soft Rain Chi to full capacity appeared more supportive than combative. Yet, having already practiced the Basic Breathing Technique, would continuing with the Soft Rain Technique conflict with it? Although the Basic Breathing Technique seemed to be of a lower tier, it allowed entry into the radiant form of armor. If a conflict arose, rendering the Basic Breathing Technique unusable, it would significantly impact him. Ultimately, he decided to experiment. If it adversely affected the Basic Breathing Technique, he would cease its practice.
With 70 energy points at hand, Changyang pondered his options. If he purchased the soft rain technique, he would forfeit the chance to acquire another card, the Rain Realm E.
The allure of the Rain Realm E was undeniable. A monster training ground, engaging in combat there would undoubtedly sharpen his combat awareness. After deliberation, Changyang ultimately opted for Rain Realm E. He could steadily earn energy points within the Rain Realm, and return later to purchase Soft Rain Technique E. After all, monsters could emerge at any moment,
making the immediate purchase of the Soft Rain Technique less cost-effective. Having made his decision, Changyang expended 50 energy points to acquire Rain Realm E. As the energy points were consumed, a white card materialized before him, which he grasped between his fingers. The card's face depicted a blue water vortex,
reminiscent of the Storm E.
It was no surprise, given that Lin Nagi had based it on the Storm E and the Course Power.
However, not all monsters within were of the water attribute, though they constituted the majority. Stowing away the Rain Realm E, Changyang set the summoning device aside and sought to calm his excitement. His body was not yet prepared to engage in combat within the Rain Realm.
The immediate priority was to elevate the basic breathing technique to the third tier and fully recover from his injuries. He sat cross-legged, steadied his breathing, and allowed a stream of energy to fill his lungs before commencing his breathing exercises.
The basic breathing technique was inherently tranquil, thus,
this practice would not exacerbate his lung injuries. Instead, as he breathed, his entire body felt liberated, as if a warm current enveloped him, soothing both his lungs and physical injuries.
As he focused on his breathing, time seemed to fly.
The pain in his body gradually subsided, and with the completion of a full cycle, he expelled the stagnant energy, along with the bruised, discolored skin that marred his body. When Changyang finally opened his eyes,
the sky outside had dimmed.
He rose unsteadily, feeling a sharp pain in his lungs as he involuntarily coughed up a clot of congealed blood resembling roots. Though the expulsion caused mild discomfort, his breathing became markedly easier. Enduring the pain, he prepared himself a simple yet adequate dinner, switching on the television to accompany his meal while browsing the news. In the quiet room, the only sounds were Changyang's eating and the news broadcast,
providing a semblance of liveliness.
Once he finished his meal, he retrieved the summoning device, inserted the Potion F card, and administered a recovery injection. As the potion took effect, the discoloration of his skin transformed from purple to red, indicating significant healing progress. It appeared that his body would soon be fully restored. Since he could not continue practicing the Yi basic stance, Changyang returned to his bed, resuming his cross-legged position to continue breathing exercises. The monotony of the technique did not bore him, rather, he found solace in the tranquility, allowing it to calm his mind while he felt the gradual improvement of his body.
This continued until the following day. With the completion of his final breathing cycle, proficiency increased by 1.
Basic breathing technique, 3 tiers, perfected, mentality 1, acquired skill, mind's eye F, beginner, proficiency, 0-10 as he opened his eyes. A clear brilliance seemed to flicker within them.
Everything around him became strikingly vivid. With each breath, his body felt as light as a feather. Was this the pinnacle of the basic breathing technique?
Changyang gazed at his outstretched hand, then closed his eyes to embrace the newfound skill bestowed by the highest level of the technique, mind's eye.
In the realm of the mind's eye, amidst a dark world, everything around him became astonishingly clear.
The tangible objects within a 2-meter radius morphed into luminous, abstract lines. Even the dust motes suspended in the air appeared crystal clear, drifting slowly downward. He felt as if he could conquer 10 foes.
Chapter 31, Do Not Open the Door. How confident. It's time to get a good night's sleep.
While Changyang was cultivating, Lin Nagi diligently devoted himself to deciphering the database.
Presently,
his mind felt quite fatigued.
Changyang was unaware of how tirelessly the summoner was restocking the shop.
Having reached the pinnacle of the fundamental breathing technique, he began to prepare for honing a new skill, his mind's eye. He took a strip of cloth and fashioned it into a band, binding it around his eyes to completely obscure his vision, allowing him to utilize his mind's eye to perceive his surroundings as he moved about the room. Under the influence of his mind's eye, Changyang sensed a rapid depletion of his mental energy. Mind's eye proficiency 1, as his mental energy waned, The proficiency of his mind's eye skill began to rise, until it reached a level of 5.
Chang Yang's spirit could no longer sustain itself.
The world within his mind's eye plunged back into darkness.
Was it truly this draining?
Rubbing his temples, he felt a heaviness clouding his thoughts.
Yet, despite this,
he did not remove the cloth from his eyes but instead concentrated, exploring his surroundings. Initially stumbling, he gradually acclimated to the surrounding darkness.
At this point,
even without activating the mind's eye skill, he could sense the arrangement of objects around him.
Mind's eye proficiency 1, could proficiency still increase?
It appeared that advancing the proficiency of the mind's eye did not necessitate its constant activation. Merely feeling and imagining the objects around him could enhance his skill.
Of course,
this method was markedly less efficient than actively employing the mind's eye, yet he welcomed any improvement.
Chang Yang did not linger on this thought for too long.
He kept the cloth wrapped around his eyes as he continued to navigate through the house. While exploring, he mentally constructed a layout of his surroundings,
envisioning a 3D model of the entire room within his mind's darkness.
Initially, he stumbled and occasionally collided with furniture and objects, but after each encounter, he would neatly rearrange the items, memorizing their locations and refining the mental model.
Thus, the mental depiction of the room became increasingly detailed, and his proficiency continued to grow. Until Mind's Eye Proficiency 1, Mind's Eye Proficiency maxed out.
Skill transformation occurs, Mind's Eye, mastered, 0-100 with the proficiency of the Mind's Eye evolving from novice to mastery, the mental model solidified, vividly manifesting within his consciousness. Even without activating the Mind's Eye, he could perceive every object around him.
It was as though he possessed an invisible eye, observing his surroundings. Naturally,
this clarity stemmed from his familiarity with the room. Stepping outside would likely revert him to a state of blindness. However, his perception of the surroundings had indeed enhanced significantly. Chang Yang felt confident that even with closed eyes, he could sense the movements of an opponent and respond accordingly. Time was drawing near, the potion should have refreshed. Chang Yang retrieved the summoner, leaving the blindfold in place, and drew out the Potion F card. Remarkably, even with his vision obscured, he could accurately select the Potion F card from his collection. Each card, despite the visual barrier, was distinctly perceived and identified.
Snap! Potion F!
He grasped the syringe firmly, aiming it at the vein in his arm, and injected it with precision. With his senses muted, he could distinctly feel the potion's power coursing through his veins. It flowed like a warm current towards his heart, which then pumped it throughout his body. His internal injuries began to mend, and the bruises beneath his skin gradually dissipated. His skin returned to its normal hue, albeit with a slight redness remaining.
Chang Yang attempted to throw a few punches into the air.
With the whoosh of each strike, they felt heavy and powerful, as if shattering the air around him. His strength was nearly restored.
Tomorrow, he would likely venture into the Rain Realm to explore. Knock, knock. Knock. What is this presence?
Lin Nagi jolted awake from his slumber. The darkness coalesced, akin to an invisible mist, seeping through the cracks of the door and swiftly filling the room. His light was instantaneously suppressed, flickering like a candle about to extinguish in the encroaching dark. Chang Yang also lifted his gaze toward the door. Merely staring, he felt as if something had tightened around his throat, making each breath come in quick gasps.
His body moved uncontrollably toward the door. Thud! Thud! Thud!
The heavy footsteps echoed through the room. Chang Yang's consciousness grew heavy, and memories began to blur. It felt as though he had forgotten something crucial. The distance to the door diminished, 5 meters, 3 meters, 1 meter, 50 centimeters. Chang Yang extended his hand,
beads of sweat forming on his palm.
The other hand trembled as if ensnared by invisible chains, struggling to rise until it grasped the cloth covering his eyes.
What was it that he had forgotten? What was it? Chang Yang strained to recollect, fervently attempting to think.
Lin Nagi's entire essence felt as if it were seized by an unseen hand, unable to seep even a hint of energy into the summoner.
Then it struck him.
He remembered what he and Chang Yang had forgotten. Darkness, unlike light, envelopes the world in shadows, preventing even a sliver of illumination from penetrating,
quietly sealing away the items concealed in darkness, rendering them invisible and unrecallable.
Even Lin Nagi, bathed in light, found his memory shrouded in obscurity.
Do not open the door. Chun Yang grasped the doorknob, and in that instant, memories surged back to life. He recalled what had transpired before plunging into the world beneath the waters. How could he have forgotten? How could he have forgotten? Creak. The door swung open, revealing a shadowy figure standing outside, its ghostly green eyes fixated on Chun Yang. Extending your right hand. Upon that hand, a silver-green ring glimmered with an eerie light, inching closer to Chun Yang's face, as if to seize his very head. A voice emanated from the figure, laced with mockery and condescension. Found you. Whoosh. The breathing technique activated to its utmost. Chang Yang's chest swelled as he inhaled deeply, his heart racing like an engine. The power-infused blood surged through his body. Activating his mind's eye, everything within a 2-meter radius slowed. Bang! A tremendous sound erupted. Even with the mind's eye, Chun Yang could not discern the figure's movement. He only felt a sharp pain in his chest as his body was hurled backward, shattering a chair, toppling a table, and crashing heavily against the wall. Pain. Excruciating pain. The blow to his lungs caused Chun Yang to gasp, expelling all the air from his lungs, and his heartbeat began to slow. It felt as though several ribs had fractured. Thud. The slow footsteps drew nearer, and Chun Yang struggled to lift his head, gazing at the figure before him. Indeed, was it not through breath that one could enhance their strength? With his lungs under attack, his breathing had been effectively interrupted. Chapter 32, The Deadlock approaches. The figure seemed to possess an intimate understanding of Chun Yang, having targeted his lung with precision in the recent assault. Everything unfolded as Chun Yang had previously surmised. The creature before him was not only formidable but also exceedingly cautious. It continually transformed, probing Chun Yang's defenses, scrutinizing his combat style to ascertain his vulnerabilities. Only after ascertaining its observations and waiting for 2 days without incident did it choose to strike at his weak point, aiming for his demise. During their last encounter, the entity had sealed Chun Yang's memories and bided its time for 2 days, likely to confirm whether he had allies nearby, thus preventing unforeseen complications. Contemplating these thoughts, Chang Yang felt an overwhelming sense of suffocation. This being left him no room for maneuver. Breathe, adjust your breath. Ignoring the pain in his chest, Chun Yang endeavored to regulate his breathing, though the sharp agony radiated from his lung. Should he continue to force himself to breathe? His rib had already punctured his lung. Such exertion would only exacerbate his wound. The mysterious figure calmly approached, as if orchestrating the entire encounter. Cough. Despite the risk of worsening his injuries, Chang Yang dared not pause. To halt now would mean death. He resolved to transform. One hand reached into his pocket, seeking the summoning device. However, the enigmatic figure effortlessly discerned Chun Yang's intentions and swiftly kicked it away. Through his inner vision, Chun Yang barely registered the incoming kick. He desperately activated his foundational breathing technique, raising his arms in defense. Bang! A resounding impact reverberated as Chun Yang's arm bent grotesquely, yet it did not break. His diligent training in the foundational stances had not been in vain. He crashed heavily against a wardrobe, collapsing to the floor, his entire arm now numb from the effort of defense. Did he wish to transform using the summoning device? The mysterious figure advanced, articulating Chun Yang's intentions with alarming accuracy. How could he possibly know? The figure's words eroded Chun Yang's mental fortifications. Even now, it remained utterly vigilant, wary that Chun Yang might unleash some desperate measure to drag them both into the abyss. The figure was acutely aware of how long their kind had covertly ruled this world. No force had ever emerged capable of countering their lineage, which instilled an unwavering vigilance within it. You seem surprised, frightened? The enigmatic figure continued its approach, lifting its foot to stomp down on Chun Yang's arm. A sharp scream escaped Chun Yang as excruciating pain radiated through him, interrupting his labored breath. He gasped, blood spilling from his mouth. Meanwhile, the mysterious figure leaned down, extending its arm towards Chun Yang's chest. No. Cough, please don't. Chun Yang fought to curl his body protectively around the summoning device. Yet, all of his efforts were in vain. The summoning device was seized from his chest by the creature's grasp. The platinum summoning device glimmered with a golden hue,
illuminating the face of the mysterious figure. To Cheng Yang's astonishment, this visage was not the one he had seen before his descent into the mirrored world.
So, this is the device capable of summoning the armor of light. Then where is the card? Is it still on your person?
The figure gazed at the summoning device with a satisfied grin before redirecting its attention to Cheng Yang. At that moment, Cheng Yang struggled to steady his breath. Even with his lung punctured, refusing to relent. Fortunately, he had previously seized the opportunity to elevate his foundational breathing technique to its zenith.
Otherwise,
the severity of his injuries would have rendered him incapable of continuing.
Why do you possess such knowledge of the summoning device?
Cheng Yang inquired, his voice strained.
Why?
It is merely the culmination of your own kind's diligent research and investigation. Cheng Yang raised his gaze to meet the self-satisfied expression of the mysterious figure. He sensed that with the loss of his summoning device, the creature had grown increasingly arrogant, looking down upon him with disdain. It had cast aside its previous caution,
revealing information without hesitation.
According to its analysis, the creature masqueraded as human, secretly dominating humanity with an air of superiority and contempt.
The prior caution had merely been a response to Cheng Yang's possession of the summoning device.
Now that it was gone, he had been reduced to a mere human, prompting the creature to revert to its haughty demeanor.
Research, investigation. Are you embedded within the Monster Countermeasures Department? Or does your position grant you the liberty to freely access their data?
Upon hearing Cheng Yang's question, the mysterious figure displayed a flicker of surprise. It had not anticipated that Cheng Yang, an ordinary individual, could perceive such intricacies, yet its gaze remained laced with disdain.
You were able to discern that? I didn't expect anyone outside the Monster Countermeasures Department to awaken. The figure, now in possession of the summoning device, was more than willing to engage in discourse with this insignificant human, reveling in its apparent victory. What do you mean by the Monster Countermeasures Department and awakening?
Cheng Yang struggled to buy time, aiming to gather more intelligence while regulating his breath.
Do you understand why the Monster Countermeasures Department operates as a semi-official, semi-civil organization? Why they deliberately maintain a distance from official forces, striving for independence? The creature's words struck a chord with Cheng Yang. The Monster Countermeasures Department had recognized that the human leadership might have been supplanted by monsters, hence their efforts for autonomy. Yet, it appeared that the department was still infiltrated by these creatures. Within it, there likely existed deeper, clandestine organizations, covertly opposing the monsters and researching methods to combat them. Otherwise, the Monster Countermeasures Department would have long since been fully integrated into the official structure, completely subjugated. There lies the hope of humanity. Even if I perish, I must hand over the summoning device. I can offer you a swift end. The creature held the summoning device in one hand while extending the other. A green blade materializing in its grasp, pressing ominously against Cheng Yang's neck. The razor-sharp edge seemed poised to sever his artery at any moment. Cheng Yang could only withdraw a card from his pocket, extending it towards the monster. Chapter 33, The Torrent of Stormy. The mysterious figure extended a hand, grasping the dark card. The card in the air flipped over, revealing its contents, Stormy. With a firm grip, the figure crushed the card, instantly triggering Stormy, unleashing a torrent that surged forth towards the mysterious individual. As a nature-themed card, Stormy inherently possessed immense power. A force not conjured by the summoner but rather derived from the very essence of nature itself. Furthermore, even a fraction of the card's power could be activated without the summoner's aid, provided the holder met the requisite physical standards and possessed unique abilities. As the summoner of the light armor, Cheng Yang had long harbored a faint light within him. Coupled with his already superhuman physical prowess, he met the card's demands effortlessly. The torrent surged within the confined space, akin to a deluge erupting indoors. With a resounding crash, accompanied by the roar of waves, the gushing water inundated the entire house. Passers-by on the street were startled by the thunderous noise, looking up to the source of the commotion. They witnessed a scene reminiscent of a burst reservoir, as torrents of water poured from a window of a high-rise building. Cheng Yang was swept away by the deluge, plummeting from the upper floors. The mysterious figure, engulfed by the sudden torrent, tightened his grip on the summoner's device, steadying himself in the rushing water while scanning the spot where Cheng Yang was falling.
The summoner's device was now in his possession, yet the card remained with this boy. He had to. Light shadow spike. As these thoughts crossed his mind, the summoner's device in his hand unexpectedly radiated light. Straight beams of light coalesced from the device, launching themselves toward the unsuspecting figure. In an instant, his hand gripping the device was pierced, blood gushing forth. Impossible. How could this happen? The mysterious figure stared incredulously at the summoner's device. According to his prior research, the holder must insert a card into the device to utilize its skills. Yet the device was clearly in his grasp, and no card had been inserted. How could it autonomously activate a skill? This is unfathomable. Attempting to taint my memories with foul darkness. You shall not capture me. Unbeknownst to him, as a being of light, a portion of his memory had been shrouded by darkness. Despite his intense focus on research during that time, the occurrence ignited an unparalleled fury within Lin Nagi. Moreover, whether the power of the armor or the power of the skills, all derived from his summoner's device. The card merely served as a conduit for power. The summoner needed to utilize the card to harness the device's strength. But he did not. Amidst the buzzing noise, the mysterious figure, with his pierced hand, could no longer maintain his grip on the summoner's device. He watched helplessly as it slipped from his wounded fingers, carried away by the cascading water through the window. Was he still careless? How intriguing. The mysterious figure glanced at his injured hand, clenched his fist slightly, and the bloody wound healed autonomously. He then stepped into the torrent, pursuing the summoner's device. Cheng Yang, propelled down from the high building by the torrent, struggled to stabilize himself mid-air, tightly clutching the Storm E card. With the power of Storm E, he could manipulate the surrounding rushing water to a certain extent. Simultaneously, he regulated his breathing, swiftly executing the basic breathing technique. Though his lungs throbbed with agony, he did not relent. Now was not the time to dwell on pain. In battle, Cheng Yang was accustomed to disregarding discomfort. He was already at a life-and-death juncture. With a change in his breath, Cheng Yang's lungs expanded once more. And his heart, akin to an engine, revved up, beating rapidly. Blood surged through his veins, pumping fervently throughout his body, causing his veins to bulge ominously beneath his skin. Yet, he could not afford to be concerned with such appearances now. As the torrent rushed closer to the ground, Cheng Yang's gaze sharpened, fixating intently on the earth below. Activating his inner sight, everything around him began to slow down. The flowing water, the beating heart, the textures of the ground all became vividly discernible. Storm! Just as he was about to crash down, Cheng Yang quickly positioned the Storm E card before him, channeling its power to activate once more. This time, he did not unleash its full force. Instead, he merely tapped into a portion of the card's potential. In an instant, a column of water erupted from the card, crashing heavily against the ground. Using the reaction force of the water column, Cheng Yang felt his body propelled upward, alleviating much of his falling weight. Nevertheless, he was still flung away, landing on the water-covered ground and rolling several times before coming to a halt. Gasping for breath, pain surged through his chest with each inhalation. Struggling to rise, he clutched the storm card tightly, remaining vigilant of his surroundings. He needed to reclaim the summoner's device. As the summoner, Cheng Yang could faintly sense the device's presence. It must have slipped from the mysterious figure's grasp. Where was it? Cheng Yang's eyes scanned the vicinity swiftly. Having transcended human limits, his vision extended beyond ordinary capabilities. Coupled with his keen intuition, he quickly spotted the device lying on the ground, half submerged in water, half exposed to the air, still radiating a faint golden glow. Upon glimpsing the device, Cheng Yang wasted no time. He pushed the basic breathing technique to its maximum. His heart, beating rapidly, pumped blood into his legs as he launched himself toward the summoner's device like an arrow released from a bow. Simultaneously, the mysterious figure leapt from the high building, extending a finger adorned with a green ring toward the speeding Cheng Yang. In an instant, the concrete ground fractured, and thick earthen roots erupted from below, flailing toward Cheng Yang like tentacles, seeking to ensnare and bind him or perhaps to crush him into oblivion. Inner sight, fully activated. Faced with the phantom-like speed of the roots, Cheng Yang unhesitatingly employed his inner sight. Everything within a 2-meter radius slowed in his perception. He then moved with the agility of a monkey, deftly dodging the roots and weaving through the gaps. Having endured numerous battles and mastered myriad combat techniques, his body had long surpassed human limitations. Even without transformation, his strength had already transcended human capabilities to a considerable degree, resembling a humanoid, significantly weakened beast.
Chapter 34: The Wood Monster vs.
The armor of light. With a disdainful and contemptuous expression, the mysterious figure watched as Chang Yang deftly evaded the roots he had summoned. Raising his hand once more, green light coalesced in his palm, swiftly transforming into a 10-meter-long wooden spear, sharp as a lance, aimed directly at Chang Yang.
The hand fell, and the piercing wooden spike tore through the air, whistling as it shattered droplets of water, an unstoppable force intent on nailing the agile monkey-like figure to the ground. As the summoning device loomed before him, a chill crept up Chang Yang's spine. A sense of impending doom enveloped him inexplicably, causing his heart to race beyond its limits, granting him extraordinary physical prowess. For an ordinary human, such a rapid heartbeat would spell certain death within mere seconds. He turned swiftly, and an awe-inspiring wooden spear seemed ready to pierce him. In that 2-meter radius, his heightened perception operated at an extraordinary level, rendering everything around him as if time had slowed to a crawl. The light shadow sword. Almost instinctively, Chang Yang followed the faint glow within him. The bloodline transformed by light. He drew the light shadow sword F card. A flash of golden light appeared in his palm, gathering all his strength. He executed an upward slash towards the wooden spear. Everything transpired in a heartbeat. The mysterious figure merely glimpsed the golden flash before Chang Yang wielded the sword against the spear, his body flung aside like a rag doll, crashing to the ground. His palm split open, blood gushing forth, revealing the stark white of his bone. Could he wield a weapon card without relying on the summoning device? The mysterious figure regarded Chang Yang with growing caution. Though he had always looked down upon humanity, a primal arrogance coursed through him. Yet the connection to the summoning device and that suit of light armor instilled a profound wariness, as if fear. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could the noble blood flowing through my veins succumb to fear? It cannot be. I must eliminate this wretch, crush that armor, obliterate the summoning device. The mysterious figure's gaze darkened, and a green longsword reappeared in his hand. The murderous intent in his eyes seemed to seek to shatter his fears, proving that his caution was not born of trepidation. Yet, even now, he maintained his human form, refraining from reverting to the beast. Coughing, Chang Yang trembled, supporting himself with the light shadow sword. He squinted through bloodied eyes at the figure approaching, knife in hand. The surrounding bystanders fled in terror, and silence enveloped the area. It felt as though the world had been reduced to just that advancing figure wielding a blade. In Chang Yang's line of sight, he could see the figure coalesce with each step, solidifying into a tangible presence, overwhelming the darkness above him. The pressure emanating from this being was of an entirely different magnitude than the previous monsters. Yet, Chang Yang extended his bloodied hand, clutching the gleaming summoning device. With the recent attack, he had successfully retrieved it. It was time to transform. He inhaled deeply, steadying the pain coursing through his body. Raising the summoning device, he pressed it against the belt that had already been summoned at his waist. He then drew the Armor of Light card, his gaze unwavering as it locked onto the mysterious figure. Armor of Light. Click. Fusion. As golden light flashed, intricate patterns unfurled on the ground like a mystical magic circle. Golden light illuminated from the patterns beneath him, enveloping his entire being and outlining the form of platinum armor. The wounds on his body stabilized slightly with the transformation, alleviating his breathing pain. Now, let you witness the power of the Armor of Light. Chang Yang gripped the light shadow sword tightly, undeterred by the overwhelming pressure emanating from the beast, charging forward. His body transformed into a streak of golden light. Thick roots burst forth from the ground, twisting towards him, forming nets that sought to ensnare and immobilize him. Despite this, Chang Yang did not falter. Wielding the sword, he unleashed a barrage of fierce sword energy, effortlessly slicing through the roots and thrusting towards the mysterious figure. With a crisp clang, the light shadow sword collided with the green blade, sending ripples through the surrounding water. The two weapons clashed, igniting golden sparks. I shall shatter you along with this armor. The close visage of the mysterious figure broke into a smile.
And with a powerful swing of his blade, green light flared, sending Chang Yang reeling backward. Such power! Chang Yang quickly regained his footing, thrusting the sword again. The arm guard glimmered with golden light as multiple golden blades shot forth. The mysterious figure, now wielding his knife with one hand, effortlessly countered Chang Yang's onslaught with swift,
almost imperceptible strikes. Too fast.
As his perception expanded, time slowed around him, allowing Chang Yang to finally catch sight of the knife's trajectory. He parried the descending blade. But the subsequent force bent him low, nearly bringing him to his knees.
Did you think I had revealed my true strength?
The mysterious figure resumed his disdainful demeanor. Yet his blade moved even faster, betraying no hint of carelessness.
Shining form. Constant flash.
Without a moment's hesitation, Chang Yang altered his breath, and his heart raced once more. This time, the rapid beat was not only to grant his body unprecedented strength but to fuel the armor's dazzling brilliance. As the armor radiated with blinding light,
its power surged, unleashing its full potential. Speed and strength were entirely realized.
Everything within his heightened perception once again slowed.
Clang! Clang! Clang!
Ethereal shadows collided in the air.
The two figures racing across the water's surface, separating and re-engaging in a flurry of strikes.
The rapid exchanges could only be traced by the ripples that erupted from the water's surface, marking the trajectory of their battle.
Another clash.
The ground cracked under the impact.
Water sprang into droplets that then shattered into mist.
The friction between sword and blade brought the mysterious figure's face into sharp focus. As he met Chang Yang's gaze through his visor.
Shining form, am I mistaken? Is this your limit? Hearing the mysterious figure's voice, Chang Yang offered no response.
The light shadow sword glimmered with golden light as he struck decisively. The distance between them widened once more.
Chang Yang landed on the ground, standing amidst the water. While the mysterious figure leaped onto a lamppost, looking down upon Chang Yang with an air of superiority. If this is your limit, what awaits you next is despair. Behold my noble stature, my exalted bloodline, and the power that lies beyond your reach. As his voice echoed, palpable darkness erupted forth, surging like a tempestuous fog, enveloping the sky. In an instant, even Chang Yang's radiant armor seemed to be overpowered and shrouded by this encroaching darkness, its brilliance dimming slightly. Chapter 35, The Power of Despair. The light from the street lamp grew dim, flickering erratically. Shadows cast upon the lamp twisted and expanded. Dark. Sharp spikes pierced through the shadow's skin, while segments of exoskeleton filled the surface. Until a pair of eerie, green eyes glimmered from the depths of the pitch-black figure, revealing it in all its clarity. This dark power, is it of D rank, or perhaps C rank? It has surpassed the limits of perception. Lin Nagi transformed into light, becoming a summoner, having evolved only once thus far. His inherent strength is not particularly formidable, nor is his perception exaggerated. Moreover, light and darkness are inherently intertwined. At this moment, under the influence of that dark power, it was exceedingly difficult for Lin Nagi to ascertain the level of this monster. Yet, he was certain. This power, possessed by the creature, is not comparable to those mere monsters transformed by beast energy. This is a true monster clan, imbued with intelligence. They are undoubtedly beyond the capabilities of his current light armor to confront. Merely in its basic form, the power of light cannot overshadow this creature. Furthermore, this creature embodies the wood attribute, which light cannot counter. Unable to communicate with Chang Yang, Lin Nagi could only issue warnings to the best of his ability. Even without the summoner's alert, Chang Yang could sense it, the creature's aura had shifted. It was entirely unlike the human form. Thud. With a violent crash, the concrete ground shattered, and water pooled on the surface exploded into the air, transforming into a shower of droplets. A brown exoskeleton enveloped its entire body, and its large green eyes bulged like those of an insect. Spikes resembling wooden thorns protruded from its elbows, shoulders, and back. Unlike previous monsters with elongated, sharp claws, its arms resembled those of a human, with claws of reasonable length. Standing just over 2 meters tall, its clawed feet dug deeply into the concrete. The unarmored calves and waist displayed muscles akin to iron. Its humanoid claws grasped the previous green blade, pointing it menacingly at Chang Yang.
With a mere flick towards the void, a gust of wind sliced through the airborne droplets, tracing a line across the flowing water below.
In an instant, a deep gash appeared on the ground to Cheng Yang's right. Had that strike been aimed at him?
No, it was intentional. This creature had deliberately miscalculated. Cheng Yang gripped the light and shadow sword tightly, every muscle in his body tensed, stretching his skin taut as if filled with iron-like muscle. He pushed the fundamental breathing technique to its limit, his blood coursing as if it were boiling. Even his skin began to flush red. The light armor surged with power,
radiating a blinding brilliance.
With a decisive slash, accompanied by the descent of the golden blade, Cheng Yang's entire being transformed into an elusive flash of gold, surging towards the wooden monster.
At this moment, everything around him began to fracture in his vision.
The pavement, the flowing water, the street lamps, the flora, all dissolved into abstract, coarse sketches, leaving only the wooden monster in his sight. A sound echoed through the air as the sword cut through, the distance between them vanished in an instant.
The blade crashing down upon the monster's chest. It struck true.
Cheng Yang was utterly convinced of the sensation transmitted through his sword. That strike had undoubtedly surpassed any he had previously executed. However, as the inner eye perceived the unfolding scene before him, his heart plummeted into despair.
The unprecedented blow,
fueled by his blazing armor and honed swordsmanship, became lodged against the creature's shoulder, inflicting not even the slightest wound.
This creature exhibited no intention of defense or evasion. How could this be?
Cheng Yang clenched his teeth, the brilliance of his armor unwavering as he spun the blade, delivering 3 successive thrusts. One aimed at the throat, another piercing the heart, and the last directed at the forehead.
Clang! Clang! Clang!
Yet, all he heard were the sounds of feeble impacts. The 3 strikes were effortlessly parried by the monster.
At that moment, the wooden creature did not even move its blade.
It let out a derisive cackle, spreading its arms wide, welcoming Cheng Yang's onslaught.
Do you see, little brat? This is the true might of my clan.
Beneath this power, you are but a 20-year-old child. The wooden monster spread its arms, allowing Cheng Yang's attacks to land without resistance. At this juncture, it found its previous caution somewhat amusing. Such a feeble child could hardly pose a threat to their kind. Such insignificant power required no deliberate response. Seeming to grow weary of Cheng Yang's futile attempts,
the monster lifted its blade and swung it down with ferocity. Defensive stance.
In an instant, Cheng Yang's body was sent flying, a golden spark erupting from the chest of his armor.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
The world spun violently, the sounds of impacts echoing in his ears. He was hurled away, crashing to the ground, only to be propelled back into the earth, the cacophony of collisions relentless. Until at last, he was flung through a pane of glass, tumbling into the next floor, before being expelled once more, crashing through the concrete surface below. His rolling body finally came to a halt. Coughing, Cheng Yang struggled to rise, his armor flickering unpredictably. This was the manifestation of his inability to maintain the fundamental breathing technique and sustain the radiant form.
Help! A monster, it's a monster! Ah! Who will save me? Run! Run!
The cries of the surrounding crowd echoed incessantly, and Cheng Yang's eyes, now blood-red, clutched the light and shadow sword,
aiming it at the creature. Others could flee, could evade.
But as the chosen summoner, he had no option of retreat. Cheng Yang believed that being selected by the summoner imbued him with a touch of the extraordinary, a hint of the exceptional.
Perhaps this was merely an overabundance of self-awareness.
The summoner had chosen him simply due to luck. Therefore, he could never run. Even in the face of an insurmountable monster, retreat was not an option. He was no longer ordinary, no longer mundane. Thus, he had forfeited the right to flee like an ordinary person. He would not allow the monster to wreak havoc or harm others while he remained indifferent. Holding the summoner, with the immense power of the armor, he must also bear the responsibility that accompanied this power. Regardless of how formidable the monster that appeared, bearing the might of the summoner in armor,
he must confront it head-on. Chapter 36, Yet I have striven with all my might the frail human, did he not flee? The wood beast stood atop the high-rise from which Cheng Yang had been cast, gazing down upon him. Cheng Yang offered no reply, though his body felt numb.
He resolutely raised the shadow sword with his right hand and retrieved a card with his left.
How utterly, how profoundly displeasing. The creature's tone turned icy and filled with fury. This weak human, why did he not tremble in fear? Why did he not attempt to escape
before such formidable power?
Why did he not cower or plead for mercy?
He had clearly demonstrated his overwhelming strength.
Chang Yang should have displayed terror and begged for clemency.
If he had not witnessed the true extent of the creature's power and yet dared to raise his sword, it would be mere ignorance. Yet having already beheld that power, he still dared to confront it.
This was an affront to its dignity. A provocation against its nobility. A mere human enslaved.
A lowly species.
Chang Yang inhaled deeply.
Pain surged through his lungs, yet it did not halt his breath.
Shining form. Light shadow strike. Light fist. Crack. The skill cards were inserted. In that instant, golden light erupted from the armor encasing Chang Yang, and the blade of the shadow sword seemed to transform into the sun itself. He then launched himself forcefully to the ground. The earth beneath him splintered like a spider's web under the immense force.
Chang Yang's body, aglow with golden radiance, soared into the air like an arrow, hurtling toward the wood beast. The sword swung down with ferocity.
In that fleeting moment, the power of the 2F skill cards detonated simultaneously, sending a blinding golden light into the sky. The glass of nearby buildings reflected this radiant glow, and bystanders shielded their eyes against its brilliance. A mere human. The beast, driven to the pinnacle of rage by the provocation, surprisingly calmed. Its cold gaze fixed upon the descending blade. The green blade in its grasp was raised to meet the sword. A faint green glow flickered as it collided with the dazzling golden light. Crack! 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 The sound pierced the air, unleashing visible ripples, and in an instant, the glass of the entire building shattered. Shards of glass rained down in every direction. Those fleeing covered their ears, crying out in agony. Ah! Chang Yang too let out a cry of exertion.
Blood began to trickle from the corners of his eyes, and his veins swelled like writhing worms.
Yet, even so,
the wood beast remained unmoved.
Its arm, holding the blade, did not tremble even slightly.
The disparity of power was overwhelming. It was not merely a matter of one side pouring forth all its strength to contend.
This farce was nearing its conclusion. The wood beast exerted its strength, causing the blade to vibrate slightly. The tremendous force in an instant sent Chang Yang flying, shattering the golden light into fragments.
He crashed into the high-rise on the other side of the road, pain radiating throughout his entire being. Armor compatibility increased to 99. After the recent battle and his newfound realization, the light armor seemed to have accepted Chang Yang further.
However,
I possess no strength to continue fighting.
Chang Yang lay upon the cold ground, surveying the chaos around him, yet he felt an unexpected tranquility.
It seemed he had anticipated this outcome. A soft weeping reached Chang Yang's ears. Following the sound, he spotted a small girl, perhaps 7 or 8 years old,
hiding beneath a bed, stifling her sobs. Perhaps her family was still at work, delayed in returning.
In this house, only her fearful whimpers echoed. Yet she was powerless to change her fate. Hearing her cries, Chang Yang felt an inexplicable surge of strength, rising against the odds of his battered body.
Stay hidden.
Do not make a sound, he rasped, striving to sound as gentle as possible. With great difficulty, he approached the breach created by his fall. Even if he could no longer move, he could not allow the beast to find her. He needed to lure the creature away to a desolate place.
Motorcycle F. Crack.
With the insertion of a card into his belt, a hovering motorcycle materialized in the air. Chang Yang swiftly mounted it and shot into the sky.
The wood beast leapt after him, relentless in its pursuit. In a chase that led them to the outskirts, Chang Yang realized that even with the motorcycle F, he could not shake off this beast. Where had he gone wrong? Even had he never encountered that mysterious figure, he would have eventually been discovered if he continued to fight. What of humanity? The power of the armor required growth. Yet how many beasts were as powerful as the wood beast? Whoosh! The air was split as sharp wooden spears sliced through, aimed at Chang Yang. He deftly maneuvered the motorcycle in mid-air, evading the onslaught. Yet, the beast drew ever closer.
Armor compatibility increased to 100. You have met the prerequisites for armor upgrade. Light bloodline acquired.
Armor upgrade? Light bloodline? Cheng Yang was bewildered.
An armor upgrade necessitated not only a 100 compatibility between the summoner and the armor, but also the corresponding upgrade card. Lin Nagi had yet to refine the upgrade card for the light armor. The upgrade card required the summoner's light bloodline as a sample, sufficient monster energy, and special items infused with light power. Even now, with Cheng Yang's compatibility at 100, Lin Nagi could not instantaneously create an upgrade card. Whoosh! Another wooden spear shot through the air. At this moment, Cheng Yang found himself with no opportunity to evade, and the spear struck his motorcycle forcefully, sending him crashing to the ground in a cloud of dust. The wood beast followed closely, descending from the sky.
Yet, amidst the swirling dust, Cheng Yang did not fall.
Instead, he stood firm, gripping the shadow sword in his right hand and a card in his left.
Do you wish to fight still? Aside from the trifles of those cards, do you possess anything new?
The wood beast sneered, disdain dripping from its voice.
Even through the armor,
it could sense the frail human's life signs wavering precariously.
Should it release him now, the likely outcome would still be death. It was perplexed. Why? When this weak human was on the brink of death, did he continue to sustain the armor? Why did he persist in battle?
It could sense that wielding this armor and accessing the power to rival a beast was a tremendous drain on vitality.
Ordinary humans could not possibly possess the stamina to manipulate this armor. Yet here was this gravely wounded, near-death human, still maintaining it.
He was merely exhausting his life force. Even if he were to perish within the armor at any moment, it would not be surprising. Cheng Yang's grip on the card trembled slightly.
Trembling? Are you afraid? Or have you exhausted yourself to the point where you can scarcely hold such a card?
The wood beast leisurely advanced toward Cheng Yang, relishing the moment, watching this individual, who had come to recognize his own power, yet still dared to draw his sword. The pleasure it derived was greater than that of simply killing him. It felt as though this could cleanse the humiliation it had felt from its previous caution and slight fear.
Indeed, I was afraid.
Cheng Yang clenched the card tightly,
striving to suppress his trembling. Oh!
The wood monster halted its advance, seemingly intrigued by the words of the human before it, on the brink of death.
Was he pleading for mercy?
Such a notion could indeed be amusing, warranting a pause to allow him a few extra moments of life, a fleeting pleasure for itself. He feared he had not fulfilled his duty, anxious that he might disappoint the summoner and the armor of light. If, on that fateful night, the armor had chosen another.
If the summoner had selected someone else, would today's outcome have been different? Had he truly given his utmost? Had he embraced the weight of being chosen? Or was he merely reckless?
Though Cheng Yang was steeped in self-reproach, with each thought, his resolve grew stronger.
I may not have been the best, and undoubtedly
others have surpassed me. Yet, I have exerted every ounce of my effort.
The stormy a crack.
As the stormy card fell from his fingers,
it was inserted into the summoner. Compatibility, 50. Armor enhancement initiated. Chapter 37, the reinforced form of the storm with the insertion of the stormy summoner.
A thunderous roar erupted.
The torrential rain, swept by the winds, coalesced around Cheng Yang, enveloping him amidst the clamor of thunder.
The rain glimmered with a cerulean luminescence, continuously adhering to his armor, forming distinct shapes upon it.
Blue patterns emerged on the platinum armor, and with a crack of lightning, a bolt struck his chest plate, transforming into a silver lightning pattern that protruded outward.
Enormous blue shoulder plates replaced the original smaller platinum ones, extending towards the arm guards. At the center of the summoner on his belt, the golden orb changed hue, as if threads of golden lightning were trapped within, pulsating with vibrant energy.
Light armor, reinforced.
Storm form, Cheng Yang raised his sword, and in an instant, the curtain of rain vanished, leaving behind the resplendent light armor. The foundational structure of the armor remained unchanged,
appearing as though it had been welded with blue and silver components.
Threads of lightning danced across the surface, surging with newfound power. Cheng Yang could feel his once depleted body erupting with unprecedented energy, yet this vigor was not conjured from thin air. It was extracted forcibly through the lightning of stormy, shocking his body and compelling forth latent strength. The currents of electricity coursing through him stimulated each cell, breaking them down and converting them into combat energy.
Until his essence was entirely expended, perhaps that would signal his demise. Is this your trump card? The wood beast raised its blade, transforming into a phantom as it charged towards Chungyang.
He lifted the light shadow sword, silver arcs of electricity leaping from his arm to the blade, enveloping it in a layer of lightning. Simultaneously, the power of Stormy augmented the light shadow sword, blue components and patterns spreading across its surface.
As the sword and blade clashed, arcs of electricity danced.
With the activation of his mind's eye, everything within a 2-meter radius slowed to a crawl.
Yet, Chungyang, entwined with lightning and at the brink of exhaustion, gained an unparalleled swiftness. It was as if his very being had transformed into a streak of lightning, darting towards the wood beast. They collided, then separated, only to collide once more. The sounds of clashing metal intertwined as their speeds surged, faster and faster. Trees splintered.
The earth fractured, rocks reduced to powder, and soil turned to dust. The naked eye could no longer discern the traces of their conflict, only witnessing a blinding dance of gold and electric light, green and blade glinting, as they tore through everything around them. Such power can still be unleashed. The wood beast cleaved through Chungyang's attack, its gaze sharpening into a cold glare as it watched Chungyang tumble back.
But if you think this makes you my equal, how utterly laughable, insect!
As it spoke, the wood beast swung its green blade, its fierce visage fixed on Chungyang, unleashing torrents of green wind blades that sliced through the air like a tempest. At this moment, Chungyang inserted the Stormy card, enhancing the light armor with the attributes of water and electricity. Wind, too, belonged to the realm of wood,
as a high level wood attribute monster.
The wood beast could not only command wood-based attacks but also manipulate the winds. Defending himself, Chungyang swiftly positioned his sword horizontally, gripping the hilt with one hand while bracing against the back of the blade with the other. The clang of impacts echoed as he deflected the relentless wind blades.
Allow me to demonstrate the essence of noble power. From 100 meters away, the wood beast raised its empty hand, targeting the hurtling Chungyang. The wind roared. Trees swayed violently, their leaves rustling in a symphony of battle. The wooded outskirts were the wood beast's domain. In an instant, countless trees seemed to come alive, swaying madly as if summoned as serval beasts, all converging upon Chungyang. As they swayed, a storm of leaves fell, swirling like a multitude of blades, rushing towards him. The air shimmered with the cold glint of leaves, colliding with one another. Chungyang gripped the light shadow sword tightly, lightning crackling violently along the blade. With fierce determination, he slashed. The blade fell with precision, cleaving through the leaves, which disintegrated beneath the electrified edge. Yet, the endless tide of foliage surged forth like a green wave, threatening to engulf him. Faced with the overwhelming deluge of leaves, Chungyang drew forth another card. Light Shadow Thrust F. The moment the card was inserted, the skill activated, unleashing a multitude of electrified sword shadows that shattered the canopy of leaves, exploding in a brilliant display. The flickering lightning illuminated the verdant sea of leaves, filling the air with chaos. Realizing his vision was obscured, Chungyang quickly activated his mind's eye, disregarding his fatigue, and drew yet another card. Light Fist F. Within the field of his mind's eye, the shattered foliage abstracted into bold black and white lines, swirling slowly around him. Among these stark lines, a massive root, akin to a serpent, surged forth, piercing through the debris of leaves and lunging towards Chungyang. With a decisive strike, he unleashed the Light Fist. Golden radiance and silver lightning intertwined upon his fist, slamming forward with ferocity. In an instant, the surrounding leaves disintegrated into dust, and the advancing roots splintered under the force of his blow. However, as the first root crumbled, more roots erupted from every direction, like venomous serpents hidden within the shattered foliage, all pouncing at once. Chungyang tightened his fists, one hand wielding a blade, the other a fist, launching relentless strikes. His strength and life force ebbed away, traded for immense power and unstoppable assaults. Yet, everything has its limits. As he drained his energy, the lightning seeped into his internal organs, shocking them, exhausting his strength. One root seized the opportunity, coiling around Chungyang's neck like a constrictor, flinging him towards the wood beast. The wood beast, having already gripped its green blade tightly, prepared to strike. Chungyang steadied his breath, enduring the pain as he prepared to counter.
With a clash, the sword met the blade once more, but Chang Yang, having struck hastily, was no match for the wood beast's concentrated assault. The blade emitted a mournful cry, almost slipping from his grasp under the colossal force. His body was once again sent hurtling away. At this moment, he could no longer stabilize himself. The wood beast, stepping forward, transformed into a green shadow,
dashing towards the flung Chang Yang. The blade swung down again.
In an instant, everything transpired. In another instant, it concluded.
Chang Yang, battered by a series of strikes,
was hurled to the ground, smashing through trees, shattering soil, and crashing into the earth.
Chapter 38. Put away the inheritance I have yet to meet. The beast showed no mercy. It surged towards Chang Yang with blinding speed. Its blade ruthlessly aimed at his neck. Wait. Was he begging for mercy? The creature paused. Its blade suspended in the air as it regarded Chang Yang with eager anticipation for his plea.
This would sufficiently illustrate the depravity of humanity and elevate its own noble stance, allowing it to absolve itself of the previous shame it had felt in the face of fear. Thus, if it were to hear a cry for mercy,
it would be inclined to allow this human to linger a while longer.
I merely wish to inform you that you have fallen into my trap. Chang Yang extended a finger towards the beast before him. In but a moment, you shall find yourself immobile, defenseless against my assault.
The creature halted, gazing down at Chang Yang with disdain, seemingly unperturbed.
However, the ground suddenly split open. A torrent of water erupted from beneath, shooting skyward in towering columns, the tallest reaching heights of several dozen meters. This suburban area was adjacent to a waterworks facility, and beneath them lay immense pipes transporting fresh water. The power of the Rainy card primarily resided in water, and throughout their confrontation, Chang Yang had been harnessing the extended attribute of electricity from Rainy.
In truth,
from the very beginning, he had been subtly gathering water within the underground pipes, building up tremendous pressure. To be struck by the beast's assault at this juncture was part of his calculation. He would unleash a close-range torrent of water. As for whether the beast would grant him the time to gather his strength, Chang Yang had gleaned some understanding of the creature's nature through their recent skirmish. Arrogance, contempt,
and vanity.
This was an ingrained perception of humanity in their lineage, one that could not be altered. The creature held humanity in utter disdain.
It desired to witness fear, terror, and trepidation displayed before it.
As long as it could command Chang Yang to halt, it would undoubtedly comply, eager to hear his cries for mercy.
Therefore,
Chang Yang gazed at the beast, thrusting his light shadow sword towards it with fierce determination. Let it experience the humiliation of being outsmarted and wounded by a mere human.
Rain-E. The full force of Rain-E erupted, and in that instant, Chang Yang transformed his entire being into a conduit for lightning, unleashing an unprecedented strike.
Blinding silver bolts of electricity danced within the torrent, enveloping the beast entirely.
A numbing sensation coursed through the creature's body as the water conducted the electricity, rendering it immobile. Chang Yang's blade, under this immense force, began to slice through the beast's carapace. Human, wretched human. The beast's face contorted into an expression of unparalleled rage as it beheld the proximity of Chang Yang.
Perhaps it could only register a twisted, furious visage at this moment. Even now, it referred to Chang Yang simply as the human.
After all, in its eyes,
there was no need to remember the name of such an insignificant being. Just as it had never introduced itself to Chang Yang, nor disclosed its name. For such a lowly creature held no right to know it.
Remember this wound.
The blade continued to penetrate deeper, piercing the carapace and delving into flesh.
Yet, Chang Yang understood that he could not slay this beast.
Even this assault, which he executed with utmost effort and cunning, was merely a tenuous success.
Without this calculated ambush,
he would have been incapable of breaching its defenses. He hoped the next summoner would possess the adaptability of the fire armor,
utilizing its strength to counter this creature and ultimately defeat it.
As for himself, his innards had already turned to ash, and he currently survived only by maintaining his transformed state. Once he reverted, his death would be inevitable.
Remember this wound.
It was left by the first summoner of the light armor, a diminutive human, Chang Yang.
Boom!
With the explosive crack of thunder and the shattering of water, the beast was hurled backward. A dark gash marred its chest, revealing charred, indistinct flesh beneath the cracked surface.
It had been wounded. It had been injured by the very human it looked down upon, the weak and insignificant. At that moment, the beast felt no anger. Only an overwhelming sense of humiliation and shame, akin to an adult being bested by a child. It was grotesque, utterly disgraceful. The creature, Woodmendep, inhaled deeply, contemplating the wound on its chest, yet chose not to heal. As a being of wood, it possessed formidable regenerative abilities. Such a wound could be mended in mere moments. But it refrained. Woodmendep intended to use this injury as a reminder, to etch this moment of disgrace into its memory. Step by step, Woodmendep approached Chongyang, who lay in a pool of water, barely clinging to life after shedding his transformation. In the eyes of Woodmendep, the now weakened Chongyang resembled nothing more than an infant. However, it was this frail human who had inflicted harm upon it with that suit of armor. For the beast, this was akin to being vanquished. Woodmendep regarded Chongyang with a complex expression: weak, short-lived, foolish. The once dominant race had been subjugated, enslaved by their kind. Chongyang, surrender the summoning device. That object cannot exist in this world. As Woodmendep maintained its monstrous form, it knelt and lifted Chongyang's head with a massive, sharp claw. In that moment, Chongyang's head seemed destined to be crushed at any moment. Chongyang, however, gazed steadily into the face of the beast before him. You must recognize the truth of this world. Humanity has been under your kind's dominion far longer than you can fathom. Throughout this extensive period, humanity has managed to survive. Your forbidden power will only lead to humanity's self-destruction. The summoning device will bring nothing but misfortune. You yourself were perished by it, were you not? What is the difference between being ruled by your kind and by humanity? With humanity's fleeting years, who truly cares who reigns supreme? Chongyang, observing the fearsome creature, spoke with conviction. The future of humanity lies in its own hands. If one day humanity meets its demise at its own hands, it will be a choice of its own making. However, should it be at the mercy of another, of some external will that dictates the fate of humanity, then what difference does it make if humanity brings about its own ruin? The relationship between humanity and your kind can only be one of cooperation, not of master and servant, nor of bondage. And to achieve such a partnership, there must be an equilibrium of power. Do you wish for me to relinquish the one force capable of inflicting harm upon your kind? Ha! Then kill me. Woodmendep surveyed the frail human before him, who exhibited no trace of fear. It had not discerned the presence of the summoning device or card on this human. Could it be? Woodmendep's gaze shifted to the ruptured water pipe below. This fellow, did he cast the summoning device and card into it? Put away. The inheritance I have yet to meet. Chapter 39, The Hero of Justice. Amidst the tumultuous flow of water, Lin Nagi was swept away, distancing himself from both the monstrous creature and Chongyang. All of Chongyang's cards had been collected into the summoner. Although these cards, apart from the heavy rain were all crafted by Lin Nagi, he did not consider them to be his own. Throughout their time together, Chongyang had always safeguarded these cards. They were Chongyang's possessions, and at this moment, he had bequeathed ownership of the cards to the next successor of the armor, even if they were merely in Lin Nagi's temporary custody. This was how Lin Nagi perceived it. Damn it! Damn it! Lin Nagi felt a pang of guilt. As a summoner, he had failed to detect the presence of this monster in advance. If it were merely the summoner's memory that had been influenced, it would be one thing, for summoners were fundamentally human. Yet, even as a being of light, his memories had been obscured by darkness, failing to alert and warn the summoner. It was a dereliction of duty on his part. The first summoner, Chongyang, has perished. A notification window popped up. Is this all the money you have? With such a paltry sum, do you look down upon us? Ha! In a narrow alley beside the street, a group of ruffians surrounded a terrified student seated on the ground. Scattered around him were his books and an empty backpack. One of the thugs clutched a black leather wallet, while the student's transportation card, campus card, and student ID lay strewn on the ground. Please, give me back my wallet.
The student struggled to rise, attempting to snatch the wallet from the thug's grasp. However, his frail body was no match for the ruffians. He was easily pinned down, a knee crashing against his nose, causing blood to gush forth as he crumpled back to the ground. "How dare you act tough with such little cash?" The thug, looking down at the prostrate student, stomped heavily on his head, pressing it against the filthy gutter,
spitting a thick loogie onto the student's face. "Ugh!"
The student writhed in agony, his mouth pressed against the ground, unable to utter a word.
"Ha!
It seems I need to teach you a profound lesson.
Let us treat you to something special."
The thug, adorned with a lip ring, bent down, seizing the student's head and pushing it toward the layer of oily filth in the stinking gutter.
"No, please."
The student fought desperately, yet he was powerless to resist, helplessly witnessing his face inch closer to the foul water. The stench assaulted his senses, nearly making him retch.
"We don't want to resort to this. But you must remember this lesson.
Next time, if you wish to avoid such treatment, you should obediently lend us some money." The thug grinned maliciously,
pressing the student's face ever closer to the puddle. "Please, no. Someone help me."
The student cried out in despair.
"Hey, you lot."
Just as the student was on the verge of being submerged in the putrid water, an abrupt voice shattered the ruffian's actions.
Annoyed, the thugs looked up,
revealing a cocky expression as they turned towards the source of the voice. A tall figure loomed at the alley's entrance, broad shoulders blocking much of the light. A deep blue beret obscured the upper half of his face, yet the visible lower half bore a strikingly handsome and chiseled jawline.
"Do you have a business license for your coffee shop?" "Ha! Kid, if you don't want to die, you'd best mind your own business."
The thug brandished a knife, tilting his head back defiantly, extending his tongue in a threatening manner.
"Ah! A knife!
You nearly scared me to death." It was a 15-centimeter blade, glinting dangerously, capable of piercing arteries and plunging into the heart, honed to a deadly sharpness.
The figure spoke with an infuriating tone,
observing the thug with an air of nonchalance.
"What is going on?
This person is facing 3 armed thugs, yet he speaks in such a taunting manner." The student, pinned against the gutter, stared in astonishment at the figure in the alley.
"Do you look down on me? This is no toy. Or do you think I dare to stab?" The knife-wielding thug's eyes widened, stepping closer, veins bulging in fury. "And no, I'm begging for mercy. That knife could easily pierce my heart."
"Then you best hurry and scram, you scum."
Bang!
Before he could finish his threat, a whooshing sound echoed, followed by a massive fist crashing against the thug's nose. In an instant, the sound of bone breaking resonated, blood spraying from the thug's shattered nose, as he was sent flying like a ragdoll, colliding with the wall and tumbling into the gutter. The one who threw the punch now raised his bloodied fist.
"Don't get too cocky, you filthy thug.
Whether it's 1 or 2 of you, I'll turn you into lifeless dogs." The figure advanced toward the remaining thugs without hesitation, undeterred by their drawn knives. You. The thug in the gutter clutched his nose, terrified as he gazed at the imposing figure before him, rendered speechless. Meanwhile, the student, having freed himself, looked on with astonishment.
"He's incredibly strong."
But there are still 2 thugs, both armed with knives. Indeed, the remaining 2 thugs quickly regained their composure, brandishing their knives, eyes wide with fury.
"You dare to look down on us? You really think we stab you? Come and try it, but think carefully. If you stab me, I'll break your arms." The towering figure approached leisurely, issuing his threat.
The overwhelming aura caused beads of sweat to form on the foreheads of the 2 thugs.
What is with this guy? Why isn't he scared at all? Instead, he is threatening us. Damn it, he must be putting on an act.
In a fit of rage, the thugs lost their composure, succumbing to the influence of their misguided bravado and misplaced pride.
"Ah! You brought this upon yourself."
They lunged at the figure, one on each side, knives drawn and shouting.
Yet, the figure remained calm, raising his hands and slightly spreading his feet.
He effortlessly dodged the first knife, delivering a powerful elbow strike.
Crack! A scream followed. "Ah! My hand! My hand!"
Ignoring the cries, the figure turned his attention to the second, grabbing the thug's wrist and executing a shoulder throw, slamming him to the ground with a dislocated arm.
In a single encounter, both thugs were dispatched with ease. Scum! At this point, you still refuse to beg for mercy, and you're still making threats? Impressive. Now, allow me to treat you to my shop's special drink. Black coffee. As he regarded the thug still attempting to be defiant, the figure grasped the thug's head and began moving toward the stinking gutter. Please no, don't. The ruffian seemed to have recalled something, thrashing violently in a desperate struggle. Yet, all efforts proved futile as he was unhesitatingly pressed into the filthy ditch. The noxious stench prompted a fierce reaction. And by the time he was lifted once more, he was already rolling his eyes and retching. Chapter 40, The Monster Response Team. How do you find the sign of the little shop, black coffee? A shadowy figure inquired with a smile. The remaining two thugs, petrified, could not utter a word, gazing at the figure as if confronting a demon. Without hesitation, they fled, disregarding their vomiting companion and their earlier bravado. The retching thug, witnessing his comrades abandon him, could only suppress his nausea and scramble out of the alley. Hey, student over there, the figure said, hands tucked into pockets. Approaching the extorted student. Startled, the student quickly sat up, only to discover the figure merely crouching down to retrieve a fallen backpack and gather scattered books. Hurry up and collect your things, you still have school, right? Thank you. The student exclaimed, quickly rising to express his gratitude and assist in the cleanup. My name is Shuemu, may I ask for yours? After everything was gathered, the student bowed again in appreciation. Jia Guiyan, the figure replied. One hand still in his pocket while the other pulled out a phone. Oh no, I'm going to be late again. Damn it, we promised not to be late today. Forget it. Jia Guiyan returned his phone to his pocket and tossed the backpack to Shuemu. Shuemu, hurry up, I'll take you to school. Thank you so much, Mr. Jiagu. Once again, he was late. Jia Guiyan glanced at the towering building before him and sighed. This imposing structure was none other than the Monster Response Center of Xiguang City. Jia Guiyan, a senior member of the Monster Response Unit in Xiguang City, was responsible for combat deployments. However, he harbored a deeper, concealed identity, a secret member of the Monster Response Team. This clandestine unit within the Monster Response Department operated under the highest confidentiality, comprising the core members. Each member was personally selected by the captain to ensure the purity of the core team and to prevent any intelligent monsters from infiltrating. Indeed, Jia Guiyan was aware that monsters had already disguised themselves among the higher echelons of the Monster Response Department. He also understood that human society might very well be under the dominion of these creatures, viewing humanity as mere livestock. Upon entering the Monster Response Department, Jia Guiyan took the elevator down to the deepest underground level. He then passed through several biometric doors to arrive at the secret team's headquarters. The office of the Monster Response Team housed only a handful of individuals. Due to well-known special circumstances, the team members did not work in a single location but were divided into several smaller groups, each operating from different secret bases. Their group was particularly unique, not a combat unit nor a research group, but a comprehensive integration team, comprising both combat members like Jia Guiyan and researchers studying monsters. You're late again, a bespectacled woman with dark circles under her eyes remarked weakly as she lifted her gaze to Jia Guiyan. Despite her disheveled state and cold demeanor, her face bore the delicate beauty of a fragile flower. Cough, cough. I encountered a boy being harassed by a group of thugs today, so I stepped in to help, defeated them, and finally took him to school. That's why. The last time you were late, you claimed to have saved a girl from drowning. The time before that, you said you were chasing a fugitive. And the time before that. No, this time it's true. Every time is true. Jia Guiyan insisted, slapping the table with the hand that had been tucked in his pocket. The woman merely responded with an indifferent expression. That annoying woman, what kind of look is that? Fine, a fine of 5. Damn it, I won. Argue with you. Jia Guiyan quickly abandoned his defense, hands in pockets. His gaze drawn to the centerpiece of the entire research area, encased in glass, the summoning device. Indeed, it was the armor summoning device. As for its origins, Jia Guiyan glanced at the woman he had just quarreled with, Bai. She had recently acquired the device online, and although he wanted to ridicule its provenance, no one had anticipated it to be genuine.
The seller had been questioned by them as well. It was said that the seller had found it by the riverbank,
coinciding with the recent explosion of a water pipe in the outskirts of Siguang City in signs of battle. At that moment,
the entire monster response team came to a realization: the first summoner of the light armor had perished in that battle. He had ultimately sent the summoning device into the ruptured water pipeline, where it was later discovered by a passerby and listed online as armor merchandise. Due to the previous summoner's death, no one here knew how to activate the device. The armor summoning device remained the most classified information within the monster response department,
even unbeknownst to its upper echelons.
Only the carefully selected few present and the captain of the monster response department were aware of its existence.
Through US research,
it was revealed that to activate this summoning device, one must meet the condition of armor compatibility to gain the recognition of the device and the ability to transform.
However,
such individuals were exceedingly rare. Baiyu had been diligently researching and testing devices to determine if someone possessed summoner qualifications, and she had begun to yield some results.
This irritating woman, despite her bad temper, possesses some talent. Previously,
she had been the one to establish the summoning conditions for the armor and the usage requirements for the card.
Baiyu lifted her head and fixed her gaze on Jia Guiyan.
Though she said nothing, her eyes seemed to convey 1,000 words.
Don't stand there obstructing my view, Jia Guiyan imagined she must be thinking. You annoying woman. With his hands still in his pockets, Jia Guiyan turned away, approaching the summoning device.
Only then did Baiyu retract her gaze, focusing back on the summoner qualification sensor 1.0 she was studying. When Jia Guiyan had drawn near, the device appeared to react, prompting her to look up at him.
This guy,
although lacking the qualifications for the light armor, exhibited a high compatibility with the new armor. Inside the glass enclosure, Lin Nagi observed the approaching Jia Guiyan,
whose hands were still tucked in his pockets.
The new armor was nearing completion, the Phoenix armor, which was almost at its final stages. Lin Nagi had been holed up in the summoning device for 4 days and nights, tirelessly working. He felt somewhat detached from the outside world, preferring to remain within the confines of the summoning device. The external threats did not concern him, he had no desire to focus on the new summoner. He merely needed to provide the power of the armor to a suitable new summoner and fulfill the contract he had set for himself.
May you live a little longer, Lin Nagi silently wished as he gazed at Jia Guiyan through the glass. He had an inkling that this man might indeed be the next summoner.
Chapter 41, The emergence of a new monster reaction in Area A11, an unusual energy reaction has been detected.
Yan and Chen Xian, equip yourselves properly and proceed to investigate. Understood. Received.
As combat members, it is imperative to investigate and resolve any abnormal, unnatural reactions at the forefront. Generally, normal combatants can handle typical abnormal responses.
However,
the monsters previously dealt with by Cheng Yang were transformed directly by Muman Depai, thus exhibiting exceptional combat prowess that surpassed the limits of the Monster Countermeasure Division's capabilities. Common monsters, such as those unexpectedly transformed from sparrows, wild dogs, or rats, typically do not possess the intervention of higher-level monsters and do not exceed human handling thresholds, making them manageable through firepower.
Fully equipped, Jia Guiyan mounted his motorcycle, donning goggles and a helmet.
In situations where manpower is limited, the Monster Countermeasure Division relies on motorcycles for mobility, as certain monsters exhibit remarkable speed and can easily navigate narrow alleys, making cars less effective in pursuit. Chen Xian followed closely behind, securing his helmet and goggles as he mounted his motorcycle.
I'll take the lead, don't fall too far behind, brother. Jia Guiyan signaled Chen Xian with a gesture.
With a hum, Jia Guiyan, fully geared, sped out of the Monster Countermeasure Division towards the district exhibiting the abnormal reaction.
Chen Xian, shaking his head in resignation, trailed behind. Is this the place? An old residential area welcomed Jia Guiyan as he dismounted his motorcycle.
He then retrieved a specially designed firearm for battling monsters. The exterior of the weapon bore little distinction from standard firearms, save for a slightly larger muzzle.
The ammunition within was crafted from a unique alloy.
The Monster Countermeasure Center could only detect the general vicinity of the abnormal reaction to accurately pinpoint the location.
They needed to utilize the monster energy tracking component of their goggles. The reaction is in the sewer again? Jia Guiyan grimaced at the thought. Is this karma?
Just this morning, I treated a thug to black coffee, and now it seems I'm destined to wallow in black coffee myself.
What black coffee?
A familiar voice crackled through the earpiece by you, who was overseeing remote detection and command at the Monster Countermeasure Center.
Are you in charge today? Jagu Ian grumbled, biting back his irritation. No wonder I'm having such a bad day. He crouched down and pried open the manhole cover with a grunt. Clang! As the cover was lifted, Chen Xian arrived behind Jagu Ian. The target is in the sewer? Jagu Ian asked. Yes, let us not delay. Let us wrap this up quickly.
He clapped his hands and stepped into the sewer. Descending further into the depths, he swiftly activated the light on his helmet.
After surveying the surroundings with his firearm drawn, he confirmed there were no immediate threats before illuminating the sewer's interior with a safe light. Seeing the signal of safety, Chen Xian followed suit into the passage.
This way, Jagu Ian gestured to Chen Xian, having pinpointed the direction of the abnormal reaction.
Received. Chen Xian turned, standing vigilant with his back to Jagu Ian.
Meanwhile, Jagu Ian continued to advance toward the source of the anomaly, gun at the ready.
In the expansive sewer, the sticky, filthy ground emitted nauseating sounds underfoot. Target detected. It's a bat-type infected mutation. Beware of its speed and sonic attacks. Ear protection has been activated for you. Also, be cautious not to fall into your beloved black coffee. Bayu's voice echoed in their earpieces, the last remark tinged with a hint of anticipation. You foul woman.
Jagu Ian muttered under his breath, glancing back to ensure Chen Xian received the message before raising his weapon toward the ceiling. The overhead light began to automatically illuminate the area, seeking the monster's position. As the light revealed an increasingly prominent silhouette, Jagu Ian's vigilance heightened. Only for the illumination to suddenly cease. Light has locked on, engage immediately. Bayu's voice urged. Without hesitation, Jagu Ian raised his weapon and fired at the illuminated spot. Chen Xian also opened fire simultaneously. It was only after the shots rang out that they finally discerned the clear outline of the monster beneath the light, a massive bat, hanging upside down from the ceiling of the sewer. It resembled the size of a teenage boy, its crimson eyes fixated intently on the two. Its talons, which hung from the ceiling, had even penetrated the concrete. With razor-sharp fangs and fur as dark as steel, Jagu Ian and Chen Xian unleashed a barrage of bullets. The darkness of the sewer erupted with flashes of gunfire, the specially designed bullets striking the bat with precision. In an instant, blood sprayed forth as the bat's wings, poised to unfurl, were riddled with holes. A howl erupted from the creature as it plummeted into the filthy sewage below. Is it dealt with? Jagu Ian remained cautious, keeping his weapon trained on the murky water. Just then, a rustling sound emerged from the adjacent sewage pipe. Acting on instinct, Jagu Ian swiftly pivoted, aiming his weapon. Squeak! A massive rat, comparable in size to a calf, lunged at Jagu Ian, its iron-like teeth snapping down upon the steel of his gun. The force of its attack sent Jagu Ian reeling backward, nearly toppling into the flowing sewage. The steel frame of his firearm bore the marks of its savage bite. Curse you, woman! How can your ill fortune be so accurate? Jagu Ian thought, eyeing the stench-ridden sewage behind him with dread, imagining that if he fell in, even a thorough cleansing would leave his soul tainted. Resolutely, he swung his arms with all his might, dislodging the rat along with his weapon. In swift succession, he drew the handgun holstered at his thigh and aimed it at the flung rat. Bang! 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 Accurate shots erupted in rapid succession, targeting the rat's eyes before shattering its skull, brain matter splattering everywhere. Holstering the still-smoking handgun, Jagu Ian barely had time to catch his breath before he heard a splash. It was the bat that had fallen into the sewage. He quickly turned, raising his handgun once more. However, Chen Xian was quicker, firing his automatic rifle at the bat as it lunged toward Jagu Ian. In a moment, blood burst forth, and the bat was reduced to a mangled heap on the ground, lifeless and still. Is it resolved? For the moment, there seemed to be no more abnormal reactions. Hey! Woman, has the anomaly vanished? Jagu Ian pressed the earpiece to inquire of Bayu. Wait! Bayu's voice abruptly cut off. Foul woman? Hello? Where are you? Chapter 42. The summoner's response. At this moment, Bayu's attention was drawn to the summoner beside her. The summoner had remained silent since arriving at the monster response team. But it had just exhibited a reaction.
This reaction signified the emergence of a monster? If this summoner could detect monster activity, why had it remained dormant until now? In an instant, Bayu processed the information in her mind.
The previous light armor only manifested in the presence of formidable high-level humanoid monsters, lower-level monsters and disasters, which the Monster Response Center could handle. Typically did not provoke a response. The monster intelligence previously summoned must have been obtained through this device. Therefore, the summoner's reaction indicated the presence of a high-level monster. The location was she needed to leave immediately, disperse the surrounding civilians, and await reinforcements. Bayu paused only for a fleeting moment before articulating her commands. The name she had temporarily lodged in her mind, referring to the detestable woman Jia Guiyan, was not a concern for the moment. Acknowledging her orders,
Jia Guiyan did not question the rationale and swiftly retraced her steps. However, just as she had taken a few strides, Shen Xian suddenly halted. Beneath his feet,
the dark green moss seemed to come alive, creeping up his boots and binding him firmly in place. A series of sounds emerged from the depths of the dark sewer,
reminiscent of claws striking the ground. Jia Guiyan quickly distanced herself, raising her firearm to shoot. Bang! Bang! Bang!
The rapid gunfire illuminated a humanoid monster,
revealing itself under the beam of light.
With dark green skin, brown, cockroach-like exoskeleton, and steel-like bristles adorning its arms, sides, and hind legs.
It also sported two quivering antennae atop its head.
Its sharp claws glistened with a layer of dark green slime,
and its fly-like eyes betrayed no indication of what it was fixating upon. The bullets Jia Guiyan had fired merely left wisps of white smoke on the monster's armor and skin. Flee immediately!
Bayu's voice rang in her ears,
tinged with urgency and disarray.
In that moment, Bayu swiftly opened the glass cover of the summoner, grasped it firmly, and stowed it in her bag.
Next,
she dashed from the elevator to the ground floor, leaping onto a motorcycle and bursting out of the Monster Response Center through a concealed exit. If the earlier test results were accurate, Jia Guiyan possessed the potential to become a summoner. Bayu understood that her anxiety was unwarranted. The summoner did not belong to her. Even if it did, she had no authority to remove it from the center. Her actions were undoubtedly a breach of protocol. If Jia Guiyan lacked the qualifications to summon, her possession of the device could inadvertently lead it into the hands of a monster, a grave mistake indeed.
Nevertheless, she could not bear to stand idly by and watch Jia Guiyan perish at the claws of a monster.
Her decision to join the Monster Response Course was motivated by her connection to Jia Guiyan. They had known each other for many years, akin to childhood friends. Throughout her elementary and middle school years, Bayu had remained solitary, deeming her peers too immature for companionship. Yet, she was aware of the deeper truth: her introverted nature rendered her incapable of forming friendships. The belief that her peers were childish served merely as a facade. Then one fateful day, she encountered Jia Guiyan, who had confronted and beaten up the troublemakers from their class and the adjacent one. Though Jia Guiyan had sustained some injuries, the bullies left bloodied and bruised. Ultimately, Jia Guiyan faced disciplinary action, resulting in a year-long suspension, while the troublemakers transferred schools. The reason for their transfer seemed to stem from Jia Guiyan's relentless pursuit outside the school, confronting them each time they crossed paths. Later, Bayu learned that Jia Guiyan had intervened to protect her from a vicious bullying scheme, orchestrated by those very students who had intended to torment her, even preparing malicious substances for their cruel intentions. The root of the bullying appeared to be her solitude, which made her an easy target. That was many years ago. Yet Jia Guiyan had never mentioned it, even after they had become friends. Naturally, Bayu's peculiar disposition prevented her from broaching the subject.
Bayu, please return the summoner immediately. You have already violated.
The voice over her earpiece fell silent as Bayu expressionlessly shut off the public channel,
retaining only the wisdom channel.
She then twisted the throttle fully, bending low over the motorcycle as she navigated through the traffic at full speed. The white fabric of her clothing rustled in the wind, strands of hair escaping from her helmet fluttering behind her.
This is revolting. What manner of mutated cockroach human is this?
Jia Guiyan observed the motionless monster, her own hair standing on end, yet she refrained from acting impulsively.
Yan, hurry. Don't worry about me. I can no longer move, but I can at least distract it. Chen Xian directed his gaze at Yan, raising his gun toward the monster. Speaking with a grave tone. It is precisely because you cannot move that the monster will not attack you. I will draw its attention while you await rescue. With that, Jia Guiyan dashed to the side, firing again at the monster. Wait, Yan! Yan!
Chen Xian hastily attempted to intervene, but Jia Guiyan had already fired her weapon.
Shouting aloud. You filthy cockroach human, are you just standing there to lay eggs? This is hardly the time for that, soon you will be crushed underfoot. Bang! Bang! Bang!
As she spoke, Jia Guiyan fired to divert the monster's attention, and indeed, the creature turned its head toward her position.
Yet, with its fly-like eyes, Jia Guiyan could not ascertain whether it was truly focused on her. Perhaps it was. Whoosh! A rush of wind heralded the cockroach human's swift charge toward Jia Guiyan. The speed was astonishing, closing the distance in the blink of an eye. Bang! 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 The bullets fired struck the cockroach human but merely ricocheted off, proving utterly ineffective. Sometimes, enduring necessary humiliation paves the way for a brighter tomorrow. Jia Guiyan seemed resolute as she discarded her rifle and sprinted forward. Yet, even so, the gap between her and the cockroach human continued to diminish. Just as the creature seemed poised to catch up, Jia Guiyan abruptly turned and leapt into the sewage river. Submerging entirely, she vanished beneath the murky water. The opacity of the sewage obscured her presence, leaving even the cockroach human on the bank unable to discern her location. Underwater, Jia Guiyan held her breath, cautiously swimming. Let us maintain this stalemate, I can hold my breath for 8 minutes. Chapter 43, A Gamble Where Life is at Stake. Alas! How infuriating! The stench is overwhelming, and I cannot discern any movement on the shore. Yet, it is precisely this pungent odor that conceals the scent of Jia Guiyan, preventing the monster from tracking him. It hasn't jumped down after me, has it? Jia Guiyan cautiously swims with the current in the murky water, attentively listening for any sounds from the shore. Tap, tap. Footsteps? It seems that they have yet to discover my position, hesitating above whether to leap down. Ha ha ha. Truly, the monster's intellect is akin to that of a cockroach, isn't it? Thus, I swim vigorously, putting distance between myself and the danger. Jia Guiyan swims a considerable distance before cautiously surfacing to catch his breath. However, just as he emerges, wiping the grime from his goggles to regain his vision, he spots the cockroach monster staring at him with its repulsive compound eyes from the shore. They are alarmingly close, merely a few meters away. This is impossible. My plan has failed. This creature has been able to ascertain my location from the very start, stealthily following me, biding its time for me to surface. That pair of antennae. Jia Guiyan notices the antennae on the monster's head quivering at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye, sensing its surroundings. At a glance, the antennae's form is invisible, only the image of the constantly trembling appendages remains visible. I am at my wit's end. As Jia Guiyan gazes at the cockroach monster, he realizes that at this distance, with the creature's speed, a mere swipe of its claw could effortlessly crush his skull. I am doomed. Just as the monster prepares to strike, Jia Guiyan's mind races. Wait. He suddenly straightens up, crossing his arms, and stares directly at the cockroach being. Would it not be rather dull to kill me this way? Jia Guiyan is certain that the creature possesses a significant level of intelligence. It has consistently been able to determine his position but has refrained from attacking him in the murky water. It seems, perhaps, it relishes watching him struggle beneath the surface. What could be more satisfying than this? As anticipated, upon hearing Jia Guiyan's words, the cockroach monster halts, seemingly intrigued by what he has to say. This wretched creature thrives on morbid amusement. What do you wish to say? It speaks. The monster has uttered words. Undoubtedly, it was human language. I never anticipated its intelligence to be this advanced. Jia Guiyan calms his racing heart as he crawls onto the shore from the filthy water. Yet, it is this very intelligence that has saved him.
Had he encountered a less intelligent beast, his neck would likely have been snapped by now. And his body would have sunk into the foul waters, a death not conducive to one's peace of mind.
How revolting. Jia Guiyan shakes off the grime clinging to him and turns to face the monster. So, what do I wish to say? Just now.
I spoke thoughtlessly in a moment of panic. I have no idea what I wish to convey.
Darn it, every second I live is a gain. Jia Guiyan rapidly spins his mind, attempting to elaborate on his previous statement. How about we play a game, with my life as the wager?
Surely, great beast.
You have never gambled against a human before. After all, your strength is formidable enough. Would you not wish to test your wit against a mere human? To claim a life as proof that your intellect far surpasses theirs? Jia Guiyan's back is drenched with sweat.
My words. My very existence rests upon your decision, do not let me down.
He embraces himself, speaking while loosening the protective gear around his neck. Of course. You could simply kill me outright. After all, you could annihilate me with your overwhelming power at any moment, thus, foregoing the opportunity to outsmart me could also be seen as a cautious form of wisdom. Swish. As Jia Guiyan finishes his sentence, the air before him is abruptly sliced. The swift claws move in a blur, instantly poised against Jia Guiyan's exposed neck.
In this moment, a mere flick of the monster's finger could easily sever his arteries,
extinguishing his life. Jia Guiyan cannot help but swallow hard, his legs feeling somewhat unsteady.
However, the monster does not advance further, remaining frozen in place.
In an instant, Jia Guiyan realizes that he has ensnared the creature. How do you wish to wager?
Breathing a sigh of relief, Jia Guiyan hears the cockroach monster's voice once more.
So, how do we wager? How on earth should I know?
I was merely speaking out of desperation, improvising.
Has that wretched woman sent reinforcements at all? Jia Guiyan extends 3 fingers toward the monster.
If you wish to determine the outcome through intellect, then how about this, you count down from 3 minutes.
Allowing me 3 minutes to hide before you seek me out?
Calm the beast first, in 3 minutes, I shall escape as far as possible.
1 minute. The monster raises a finger, providing no opportunity for Jia Guiyan to question or negotiate. As he attempts to delay further, the creature has already begun its countdown. 59, 58. Darn it, this filthy cockroach. Jia Guiyan has no doubt that when the countdown reaches its conclusion, the creature will obliterate him with a single swipe. It views this as a game, an amusement.
It craves to witness his struggle, to see him panic in fear before death.
Phew. Jia Guiyan swiftly pivots and begins to run. As he sprints, he remains vigilant to avoid the moss on the ground. Previously, Chen Xian had been ensnared by the moss. Rendered immobile. 50, 39. That scoundrel, did the countdown just add an extra 10 seconds?
This loathsome cockroach.
Is it deliberate, hoping to see him flounder in distress?
Jia Guiyan dares not look back or waste time, running with all his might while shedding every removable weapon and burden from his body.
32, 31. Ahead. A corner appears. Jia Guiyan dashes around it, finally spotting a manhole cover leading to the surface along with a wall ladder. 19, 18.
Another 10 seconds lost.
You wretched cockroach. Jia Guiyan grips the wall and climbs without hesitation.
By the time he reaches the top, the cockroach monster has begun its final 10-second countdown.
Top, top. Why is it so tight?
Jia Guiyan pushes against the manhole cover, but it won't budge. He must continue climbing 2 more rungs, using his broad shoulders to brace against the cover. Then, he exerts every ounce of strength from his legs, waist, and entire body, driving his shoulders against the manhole cover.
Bang, bang, bang.
With each impact, the cover loosens further.
Until the final collision, the heavy cover is finally dislodged. 5, 4. The blasted cockroach is still counting down.
I care not how you count, I shall run.
Jia Guiyan swiftly emerges from the sewer.
Chapter 44. I believe in you. This neighborhood, already aged, was currently devoid of residents, who must have received the evacuation notice. Thus, the streets were nearly deserted. The detestable creature, the cockroach monster, absolutely had to be pursued.
It was imperative to lure it to a less populated area.
Instigating a battle in such a residential zone would undoubtedly spell disaster. Regrettably, the headset had long since vanished, leaving no means to receive higher commands instructions. However, the combat suit was equipped with multiple positioning devices, alleviating concerns about the arrival of reinforcements. Henceforth, it was solely a matter of personal judgment. Jia Guiyan swiftly dashed towards a car parked at the roadside, yanking the door open. "Your vehicle is commandeered, disembark immediately."
"What right do you have? This is a brand new car, do you have any idea how much it cost, fool?"
"This is an order, not a request,"
Jia Guiyan retorted,
grabbing the owner's collar and unceremoniously tossing him aside before flooring the accelerator and speeding away.
In the next moment,
the cockroach creature sprang forth from the sewer and charged after Jia Guiyan.
"How infuriating, it's truly pursuing me." Glancing into the rearview mirror at the monstrous figure in hot pursuit, Jia Guiyan pressed the gas pedal to the floor, unable to create any distance. Beep beep, the car's audio system activated, and the navigation system illuminated.
Jia Gu team member, navigate immediately as directed to draw the monster away from densely populated areas.
Received. What's that noise over there, you wretched woman? None of your concern.
With a sudden swerve, Jia Guiyan slammed on the brakes, executing a drift that sent him careening around the corner. The monster, however, was far more brutal, crashing through a wall in its relentless chase.
Damn it. Meanwhile, Baiyu was on her motorcycle, rapidly approaching Jia Guiyan's location, aware that the situation was perilously dire and time was of the essence. The roaring automobile and the relentless monster raced down the road, the surrounding buildings becoming increasingly sparse. After all, Jia Guiyan had been following the navigation to lure the cockroach beast away from populated areas.
At this point, the creature was dangerously close, its claws nearly grazing the trunk. Yet, Jia Guiyan had pressed the accelerator to its limit, unable to shake off the beast.
"This wretched vehicle is hindering me."
Momentarily diverting his gaze from the rearview mirror to the navigation, he returned his focus only to find the monster had vanished from sight.
What in the world? His heart raced as he sensed the car's slight tremor and a decrease in speed. Could it be? He quickly adjusted the seat back, throwing himself back. In an instant,
the cockroach creature's claw tore through the car roof, narrowly skimming past Jia Guiyan's chest.
Curse it! Jia Guiyan slammed on the brakes. The speeding vehicle began to decelerate rapidly, inertia nearly throwing Jia Guiyan from his seat. However, the cockroach monster was far less fortunate. With the car's abrupt stop, the creature was violently flung off. Jia Guiyan swiftly raced the seat back and pressed the accelerator again, charging toward the cockroach monster. Seeing this, the monster clung to the speeding car, leaping onto the hood. Its sharp claws pierced through the metal, anchoring its body securely. It bent its upper body down,
pressing against the windshield, locking eyes with Jia Guiyan.
With gritted teeth, Jia Guiyan gripped the steering wheel, embracing the prospect of a mutual demise.
The cockroach creature seemed pleased with the determination reflected in Jia Guiyan's expression.
"Don't underestimate me, you vile creature. Together, we shall descend into hell," Jia Guiyan roared,
flooring the accelerator, his eyes wild with fury, revealing his teeth in a grimace of defiance. Then, he flung open the car door and leaped out, allowing the speeding vehicle, along with the cockroach beast, to hurtle toward the bridge.
Ouch! As Jia Guiyan rolled upon landing, his combat suit scraped against the ground, providing some protection to his skin.
Nevertheless, he sustained injuries that would necessitate a 3-month paid leave for recovery. Rising from the ground, he glanced ahead. The speeding car had crashed through the bridge's railing, plunging into the rushing river below.
Yet, Jia Guiyan did not believe such injuries could vanquish the beast.
He had to escape immediately. As he contemplated his escape plan, he noticed a claw emerging from the edge of the broken bridge. The cockroach monster had climbed back up from beneath. This fiend had not plummeted with the car, instead, it had burrowed beneath the bridge at the moment of descent.
"Human! You have indeed deceived me."
The cockroach monster approached Jia Guiyan step by step, exuding an oppressive aura.
It seemed intent on dismantling Jia Guiyan's psychological defenses bit by bit.
This time, Jia Guiyan refrained from speaking. If there was any hope of survival, he was typically adaptable.
However, adaptability did not equate to unyielding submission. With no weapons in hand, he clenched his fists. Buzz! The tense silence shattered as a motorcycle approached rapidly, closing in on Jia Guiyan's position. That's the wretched woman. He could scarcely believe that Bai Yu, a precious senior researcher of the Monster Response Division and the Central Commander, had arrived. This could not be a directive from the Monster Response Team. This woman was truly audacious. Bai Yu halted her motorcycle, assessed the monster, and then tossed a bag toward Jia Guiyan. He caught the bag and looked at her. Transform. If you can't, we might both perish here today. Bai Yu spoke with an air of calm determination. Upon hearing her words, Jia Guiyan seemed to grasp something. He reached into the bag and grasped a hard object, pulling it out. It was the platinum armor summoner. You've truly lost your mind. Jia Guiyan gasped, astonished that the usually composed and rational woman had brought this along. Undoubtedly, she had violated protocol gravely. I believe in you. Bai Yu removed her helmet and gazed at Jia Guiyan. Huff, if that is the case. I suppose I must place my faith in your judgment. Chapter 45, The Fire Sparrow Armor, Fusion. Jia Guiyan tightly grasped the summoner. A flicker of flame igniting upon it. Subsequently, the flames swiftly enveloped the entire platinum-hued artifact, transforming its color. As the fire consumed it, the golden hue faded away, replaced by a vibrant crimson pattern of flames. Bai Yu observed intently, watching the evolution of the summoner. The flame seemed to diverge from her expectations regarding the transformation effect. She had meticulously studied the light armor, which lacked any fiery powers. Yet, he undeniably possessed the requisite qualifications, so why had he not succeeded previously? Bai Yu relinquished her thoughts and continued to watch Jia Guiyan. Jia Guiyan, gazing at the newly transformed summoner, cast a glance at the beast in the distance. He then extended his hand, grasping at the void. Flames coalesced at his fingertips, taking the form of a fiery red card. The front of the card depicted a suit of armor in shades of red and black, accented with white components. The shoulder pieces resembled the head of a fire sparrow on the left and an outstretched claw clutching a crimson orb on the right. The chest armor was reminiscent of a fire sparrow with wings unfurled. Two feather-like metallic appendages extended from either side of the headpiece. And the eyes sparkled with a ruby glow. Is this not the light armor? Is it a new armor altogether? Bai Yu's expression reflected astonishment as she beheld the fire sparrow armor card. It appeared that Jia Guiyan had not activated the summoner previously because he did not meet the qualifications for the light armor, but rather possessed the qualifications for this new armor. As a researcher, Bai Yu instinctively began to collect valuable transformation data. However, Jia Guiyan was not preoccupied with such thoughts. He regarded the fiery red Fire Sparrow armor card and pressed the summoner against his waist belt. Fire Sparrow armor. Click. Fusion. With the insertion of the Fire Sparrow armor card into the summoner, a blazing crimson circle unfurled beneath Jia Guiyan's feet. Flames erupted from below, enveloping his entire form. These flames seemed almost tangible, clinging to his body and swiftly solidifying into armor. The searing heat and blinding flames compelled Bai Yu to instinctively shield herself, yet her gaze remained fixed on Jia Guiyan. As the inferno subsided, the ground beneath him melted into a viscous red substance, and a suit of flame-like armor now adorned his body. He let one arm fall while the other swept in front of him, dispersing the residual flames clinging to him. Yet, the armor, seemingly forged from fire, continued to shimmer with an incandescent glow. The Fire Sparrow emblem appeared ready to take flight in a blaze. This power. Is this the strength of the armor? Jia Guiyan clenched his fist, feeling the armor's embrace. He sensed no hindrance or weight, it felt as though the armor were an extension of his own body. His strength, speed, and perception had been enhanced to an unimaginable degree. How does it feel? It feels magnificent. Jia Guiyan turned to face the cockroach monster, which instinctively recoiled 2 steps. Unlike the previously encountered beasts, this cockroach monster was different. It could sense the formidable power emanating from the armor before him. A heat akin to raging flames. In its eyes, Jia Guiyan was not merely clad in armor but was engulfed in a blazing inferno. Boom! Jia Guiyan struck his left palm against his right fist, and in an instant, searing flames exploded from the point of impact, scattering sparks like molten lava. Fire Sparrow Armor, the armor of flames.
The explosion of fire, the agility of the sparrow, united as one. A specialized armor of speed and power.
Capable of wielding the essence of fire. It can burn, destroy, purify, and conceal.
It possesses the power of rebirth through flames.
Next, it's your misfortune.
Jia Guiyan charged toward the beast, his fiery armor igniting as he transformed into a blazing entity, rushing at the monster.
Despicable human.
Though the cockroach monster felt fear at Jia Guiyan's fiery power, its inherent superiority complex toward humans, ingrained in its very genes, compelled it to advance rather than retreat. It yearned to shred both the armor and the human within it, leaving a gruesome scene of carnage. Flames swirled around Jia Guiyan's fist as he collided with the cockroach monster's claw.
Boom!
With a thunderous explosion, flames flared, and the cockroach monster stumbled backward.
Unlike Chang Yang during his first transformation, Jia Guiyan's physical prowess and battle instincts were vastly superior.
He maintained the armor's duration with greater ease.
As the cockroach monster faltered, Jia Guiyan seized the opportunity, his agile steps closing the distance.
Flames ignited from the armor at his feet, enveloping his right leg. And he delivered a powerful kick to the monster's head.
The intense heat and overwhelming force caused a deafening crack.
The air either exploding from the sheer might of the kick or igniting from the flames. The cockroach monster had no time to react before it was struck hard in the neck, propelled backward, tumbling across the ground.
Roar! Damn human! After being hit, the beast sprang back to its feet, glaring at Jia Guiyan, sharpening its claws as it charged at him. Jia Guiyan stood firm, extending a finger to point at the monster. The fiery armor reflected radiant hues under the sunlight. Stinky cockroach, before you perish, would you care to lay some eggs and leave behind offspring? I can offer you a chance. Jia Guiyan mocked effortlessly, but upon hearing his words, the cockroach monster,
consumed by rage, could barely articulate its fury, roaring uncontrollably. It then lowered its body, dropping to all fours, shedding its humanoid form to become a massive, crawling cockroach.
Rushing toward Jia Guiyan. Indeed, a foul cockroach. Observing the oncoming creature, Jia Guiyan remained unperturbed. He clenched his fists, summoning two fireballs to coalesce in his outstretched hands. The fire sparrow armor not only bestowed immense strength and speed but also granted the ability to manipulate flames for ranged attacks. This was a culmination of arduous research by Lin Nagi, a powerful armor birthed from his tireless efforts. Fire sparrow feather. With a forceful compression of the two fireballs at his chest, they collided, triggering a violent reaction that erupted in a cascade of flames. The flares transformed into feather-like shapes, shooting towards the cockroach monster. Chapter 46, Fire Sparrow Blade, Fire Sparrow/Whoosh.
Countless fiery feathers shot through the air towards the cockroach monster.
It's enormous. Fly-like eyes reflected the swiftly flying feathers with startling clarity.
In response, its entire body transformed into a blur, darting rapidly from side to side to evade the oncoming barrage. The mist feathers effortlessly melted into the ground, embedding deeply within the earth.
What astonishing speed! Jia Guiyan gazed at the cockroach monster, unable to suppress his astonishment. However,
such velocity could only be sustained for a brief period. If it had pursued him at that speed earlier, he would have been caught long ago. Yet at this level, evading his fire sparrow feathers was out of the question. Jia Guiyan maintained a steady stream of fire sparrow feathers, swiftly adjusting his position to follow the monster's movements.
Soon,
the cockroach monster found itself enveloped in a dense cloud of fiery feathers, with no means of escape. It could only brace itself,
using its hard shell to confront the onslaught.
Its claws moved like phantoms, slashing at the searing feathers. Sharp talons shattered the feathers time and again.
Yet, the fire sparrow feathers were not mere bullets or arrows.
Once severed, they transformed into scorching flames, searing the cockroach monster's shell and claws.
Before long,
its limbs were scorched a deep crimson, emitting wisps of smoke.
Roar! The agony intensified the monster's fury, prompting it to charge desperately at Jia Guiyan. Ignoring the attacks,
it moved with a speed that was nearly impossible to anticipate. In an instant, its shell was riddled with cracks, and the charred cockroach monster lunged toward Jia Guiyan.
Its claws struck out like a flash of light, aiming for his neck. Just as it seemed destined to land a fatal blow, Jia Guiyan vanished like a specter. leaving behind only a flickering flame. How could this be? This speed far surpassed my own.
The cockroach monster swiftly turned, but it was still a moment too late. All it saw was a fiery mass hurtling toward it, too swift to defend against.
Enveloped in flames was a tightly clenched fist.
It desperately raised its claws in an attempt to shield itself. However, the fire sparrow armor's speed allowed no opportunity for defense. The outcome of the incoming punch was inevitable, a swift strike against the adversary.
Bang!
The fist crashed heavily into the cockroach monster's face, and instantly, flames erupted.
The tremendous force of the explosion cascaded down upon its head. Its faceplate shattered, disintegrating into ash amidst the flames.
The beast's body was hurled backward by the force and the explosion, like a cannonball, crashing into a low wall by the roadside before tumbling to the ground and embedding itself deeply into the concrete. Dazed, it shook its head, overwhelmed by the excruciating pain coursing through its body.
How painful! So painful!
Fear surged within it, flooding every fiber of its being with dread of the flames.
It possessed reason and intelligence, and thus, it felt fear.
It longed to flee, yet the image of another man loomed within its mind. That man had bestowed upon it strength and noble blood.
Remember the price of this power. Remember who granted you your life.
Merely thinking of that man's, no.
That monster's voice sent tremors of terror through it.
If it escaped, no matter where it hid, that monster would find it and deliver a punishment more horrific than death.
It was a rare, perfect transformation individual. Its intellect could control its primal instincts, possessing wisdom.
With great effort, it rose, gazing at the approaching figure.
Jia Guiyan strode forward. Flames entwining around his fists, his gaze unwavering beneath the fiery helm. The next move would send you to your demise.
Jia Guiyan halted 10 meters away from the cockroach monster. With a swift motion, his left hand reached for the storage device at his waist, withdrawing a card. The card's vibrant red surface depicted a fiery blade, its edge seemingly ablaze, with the letter inscribed in the upper right corner.
Fire Sparrow Blade. Click.
As the card was inserted into the summoning device, a crimson flame coalesced in Jia Guiyan's right hand, transforming into a fiery blade gripped firmly in his palm. The hilt bore the likeness of a soaring fire sparrow.
Roar!
The cockroach monster bellowed in rage, raising its claws to charge at Jia Guiyan. The clash of claws against blade echoed sharply as both figures flashed past one another. In the next moment, the monster's claws shattered into countless fragments. Jia Guiyan turned to face the writhing beast, drawing another card. The card remained fiery red, this time depicting a blade-shaped fire sparrow.
The letter flingered in the upper right corner. Fire Sparrow Slash. Click.
As the card was inserted, the fire sparrow blade ignited entirely, enveloped in searing flames that took on the form of a fire sparrow poised to take flight. Faintly, one could hear the piercing cry of the sparrow.
Jia Guiyan gripped the hilt tightly, flames surging from his arms. In that moment, it felt as if the entire suit of armor ignited. And the intense heat radiated outward from Jia Guiyan.
The cockroach monster sensed the overwhelming power.
Without question, this strike would spell its doom.
It attempted to struggle,
but felt itself utterly ensnared, unable to evade.
With the insertion of that skill card, its death was sealed.
In that moment, it resembled a standing corpse, a corpse still capable of thought. Slash!
As the fire sparrow blade descended with force, a sharp cry pierced the air. The flames entwined around the blade broke free of their constraints, soaring toward the cockroach monster alongside the cry. The monster extended its claws, desperately attempting to resist.
However,
all of this proved futile against the impending strike. Its outstretched hands disintegrated like ashes as the flapping fire sparrow consumed its arms, piercing through its chest.
Heat radiated from the wound, spreading rapidly.
Within mere breaths, it collapsed to the ground.
Its body melted into molten lava from the gaping hole in its chest.
Kill F-rank monster, energy points 50. Jia Guiyan regarded the fallen beast, then withdrew a blank card with a fiery red background, aiming it at the creature.
Instantly, the monster's energy was swiftly absorbed by the card, which now bore the monster's likeness on its face. Yet, as the energy was drawn out,
there remained no trace of the human or animal body on the ground. It seemed that this intelligent beast was indeed something exceptional.
Jia Guiyan,
observing the monster card in his hand, pondered little before inserting it back into the summoning device.
Chapter 47, Equipment Upgrade. The card released its transformation.
The armor on the body seemed to revert from its physical form to flames, transforming back into a card. The summoner remained unchanged, restored to the belt of Jia Guiyan. However, the fiery patterns on the summoner still lingered, altering its original appearance.
So, these are the cards? Jia Guiyan gazed at the array of cards within the card holder and extracted one.
It was indeed the card of Fire Phoenix Armor.
At this moment,
Jia Guiyan appeared merely to have broken a sweat and was panting slightly, feeling a touch fatigued. After securing the card and summoner, he turned to face Baiyu. Sensing Jia Guiyan's gaze, Baiyu crossed her arms, her expression impassive.
Your bag. Jia Guiyan approached Baiyu, extending the bag in his hand. Yet,
Baiyu maintained her stoic demeanor, retrieving the bag and returning to her motorcycle.
Since the matter was resolved, it was time to return.
Jia Guiyan cast a glance at Baiyu, then at the summoner.
What a bothersome woman, why the haste? Typically, she carries herself with such aloofness, why the sudden urgency? She even disobeyed orders and brought the precious summoner without permission. What could possibly be causing such anxiety?
After dispatching the cockroach monster, Jia Guiyan reverted to his previous state. Hands in pockets, unreservedly leaning closer to scrutinize Baiyu's cold face.
Let me guess the reason. Could it be out of concern? Buzz.
Without a hint of hesitation, Baiyu donned her helmet, revved the throttle, and left Jia Guiyan behind, speeding away.
That insufferable woman, leaving me all alone. Wait for me. It's not easy to catch a ride here. Jia Guiyan glared at Baiyu's retreating figure, gritting his teeth in frustration. What did I do to provoke her?
Jia Guiyan could only sit on the ground, resting while sifting through the cards in the card holder.
Light armor, card, light shadow sword F, card.
Light shadow stab F, card. Most of the cards were of the light attribute, which Jia Guiyan could not utilize.
The fire attribute cards included Fire Phoenix Armor, card, Fire Phoenix Blade F, card, Fire Phoenix/F, card.
There were also function cards with no attributes, Hacker F, card. Motorcycle F, card, Potion F, card, Crossbow F, card, Rain Realmy, card, and the nature attribute, Heavy Rain E, card.
So many cards, yet none are usable?
Jia Guiyan confirmed the effects and functions of each card before returning them to the card holder. He then retrieved the summoner, examining the content displayed.
And found his summoner panel.
As expected, his panel was significantly stronger than Chang Yang's initial panel. Summoner, Jia Guiyan, 2nd generation, race, human, summoning level, level 1, strength, 9, spirit, 8, constitution, 7, skills, 1.
Marksmanship, mastery, 2. Martial arts, mastery, 3. Swordsmanship, novice, 4. Basic footwork, mastery, armor affinity, 1. Fire Phoenix, 70, 2.
Light, 30, light energy points, 70, store, click for details, purchased, 1.
Basic breathing technique, 2. Basic stance. So this is also one of the functions of the armor summoner?
Jia Guiyan contemplated the content within the summoner.
There were also legacies left by the first-generation summoner for him.
Since Chang Yang had already purchased them, Lin Nagi did not erase the skills Chang Yang acquired.
Instead,
they were stored within the summoner, allowing the next generation of summoners to access them at any time. Chang Yang had passed on the summoner, along with the cards he obtained, to the next generation. Consequently, Lin Nagi also inherited the skills purchased by Chang Yang to the next summoner. Due to the unique identity of the summoner, Lin Nagi hoped that they could disseminate certain knowledge within the monster response team.
After thoroughly reviewing the contents of the summoner, Jia Guiyan's mind began to race. Compared to monsters, humans are undeniably feeble.
The techniques within the summoner, such as the basic breathing technique and various combat skills,
could they be learned by others?
The combat members of the monster response team are meticulously selected for their combat talents and undergo rigorous training to barely contend with even the weakest monsters using firearms.
Even so, they remain incredibly weak in the face of ordinary monsters. However, if one could master these abilities, could they not become slightly stronger? No longer so feeble in the presence of monsters. If possible. Jia Guiyan gazed at the summoner.
The power of the summoner could serve as humanity's salvation against monsters.
Not only powerful armor, but it could even elevate the overall life level of humanity. First, I must have that insufferable woman investigate whether it is feasible. That detestable woman, indeed, leaving me all alone here. Jia Guiyan extracted the motorcycle F from the card holder and took out the summoner. Just as he was about to summon the motorcycle F, unexpectedly, another motorcycle appeared before him. Get on. Please. Stop, stop, stop. How infuriating. After all this time, she offers not a single pleasant expression. Seeing Baiyu about to leave again, Jia Guiyan hurriedly mounted the motorcycle, wrapping his arms around her waist. Baiyu glanced back without uttering a word. The light enveloped the cockroach monster's card, burning and melding it like flames. By creating the Fire Phoenix armor, Lin Nagi also acquired a portion of the flame's power. As long as new armor is created, Lin Nagi could obtain powers corresponding to that armor. After all, the essence of armor power is merely a projection of Lin Nagi's strength, manifested in reality. However, as he does not belong to life, or rather, light is a form of life, he is not part of this dimensional existence. Hence, he cannot directly project the power of the armor into reality, necessitating a summoner with the appropriate qualifications to bear its strength. At this moment, as he melded the cockroach monster's card, Lin Nagi could wield the power of flames, allowing for a more efficient fusion of cards, more effectively harnessing the power of monster cards. To put it plainly, his strength had grown stronger, his command over power expanded, enabling him to forge even more potent cards. The knowledge acquired from the E database could now be utilized more effectively. Light Energy 50, although the monster card was converted into light energy, Lin Nagi successfully forged a new card. Equipment Upgrade E card. Chapter 48. Two individuals speak separately. The Equipment Upgrade E card can be inserted into the weapon card slots, thereby elevating the weapon to E rank and bestowing it with enhanced power. The Fire Sparrow Blade, Shadow Light Sword, Crossbow, and Motorcycle also possess card slots akin to the Summoner. By inserting the Equipment Upgrade E card, one may upgrade these weapons. Naturally, these weapons can also accommodate nature-type cards for upgrades, imbuing them with the attributes of such cards. Furthermore, when a nature-type card is inserted, both weapons and armor undergo corresponding transformations. For instance, when Chang Yang utilized the Storm E card to upgrade the light armor, its appearance altered as a result. However, it is likely that the Fire Sparrow armor would struggle to harness any strength from the Storm card, as water and fire are inherently incompatible, leading to a low affinity between the Fire attribute card and the Storm E. There is even a possibility that it could diminish the power of the Fire Sparrow armor. Nevertheless, circumstances are not entirely absolute. The light armor, despite its mediocre attributes, excels in stability. Regardless of the environment, it remains unaffected, delivering consistent combat efficacy. In contrast, the Fire Sparrow armor boasts high speed and strength but is weak against water attributes, resulting in lower defensive capabilities. When engaging in combat in a water-laden environment, its power is likely to be severely compromised. In such scenarios, inserting the Storm E card could mitigate the adverse effects of the water environment. Lin Nagi hoped to acquire a fire attribute nature card in the future. After a silent prayer, he immersed himself in the database for study. He had no desire to focus on the summoner, Chang Yang, as others did. Possessing the power of armor in a world rife with formidable monsters, and even controlled by them, was a perilous endeavor. Lin Nagi wished to avoid forming any emotional ties with the summoner. Should the summoners depart one generation after another? It would provide him with some solace. He was merely a manifestation of light, imparting his strength to humanity, leaving their choices to their own discretion. Lin Nagi reassured himself that the deaths occurring outside were of no concern to him, as long as he remained uninvolved and indifferent. Ah, is that not Ms. Bai? What a shame, you've been demoted. Do you not fancy money? Jia Guiyan leaned over Baiyu's workstation, poking at various items on the desk. Never mind. I shall generously cover your lunch expenses this month. Baiyu continued to disregard Jia Guiyan, who had acted independently this time, resulting in a favorable outcome. However, defying orders and unilaterally removing the summoner from the monster response team was an exceedingly grave offense, leading to Baiyu's salary reduction. Were it not for her exceedingly rare status as a senior researcher, she might have faced demotion. Jiagu Iyan had become the second-generation summoner of the summoner device, classified as top secret by the monster response team.
Currently, only a handful of individuals within the monster response team were privy to this information. Among the higher echelons of the monster response department, aside from the team leader, no one else was aware.
Simultaneously, the monster response team was diligently researching the powers of the summoner device. Jiagu Iyan had already mastered the basic breathing technique, and other combat members of the team were beginning to learn under his guidance as the first batch of experimental subjects. However, their learning pace paled in comparison to Jiagu Iyan's rapid mastery and enhancement of skills within the summoner device. The summoner device and its chosen summoner were indeed extraordinary. The criteria for selecting summoners remained entirely elusive, as there were currently only 2 summoners. The first summoner could summon the armor known as Light, while the second could summon Fire Sparrow, yet could not summon Light. Jiagu Iyan held dominion over the summoner device. While the Light series cards were preserved within the monster response team, currently under the development supervision of researcher Bai. The item series cards, such as Potion F and Hacker F, were exceptional. Jiagu Iyan had summoned them multiple times for the use of the monster response team. All cards must be activated by the summoner utilizing the summoner device for usage. Summoned weapons and items revert to their card forms after a period. White cards belong to the light attribute and item attribute cards, while red cards represent the fire attribute. The black cards, however, possess unique powers that can be wielded even without the summoner device. Their powers seemingly do not originate from the summoner device. I surmise that this black card was not derived from the summoner device, but rather collected by the first summoner through alternative means. Bai explained her research to Jiagu Iyan. It was under such circumstances that this insufferable woman became somewhat more talkative. Wait. Why do you refer to the first-generation summoner as Mr. First Generation, yet call me? Jiagu Iyan interrupted, you detestable woman. You cannot even greet me with a hey. I have investigated the recent anomalies in Xiguang City and have connected them to the name of this card, recalling the unusual storm that enveloped Xiguang City for a time. Are you disregarding me, you vile woman? This card is highly likely to have been obtained by the first-generation summoner during that storm. I speculate that the means of acquiring this black nature-type card was through a unique celestial phenomenon, or perhaps this card's power caused the celestial anomaly. The storm ceased probably because the first-generation summoner took this card. Bai concluded her report, handing the documents to Jiagu Iyan. I will investigate the areas where celestial anomalies have recently occurred. I will inform you of any findings, she stated. Curse it. Did I offend that detestable woman in some way? Jiagu Iyan sat cross-legged on a cushion, practicing the basic breathing technique, while grumbling. His proficiency in the technique had reached the first layer, and he was now striving towards the second layer. He was also training in the fundamental postures. With 70 light energy points, he had purchased the Equipment Upgrade card. Bai, carrying a stack of documents, walked past the training room, glancing at Jiagu Iyan, who was seated and meditating. You have been calling me a detestable woman for quite some time as well. How irritating. Chapter 49, Celestial Phenomena, Volcano Rain Realm. This mirrored world is conceived from the Rain Realm F card, a spatial fissure opened by Lin Nagi based on the immense power of a colossal core. Within the Rain Realm, this gigantic core continuously generates monsters, yielding approximately 30 creatures daily. However, akin to the reality outside, Lin Nagi is unable to engage in combat within the Rain Realm, only the summoners may enter to fight. By vanquishing these beasts, they secure a steady supply of luminous energy, and the summoners themselves can also amass consistent energy points. Moreover, defeating these monsters is incentivized by Lin Nagi through a system of drop rewards, motivating both summoners and others. Indeed, it is not solely summoners who may access the Rain Realm, ordinary individuals can enter as well, regardless of whether the monsters are slain by summoners or others. Lin Nagi can refine luminous energy from the dropped monster crystals. However, these lower-tier monster crystals cannot be forged into weapon cards or skill cards. At this moment, the Rain Realm card is securely established within the independent laboratory of the Monster Countermeasure team. The opened Rain Realm passage resembles a vortex, floating in the air in an utterly unscientific manner. Can you hear me? Is the connection clear? Received, the connection is clear.
At this juncture, Jia Guiyan has entered the Rain Realm alongside a cadre of combat members, while Bai Yu, positioned outside the Rain Realm, Card's Passage, orchestrates communication with the combatants within. The visuals transmitted through the Rain Realm passage are remarkably clear. The occasional monsters rushing in are effortlessly dispatched by the combat team members. As Jia Guiyan has already grasped the fundamentals of the basic breath method, he naturally does not resort to firearms like the other members.
Instead, he hones his basic breath method and fundamental parrying through combat.
Basic breath method, proficiency 1, basic parry, proficiency 1. The rate of improvement in these two skills during combat far surpasses that of monotonous training.
The monsters in the Rain Realm presently pose little threat to Jia Guiyan.
Moreover, as the most elite, core, and confidential member of the Monster Countermeasure course, his foundation is considerably stronger than Changyang's. Even with the basic breath method, at its initial level, he can maintain the foundational breathing during combat, enhancing his physical attributes holistically. Basic breath method proficiency 1, basic breath method, level 1, 100, basic breath method, level 1, basic breath method, level 2, constitution 1, as the battle continues.
The proficiency of the basic breath method finally accumulates.
Jia Guiyan feels a fiery energy igniting within his chest, and the breath he exhales transforms into scalding white vapor. As the summoner of the Fire Sparrow, Jia Guiyan's body is gradually transformed under the influence of the summoning device.
Unlike Changyang,
the force that modifies him encompasses not only light but also flame. Under the influence of the basic breath method, even without transformation,
he now possesses some fiery attributes while operating the breath method. Currently,
this characteristic enables him to exhale gas at a temperature approximately 10 C higher than that of an average person. His body's tolerance to high temperatures has also strengthened accordingly.
Has he ascended to the second level?
It feels as though his entire being has been significantly enhanced in an instant.
Rather than reveling in his advancement, Jia Guiyan intensifies his training regimen.
To become a member of the Monster Countermeasure team, his exceptional talent must be complemented by years of rigorous training. Seizing this opportunity, he exerts himself to the fullest. After all, he had previously spent a month outside school, confronting delinquents until they were compelled to withdraw.
Such tenacity, I believe, will lead to success in any endeavor. The reactions of the Rain Realm monsters have dissipated.
Here, we have received confirmation. Please proceed to evacuate the Rain Realm in an orderly fashion.
With the disappearance of the Rain Realm monsters, the combat members commence their orderly withdrawal.
Upon returning to the real world, everyone finds themselves drenched. The Rain Realm has been shrouded in a persistent, gentle drizzle throughout. Aside from Jia Guiyan, the summoner, the other combat members have, under his guidance, grasped the basics of the basic breath method. They can now somewhat utilize the breath method to elevate their vitality and reaction speed.
However, enhancing their physical prowess through combat requires extensive practice. A volcanic anomaly. Jia Guiyan leaned closer to Bai Yu, peering at the news on the computer screen.
The area is not in Saiguang City, but in a volcanic island overseas.
Is it a volcanic eruption?
Jia Guiyan recalled Bai Yu's earlier words.
Anomalous phenomena. It is highly likely that a natural type card has emerged, and the volcano could very well be a natural flame type card. If it were merely a typical volcanic eruption, why would I suspect it to be a celestial phenomenon? The molten lava from this eruption has engulfed half the island, forming a lake of lava. Yet, neither the island's trees nor its fauna have been incinerated.
They traverse the molten landscape as if it were solid ground.
The temperatures of those lava flows are anomalous. As Bai Yu elaborated, he opened a document on his tablet and handed it to Jia Guiyan. The document contains a detailed investigation report on the recent lava eruption. Naturally, members of the Monster Countermeasure course are dispatched to investigate such celestial phenomena. Samples of the lava are being collected and transported back to the Monster Countermeasure course. Is that so? When shall I go? The torrential rains from earlier, the Rain Realm F card, the Rainstorm E card. All these elements can be interlinked. If that volcano truly birthed a natural card, it should be concealed within a spatial fissure akin to the Rain Realm. Such a fissure may harbor incredibly powerful monsters. You need to continue training. Baiyu does not encourage Jia Guiyan to recklessly venture into such perilous territory. Compared to the first generation, Jia Guiyan's strength is still not sufficiently mature and he lacks adequate fire-type cards. Moreover, even the first generation. Baiyu recalls the battlefield photographs from that encounter. The site of the battle between Mu Menda Pi and the first generation has been located by the monster countermeasure team. Yet no trace of the first generation's body has been discovered. Based on the battle's aftermath, Baiyu has conducted an assessment. It was an exceedingly brutal confrontation. And the opponent faced by the first generation was extraordinarily formidable. Regarding the identity of the first generation, logically, traces from the battle that extended from the urban area to the outskirts should yield clues. Yet, none can be found. There are also no signs of missing persons near the battle site. It is as if the first generation vanished like a specter. Or perhaps something exists that has eradicated all traces of the first generation from this world. Contemplating this, Baiyu feels a chill run down his spine. If the summoner's existence were to be exposed, would Jia Guiyan, or the entire monster countermeasure team, also be silently erased from this world without a trace? As though they had never existed at all. Baiyu's mood becomes increasingly oppressive. Those ancient entities lurking in the shadows are powerful enough to suffocate. Chapter 50, Jia Guiyan was disgusted. The summoner emitted a low hum. Lost in thought, Baiyu quickly regained his composure, while Jia Guiyan raised the summoner before him. A monster had appeared in Area D. Area A of Laiguang City is the heart of the city, a bustling center that still preserves some ancient architecture. The majority of Areas B and C encircle the commercial district and residential areas surrounding the school district. Area D, on the other hand, serves as the economic development zone, housing numerous factories. Baiyu swiftly notified the Monster Countermeasure Department, deploying combat members. This department is a secretive organization with very few personnel. The monster's aura detected by the summoner was certainly not that of the trivial creatures lurking in the sewers. The members of the Monster Countermeasure Squad were unable to handle this situation, thus, the combat team from the department needed to be dispatched for evacuation and suppression. I went as well. Jia Guiyan quickly took the elevator to the ground floor, then drew out a card. Motor F. With a click, a silver motorcycle appeared before him, adorned with flame motifs on its fuel tank and sides. Jia Guiyan swiftly mounted the motorcycle, following the map displayed on it as he raced toward the monster's location. This marked the first public appearance of the Fire Sparrow armor. Most people were unaware of the potential demise of its predecessor. They were more familiar with the light armor. Accompanied by the roar of the motorcycle, Jia Guiyan dashed through the narrow gaps in the traffic. The foot traffic in Area D was sparse, primarily consisting of factory workers. However, this lack of crowds was merely relative, it did not imply that the streets were devoid of people. Suddenly, the monster violently overturned a small car, raising it above its head with its massive arms. Inside the car, a family of 3 screamed in terror. The driver, though somewhat composed, frantically pulled the child from the backseat to the driver's seat, gripping his wife's hand in an attempt to reassure her and their child. Meanwhile, pedestrians on the roadside fled in terror, seeking refuge in nearby buildings. Only a few stragglers remained, desperately attempting to escape, as they felt that hiding indoors would only lead to their capture. With a thunderous roar, the monster shook the car above its head and hurled it into the air. Fire Sparrow. With a swift insertion of the card into the summoner, flames erupted around Jia Guiyan, enveloping him and the motorcycle. The motorcycle, cloaked in flames, began to morph, twisting and growing as if melting. This transformation occurred in an instant. Onlookers merely witnessed a flash of fire. And then a flame-colored armored warrior on a magnificent motorcycle soared into the sky, deftly rescuing the 3 occupants of the car before they plummeted to the ground. The armored warrior? The fleeing pedestrians glanced back in confusion. After all, the armored warrior they envisioned was clad in platinum light armor. They had never seen this fiery red armored figure before. Was it a new armored warrior? Having safely set down the terrified family, Jia Guiyan turned to face the monster before him. Its body was grotesquely muscular, with tumors protruding, each adorned with pulsating purple veins. Its face was devoid of eyes, replaced instead by 2 thick, fleshy horns extending from the eye sockets. Its mouth gaped wide, stretching to the sides of its head, with a tongue as thick as an arm protruding from its maw. The monster's arms hung down, each claw bristling with sharp bony spikes. It was evident that anyone caught by those spiked claws would suffer grievous injury. How hideous! Jia Guiyan couldn't help but exclaim. While one could understand the ugliness of typical monsters, this one was grotesquely malformed. Roaring with fury, the monster charged at Jia Guiyan, its bulky form moving like a tank. It extended its arms wide, seemingly intent on crushing him in a bear hug. However, such clumsy movements were insignificant against the speed of the fire sparrow. Jia Guiyan vanished like a wisp of flame, leaving only an illusion in his place, and swiftly maneuvered behind the monster. With fire swirling around his right foot, he executed a spinning kick aimed at the monster's head. A resounding explosion echoed as flames erupted from the monster's skull, causing it to stumble forward. Yet, its momentum carried it onward, crashing through the curb and slamming into a wall before collapsing to the ground. Jia Guiyan advanced cautiously, conjuring two fireballs in his hands and colliding them together at his chest. He was acutely aware of his strengths and weaknesses. The fire sparrow armor boasted incredible speed and offensive power, yet its defensive capabilities were lacking. Maintaining distance and utilizing the fire sparrow's long-range suppressive fire was the correct strategy. As the fireballs collided, a violent reaction ensued, igniting fiercely. The erupting flames transformed into a barrage of fiery feathers, shooting toward the monster's position. In an instant, the unfortunate creature was engulfed by the onslaught of feathers, collapsing to the ground in silence. Dead? Could it really be this weak? Jia Guiyan observed the fallen monster, hesitating to approach. He drew forth another card, its surface depicting a flame-colored longbow. Bow F. With a click, flames coalesced in Jia Guiyan's palm, forming a longbow adorned with fiery patterns. The Bow F card was a tool card. The summoned bow would adapt to the armor of the summoner. Jia Guiyan pulled back the bowstring, flames rapidly gathering to form an arrow. With a swift release, the fiery arrow pierced the monster's head, exploding it into fragments. Too weak. A monster capable of triggering the summoner's response could not possibly be this feeble. No, Jia Guiyan quickly distanced himself, drawing back the bowstring once more. Indeed. The fallen monster's corpse began to shift. The grotesque tumors covering its body writhed, and one of the tumors on its shoulder split open, revealing a head emerging from the oozing mass. The head bore an uncanny resemblance to that of the fire sparrow. However, it was exceedingly bizarre. While the headpiece of the fire sparrow armor was metallic and flame-colored, this head emerging from the tumor was composed of tender pink flesh, appearing particularly repulsive. Jia Guiyan felt a wave of nausea wash over him. Chapter 51, The Mysterious Manipulator Behind the Scenes. At this moment, the monster was truly bizarre. And Jia Guiyan had no intention of delaying any longer. With a swift motion, he drew the card from his waist, Fire Sparrow Blade. With a click, as the card was inserted, a surge of flames flowed from Jia Guiyan's outstretched right hand, transforming into a blade of fire. Subsequently, Jia Guiyan dashed toward the monster like a phantom, leaving only a flicker of embers in his wake. The blade, enveloped in flames, crackled as it sliced through the air, striking at the monster. In an instant, the blade cut deeply into the monster's chest, leaving behind a charred mark. Did it hit? No. Suddenly, a burst of flame erupted from Jia Guiyan's chestplate, a tremendous force propelling him violently backward. The fire sparrow armor lacked formidable defense, and in this moment of vulnerability, he was caught off guard by the sudden attack. It felt as though a knife had pierced through his armor and struck straight at his heart. When did this attack occur? With the speed of the fire sparrow, how could he not evade it? How could he not perceive it? Furthermore, this attack felt as if it had materialized from the very strike he had just executed. Glancing at the monster's shoulder, where a flesh-colored fire sparrow resided, he instantly comprehended the creature's ability. It bound the damage it received to itself. As long as it suffered an attack, he too would endure an equivalent assault. How despicable! Jia Guiyan stared at the monster before him, momentarily at a loss on how to proceed. Yet the creature did not share his hesitation. It staggered upright, its chest wound visibly healing at a remarkable rate. Conversely, Jia Guiyan felt no relief from the attack he had just endured. It seemed that the monster merely shared the damage it sustained with him, rather than binding its own physical state to his.
The monster roared and lunged once more at Jia Guiyan, arms wide open, seemingly intent on a life-for-life exchange. With no strategy to counter,
Jia Guiyan could only evade its onslaught.
Utilizing the swiftness of the fire sparrow, he deftly dodged the monster and swung the blade again, aiming for its shoulder.
This time,
he tempered his strength, yet still felt a jolt of pain radiate from his own shoulder.
Did every form of attack convert equally?
The enraged monster retaliated with its spiked claws.
Jia Guiyan deftly maneuvered, becoming a blur as he avoided the monster's strike.
He then increased the distance between them.
Fire sparrow feather.
A single feather materialized at Jia Guiyan's command, akin to a fiery projectile, aimed at the monster's thigh.
Upon impact, a sharp pain echoed through Jia Guiyan's leg as well. Was distance truly futile?
If he retreated further, his fire sparrow feather had a limited range of attack. Once that was surpassed, he could no longer harm this beast.
Roar!
The monster charged again, its grotesque head, formed of flesh, shifting toward the center of its neck,
as if to replace the destroyed head with a new one.
Although Jia Guiyan was oblivious to the full extent of the situation, an instinctual dread gripped him. If that head, mimicking the fire sparrow, succeeded in replacing the shattered one, dire consequences would surely ensue.
However, attacking the monster would only reciprocate the damage upon himself. This creature possessed self-healing abilities. With continuous assaults, it would be the defenseless fire sparrow that ultimately succumbed. If only he wore armor of greater resilience, he could charge forth without fear. Damn it, why did he feel so targeted? It was as if an unseen force was orchestrating this scenario. Jia Guiyan could not shake the suspicion that someone was scheming behind the scenes, as the monster's every aspect seemed to counter him perfectly. Boom!
The clash of the monster and Jia Guiyan's armor echoed as they intertwined, causing nearby structures to crumble and the earth to fracture. The devastation was wrought by the monster's immense strength, although they appeared to be engaged in a grappling match. Jia Guiyan was merely evading the monster's attacks at an incredible speed. With a swift motion, he tore through the flames, appearing behind the monster,
and once again delivered a strike. The monster's flesh was rent asunder, while Jia Guiyan felt as if a whip had lashed against his back.
The pain incited a furious roar from the monster as it spun around, launching a punch at Jia Guiyan. He swiftly distanced himself, raising his blade to regard the monster from afar. At that moment, the flesh-like head of the creature, now fully resembling the fire sparrow, had completely shifted to its neck. Suddenly, the monster came to an abrupt halt. The grotesque head morphed continuously before reverting to the fire sparrow's familiar form.
What just happened? In an instant, the monster's demeanor had altered entirely. Jia Guiyan withdrew his card. A new armored warrior?
It seemed that the summoning device had fallen into your hands.
To his astonishment,
the monster spoke, a creature that had initially exhibited no semblance of rationality or intelligence, now conversing like a sentient being.
Unlike the cockroach monster,
which had displayed cunning from the outset, this creature seemed to have acquired wisdom in a mere heartbeat.
It was as if it had transformed into a completely different entity.
No, it had indeed become something else entirely. This monster was being remotely controlled, manipulated like a marionette.
Enough with your nonsensical words, who are you?
Jia Guiyan felt a shadow looming over him, an oppressive presence. The flames of his armor, the power of the fire sparrow, what an irksome blaze.
Who are you? The monster inquired, seeking Jia Guiyan's true identity. Where are your manners, you scoundrel? Do you not know to introduce yourself before asking for someone else's name?
Jia Guiyan was already plotting his escape route in his mind.
He needed to lure this monster to an unpopulated area before seizing an opportunity to flee.
With its current strength, it was indeed challenging to inflict harm upon him, the warrior of fire armor.
Yet he was disinclined to indulge in the slow pursuit of uncovering the monster's true identity. Then, with a crack,
the ground splintered,
and countless thick roots burst through the concrete, ensnaring Jia Guiyan.
Clenching the fire sparrow blade, he cleaved horizontally and vertically. The searing flames surged like a dragon, obliterating the roots and turning them to ash. Jia Guiyan quickly glanced at the monster's position, only to find it had not seized the opportunity to attack but instead charged into a nearby building.
Chapter 52, Weapon Upgrade Not Good.
Jia Guiyan recalled that there were civilians hiding in the buildings on both sides. He swiftly pursued at an incredible speed. His velocity was incomparable to that of the beast. Even though he was momentarily hindered by the tree roots, he was still able to catch up. As Jia Guiyan inhaled deeply, for the first time in his armored form, he activated the basic breathing technique. In an instant, his breath became searingly hot, as if flames were igniting in his chest, his heart racing like a pump, channeling the fiery energy throughout his body. The fire sparrow armor radiated with brilliance. If it had previously resembled burning charcoal, it now resembled glowing embers ready to ignite with the slightest breeze. The fire sparrow armor had entered its burning state. With a rush, the torrent of flames shattered the rushing winds, and Jia Guiyan's form transformed into a fiery specter, charging towards the beast. Just then, thick tree roots erupted from the ground, crushing the walls of the buildings and obstructing Jia Guiyan's path. Leaning slightly forward at high speed, he drew his blade and slashed. In an instant, the sturdy roots blocking his way were reduced to ashes by the fiery edge of his sword. Jia Guiyan dared not pause, slicing again with utmost speed. However, it was too late. Before him stood the beast, one hand gripping a woman's neck, lifting her into the air. The woman struggled violently but could only emit a series of terrified whimpers.
Now, can you reveal your true identity? The beast gazed at Jia Guiyan and spoke again. I am no savior, risking my life for a stranger.
A mere hostage poses no threat to me.
Jia Guiyan gripped the blade tightly, withdrawing a white card. Ka! Ah! Without hesitation, the beast snapped the woman's wrist. You bastard!
Jia Guiyan stepped forward in fury, inserting the card into the fire sparrow blade slot.
Equipment upgrade. Ka! Fire sparrow blade F sparrow flame blade E. Flames rapidly enveloped the entire blade, which grew broader and more formidable.
The fire sparrow depicted on the blade unfurled its tail feathers, cascading flames that intertwined into the weapon. The closed eyes of the depiction opened, resembling a jewel forged from fire.
Do you still think I hesitate to kill her? The beast's tone dripped with mockery. The blaze sparrow.
This armor is far too conspicuous for me, even more so than that light. However, your weakness, indeed, is akin to light, utterly foolish.
Jia Guiyan remained silent.
Yet the blade slowly ignited anew, his armor blazing once more. Your abilities are not omnipotent.
After our recent skirmishes,
I have ascertained that your attacks do not feed back to you instantaneously, but with a momentary delay. Jia Guiyan articulated his deductions.
Indeed. Shall you attempt to kill me within that fleeting moment of delay, rendering your attacks incapable of immediate feedback? The beast seemed intrigued by Jia Guiyan's assessment. In that case, you must unleash your full strength for the most potent strike. If you fail to seize that moment, the repercussions will return to you. Are you willing to wager your life against mine? The beast eagerly anticipated Jia Guiyan's gamble.
If I can use this beast's shell in exchange for the life of a second-generation summoner and the summoner's artifact, it would be exceedingly worthwhile.
And not only that.
You fool, I shall kill you before you crush this woman's neck.
Trust me, the moment your finger twitches, you will die.
Jia Guiyan gripped the fire sparrow blade tightly,
extending a finger to point at the beast's face.
The temperature of the entire space continued to rise, and the two remained locked in a standoff.
This fellow is truly gambling his life away, for an ordinary human he does not know. How foolish. The beast regarded Jia Guiyan. Suddenly, Jia Guiyan moved without any warning. One moment, he stood defiantly with one hand wielding the blade and the other pointing at the beast, and the next, he vanished like an erupting flame, akin to an explosive firework. He had not even moved his finger yet. Fool! Did you truly believe I would wait for you to make a move?
Of course, he would strike while the beast was unprepared.
A voice resonated from behind. Then, fine.
Hair-like scratches appeared along the beast's arm that gripped the woman's neck. Blood seeped from the wounds, spreading until they covered the beast's entire body.
With a swift motion, the beast's form disintegrated into countless pieces of flesh, littering the ground.
The fire sparrow armor in its fiery state, combined with the upgraded sparrow flame blade,
showcased Jia Guiyan's remarkable speed. Yet, even so,
Jia Guiyan swayed, leaning against the wall as the flames of his armor dimmed once more.
His skin beneath the armor bore numerous lacerations, bleeding profusely.
His attack had begun at the beast's arm, rather than targeting its head immediately. Thus he had not killed the beast right away. Consequently, a portion of the backlash from the attack had still affected him. Jia Guiyan glanced at the woman on the ground, confirming she was merely unconscious and had not perished. He crouched down, roughly realigning her broken arm, then withdrew, Potion F. Inserting it into the summoner's artifact.
Potion F, Ka.
A syringe materialized in his palm, which he then injected into the woman's arm, administering the entirety of the dose. Afterwards, he extracted a blank card, capturing the floating beast crystal within it.
Upon absorbing the beast crystal, the blank card displayed a complete image of the creature. Ouch, that hurts. Damn it. Jia Guiyan lay in the medical room, bandaged and groaning.
This time, a more powerful mysterious beast lurks behind the scenes.
Encountering the first generation.
It could very well be the beast that killed the first generation, seeking the summoner's artifact.
I said it hurts. Why you ignored Jia Guiyan, lost in thought. Brother Yen.
I brought you a gift this time, you will surely adore it.
On the other side of the hospital bed was Chen Xian,
a member of the beast countermeasure team and Jia Guiyan's partner from their last mission.
Thank you. What is the gift? The official merchandise of the Armored Warrior.
I managed to obtain a prototype through special channels.
Chen Xian produced a box, the cover emblazoned with bold lettering, "The Strongest Light Armor, Legend."
Beneath the grand text was an image of the light armor, exuding an aura of majesty.
Thank you, in any case. Has anyone ever praised your gift-giving skills?
Chapter 53, The Awakening of Jia Guiyan and the Acknowledgement of Light. Jia Guiyan sat cross-legged on his hospital bed, diligently practicing the basic breathing technique. This technique not only proved beneficial in combat but also accelerated the recovery of his injuries. However, within the summoner's shop, there were even more suitable techniques for healing, such as the Rain of Cotton technique.
Currently, Jia Guiyan possessed 82 light energy points, enough to exchange for the Rain of Cotton technique.
Yet he deemed it unnecessary to do so until the basic breathing technique reached its maximum level. The basic breathing technique allowed his armor to enter a burning state, while the effects of the Rain of Cotton technique on the armor remained uncertain. Surely, it wouldn't conflict with his Fire Sparrow attributes.
After a morning of dedicated practice, Jia Guiyan had increased his proficiency by 61 points.
He was now closer to achieving the third tier of the basic breathing technique, and his physical injuries had begun to heal. Rising from his bed, he glanced at the bedside table, where a figurine of the light armor rested. Gazing at the light armor, memories of the first generation flooded his mind.
Who was this first generation? Did they experience confusion after acquiring the summoner? What emotions did they harbor when they transformed, and what awareness did they possess during battles? Selected by the summoner, Jia Guiyan initially felt a sense of pride in his newfound abilities. However, during this battle, innocent lives were harmed because of him, and the formidable monster clan had set their sights on him. He began to comprehend the weight of the responsibility that came with being chosen by the summoner. Although he had understood this principle from the beginning, only through real combat, witnessing others threatened because of him, did he truly grasp the magnitude of that responsibility. Chosen by the summoner, possessing the potential for armor, he was humanity's hope, the fate of mankind resting upon his shoulders. He was to liberate humanity from enslavement, for only he possessed the power to contend with the monsters. His mission was to eradicate all monsters. The emotions in the eyes of his comrades in the monster response team reflected this burden. The first generation must have understood these truths, bearing such weight until their demise. Ultimately, they passed down the summoner's legacy, intensifying the faint glimmer of light in the darkness, which now lay in his hands. Those cards were a testament to the first generation's efforts to ignite that glimmer. As long as the legacy continued, continually infusing light into this flicker, it could become the sun that illuminated this dark world. Jia Guiyan pondered whether he could transform this flicker into a sun in his hands. Yet, the first generation had already shown him the way. He must exert every effort to make this hard-won light, passed down from the first generation, burn even brighter. Even if he could not raise the sun, he would pass the flame to the next keeper, treating the monsters as mere kindling and the summoner as the fire that fuels the blaze. Did the first generation ever contemplate such matters? At this moment, Jia Guiyan regarded the figurine of the light armor,
as if envisioning one after another of those who had passed the flame. How foolish it was to indulge in such thoughts. This fire could blaze to its fullest in his hands, who needed to pass it on? Such notions felt ominous. Jia Guiyan was not superstitious about contemplating his own demise but rather found it unsettling to think of so many predecessors who had treated him as kindling. It felt too heroic. This narrative ought not to be so grandiose. He could elevate this flame to the heavens. Meanwhile, within the summoner, Lin Nagi observed the interplay of light and fire before him. This light and fire constituted the core of his power and that of the two sets of armor. Just moments ago, the flame seemed to blaze even more fiercely, and the nearby light grew brighter as well. Lin Nagi opened the summoner panel he had created. And the figure of the first-generation Chongyang had transformed into the second-generation Jia Guiyan. Light armor adaptation, 43, fire sparrow armor adaptation, 78, both adaptability levels had risen. As Jia Guiyan was recognized by the fire sparrow. The adaptability of the fire sparrow armor would gradually increase through combat. He and the fire sparrow would resonate continuously. However, the adaptability of light would not enhance. When Chongyang had fought to the end, reaching 100 adaptability, Lin Nagi's light had also strengthened, undergoing some changes that heightened the difficulty of summoning light while increasing its power. After all, light was a manifestation of Lin Nagi's power, and as Lin Nagi grew stronger, so too did light. If it had been the original light, Jia Guiyan would have possessed summoning abilities. Yet now, things had changed. The more potent light gradually began to acknowledge Jia Guiyan. Was it heart? Lin Nagi, curious, cast his gaze outward. He had scarcely paid attention to the summoner lately, but now, observing Jia Guiyan, he sensed the turmoil of his thoughts. Previously, Chongyang had experienced a rapid increase in adaptability, often triggered by profound internal change or awakening. In his final battle, Chongyang had even managed to elevate his armor adaptability to 100 within a short span. Lin Nagi could not see or hear Chongyang's inner revelations, yet he understood them through the swift rise in adaptability. It was a heavy realization. Why has this awareness emerged within you as well? Lin Nagi became increasingly determined, striving to analyze the database, create stronger techniques, and forge more powerful cards. He sought to prevent the recurrence of past events, especially after Jia Guiyan had developed such realizations. Simultaneously, he could not help but observe this current summoner closely. Unbeknownst to Jia Guiyan, he had inadvertently disturbed something indescribable. He paid no mind to the slightly brighter white cards within the storage device. Obliviously, he turned the light armor figurine to face forward, placing it in a corner. The central position was, of course, reserved for his fire sparrow. How frustrating it was. When would the fire sparrow figurine be available for sale? Wait a moment. If the fire sparrow was released as a figurine, surely a portion of the profits should include a licensing fee for him. As the heir of the first generation, he should inherit the licensing fee from the light figurine as well. Claiming to be a genuine figurine, this licensing was anything but authentic. Chapter 54, The Cultivation of the Drizzle Technique. Jia Guiyan was inherently a diligent individual, and of late, his efforts seemed to have intensified. He was even. Baiyu observed Jia Guiyan, who was simultaneously lifting weights and enjoying his lunch. Previously, he had mocked her for her salary reduction, jesting that he would come to her aid. Consequently, she began to accompany him daily, ordering the most extravagant meals from the cafeteria. The cafeteria at the Monster Countermeasure Center rivaled that of a top-tier restaurant, offering a wide range of meal prices, from economical to exorbitant. With all this muscle training, will the fire sparrow be able to accommodate you? Jia Guiyan momentarily paused his lifting, only to resume shortly thereafter. If it can't fit, I'll simply have a tailor adjust it. With the enhancement provided by his summoning device, the effectiveness of Jia Guiyan's training was unparalleled compared to his previous efforts. Coupled with the effects of the potion card, his fatigue and injuries were swiftly alleviated. He trained during the day, laden with weighted belts, and practiced the fundamental breathing technique until he retired for the night. Have your previous injuries healed? With the potion card, injuries of that magnitude can be mended in just 2 days. For an ordinary person, even with a potion card, recovering from such injuries would ordinarily take a week. However, At this moment, Jia Guiyan's body, in terms of recuperative ability and physical prowess, surpassed the limits of humanity.
The higher his physical attributes,
the greater his vitality and resistance. Baiyu recalled the time Jia Guiyan returned to the monster countermeasure center. Covered in blood and appearing as though he were on the brink of death. She had delivered the summoning device to him, compelling him to shoulder the fate of battling monsters and the responsibility of saving humanity, risking his life in the process.
Was this truly a noble path? You won't perish. Will you?
I will certainly die after you, watching you marry and subsequently divorce due to your poor character, ending up with minimal assets and dying alone in solitude.
Eventually, you'd find yourself in a nursing home, ostracized by the other elderly residents, crying under the covers at night. How pitiful. Despite Jia Guiyan's caustic remarks,
Baiyu remained unfazed and finished her luxurious lunch before departing.
Only after her exit did Jia Guiyan set down the dumbbells. The following morning,
Jia Guiyan basked in the sunlight streaming onto the balcony, seated in meditation on a cushion, practicing his breathing as the first rays of dawn illuminated the world. Fundamental Breathing Technique Proficiency 1, Fundamental Breathing Technique, Level 2, Proficiency, 1000 Fundamental Breathing Technique, Level 2, Fundamental Breathing Technique, Level 3, Mental 1, Skill Acquired, Insight, Beginner, as the Fundamental Breathing Technique reached its pinnacle.
Jia Guiyan exhaled a torrent of impure air beneath the sun.
In an instant, it felt as if every bubble in his lungs was being released. Every bronchial tube cleared, and his entire body was enveloped in an extraordinary smoothness. With each breath, his muscles felt as though they were soaking in a hot spring bound. Yet comfortable, fully expanding and contracting, unleashing the full potential of his strength. He gradually rose, closing his eyes.
Within the realm of his insight, even the motes of dust in the air appeared exceptionally vivid.
Even without consciously practicing the breathing technique, he could feel his body relaxing with each inhalation and exhalation.
Each breath was exponentially more efficient than before.
In this state of relaxation, his body remained perpetually primed for peak performance, fully recuperated.
Simultaneously,
he sensed an ability to command every inch of his physique, ready to unleash his full strength at any moment. This was merely the state of being at rest. When he activated the breathing technique, he felt the temperature of his body rise. His lungs ignited with a fiery essence, radiating throughout his limbs.
Was this the sensation of mastering the pinnacle of the fundamental breathing technique? Jia Guiyan attempted it a few times before reseating himself on the cushion,
retrieving his summoning device, and gazing at the shelf within it. Drizzle Technique E, 70 light energy points, Fire Sparrow Manifestation E card, 100 light energy points. Summons the Fire Sparrow armor for combat assistance. The new card appeared promising, but alas, it was beyond his financial reach.
Jia Guiyan continued perusing the other items.
Most were skills or martial arts.
However, with the fundamental breathing technique now at its zenith, he resolved to exchange for the drizzle technique. Determined, he swiftly expended 70 light energy points to acquire the drizzle technique.
As the light energy points diminished, a golden figure seated on a cushion manifested in his mind, and a surge of energy flowed from his body.
Guided by the golden silhouette, Jia Guiyan's consciousness traversed within himself. The drizzle technique was considerably more intricate than the fundamental breathing technique. Yet,
perhaps due to the foundation laid by the fundamental breathing technique, he adeptly memorized the operational pathway of the drizzle technique.
The fundamental breathing technique focused solely on the lungs,
drawing power beyond physical limits through respiration. Conversely, while the drizzle technique also commenced with breathing, its pathway extended beyond the lungs, channeling energy through the meridians.
Such a complex practice would prove challenging to execute mid-battle, even at the entry level.
You have successfully entered the Drizzle Technique E, Beginner, Proficiency, 110. As a full cycle concluded, he successfully entered the Drizzle Technique. As the summoner of the Fire Sparrow, Jia Guiyan encountered no attribute conflicts with the Drizzle Technique.
However, it remained uncertain whether the Fire Sparrow armor would be influenced upon transformation. Would using the Heavy Rain E card, which also possessed water attributes, affect the operation of the Drizzle technique? Jia Guiyan retrieved the Heavy Rain E card from his storage device. As a natural element card, it could harness some of its power even without a summoning device.
Nevertheless, as the summoner of the Fire Sparrow, he was not proficient in utilizing this card.
Holding the heavy rain E, he resumed his meditation, activating the drizzle technique.
Clumsily navigating through a complete cycle, he noted his proficiency had increased by 1.5.
My proficiency has risen by an additional 0.5. This card can accelerate the development of the drizzle technique. How remarkable. Jia Guiyan gazed at the heavy rainy card, finding it increasingly appealing. He had not anticipated it could also serve as an accelerator. Consequently, he chose to keep the heavy rainy card with him rather than return it to storage, dedicating himself to the rigorous practice of the drizzle technique. Meanwhile, in the safety of Saguang City, unusual occurrences began to unfold once more, stemming from a peculiar card. Chapter 55, Monkey E, the Gray Area of Saguang City. As the Yixuantang, a faction within the underground gang of Saguang City, it boasts a substantial number of gang members.
The majority of these individuals are unemployed drifters,
with most of the lower ranks sustaining themselves through extortion and petty theft. Among them,
a select group of core mid to high level members maintain their status through the tributes received from the lower ranks. Concurrently, Yixuantang colludes with high-ranking officials in Saguang City, either by bribing them or by performing clandestine tasks for them. However, even the mid to high level members of Yixuantang remain oblivious to the truth that their leader is no longer human. The so-called leader of Yixuantang, Wang Yishuan, the founder of this faction, possesses remarkable combat skills, a prowess stemming from a peculiar encounter. He was once attacked by a monster, sustaining severe injuries that left him unconscious. Upon awakening, he found not only that his injuries had miraculously healed but that he had also acquired formidable powers, even gaining the ability to transform into a monster. This transformation instilled a profound sense of terror within him, yet his newfound strength also captivated him.
With this power,
he thrived within a small gang, ultimately toppling the former leader and seizing control, thereby expanding the gang's influence. He began to perceive himself as the chosen one,
destined for greatness.
Since acquiring this immense power, everything he undertook proceeded smoothly, whether establishing gray industries, befriending and bribing officials, or executing illicit tasks on their behalf.
It felt as though an invisible hand was aiding him and his faction in their ascendance.
Wang Yishuan attributed all his successes to fate.
Alternatively,
he contemplated more sinister possibilities yet was reluctant to confront the truth, subconsciously attributing his fortune to divine providence. He considered himself the chosen one.
Recently,
he came into possession of a powerful artifact, a card the size of a playing card, with a black background. The front of the card depicted a black monkey. Its fur as dark as coal, devoid of any blemish. Its eyes glowed red like rubies, and sharp, menacing fangs protruded from its lips. Its massive arms hung at its sides, the muscles beneath the fur bulging, while its enormous fists resembled two rods of obsidian steel.
Monkey E, card. In a vacant room, Wang Yishuan gazed obsessively at the card resting on the table before him.
Since obtaining that great power, he had been in relentless pursuit of even greater strength. Over the decades, he had achieved little, his body beginning to age, and his strength waning compared to his youth.
The transformation into a monster demanded ever more stamina, leaving him utterly fatigued after each metamorphosis.
This card represented his sole achievement after all these years.
Monkey E, card.
As long as he carried it,
his arms would be endowed with immense strength, each strike delivering a devastating blow.
Additionally, having it on him made his body feel remarkably light. His aging form seemed to revert to its youthful state.
Yet, he remained unsatisfied.
As a half-monster, he could sense the card's latent power, which only intensified his inner desires to possess that strength. Yet the card appeared to seal this power away, leaving him with only a fraction of its potential. To harness the card's power, he needed a specific tool.
The location of this tool was abundantly clear: the summoner. Since the emergence of the armored warrior, Wang Yishuan had become acutely aware of this enigmatic figure and seethed with rage. Why? He believed himself to be the chosen one,
the sole individual endowed with such formidable monstrous power. He felt superior to all other humans and monsters, possessing both human intellect and monstrous strength.
He was the protagonist chosen by the heavens. Yet, why did this armored warrior wield such power? And why did he shine more brightly, embodying the essence of a hero? In contrast, Wang Yishuan's grotesque abilities in monstrous form felt akin to a rat scuttling in the shadows.
From that moment onward, he fixated on the mysterious armored warrior. Through bribed officials, he learned of the research conducted by the Monster Countermeasures Division on the armored warriors. Realizing that the armored warriors utilized summoners to activate the powers of various cards during battle only fueled his jealousy. Consumed by envy and obsession, he could not fathom how a mere human could engage in combat with a noble monster like himself through the use of a summoner. Such cunning was beneath him, despicable. He would not allow anyone else to wield such potent power. Wang Yishuan had lived as the protagonist in his own narrative, in his perception. All humans and monsters were far beneath him. The emergence of the armored warrior, so radiant, drove him to the brink of madness as he desperately sought the summoner.
Just days ago, a new armored warrior appeared.
He failed to realize that the summoner had already been inherited by a second generation. He believed that the summoner was not singular. There could be more powerful armored warriors and summoners in this world. Thus, he commanded his subordinates to search far and wide. He even purchased numerous armored-related items, such as summoners, light and shadow swords, and various cards. Eventually, he discovered Monkey E. This only solidified his determination to acquire the summoner. With this newfound strength, he felt he could overpower the summoner and forcibly seize the summoner from him.
However, he deemed it unwise to act recklessly.
He plotted to wait for the next monster disturbance to lure out Fire Sparrow, intending to join forces with the monsters to defeat both Fire Sparrow and its summoner,
thereby claiming the summoner for himself. Monkey.
As he contemplated this, Wang Yishuan caressed the card before him, envisioning the day he would possess the summoner. At that moment, he would wield both monstrous and armored powers. Meanwhile, the Monkey E, resting on the table, remained utterly still, resembling an inanimate object. Yet, the black hairs upon it seemed to stir ever so slightly, as if animated by an unseen force within the card.
Chapter 56, The Manipulator Monster, Rain Technique Proficiency 1.
5. Rain Technique, Beginner, Proficiency, 1010, Rain Technique, Beginner, Rain Technique, Level 1, Constitution 1, the Constitution has once again increased by 1 point. Although the enhancement is not as pronounced as before, Jia Guiyan can distinctly feel a surge of vitality within him, akin to the gentle spring rain nourishing the parched earth. His body feels more at ease, as if an invisible shackle has been released. The Rain Technique can elevate the Constitution by a total of 10 points at its peak.
At that point, how much strength could his body withstand? Constitution determines the summoner's lifespan, resistance, and self-healing ability.
It also sets the upper limit of the summoner's endurance, enabling them to bear greater power from armor. Perhaps, when the Constitution reaches a certain level, it could transform the Fire Sparrow's burning form into a permanent state. As he mused on these thoughts, the summoning device emitted a low hum once more. The time for vengeance against the loathsome monster had arrived. Jia Guiyan gazed at the summoning device, wary of its implications. It seemed to still harbor resentment over their previous encounter. After notifying the monster response team, he swiftly withdrew Motorcycle F from the storage card and headed toward the location of the monster's appearance. Meanwhile, Lin Nagi had already infiltrated the network through the light connection,
erasing all surveillance footage of Jia Guiyan along the route.
For him, as a being of light, such tasks were trivial. Having learned from past experiences, he had become more cautious, striving to keep his identity concealed to avoid attracting attention from Muman Dapai.
Lin Nagi etched this name into his memory, exercising utmost vigilance. Muman Dapai had previously demonstrated the ability to obscure his own memory and erase his presence. It was only when he reached Cheng Yang's door that Lin Nagi became aware of his existence. Now,
Lin Nagi not only remained attuned to his surroundings through the light but also divided his focus to continuously hack into all cameras within a kilometer radius centered around Jia Guiyan. He monitored any anomalous individuals within that range and routinely checked his own memories for any signs of dark interference. He had now arrived at the scene indicated by the monster's response. The location was somewhat unexpected. Through his earpiece, Jia Guiyan maintained contact with the monster response team while halting his motorcycle to survey the dilapidated buildings before him. This neighborhood was notorious in Suiguang City for its abandoned construction projects. The developer had absconded with funds, leaving many people in dire straits. Some had no choice but to move into these unfinished buildings, living in wretched conditions. Additionally, the area was rife with beggars and stray dogs.
It was indeed a desolate place.
Proceed with caution, he received in response. As he entered the cluster of abandoned buildings, the towering, lifeless concrete structures exuded a sense of suffocation.
Weeds thrived in the open spaces below, and the occasional barking of dogs echoed through the empty halls.
Passing by one of the dilapidated buildings, Jia Guiyan noticed a group of ragged beggars sprawled across tattered mattresses, sound asleep. Only beggars.
Jia Guiyan continued deeper into the area.
Just as he turned his back to the beggars, they began to rise one by one, trailing behind him.
Jia Guiyan halted.
And the beggars came to a standstill as well.
What is happening? You.
Suddenly, a muscular stray dog lunged from a nearby thicket,
leaping into the air with bared fangs aimed at Jia Guiyan's neck. A dog? Jia Guiyan reacted swiftly, turning to deliver a powerful punch to the dog's snout.
With a yelp, the stray was sent crashing to the ground.
However, its howl summoned more dogs to the scene, and the barking intensified.
The beggars, now stirred by the cacophony, quickened their pace, brandishing knives they had concealed, ready to strike at Jia Guiyan.
These individuals have gone mad, Jia Guiyan muttered into his earpiece.
Then swiftly kicked a stray dog aside, seizing its hind legs. Behold the wild dog whirlwind. With all his might, he swung the dog, sending it spiraling through the air,
knocking down one stray after another.
Spotting a slender dog, he executed a precise kick, toppling it, then bent down to grab its legs, maintaining his momentum.
Just then,
the knife-wielding beggars reached him, howling as they lunged forward. Behold the double wild dog whirlwind, wild dog dual wield. With one dog in each hand, Jia Guiyan swung them, their open jaws expelling the remnants of last night's meal, adding magical damage to his assault.
In an instant, vomit splattered, and the hard heads of the dogs sent the beggars scattering in disarray. The surrounding strays hesitated, disoriented by Jia Guiyan's onslaught. In that moment, he resembled the legendary warrior Elbu, instilling fear in those who dared approach. Were these creatures being manipulated? Not just the dogs. But could even humans be subjected to such control?
The behavior of both the strays and the beggars was too peculiar, akin to puppets on strings. Coupling this with the monster response from the summoning device, it became clear that the monster lurking nearby was the one influencing these attacks.
But how was this manipulation achieved?
If such control could be exerted at will, then he too should have been under its influence.
Moreover,
the ability to arbitrarily control the actions of a living being seemed excessively perverse. Humanity had long been subjugated by monsters. Jia Guiyan kicked a beggar aside and continued to swing the dog, sending another approaching stray flying, creating distance between him and the throng.
At this moment,
the two dogs in his grasp began to whimper, attempting to break free from his hold.
Jia
Guiyan released one of the strays, only to discover that the right dog did not attack him. Instead, it staggered, howling as it tried to flee.
Regained consciousness? I see. Raising the left dog,
he noted that it was still dazed and unresponsive, its mouth agape and drooling.
Food.
The monster had exerted control over these strays and beggars through food.
Moreover,
the manipulation was temporary. Once the consumed food was expelled, the control would cease. The beggars and dogs likely scavenged from the refuse surrounding them. The beggars could still beg for food. Thus, what connected their diets?
Water. The water in this area must be tainted. The monster is likely concealed within the nearby water source.
Jia Guiyan cast the left dog aside, distancing himself from the beggars and strays.
He then scoured the vicinity,
discovering a small artificial lake overgrown with weeds.
Floating atop the surface was a faded yellow paddle boat. Chapter 57. The monster beneath the water. Jia Guiyan did not approach the artificial lake directly.
If a monster lurked within these waters,
its attributes would likely be related to water.
Unfortunately, Jia Guiyan's fire sparrow was weak against water. He decided to test it out.
Drawing Stormy,
he pinched it between his fingers and aimed it at the small artificial lake before him. In an instant, the water within the lake began to churn violently, causing the little yellow duck at its center to sway along with the tumultuous waves.
Even after the surface calmed, no anomalies occurred. Was his judgment flawed? Jia Guiyan retracted, stormy, but still refrained from approaching.
Having learned from previous encounters, he no longer underestimated monsters.
Many possessed considerable intelligence. And it was possible that this one lay in wait, aware that the summoner's armor had shifted from light to fire sparrow. It might be lying in ambush beneath the surface, aiming to draw him into its territory and exploit his weaknesses. Cunning creature. Do you think I would fall for such a trick? Jia Guiyan pulled a summoning device from his pocket and summoned the armor belt.
He then pressed the summoning device against the belt, securing it in place. Next, he drew out the Fire Sparrow card, keeping a vigilant eye on the water's surface.
Ready to transform at any moment. Transforming without confirming the monster's location or sighting it first would be unwise.
The armor demanded a great deal of stamina.
And he risked exhausting himself before even encountering the monster. Stormy. With a decisive motion, Jia Guiyan inserted Stormy into the card slot. Feeling a surge of powerful energy flood his body.
The summoning device could harness the strength of all cards, allowing him to utilize their power even without transforming. This would enable him to wield the capabilities of other cards more effectively.
Sensing the power of Stormy, Jia Guiyan cautiously parted the weeds before him and moved closer to the artificial lake. The now tranquil surface of the lake was adorned with a layer of emerald green water plants. Extending his hand towards the artificial lake, Jia Guiyan watched as the water seemed to part, revealing the murky sediment below.
Suddenly, a 1-meter-long fish shot out, lunging at Jia Guiyan. The fish resembled a common carp, yet its mouth was lined with jagged, menacing teeth, akin to an enlarged piranha, viciously snapping towards him.
How ferocious! Does it wish to be braised? Jia Guiyan reacted swiftly, his fist crashing down onto the fish's head. A dull thud echoed as the fish was sent flying onto the shore, thrashing about uncontrollably. Jia Guiyan stepped heavily onto the thrashing fish's head. With that stomp,
the fish ceased its struggles. Its size and fearsome teeth were far from those of a normal freshwater fish.
Had it been altered by a monster? Jia Guiyan pondered,
drawing conclusions about the monster's abilities. It could control both sentient and non-sentient beings through water and even alter aquatic life.
Considering these 2 points,
it was likely that this monster possessed the capacity to influence and modify other organisms via water. The wild dogs and beggars who had merely drunk from the monster's water had not undergone transformation but were manipulated to a certain extent by the water they ingested.
Conversely,
the fish that lived in the water had been thoroughly affected and transformed, resulting in such drastic changes to their appearance. Thus, it could be deduced that the monster was likely concealed beneath this artificial lake, influencing the entire lake's water flow.
However, despite the power of Stormy, Jia Guiyan could feel no signs of any formidable creature lurking beneath the surface.
The monster's energy response was faint, failing to suggest a powerful beast's presence.
Damn it! I'll fetch a water pump and drain this lake dry. Jia Guiyan resolved to take decisive action.
The artificial lake in this community was relatively small,
with most areas overgrown with weeds.
Draining the water would not take much time. However, to guard against sudden attacks from the monster, he needed to personally oversee the arrangement. Just as Jia Guiyan was determined to drain the lake, the dead fish on the ground abruptly stirred. It suddenly opened its mouth and unleashed a jet of water, aimed directly at the unsuspecting Jia Guiyan. The speed was so rapid that he had no time to block it.
Yet, Jia Guiyan remained composed,
swiftly channeling the power of Stormy to control the oncoming water. But it was utterly futile.
How could this be? Jia Guiyan quickly extended his hand,
activating the basic breathing technique to its limit, filling his lungs with air until they expanded. He then brought his right hand down like a blade,
striking the incoming water stream.
In that moment of collision, water splashed everywhere, and his palm was swiftly cut, blood gushing forth.
Gazing at his injured hand,
Jia Guiyan gripped his wrist tightly with his other hand, pulling away from the dead fish while remaining vigilant of the water's surface.
This monster could manipulate others through water streams
to prevent the water from entering his body through the wound.
Jia Guiyan tightened his grip and quickly expelled the blood from the injury.
So, it has been lurking in the shadows all along, this troublesome creature.
Jia Guiyan wiped the blood and water from his hands, deep in thought.
Why had the previous water stream eluded the control of Stormy?
Despite being a dead fish, why could it still expel water and attack him? Manipulating other life forms through water. Living in the water. Jia Guiyan recalled the horsehair worm, which parasitizes mantises, controlling their actions and leading them into the water to drown before detaching itself. Parasitism. Could it be that he had been misled all along? Why must a monster be colossal and robust? What if this monster was a minuscule, nearly invisible parasite? This would explain his inability to control the water expelled by the dead fish. The water was already under the parasite's control, becoming part of it. Furthermore, it might possess the ability to replicate itself, spreading throughout the water source. Any creatures that consumed the water would inevitably fall under the control of these minute parasitic monsters. Fish, submerged in the water, would have their bodies completely filled with the parasitic creature, altered from head to tail. How does one even combat this? Perhaps sensing that Jia Guiyan had uncovered its presence or simply growing impatient with its concealment, a host of fearsome fish suddenly leapt from the artificial lake. Large and small, all bearing fearsome jaws, charging towards Jia Guiyan. Foolish creature, attempting to command fish to confront me on land. It seems to possess a rather low intelligence. Observing the oncoming fish, Jia Guiyan felt a surge of exhilaration rather than fear. He turned on his heel and dashed away, weaving through the weeds and racing towards the shore. Chapter 58, The Ever-Evolving Beasts. Indeed, fierce fish flopped helplessly upon the shore. Jia Guiyan promptly halted, observing the struggling fish, and dashed back to deliver the final blow. Yet, to his astonishment, those fish began to writhe violently, their bodies rapidly expanding. 4 clusters of flesh sprouted from their bellies, ultimately forming 4 limbs. If their mouths could be transformed into sharp fangs, it was only natural that their bellies could be modified to grow crawling appendages. One by one, the fish, now equipped with pointed teeth, twisted their bodies and swiftly crawled towards Jia Guiyan, moving with remarkable speed akin to that of a lizard. A chill ran down his spine as he finally sensed the monstrous aura before him. At that moment, countless parasitic creatures had shifted from the lake into the bodies of these fish, altering their forms. It was only when their formidable energy coalesced that Jia Guiyan, the summoner, became aware of it. Since the monsters had already appeared, it was time to summon the fire sparrow. With a swift motion, Jia Guiyan inserted the fire sparrow into the summoning device. Merge! A blazing inferno erupted from beneath his feet, instantly generating a fiery wave that swept away the approaching fish. Flames enveloped his entire being, transforming into the fire sparrow armor. A powerful energy surged through him as he leapt into the air, surveying the crawling transformed fish from above. Fire sparrow feathers. 2 fireballs rapidly ascended from his hands, pressing forward and showering the swarming transformed fish with countless fiery feathers. Under the onslaught of flames, the feeble modified fish were swiftly pierced and fell to the ground. Streams of water surged from the mouths of the fallen fish, shooting towards their remaining brethren. Yet, the surviving modified fish quickly began to grow again. Their bodies expanded at an astonishing rate, their claws thickening and strengthening, while their scales hardened, gleaming with a pale blue sheen as if water flowed within. As the fire sparrow feathers struck their scales, they exploded into searing flames, but the scales absorbed the impact, leaving only boiling steam in their wake. Was this evolution? One fish had been dragged ashore, prompting the parasitic beasts to modify the remaining ones, granting them crawling limbs. Additionally, some fish had been incinerated, resulting in the development of flame-resistant scales. Jia Guiyan landed on the ground. After a barrage of strikes, only 6 modified fish remained. Each one was formidable, resembling alien crocodiles, adorned with blue water scales, and lunging toward him. In that case, I shall eliminate you all in an instant, denying you the chance to evolve. Jia Guiyan swiftly drew 2 cards from his belt storage, inserting them into the slots. Fire Sparrow Blade F, Equipment Upgrade E. Click. Click. Fire Sparrow Blade E. A torrent of flames surged in his palm, transforming into a blade ablaze with fire. Fire Sparrow Armor, in its burning state. As he activated the basic breathing technique, his armor radiated with a fiery glow, as if ignited. Whoosh! In an instant, Jia Guiyan's form transformed into a blazing inferno, vanishing from his original position and charging towards one of the modified fish. The fish, sensing imminent danger, instinctively distanced themselves from one another, thwarting Jia Guiyan's ability to strike them all at once. They possess intelligence. Or rather, their brains have been enhanced by the parasitic beasts.
The modified fish spread apart, leaving Ji Guiyan with no choice but to kill as many as possible in the shortest time. Gripping the fire sparrow blade, he felt the flames coil around the blade.
Whoosh!
The flame-enshrouded blade carved a path through the air, swiftly cleaving a modified fish in two. Landing deftly, he continued his fluid motions, leaping towards another modified fish. This time, he executed a reverse slice, the blade ascending to deliver a devastating upward strike, cleaving the unfortunate creature from head to tail. As the two halves of the modified fish fell, a stream of water erupted from within, racing toward the other modified fish with blinding speed, too swift to capture.
Ji Guiyan had been anticipating this moment.
Regardless of how many modified fish were slain, it would not affect the true monsters.
These modified fish were merely puppets of the parasitic beasts. The real monstrosity lay within the water inhabiting their bodies. Open the eye of insight. In an instant,
the surroundings morphed into abstract black and white lines, everything slowing down and becoming vividly clear.
The nearly invisible water arrows were now discernible, their trajectories unveiled. With a swift motion, he slashed the blade sideways.
In that moment, fire and water collided.
Water extinguishes fire. Yet the feeble parasitic beast, fragmented into so many forms, could not vanquish the overwhelming power of Ji Guiyan's fire sparrow flames. Sizzle!
The water arrow met the fire sparrow blade head-on, instantly vaporizing into a cloud of steam.
Ji Guiyan did not pause, swiftly directing his blade towards another water arrow shooting forth from a fallen beast.
Unexpectedly, this time, the water arrow evaded him, shifting direction and plunging into the earth, rapidly seeping through the soil's crevices.
By the time Ji Guiyan swung his blade towards the ground, it was already too late.
The water had divided into 4 streams, infiltrating the remaining 4 modified fish.
Ji Guiyan steadied himself, watching as the 4 dispersed modified fish circled around him. Their bodies underwent further transformation.
Their scales thickened again, their necks and heads encased in a hardened shell, protecting their craniums. Their bodies grew larger, with their hind limbs covered in fine scales, developing more robust musculature. Their once slender tails became substantial, while their forelimbs elongated slightly, sprouting sharp claws. Perhaps due to their fangs remaining ineffective, the modified fish's sharp teeth began to regress. Their mouths elongated outward, resembling water guns. At this point, their lengths nearly approached 2 meters.
They are growing stronger. This is becoming troublesome. Ji Guiyan tightened his grip on the fire sparrow blade, gauging his remaining stamina. Having additionally mastered the gentle rain technique, his breathing had become more elongated. At this moment, he did not feel any significant depletion of energy. Eliminating all 4 fish in one fell swoop now seemed unlikely. He would have to ensure they evolved as little as possible. Chapter 59, The Speed of the Fire Sparrow vs. The pace of evolution. Ji Guiyan surged forth once more, leaving behind only a fleeting shadow of flames in his wake. He aimed his strike at the nearest modified fish. The creature reacted swiftly, its robust hind legs propelling it with force, while its slender tail maintained its balance, narrowly evading Ji Guiyan's rapid assault. The blade of the fire sparrow sliced through scales as if piercing water, inflicting a wound. How swift! He thought. The powerful hind legs must have evolved to match its own speed. However, relying solely on sheer velocity to catch up with the fire sparrow was a futile endeavor. As Ji Guiyan's feet skimmed the ground from his explosive sprint, flames erupted upon his landing, propelling him forward with rocket-like acceleration. Utilizing the immense strength of his legs, he quickly closed the distance to the modified fish, striking before it could comprehend his presence. With the blade enveloped in flames, he thrust again with incredible speed, aiming directly for the creature's eye. In an instant, the blade pierced through the gaps in the fish's external skull, reaching its eye and brain. The searing flames instantly incinerated both the brain and the eye. Yet, the creature's diminutive mouth unleashed a rapid stream of water, a testament to its second evolution designed for this very purpose. How could Ji Guiyan have overlooked this evolved mouth? He had been on guard all along. Withdrawing his blade, he activated his perception. In that fleeting moment, the swiftly fired water arrow transformed into abstract black and white lines, its trajectory laid bare under his heightened awareness. With a decisive strike, the flames roared forth,
producing a thunderous explosion as they accurately cleaved the water arrow in two. Instantly, the arrow was vaporized.
However, Jia Guiyan had underestimated the modified fish. Its evolution was not only apparent externally but also manifested in subtler, less obvious ways. The water arrow, having been struck once, had now undergone its own evolution. To his astonishment, the vaporized water arrow did not dissipate. Instead, it drifted toward the remaining three modified fish, which inhaled it through their slime-coated gills. In that instant, the three creatures surged in growth once more, capable of utilizing steam to enhance their evolution. Suppressing his frustration,
Jia Guiyan quickly recalibrated his mindset and charged toward one of the modified fish, hoping to take it down during its moment of evolution.
Yet, the modified fish did not remain idle. As it evolved, it deftly dodged Jia Guiyan's approach.
Its pupils morphed from circular to elongated rectangles,
enhancing its ability to capture minute details. Its whiskers grew slender and firm, adept at sensing the vibrations in the air. Its legs elongated and its tail became more streamlined, while its body slimmed down, with muscular growth in its chest and abdomen to control its forelimbs. The dorsal fin completely regressed, now upright. The modified fish raised its claws to intercept Jia Guiyan's blade.
It stood tall, having evolved not only in stature but also in vision and perception.
No longer merely relying on brute speed, it was now capable of detecting Jia Guiyan's swift movements and responding accordingly. Jia Guiyan,
utilizing his speed to evade the creature's claws, advanced stealthily, wielding his knife with both hands for a fierce thrust toward the fish's abdomen. The flames spiraled around the blade,
augmenting the power of his strike.
With a powerful thrust, he pierced the relatively softer abdomen compared to the fish's back.
Flames erupted from within, consuming the entire modified fish. Damn, it would soon evolve its abdominal defenses.
Observing the oncoming water arrows, Jia Guiyan felt disinclined to intervene. His flames could merely turn the water into steam,
utterly incapable of stopping it.
If only he possessed the power of ice to freeze the jets of water, perhaps it would have been effective.
Alas, he did not. Two clouds of steam were inhaled by the last two modified fish.
They, too, straightened their forms, their chest muscles growing more robust. Their arms spread wide, claws became sharper, while their forearms sprouted shell-like shields. The tails underwent minimal changes, merely becoming slightly sturdier. Meanwhile, a thicker layer of hard skin, coated in slime, developed on their abdomens. At this juncture, the two modified fish ceased their evasive maneuvers.
Instead, they charged at Jia Guiyan from either side,
relying on their incredible speed to build inertia as they slashed with their sharp claws.
Jia Guiyan sank low, swinging his blade toward the modified fish on the right,
while the one on the left lunged, aiming for his neck from behind.
Clang!
The blade clashed against the round shield of the modified fish's arm, leaving a deep gash.
The other claw seized the opportunity, lunging for Jia Guiyan's abdomen. Caught in a pincer maneuver, Jia Guiyan activated his breathing technique,
his heart racing as blood surged to his legs. In that instant, flames ignited around his legs. With a swift motion, he vanished from the midst of their attack,
showcasing his terrifying speed that even the evolved fish could only perceive as a fleeting shadow.
Their claws merely tore through the remnants of his flames.
With a powerful kick,
his flame-enshrouded right foot struck out, sending the modified fish that had ambushed him soaring through the air.
Jia Guiyan paid little heed to the flying creature,
instead accelerating toward the other modified fish, his blade swirling with spiraling flames as he thrust forward.
The modified fish hastily extended its intact claw to block the attack. However, Jia Guiyan would not grant it such a chance.
The flames surged from his hands, enveloping the blade in a rapidly expanding vortex.
In an instant,
the shield and arm were pierced and crushed.
The blade, unrelenting, penetrated the modified fish's abdomen. Despite the evolved defenses of its abdomen, slick with slime, it could not withstand the force of Jia Guiyan's full-powered strike.
The blade pierced through, igniting the creature from within. As the water arrows erupted from the mouth of the fallen modified fish, Jia Guiyan recognized the futility of attempting to impede them. Drawing forth his card, he prepared for the fire sparrow's strike.
Ka!
Chapter 60, The Fall of the Modified Fish. The blade descended, accompanied by the piercing cries of a sparrow as the fiery light of the sword transformed into a blazing bird, soaring towards the modified fish in the sky. The creature's pupils dilated, engulfing its entire form in flames. At that moment, a water arrow shot forth, piercing through the flames that enveloped the modified fish.
Within the inferno, the modified fish commenced its final evolution.
Its flesh was incessantly consumed by the flames, yet it continued to grow. Mucus oozed from its entire body, and scales fused together, forming a layer of aquamarine armor that enveloped it entirely. Every aspect of its being began to evolve in order to resist the raging fire. Once the flames had nearly extinguished, the modified fish fell to the ground, its body marred by charred wounds, lying motionless.
Jia Guiyan remained vigilant,
extending his hands to grasp two fireballs, pressing them forward. In an instant, the fireballs erupted with a crackling sound, scattering fiery feathers towards the beast. The fiery feathers were a means of testing the waters from a distance, ensuring that the creature was not feigning death in ambush. As the fiery feathers drew closer to the beast, it finally reacted. A small, blue-scaled serpent burst forth from the charred chest of the monster, darting away like a phantom.
Following the previous battle, this creature's final evolutionary direction was to flee.
It had abandoned its massive form, using the entirety of its body as armor against the consuming flames. The true essence had evolved into a swift, diminutive serpentine beast.
This was the culmination of its final evolution. An evolution that exceeded Jia Guiyan's expectations. The rapid serpent floated through the air,
darting toward the artificial lake like a flash of lightning.
Not so fast. Jia Guiyan drew a card, infusing it with power, and hurled it towards the lake. Torrential Rain E. The flow of water was sealed. The card, spiraling through the air, transformed into a mass of dark clouds that enveloped the artificial lake, unleashing a relentless downpour. Within the confines of the torrential rain, no external forces were permitted to enter. The lightning-fast beast collided with the rain-shrouded artificial lake, only to be violently repelled. Jia Guiyan swiftly regulated his breathing, employing the foundational breathing technique.
In an instant, his form became a fleeting shadow of flames. The sparking blade already in hand, slicing through the air with a sharp blaze aimed at the serpentine monster.
Slash. Die. This small serpent was the culmination of the parasitic beast's myriad bodies, representing its true essence. As Jia Guiyan unleashed his full power upon it,
white steam erupted violently from the flames.
The serpent was cleaved in two, writhing and struggling. Jia Guiyan did not pause,
wielding the blade with flames coursing through its edge, twisting the hilt.
Slash, slash, slash.
In a flurry of strikes, the writhing serpent was again struck multiple times,
reduced to countless fiery fragments. Boom! The beast's corpse exploded, transforming into a cloud of steam that dispersed in all directions. Another trick, is it? Jia Guiyan,
with his blade in hand, calmly observed the swirling steam. At that moment, the miniature black clouds formed by torrential rain E had encircled the vaporous remnants. Jia Guiyan had long anticipated this tactic of the beast. As long as it evaporated into steam under attack, his flames would prove ineffective against it.
Hence, to counter this maneuver, Jia Guiyan had preemptively unleashed torrential rain E.
It appeared as though he was using the power of torrential rain E to seal the beast's escape route, but in truth, it was a ruse to mislead the creature's judgment. Once the beast was rebounded by the confines of torrential rain E, he would unleash his full strength to shatter its form. The beast had no choice but to transform into steam.
And once it became steam,
it would fall squarely into his scheme. The swirling clouds converged from the artificial lake, enveloping the steam entirely. Then, silver lightning erupted, dancing within the dark clouds. The enveloped steam was torn apart and decomposed by the lightning, until the clouds settled once more, returning to a card that landed in Jia Guiyan's hand. The steam had vanished, leaving only a crystalline essence of the beast floating in the air.
Had he finally resolved it? Jia Guiyan exhaled,
his left hand brushing against the card holder at his waist, retrieving a blank card and tossing it towards the floating beast crystal. The crystal transformed into countless points of light, absorbed by the card, which materialized into a beast card. Energy point 50, the card bore a red background within the upper right corner, depicting the true form of the creature on its face. It resembled a supermicroscopic creature akin to a paramecium, densely packed together like cells.
Though classified as an F-grade beast, it posed a significant threat. Should it evolve further?
he would undoubtedly be in peril. Having secured the beast card within his storage device, Jia Guiyan felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. Were it not for his training in the gentle rain technique, which had enhanced both his breath control and stamina, he would have exhausted himself long ago in this prolonged battle. If the foundational breathing technique bolstered his combat capabilities and physical qualities, then the gentle rain technique greatly improved his operational endurance and resilience. Buzz! The summoning device emitted a hum. Suddenly, a green figure darted toward Jia Guiyan. The surrounding grass seemed to come alive, growing and intertwining to form thick ropes that ensnared him.
Having been forewarned, Jia Guiyan was not caught off guard.
The foundational breathing technique surged within him, entering a state of fiery armor. Then, his blade swung, flames coalescing to incinerate the encroaching foliage, striking towards the green silhouette.
Slash! Clang!
With a sound of collision, the figure swiftly receded, while the surrounding vegetation succumbed to the flames, transforming into a cloud of ashes.
Jia Guiyan quickly distanced himself, scrutinizing the assailant.
This was his first encounter with a creature so closely resembling a human.
Its stature mirrored that of a human, covered entirely in black fur, with massive fists encased in a layer of hard bone.
A ring of shell-like armor adorned its head, and its entire body was clad in an unknown black metallic armor. Gazing into its dark green eyes, Jia Guiyan felt as though he were staring into the visage of humanity itself.
Chapter 61, The Black-Haired Beast, Who Are You?
Jia Guiyan questioned with intensity, sensing an undeniable intelligence within the creature before him.
Yet, the black-haired beast offered no reply,
charging at him with the reckless abandon of a brute devoid of reason.
Had he misjudged? Was this creature truly devoid of intellect, its ambush merely a twist of fate? Or was it possible that the beast had a reason to conceal its intelligence? Under what circumstances would a creature wish to hide its cunning? Was it plotting against him? As Jia Guiyan engaged in a rapid mental assessment, the black-haired beast had already closed the distance.
It leaped forward, encased in a layer of bone armor, its fist swinging down with tremendous force aimed at him. The ground beneath them cracked open, thick roots bursting forth, ensnaring him.
How could he possibly contend with such a formidable beast? He retracted his blade, activating his basic breathing technique.
Vital blood surged through his legs, igniting them in flames. In an instant, he became one with the fire, darting through the entangling roots like a meteor, narrowly evading the attack. Yet, his strength was waning. The rapid movements had drained him, and despite the effects of the rain technique, he found it increasingly difficult to maintain his stamina. The timing of the beast's appearance was impeccable, emerging just as Jia Guiyan had exhausted himself in combat against a parasitic monster.
Sensing his fatigue, the black-haired beast swiftly closed in, its fists smashing into the ground. The earth fractured violently, and countless roots surged towards him, intertwining and constricting. With a momentary stabilization of his energy, Jia Guiyan gripped his blade, flames spiraling upward, enveloping him. In an explosive burst, he propelled himself like a cannonball, slicing through the dense roots, trailing burning ash as he charged at the black-haired monster. His speed was such that only a fleeting shadow of flames remained visible. The beast's eyes glimmered as it fixed its gaze upon him, its right hand clutching a dark card. That is, a nature card. In that fleeting moment, as Jia Guiyan surged forward, he was struck by a powerful shockwave. How could a nature card exist here? Who was this creature? And what attributes and levels did that card possess? Was he truly outmatched? Just as chaotic thoughts surged within him, he forcefully suppressed them. Now was not the time for confusion. During battle, one must focus solely on defeating the opponent. The fiery blade never wavered, while the beast, clutching the card, radiated a dark shimmer. Tendrils of black energy emanated from the card, entwining the beast's arm. In an instant, its strength surged, and the winds generated by its punch forced the surrounding weeds to bow down, scattering debris into the air. Boom! The flames clashed with the gale, the blade meeting the armored fist. The ground beneath them collapsed, the violent impact shattering roots and debris alike, sending dust billowing into the air. Even the flames encircling Jia Guiyan were dispersed by the force of the wind. The black-haired beast remained undeterred, its movements unwavering. The card in its hand seemed to summon a swirling black vortex around its body. Under the weight of this immense power, Jia Guiyan could no longer sustain himself.
The flames dissipated entirely, leaving him vulnerable. With a tremendous force, he was hurled by the beast, crashing into a crumbling high-rise. The gray walls shattered upon impact,
reinforcing bars splintering within.
Jia Guiyan was oblivious to how many walls he had broken through, overwhelmed by pain coursing through his back. The defense of the fire sparrow was far inferior to that of light. While light could shatter multiple walls and still continue fighting, the fire sparrow could not withstand such a ferocious assault.
With a flicker, the flames extinguished from Jia Guiyan's body, and his armor disintegrated into embers.
The fire sparrow armor card was ejected from the summoner.
Exhausted and injured, he quickly rose, seeking refuge in a corner of the dilapidated building. He retrieved potion F, injecting it into his arm's vein.
As the potion coursed through him, the agonizing pain finally began to subside. The ache in his back and the numbness in his legs waned, yet potion F could only mend his injuries, not restore his expended energy.
Bang! A deafening crash echoed as the building's walls were once again obliterated. Something had entered, searching for Jia Guiyan. Damn it, he was out of energy. Holding his breath,
he frantically searched his card repository, but found nothing suitable for the dire situation.
Moreover, how could the beast possess a nature card? Did it truly have intelligence? Ambush, stealth,
tracking, and card usage, all while adorned in armor and resembling a humanoid creature.
By every measure, this beast appeared to possess intellect. If so, why feign ignorance before him? As Jia Guiyan pondered, his thoughts grew heavier. Should he retreat into the rain domain E? However, the activation would create too much noise and require time.
Even if he entered, he could not close the passageway, allowing the beast to follow.
Desperation set in.
He fought to remain silent while Lin Nagi utilized her powers to obscure his presence. No, he needed to recover his energy quickly.
He recalled the rain technique, which accelerated healing while enhancing energy limits. Could it not also expedite the restoration of his stamina?
Jia Guiyan grasped the Stormy card,
preparing to activate the rain technique.
Meanwhile, the black-haired beast continued its relentless search within the wreckage of the building, its formidable senses unable to detect Jia Guiyan's whereabouts.
Chapter 62, The Flames at the End of the Road, or the Dawn of Light Rising Again? Come forth, Fire Sparrow. If you do not reveal yourself, I shall extinguish a life every minute.
The dark-haired beast gripped a beggar by the throat and hurled him into the air. At that moment, the beggar, having regained his senses from the beast's control, struggled desperately. The dark-haired creature, now devoid of any pretense of intelligence, was determined not to let the fire sparrow escape.
With the fire sparrow's strength waning, it was the opportune moment to defeat it. Should this chance be missed, another would be unlikely to present itself. This fiend had indeed concealed its cunning. Despite the imminent threat to his life, Jia Guiyan did not entertain the thought of abandoning the beggar. Such an option was not within the realm of his consideration. Chosen by the summoning device, how could he witness lives fading before him without intervening?
To do so would strip him of any right to wield this power. This was the burden of responsibility that accompanied such strength.
However,
to rush in and save the beggar would be tantamount to suicide, jeopardizing the summoning device as well.
Wait, the summoning device?
Jia Guiyan scrutinized the beast before him.
It possessed intelligence yet deliberately masked it. With the capability to wield a card, it harbored an unwavering obsession with it. Unlike other creatures, it bore an uncanny resemblance to humans. Piecing together these observations led to a deduction: what was the creature's intent? If he were the beast, what motivations would compel such actions? The answer lay in the summoning device.
This creature, with its intelligence, sought the summoning device.
It had acquired a nature-type card,
thus becoming infatuated with the power it conferred.
Jia Guiyan, possessing the Rainstorm E-card, understood the limitations. Without the summoning device,
one could only harness a minuscule fraction of the nature-type card's power.
Therefore, this creature yearned for the full power of the card and, by extension, to seize the summoning device.
Its awareness of the summoning device and the armor indicated its infiltration into human society, even achieving a certain status therein. This knowledge allowed it to grasp the intricacies of the summoning device, the card, and the secrets lurking behind them.
It had a humanoid form and intelligence but chose to conceal its wisdom. It was one of those monsters, hidden among humans. covertly ruling over them, a true member of the monstrous clan. Jia Guiyan's deductions were largely accurate, yet the ultimate conclusion diverged. Wang Yishuan was merely a human who had fortuitously acquired the power of a monster, not a true member of the monstrous lineage. Nonetheless, Jia Guiyan was confident that his deductions, even if flawed, were not far from the truth. In this dire situation, how could he save those lives? 10. 9. Damn it, not a moment to spare. Jia Guiyan was resolute in not abandoning even a single life.
As the legacy of flame and light was entrusted to him,
he must ensure that this pure light and flame remain untainted. 6. 5. Wait. Jia Guiyan stepped forward, emerging in his human form. The dark-haired beast halted and discarded the beggar to the side, lunging at Jia Guiyan instead. Kill this wretch first. Cursed, had he indeed acted too rashly?
This fiend was excessively cautious, denying him any room to maneuver.
Jia Guiyan had intended to delay time through dialogue.
Since the creature's goal was the summoning device,
it would likely desire information regarding it.
However, the beast offered him no opportunity to speak, intent only on eliminating him before claiming the summoning device and then leisurely investigating.
Its caution was not characteristic of a typical villain. Fire Sparrow. Click. Merge. Though his strength was far from restored, he had no choice but to transform once more. The flames instantaneously coalesced into a suit of armor, enveloping Jia Guiyan's form.
A profound fatigue surged through him. He lacked the strength to summon the Fire Sparrow blade and could only face the dark-haired beast with bare hands.
Utilizing the speed of the Fire Sparrow armor, Jia Guiyan engaged in a relentless entanglement with the beast.
In his current state, he could only resort to a war of attrition against this creature. He observed that the beast, over time, was also exhausting its strength. Moreover, the nature-type card it wielded was steadily depleting its power. The dark-haired beast seemed to discern Jia Guiyan's intentions and, unexpectedly, abandoned their struggle. Instead, it attacked the unconscious beggar on the ground,
seeking to employ the same tactic once more. Either this life perishes, or you rush to save it. You have but these two choices. The beast cared not for the depravity of its methods. For Jia Guiyan, the choice was singular. He forcibly activated the basic inhalation technique.
Flames erupted from his legs, propelling him forward like a blazing inferno, leaving only an afterimage in his wake.
Just as the beast's attack was poised to strike the beggar,
he scooped the beggar into his arms, creating distance. Yet even so, its shoulder still sustained an attack, and he knelt weakly on one knee. For the nameless beggar who opened his eyes, his life had been a tapestry of tragedy. His father succumbed to uremia, leaving the family in debt, while his mother remarried and his brother starved.
To escape creditors, he discarded his identification, sneaking onto trains until he arrived in Laiguang City. One leg was crushed,
and without identification, he could not find work, resulting in a self-amputation. He tended to his own wounds. For over 20 years, he had crawled and begged in Laiguang City,
never once regarded as a human.
Even he himself had not considered himself one. He rummaged through refuse, waiting for the mercy of others. He was bullied by fellow beggars,
robbed of the meager earnings he had collected, and assaulted by mischievous children with slingshots.
This was his existence. He had long ceased to understand why he continued to live. Feeling numb toward death, it would not be surprising if he were to die suddenly one day.
And now, without a doubt,
he was acknowledged as a person by this fiery armored warrior. He could scarcely remember the last time he had been seen as human. For the sake of a filthy beggar,
you are willing to perish here today? How utterly foolish.
With the summoning device and armor in your possession, it is a sheer waste.
The dark-haired beast finally spoke, taunting Jia Guiyan.
The more Jia Guiyan stood firm, the more the beast seethed with irritation. He was the rightful heir of this world.
Why did this individual dare to play the part so convincingly?
Why could he so brazenly risk his life to save another, to rescue a mere beggar?
How infuriating. This hypocrite is undoubtedly feigning virtue. Disgusted, Jia Guiyan rose, still cradling the beggar.
Facing the dark-haired beast, he found himself indeed at a dead end.
If it were the first generation, surely they could have done better.
The summoning device had fallen into his hands, perhaps it was indeed squandered. He should have been more prudent. The dark-haired beast raged, spewing invectives, while Jia Guiyan remained motionless, striving to recuperate his strength. Yet, maintaining the armor form afforded him no opportunity for recovery. Each moment he regained strength, the armor consumed it entirely. At the very least, he must ensure the beggar and the summoning device were safely delivered away. He could not allow innocence to be ensnared by his actions. He must not let the light extinguish in his hands, he bore the responsibility of passing the flame. This was the legacy of the first generation. And he too must fulfill it. Jia Guiyan set his ultimate goal, wagering his very life in the process. The flames of the summoner gradually diminished to a faint flicker. Yet, amidst this dwindling fire, a glimmer of light began to emerge. Chapter 63, To my unfamiliar air. With a swift motion, the fundamental breathing technique commenced. Each breath for Jia Guiyan felt akin to swallowing countless searing blades. A painful reminder of the severe damage inflicted upon his lungs due to reckless breathing. Yet, at this moment, there was no option to halt. Having staked his life, he could not afford to look back or hesitate. The engulfing flames enveloped Jia Guiyan's legs as he once more embraced the beggar, vanishing from sight. The dark-haired beast roared in fury, seemingly incredulous that this fiery warrior would indeed risk his life for a beggar. In a frantic dash, Jia Guiyan drew forth Storm E, plunging it into the summoner. Storm E. Compatibility at 10. Armor enhancement. The power of Storm E surged through his body, culminating in a singular droplet pattern upon the chest of his armor, granting him a modicum of control over water. At this juncture, Jia Guiyan could not afford to deliberate. He manipulated the water to envelop the beggar's body, casting him as far away as possible. Jia Guiyan then drew another card. Fire Sparrow Blade F. Crack. The flames seared like a burning arm, the intense pain causing him to grit his teeth. Subsequently, the flames transformed into a blade as he landed on the ground, his body sinking slightly and carving a long trench in the earth. The dark-haired beast followed closely, crashing through a concrete wall with a powerful blow, swinging its heavy fists towards Jia Guiyan. With a resounding clang, the blade met the beast's fist. At that moment, Jia Guiyan's strength was no match for the beast's overwhelming power. His body was uncontrollably thrust backward, almost toppling over. He attempted to regulate his breathing, to enter a burning state, yet his severely scorched lungs afforded him no such opportunity. The basic form of Fire Sparrow armor was utterly incapable of contending with the dark-haired beast. As he gazed at the relentless punches approaching, Jia Guiyan sought to evade with speed. However, the price of his previous exertions had left his leg muscles severely fatigued. Just as he attempted to summon strength from his legs, he felt them weaken. Then, a heavy fist struck him, propelling him into the concrete wall. The wall cracked under the impact, and Jia Guiyan's ribs fractured instantly. The dark-haired beast showed no sign of relent, pursuing Jia Guiyan relentlessly. In its clenched fist, Monkey E glimmered with a dark light, coiling around its fist to unleash its most powerful strike. With keen perception, Jia Guiyan sensed the impending blow. But his fatigued body was unresponsive. He could only position his sword horizontally, preparing to parry, only to be struck heavily. In that instant, a sharp pain coursed through his body, his arms going numb from the force. The fractured ribs pierced his lungs like nails. His body shattered the concrete wall and continued to smash through several more. Jia Guiyan's head spun, he felt as though he were incessantly crashing through solid walls, flying backward without pause. Finally, he landed heavily on the ground, only to bounce back up. Each impact felt as though a massive hammer was striking various parts of his body. When he finally came to a stop, he beheld a series of large holes before him, and noticed that he had plowed a long trench into the cement and dirt beneath him. The dark-haired beast was swiftly closing in, following the path of destruction Jia Guiyan had left. Using the Fire Sparrow blade to support himself, Jia Guiyan endeavored to rise. Yet he found himself utterly incapable. The Fire Sparrow blade, which had sustained him, transformed into a wisp of flame and dissipated completely, causing him to tumble forward and crash onto the ground. The Fire Sparrow armor finally disengaged from him, having withstood the impact of crashing through an entire building, a testament to its low defensive capabilities. The Fire Sparrow had performed its role impeccably. Perhaps it was due to Jia Guiyan's newly enhanced compatibility with the Yi Fire Sparrow. which had allowed it to protect him and absorb such damage before finally relinquishing its form.
Jia Guiyan turned over, still refusing to take a moment of respite. Instead, he contemplated how to transmit the summoner to safety.
As he flipped onto his back, he retrieved a walkie-talkie from his pocket, intending to contact the monster response team and relay vital information to Baiyu. Yet, the device remained silent, offering no response. Frustrated, Jia Guiyan cast the walkie-talkie aside and gripped the summoner tightly, spitting out blood as he rose to his feet. At that moment, the dark-haired beast continued to approach with deliberate slowness. Jia Guiyan drew forth Fire Sparrow. Fire Sparrow. Crack. Fusion. Fusion. The summoner remained unresponsive. Both the Fire Sparrow and his power had been exhausted. Jia Guiyan gazed at the beast, clutching the summoner, contemplating a strategy reminiscent of the first generation. Below him lay a water pipe. The pitiful summoner had ultimately met such a fate. Surrender the summoner, and I may spare your life. Though you hardly appear capable of surviving in your current state. The summoner belongs only to me. Wang Yishuan observed Jia Guiyan, fists clenched, each step deeply embedding into the ground. The formidable force nearly pressed the surrounding dust to the earth. As Jia Guiyan stepped forward, ready to draw, Stormy, he suddenly felt a hand pressing down on his shoulder, as if a warm light radiated upon him. Be at ease, my unfamiliar heir. Strength 3, Constitution 3. Spirit 3, Acquired Skills, Light Shadow Sword Technique, Beginner, Light Shadow Fist Technique, Beginner, Compatibility with Light Armor increased to 51. A voice echoed in Jia Guiyan's ear, unknown yet warm like the light itself. His injuries stabilized instantaneously, and the pain subsided under the influence of this luminous power. The card had emerged from the storage device at Jia Guiyan's fingertips, yet it bore not the markings of Stormy, but rather a white background with gold accents, light armor. In that moment, the light armor had reverted from its previous monochrome state to its original brilliance, gleaming resplendently. I have heard you, first generation. Jia Guiyan grasped the light, slightly tilting it to observe the light armor before him. He had intended to draw Stormy. Yet the storage device had bestowed upon him light armor. This was the inheritance granted to him by the first generation, transcending time to finally arrive. Light armor. Crack. The card, guided by Jia Guiyan's fingers, precisely inserted into the summoner's slot. Impossible. The dark-haired beast stared in disbelief at the card in Jia Guiyan's grasp. There is nothing impossible. Even Lin Nagi didn't foresee that the inheritance bestowed upon the second generation by Chang Yang had transcended time, arriving in Jia Guiyan's possession. Fusion. Chapter 64, Monkey E, Upgrade. A circular array of golden light unfurled beneath the feet of Jia Guiyan. A dazzling, platinum-hued radiance enveloped Jia Guiyan's entire being, gradually coalescing into a tangible suit of armor. The breastplate extended outward, seamlessly reaching around to the back. The arm guards connected to the gauntlets, while the shoulder plates took on a simple circular shape. The faceplate covered his entire visage, with eye slots shaped like the arcs of car headlights, glowing with a crimson light, their tails extending to the sides of the helmet. Is this truly the legendary armor of light? Jia Guiyan felt an entirely different force coursing through him as he clashed his hands together, golden light igniting from his eyes. The power of light was far more substantial and resilient than that of Firebird. In contrast, Firebird was lighter and more explosive. Impossible. This cannot be. Even if you wield the armor of light, your stamina is depleted, and you are already at your limits. Even with the summoning of the armor of light, how long can you truly fight? The black-furred beast roared as it charged toward Jia Guiyan, seemingly unwilling to accept the reality before it. Jia Guiyan clenched his fists and, facing the oncoming attack, sidestepped with agility. However, he was struck squarely in the chest, crashing to the ground, rolling before regaining his footing. Having adapted to the speed of Firebird, Jia Guiyan found himself momentarily unable to adjust to the swiftness of light. Thus, he was caught off guard. Yet, it did not seem too painful. The defensive capabilities of light were significantly superior to those of Firebird. While controlling Firebird, Jia Guiyan rarely dared to endure damage, relying instead on Firebird's rapid movements to evade attacks, then unleashing high explosive power in return.
It appeared that with light, he would need to adopt an entirely different operational logic.
Jia Guiyan gazed at the charging Blackford beast, swiftly brushing his left hand over the storage card, extracting a card.
Light Shadow Blade F, snap.
Golden light continuously extended from Jia Guiyan's hand, transforming into a platinum-hued light shadow blade, which he firmly grasped. Although Jia Guiyan was more adept with a blade, he also inherited the light shadow swordsmanship. Holding the light shadow blade, he felt as though it had become an extension of his arm.
Clash.
The blade met the beast's fist, a sharp wind erupting from their collision.
Open, mind's eye.
In an instant, his mind's eye unfolded, allowing him to perceive the defensive capabilities of light. He felt undaunted in close combat.
Within the realm of his mind's eye,
every tremor of the Blackford beast's fur and the agitation stirred by the gusts of wind became vividly clear.
Everything began to slow down.
He swung his fist.
Wind pressure surging forth.
The blade sliced through the air, golden light exploding around him.
The fundamental breathing technique activated. Shimmering form. Bang. 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 Clash. Clash.
The golden light and black shadows continuously collided and interwove, producing a cacophony of sounds, whether muffled or sharp. The ground beneath him cracked under the pressure of the wind. Debris flying amidst the explosive force, some deeply embedding into the concrete walls. Mind's Eye, Beginner, Proficiency 1, Mind's Eye, Beginner, Proficiency, 10-10, Mind's Eye, Beginner, Mind's Eye, Mastery. With the elevation of his Mind's Eye, everything around him slowed once more.
Jia Guiyan seized the opportunity, locking onto the Blackford beast's movements with unwavering focus.
With both hands gripping the sword hilt, golden light surged into the light shadow blade,
transforming into a spiral of light. Thrust.
As he executed the thrust, the Blackford beast let out a roar, swinging its right fist, tightly gripping Monkey E,
delivering a heavy blow.
In that instant, the blade and fist met with tremendous force. The armor on the beast's fist was finally breached, blood seeping through the fissures.
Jia Guiyan sought to follow up with another strike, but the Blackford beast was unwilling to grant him that opportunity.
It retreated, bracing itself against the ground.
As it swiftly distanced itself, numerous thick roots erupted from the earth, reaching toward Jia Guiyan. Fire conquers wood. Yet Jia Guiyan, wielding light,
found himself unable to utilize Firebird's powers, which had already been exhausted.
However, after such an extended battle, your strength must have waned considerably. Now, even without fire, I can defeat you.
Jia Guiyan drew a card, aiming it at the slot on the light shadow blade's hilt.
Equipment upgrade E. Snap.
As the card was inserted, the light shadow blade radiated a blinding golden light. The blade widened slightly, the hilt extending, transforming into a slender spear handle.
Light Shadow Blade F. Light Shadow Spear E.
Gripping the spear handle tightly, immense power surged from the light shadow spear, then it was thrust forth with great force. In an instant, the swarming roots shattered into countless fragments. Jia Guiyan activated his fundamental breathing technique, his legs glowing with resplendent golden light, then leapt into the air. Breaking through the cloud of debris, his spear pointed directly at the Blackford beast.
You shall not escape.
The Blackford beast, taken aback by Jia Guiyan's rapid pursuit, unleashed a furious roar, swinging its arm.
Clash. Clash. Clash.
The spear tip and fist collided repeatedly, the cracks on the fist multiplying. With the mind's eye ever present, Jia Guiyan captured the beast's vulnerabilities, wielding the spear with both hands, delivering a powerful thrust. The Blackford beast retaliated swiftly with a punch. The clash of fists and spear light tore at one another, as the spear tip grazed the beast's fist, generating dazzling golden sparks, aimed at the creature's neck.
Whoosh!
With a piercing sound of friction, the spear tip drew ever closer to the beast. As the spear tip loomed larger in his sight, the beast desperately threw another punch.
Clash!
With a sharp sound of impact, the fist met the spear tip. The spear, redirected by the force of the punch, slid sideways, piercing through the beast's shoulder.
Boom! With a tremendous force, the Blackford beast slammed into the ground, rolling and carving a deep trench.
The Blackford beast, in disbelief at the unfolding scene, watched as Jia Guiyan charged at him once more, hammering his fists into the ground. In an instant, a thick root shot up from the earth, aimed at Jia Guiyan. Jia Guiyan rolled onto the root, drawing a card. Light Shadow Stab F.
Snap! As the light shadow stab was inserted into the slot, Jia Guiyan raced atop the root. His gaze fixed on the black-furred beast below. Golden light gathered at the tip of the light shadow spear, countless golden spear shadows coalescing around it. Jia Guiyan, spear in hand, ascended like a javelin, hurling it down toward the black-furred beast embedded in the ground. In that instant, countless golden spear shadows surged toward the earth, striking the creature. You will not escape, you will not escape, you will not escape, you will not escape, you will not escape. The black-furred beast straightened its body, facing the onslaught of golden spear shadows, clenching its fists. Monkey E erupted in a torrent of black light, enveloping the beast's form. As the beast unleashed its punches, countless afterimages of its fists merged into a singular force. And Monkey E seemed to awaken its true power. It transformed into innumerable black lights, merging with the body of the black-furred beast. Clash! 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 In that instant, a symphony of collisions erupted as the shattered golden spears, accompanied by a terrifying wind pressure, tore through the surroundings. Monkey E. Adaptation level 90. The beast upgraded. Chapter 65, Igniting Flames with Light. Striking with a blade, the arms of the dark-haired beast grew even more robust, its fists thickening with a bone armor that continuously sprouted, culminating in sharp bone spikes. Dark, bristling hair adorned its arms, resembling steel needles, enveloping its skin with a resilience surpassing any armor. The beast's dark green eyes were overtaken by a frenzied crimson hue, as it relentlessly swung its fists, creating a web of afterimages above its head that shattered spear after spear. As the final spear was hurled forth, the collision between fist and spear tip erupted. Jia Guiyan transformed into a golden radiance, racing toward the spear, gripping its shaft with immense force, pressing downwards. In that moment, the dark-haired beast roared and struck its fist against the spear tip. The clash and interplay of black and gold reverberated with colossal power, causing the earth beneath the beast to fracture and collapse. The shockwave from the impact carved a circular depression in the ground, rippling outward. A low hum resonated as the shadowy spear echoed under the strain, its shaft bending slightly. Die! The beast bellowed, witnessing the warping spear, unleashing its full might. Instantly, its muscular arms swelled, bristling hairs standing upright like steel quills, while tendrils of black energy pulsated like electrical currents between them. Surrounding the beast, debris trembled as if liberated from the grip of gravity, floating towards Jia Guiyan. Aware that after merging with Monkey E, his strength could not dominate, Jia Guiyan released his grip on the spear. The accumulated momentum of the curved spear was unleashed, propelling him skyward, where he grasped a card. Crossbow F. A flash of golden light heralded the appearance of a golden crossbow in his hands, aimed at the dark-haired beast below. Thump, thump, thump. Golden arrows flew with precision toward the beast. In a fit of rage, the beast evaded the arrows with agile movements, leaping toward a derelict building, deftly navigating between floors. Jia Guiyan adjusted the crossbow's aim at the leaping beast, releasing another volley of arrows. Undeterred, the beast continued to jump while swinging its fists, absorbing the attacks. With its legs tensed, it shattered the concrete beneath and leapt toward Jia Guiyan with great force, fists clasped together, ready to strike. In a flash, Jia Guiyan drew a card, channeling his foundational breathing technique to its limit, his heart racing as blood surged to his right fist. Light Shadow Fist. With a crisp sound, a white card was embedded, igniting his fist in resplendent gold. As he unleashed his punch, a vortex seemed to form in the air, consuming the surrounding light, creating an area devoid of illumination. At the center of this darkness, his fist radiated an intense brilliance. The two fists collided, unleashing a powerful shockwave that kicked up dust and debris, intertwining darkness and platinum light in a tumultuous explosion. Both figures were sent reeling, crashing through the remnants of their respective buildings, tumbling through walls. Jia Guiyan steadied himself, retreating as he broke through the cement wall, rolling to dissipate the force of the impact before rising once more. Though his hand bore fractures from the earlier clash, the battle was far from over. He dashed through the hole he had created, the shadowy spear vibrating and humming as it returned to his grasp. The dark-haired beast roared anew, charging at Jia Guiyan. Meanwhile, the beggars nearby, having regained their senses, fled the scene, leaving behind only the disabled beggar who watched the cacophony of destruction unfold within the crumbling building.
Dust and debris erupted as the concrete shattered, propelled by the shockwaves.
With heightened perception and rapid breathing, Ji Guiyan swiftly detected the beast's movements and maneuvered the spear. Thump! The beast's fist struck the spear with tremendous force, bending it slightly. Ji Guiyan plummeted towards the ground, yet he remained composed, gripping the shadowy spear tightly. In a flash, he hurled the spear like lightning, piercing the beast's shoulder. The beast howled in fury, swinging its fist toward Ji Guiyan. The gust of wind from its strike crashing down upon him. Despite his injuries, he had stabilized somewhat, but the relentless intensity of the battle was draining his stamina, exacerbating his wounds. Yet the dark-haired beast suffered as well, its once lustrous coat now matted with blood, its body riddled with wounds, blood oozing from its injuries. The beast's shoulder and bones were pierced, its arm fractured and twisted. Ji Guiyan climbed to his feet, only to find roots surging from the ground, ensnaring him in an attempt to hold him down. He dismissed the shadowy spear and drew a card. Fire Sparrow Blade F, Equipment Upgrade E. With a crackle, the Fire Sparrow armor materialized. As he grasped the blade, flames erupted from its edge. Slicing through the entangling roots with ease, he launched into the air, aiming for the advancing dark-haired beast. The interplay of gold and flame quickened his speed. When the blade met the beast's fist, the flames extinguished momentarily as the blade lodged against its armored knuckles. The beast gleefully bared its fangs. In an instant, flames erupted anew, the blade glowing a searing red. Fire Sparrow Slash. With a swift motion, the blade cleaved through the beast's arm, fire blossoming like a crimson lotus from the wound, slicing through to its shoulder. No, stop! It cried in terror, extending its other hand, but it was too late. The blade carved through its shoulder, plunging into its chest, severing muscle and bone, rupturing arteries and heart. Then, flames surged from the interior, bursting forth through the gaping wound in a dazzling and blinding display. Chapter 66, The Summoner remembers everyone as the fiery lotus in the sky dissipated, remnants of flames scattered like falling petals around. When these fiery petals touched the ground, they transformed into delicate, fragile white ashes. Thud! Two sounds echoed as a creature, nearly cleaved in two and charred in half, crashed to the ground. Meanwhile, Ji Guiyan landed softly, slightly bending his knees. Dark energy continuously emanated from the creature's body, gathering at its chest to form a pitch-black card. Ji Guiyan did not hasten to retrieve the card, instead, he produced a blank card and tossed it toward the creature. The spinning card hovered above the creature, steadily absorbing its energy. Once the creature's energy was entirely drained, it reverted to its human form. Ji Guiyan extended his hand, collecting both cards into his storage device before turning to the human sprawled on the ground. Ah! Who are you? Where am I? Wang Yishuan awoke, terror glimmering in his eyes as he scanned the surroundings. Stop feigning innocence. How did you acquire the power of the monsters? Ji Guiyan gripped Wang Yishuan by the collar, scrutinizing the man before him. Wait. I know nothing. What monsters? Wang Yishuan replied, confusion evident on his face. Ji Guiyan observed him, feeling his armor gradually becoming unsustainable. Without hesitation, he delivered a swift punch, knocking Wang Yishuan unconscious. The effects of the drug F, which included a truth serum, would ensure a thorough interrogation upon returning to the monster countermeasures team. Ji Guiyan felt as if his body was on the verge of collapse, ribs fractured in multiple places, bones broken, muscles bruised, lungs scorched and punctured. After enduring such intense combat, he was merely hanging by a thread. Should he lose that thread, he would likely faint. Yet, this was not the time for unconsciousness. Ji Guiyan drew a card. Motorcycle F. Before he could reach the monster countermeasures team, he succumbed to darkness, still clutching Wang Yishuan's collar tightly, determined to remind his comrades not to lose track of this man. Through the rescue team, they were transported to the medical bay of the monster countermeasures team. Ji Guiyan remained unconscious, undergoing blood transfusions, suturing of open wounds, and realignment of broken bones. When he finally awakened, 2 days had passed. He felt as if he had endured an excruciatingly uncomfortable slumber, with fragmented memories. Pain radiated throughout his body. Struggling to rise, his muscles tensed, instinctively preparing for battle.
His consciousness had seemingly remained in a state of combat readiness. Suddenly, the pain intensified.
Do not move. Relax. You are a patient now, a voice pierced through the haze, by you.
Zhou Guiyan was momentarily taken aback, and then his awareness began to return, memories flooding back.
He turned, feeling a swell of emotion. Had this annoying woman truly stayed by his side during his unconsciousness?
Perhaps he had misjudged her.
Yet, he was alone.
Only a remote-controlled recording device was present.
Damn it.
Adjusting his breathing, he struggled to sit up. Just then, the door to the ward swung open.
Will you not listen at all?
Baiyu entered, pressing a folder against Zhou Guiyan's forehead, forcing him back onto the bed.
How long have I been unconscious? 2 days. Zhou Guiyan sighed in relief. 2 days?
It seemed he had not lost much time. Now that he was awake, it was time to use the truth serum to recover.
Baiyu handed him the summoner device. Zhou Guiyan inquired, "What about the man I brought back? Where is he?" "In the holding room. He has been detained for 2 days and has undergone interrogation and identity verification.
His identity is that of Wang Yishuan, the leader of the Yishuan Hall,
a faction of the underground gang in Seiko City."
Baiyu appeared well prepared, relaying information with precision. "No, that man has another identity.
He is connected to the monster clan,
possessing the ability to transform into a monster at will, and has been hiding within human society.
We will use the truth serum for interrogation. I am about to summon it."
Zhou Guiyan reached for his storage device to extract the truth serum. But Baiyu halted him, placing her hand over his.
"First, use the recovery potion. We can interrogate Wang Yishuan anytime. After all, what if monsters appear during this time? Restoring your combat capability should be our top priority."
Baiyu seemed eager to clarify her actions, quickly addressing any potential misunderstandings.
"You are right."
As she removed her hand from Zhou Guiyan's, he withdrew the recovery potion and injected it into his veins. The pain in his body began to subside, and the fractures between his bones rapidly healed. The wounds around him started to swell and scab over, and breathing became somewhat easier.
Investigations into Wang Yishuan's life trajectory revealed anomalies. Before the age of 26,
his life had been unremarkable, leading him astray into the underworld. However, after turning 26, his life took a dramatic turn, flourishing in the gang world.
If any abnormalities occurred, they likely did so within that year. Although the interrogation yielded no useful information, the monster countermeasures team excelled in operational capabilities.
Intelligence gathered through indirect investigation had already provided insights.
After Baiyu finished speaking, Zhou Guiyan asked,
"Please help me investigate information on Cheng Yang. After inheriting the legacy of the first generation, this name surfaced in my mind. I realize now that Cheng Yang must be the name of the first generation. He, too, lived in Seiko City and could be linked to recent missing persons cases."
"Understood."
Baiyu departed the ward, while Zhou Guiyan extracted the card for the Armor of Light.
At that moment,
the card had reverted from black and white to its original vibrant colors.
Cheng Yang. Zhou Guiyan uttered the name.
Feeling as if he were not merely calling out to a person, but rather invoking a name that had vanished entirely, erased from existence. Everything related to this individual had been obliterated. The monster that had slain the first generation had eradicated all traces of him from the world. As if to say, what use is your endeavor?
No one remembers your name. In the end, he was reduced to an unnameable remnant. No one would remember him. No one would understand him.
No one would ever know of his resolve, of his sacrifice for humanity, or of the final moments he fought to protect the light. After death, all would forget him, his parents, his love, his friends, everything he held dear. A pitiful creature, forgotten by all.
Zhou Guiyan clutched the card of light. "I remember Cheng Yang."
As long as the bearer of the call, imbued with light and fire, continues to pass on its legacy, there will be those who remember him.
That is sufficient.
And within the summoner, Lin Nagi will remember everyone.
Chapter 67, New Armor equals new strength even with the aid of Potion F.
Zhou Guiyan's injuries were grievously severe this time. Had it not been for the ancestral power passed down through generations, Zhou Guiyan might have succumbed to his wounds. Drawing forth Storm E, he settled onto his sickbed, commencing the practice of gentle rain technique. This technique primarily serves as an auxiliary and healing method, accelerating the recovery of injuries when cultivated. During this period of confinement, Jiagui Yen made no waste of time. He diligently practiced gentle rain technique.
Morning was devoted to it,
followed by more in the afternoon, capped with an injection of Potion F.
He continued his practice into the night, with the enhancement from Storm E by the following evening. Gentle rain technique finally ascended to the second tier.
Proficiency in Gentle Rain Technique 1, Gentle Rain Technique, Tier 1, Gentle Rain Technique, Tier 2, Constitution 2, in that moment. He felt as though his chest was enveloped by an invisible stream of water. Yet, his breathing remained unobstructed, akin to a fish swimming freely within this unseen water. The pain in his chest also began to subside. Additionally, the increase in his constitution points brought him immense comfort. The sounds of bones cracking and growing echoed in his ears. Within the vision of mind's eye, he witnessed his fractured bones and muscles knitting together, rapidly growing and merging. The gaping wound in his lung began to heal, with organs and alveoli regenerating towards the breach. Summoning level increased to LV2, the summoning device signaled the elevation of his summoning level. Jiagui Yen raised the device and accessed the summoner panel. Although he had sustained considerable injuries in the recent battle, he had also experienced significant growth. His various skill proficiencies had notably increased amidst the life and death struggle. The power inherited from the legendary Chen Yang also encompassed certain combat techniques, translating into enhanced proficiency in his skills. Thus, his panel reflected a marked improvement. Summoner, Jiagui Yen, 2nd generation, race, human, summoning level, level 2, capable of wielding E and D grade card powers, strength, 15, mentality, 14, constitution, 17, skills, 1. Basic stance E, mastery, proficiency, 124-50002. Light and shadow swordplay E, novice, proficiency, 810-3. Light and shadow fist technique E, novice, proficiency, 410-4. Mind's Eye E, mastery, proficiency, 16105. Marksmanship F, expert, proficiency, 552-10006. Combat Arts F, expert, proficiency, 854-10007. Blade Technique F, expert. Proficiency, 222-10008. Basic Footwork F, expert, proficiency, 351-10000, techniques, 1. Basic Breath Control E, Tier 3, proficiency, max 2. Gentle Rain Technique E, Tier 2. Proficiency, 0-1000, Armor Aptitude, 1. Fire Sparrow, 86, 2. Light, 53, Light Energy Points, 180. The battles between life and death indeed yield substantial enhancements, whether in attribute points, proficiencies, or armor aptitude. The sole drawback lay in the toll it exacted on one's life. Nevertheless, following this confrontation, the store should unveil some valuable items. After all, he had vanquished 2 monsters, 1 E grade and 1 F grade, the latter possessing a unique evolutionary ability. Additionally, he had acquired a nature type card. Opening the store, Monkey Breathing Technique E, 50 light energy points, simulates the breathing of monkeys, enhancing agility and cultivation, improving reflexes and sensitivity. The technique is divided into 3 tiers. Tier 1 grants 1 mentality, Tier 2 grants 1 constitution and 1 mentality, Tier 3 grants 2 mentality. And mastery of the skill, Wood Source Chi E. Wood Source Chi E, 50 light energy points, attained upon reaching the highest tier of the monkey breathing technique. Allows the formation of wood source chi within the body, enhancing reflexes and bodily sensitivity. Explosive Flame E card, 100 light energy points. Gathers flames throughout the body to launch consecutive multi-strike attacks. The greater the number of strikes, the mightier the force, yet each additional strike doubles the burden on the body. Capping at 5 strikes. Fire Sparrow Manifestation E card. The Monkey Breathing Technique E was crafted by Lin Nagi, combining the nature card, Monkey E, with the knowledge reserves within his database. The Explosive Flame E card was forged from the monster card of the black-haired beast. The parasitic monster card capable of evolving the host was not refined but reserved for research. The unique power of evolution it possessed was exceedingly rare among monsters, despite its lack of overwhelming strength, offering Lin Nagi great insight. He considered repurposing this monster card for his own use, cultivating it as a specimen and experimental tool, simulating various energy evolutions through the database. He believed this monster card could inspire the creation of other upgraded and evolved cards, even enhancing existing cards and powers. Though its level was merely F, it represented an extraordinarily rare SSR card for Lin Nagi, potentially serving him for a considerable duration akin to a divine gift. The research value of the Monkey E card was also significant, differing from the purely natural power of Storm E. The strength of Monkey E was more life-oriented. If one were to delineate, Storm E belongs to nature weather, while Monkey E belongs to nature life. Both belong to the natural card category, and neither should be underestimated. The compatibility of Monkey E with Fire Sparrow was not as lacking as that of Storm E, promising considerable amplification of Fire Sparrow as power. With the incorporation of Monkey E, Lin Nagi's understanding of nature's power deepened. Coupled with the vast knowledge of the E database, he grew increasingly aware of this world. Nature is the source of power in this realm. The emergence of nature-type cards likely stems from the will of this world. His database was a gift from the world itself. Concurrently, the world's will manifested its power as cards, distributing them throughout the realm to assist himself and humanity. This explains the absence of mysterious cards prior to his arrival. With his emergence, cards began to manifest. The power of the world's will must have waned significantly, perhaps even entering a state of slumber. The act of transforming its power into cards and casting them into the world may represent the extent of its capabilities in slumber. Hence, it placed its hopes upon him, this foreign light. Further nature cards are needed to explore the powers of this world. With the integration of these two nature cards, Lin Nagi also commenced the design of new armor. The more armor he created, the greater his power became, enhancing his strength. The birth of each suit of armor signified his mastery of a new force. The creation and design of armor were essentially Lin Nagi's journey of creating and comprehending new powers. He still required a water crystal stone. Chapter 68, Coercive Interrogation. Jia Guiyan opted to expend 100 energy points to acquire the Fire Sparrow Manifestation E card. With the remaining 80 energy points, he planned to wait until he amassed another 100 points to purchase the Explosive Flame E card. As for the monkey breathing technique, he had only reached the second layer of Gentle Rain technique and had fully mastered the basic breathing method. Overextending oneself is unwise. Mastering other breathing techniques before completing Gentle Rain technique would be a waste. Seated on his hospital bed, as his energy points dwindled, flames coalesced in his palm. And a new crimson card materialized in Jia Guiyan's grasp. The card's reverse shimmered like blazing fire, while its front depicted a bird formed of flames. Similar to Monkey E, the fire sparrow within the card displayed distinct feather patterns. Its eyes, as red as precious gems, seemed to burn with the essence of flames. Gazing at the card, Jia Guiyan felt a profound connection. It was as if with a mere thought, the fire sparrow within would take flight and engage in battle at his command. The Fire Sparrow Manifestation E was notably unique among the array of combat cards featuring the Fire Sparrow. The entity it summoned was not merely a fiery avian but a projection of the Fire Sparrow armor, representing a fragment of the Fire Sparrow's power. Its potential for growth was exceptionally high, bound intrinsically to the Fire Sparrow, distinguishing it from ordinary cards. Having confirmed the essence of Fire Sparrow Manifestation E, Jia Guiyan returned it to his storage device. He then withdrew Monkey E. As a newly acquired nature-type card, Monkey E imparted a sensation markedly different from Torrential Rain E, also amplifying his capabilities in a different manner. Gripping Monkey E and channeling its strength, he felt his arm muscles swell with newfound power, akin to an electric surge coursing through them. Was Monkey E limited to enhancing merely his arm strength? Certainly not. Under its influence, his overall physical attributes experienced an elevation. However, the enhancement of his arm strength was the most pronounced, easily detectable by its bearer. Unfortunately, it was not a fire attribute nature card, leaving uncertainty regarding its compatibility with Fire Sparrow. After securing Monkey E, Jia Guiyan sighed. Previously, his compatibility with Torrential Rain E and Fire Sparrow was a mere 10. The upgrade to his armor was imperceptible. And inserting Torrential Rain E seemed to diminish the potency of his fire attacks. In exchange, he gained the ability to manipulate a degree of water-based attacks. Today, he was nearly fit to rise from his bed. He had no time to remain confined. At this moment, there were no caregivers around his hospital bed,
presenting a rare opportunity.
He needed to conduct the interrogation of that individual. Even though Baiyu had mentioned that Wang Yishuan could remain here indefinitely and would not escape, Jia Guiyan still harbored concerns about unforeseen complications.
The lurking wood attribute monster had left an ominous impression on him. Prolonging the situation could alert the adversary,
potentially leading to unnecessary troubles.
Tearing away the pillow and monitor from his body, Jia Guiyan rose from the bed.
After a period of relentless practice with gentle rain technique, his body had regained its mobility. However, he felt a slight ache at the site of his previous fractures.
Yet,
this level of pain could be overcome with sheer willpower.
Jia Guiyan rolled his neck and approached the door of his hospital room. Wait a moment, Mr. Jia Gu, you cannot move yet. Step aside.
I am most aware of my own body. The doctors and nurses attempted to restrain him, but Jia Guiyan's towering,
robust physique was far beyond their capability to hinder. Please do not cause us any trouble, Mr. Jia Gu. I will not be a bother. If anyone inquires, just say I sneaked out.
Jia Guiyan brushed past the doctors and nurses, making his way to the area where Wang Yishuan was detained.
Only one nurse trailed behind him. Wang Yishuan was currently confined in a transparent cell, under 24-hour surveillance.
Having passed the frantic phase, he sat quietly within.
Have you come? Baiyu, upon seeing Jia Guiyan, exhibited no surprise.
You may return, since he has managed to walk here, it indicates he won't perish anytime soon.
Baiyu addressed the nurse following Jia Guiyan.
Yes, researcher Bai.
The nurse exhaled in relief and respectfully exited the detention room. Utilize the truth serum. Ordinary interrogation methods will be ineffective against him.
His memories may have been tampered with. Baiyu wasted no time on pleasantries and swiftly directed the conversation.
Jia Guiyan could hardly contain his anticipation.
As Baiyu opened the detention room door, Jia Guiyan, accompanied by another combat team member from the Monster Response Unit,
entered the chamber. Are you here for interrogation again? I have already stated that I know nothing. Wang Yishuan exclaimed. Do you possess a warrant? Do you have the authority to interrogate me?
This confinement of my freedom is a serious violation of the law. His voice resonated with vigor,
suggesting that his allies' interrogation techniques were lacking. Proceed, Baiyu nodded to Jia Guiyan, who was eager to take action. Jia Guiyan excitedly retrieved his summoning device,
extracting Potion F as he approached Wang Yishuan.
This is my first time using the truth serum.
Though he had long wished to do so, opportunities had eluded him.
Wait. What are you planning to do?
A sense of foreboding washed over Wang Yishuan as he struggled in vain against his restraints.
Under Jia Guiyan's formidable strength,
he was subdued like a fragile girl, pressed face down onto the table, utterly immobilized. After all, the monster energy within him had been drained by Jia Guiyan, rendering his body akin to that of an ordinary person.
Potion F.
With a swift motion, a syringe filled with the potion appeared in Jia Guiyan's hand,
aimed at Wang Yishuan's neck. No, wait, don't.
His cries fell on deaf ears. The syringe plunged in, and Wang Yishuan slumped onto the table. Around 30 seconds later, he regained a semblance of awareness, leaning weakly against the chair. It was as if his very soul had been extracted.
Caught in a liminal state of half-awareness, he answered every inquiry without hesitation. Name: Wang Yishuan. Age: 51. Chapter 69, The Wooden Door Clan of the Monsters. Are you aware that you can transform into a monster? Yes. When did you acquire this power? And how did it come to be?
As Baiyu inquired, Wang Yishuan began to recount a story long buried in the recesses of his memory. One he had been reluctant to revisit. At the age of 26, a quarter century ago, he encountered a mysterious individual capable of conversing with monsters. The fearsome creature knelt before this enigmatic figure, attentively listening to the words spoken.
Witnessing this,
he found himself faced with two choices: to perish or to become the other's servant.
What did you choose at that moment? Did you become their servant? Baiyu asked. To his astonishment, Wang Yishuan clutched his head in terror. How could I have made a choice?
I was so frightened that I could scarcely speak, prostrate on the ground. Overwhelmed with fear and despair,
I fainted, unable to make any decision.
when I regained consciousness, I discovered I had not died. Instead,
I had acquired the ability to transform into a monster.
that individual was merely a demon clad in human guise. Those eyes were undoubtedly not human.
They were the eyes of a demon.
Now, after 25 years, as Wang Yishuan reflects on that moment, recalling the gaze of the mysterious figure, his body trembles.
In hindsight,
The reason he survived without making a choice was likely due to his pitiful, terrified, prostrate state. He had already answered, yet he was unwilling to acknowledge that the wretched, cringing figure on the ground was indeed himself.
he had even chosen to forget that memory.
As he ascended in status, seemingly guided by some mysterious force, he became increasingly reluctant to admit that the fearful person who once lay on the ground was himself. Thus, he began to hypnotize himself into believing he was special, the chosen one, the protagonist of this world. Everything in this realm revolved around him. He even recognized that there were unseen hands propelling him along this journey.
Yet he remained unwilling to accept it. You are all merely futile. Humanity is ultimately futile.
You have never truly witnessed the power of that clan.
Yet you dare to challenge it. Even the will of this world, this planet, bows before the might of that clan. Resisting their power is utterly meaningless. Becoming their servant is humanity's only choice. The more Wang Yishuan spoke, the more frenzied he became, the shackles on his wrists clattering loudly.
He pointed a finger at Jia Guiyan.
Armored warrior. The moment your true identity is revealed, within 24 hours, you shall become a corpse by the roadside. In the presence of that clan's power, you are no more significant than an ant. The holding cell fell into silence, no one dared to speak. Only Bai Yu,
Pen in hand, swiftly recorded the words, then looked up.
Continue, share more. Wang Yishuan, observing Bai Yu's indifferent expression,
Maintained his frantic demeanor and found himself at a loss for words.
Do you understand what I am saying? Not everyone is as intellectually deficient as you. Struggling to comprehend the language of others.
Though it may be harsh, please objectively consider the intellectual disparities among individuals.
Bai Yu spoke while supplementing his notes.
If this is all the information you possess, it pales in comparison to what the monster countermeasure team has gathered.
After reviewing his notes,
Bai Yu raised his gaze and fixed it upon Wang Yishuan. The monster countermeasure team has been conducting covert investigations and combating monsters for countless years. Since over 1,000 years ago, initially serving the royal family, the Bizarre Capture Agency has continually evolved. Despite suffering numerous obliterations at the hands of monsters,
it has persistently endured, eventually transforming into the Monster Countermeasure Division over 50 years ago.
In recent years, the division has faced increasing infiltration by monsters, forcing us to consolidate our core forces and personnel to establish a clandestine monster countermeasure team.
This is the history of the Monster Countermeasure Team.
A group that even monsters regard with disdain. Its survival for over a millennium stems from humanity's unwavering refusal to be enslaved. Once individuals realize they are being subjugated beneath a false sky, those willing to resist will unite.
We are not the ignorant mantises you perceive, recklessly challenging a greater force. We understand the strength of monsters better than anyone and are acutely aware of humanity's plight. Our resistance arises from this realization. Do not measure us with your narrow perspective.
For us, this moment represents the greatest hope for humanity's freedom and the annihilation of monsters in over 1,000 years. This is an unprecedented moment of change.
After finishing his statement, Bai Yu resumed writing, observing Wang Yishuan's dazed expression. What does the mysterious figure you mentioned look like? Does he have a name? Bai Yu inquired. Upon hearing the question, Wang Yishuan began to respond uncontrollably.
The substance had compelled him to unveil the secrets he had buried deep within.
Yet, fear. An overwhelming fear.
After 25 years, memories of that gaze, those eyes, which he thought had faded, now surged vividly in his mind, staring back at him. His breath quickened. His lips involuntarily parted, uttering words. However, with each word spoken, the clarity of that gaze intensified, amplifying his terror.
That person wore a ring of green and silver. Wang Yishuan stammered. The three of them sensed his distress. Jia Guiyan quickly stepped forward, shielding Bai Yu.
Yet Bai Yu merely glanced at him before continuing to document.
The appearance. I cannot recall, it is unclear. Wang Yishuan gasped for breath.
Sweat pouring from him, his body drenched as if he were shrinking. The beads of sweat rolled down his forehead, traversing his wide-open eyes, flowing past the whites, irises, and pupils, before spilling from his lower lashes and into his mouth.
The name is Mu. Mu Men. At this moment,
his body was completely soaked, feeling as though he had shriveled, his skin wrinkling from rapid dehydration.
Mu Men.
Suddenly, Wang Yishuan halted, motionless. He was paralyzed with fear. Yet Jia Guiyan felt a sharp pain in his head as a name surfaced in his mind, and he blurted it out. Mu Men de Pei. Chapter 70, Journey to the Volcano. After emergency treatment, Wang Yishuan ultimately succumbed to his fate, dying from sheer fright. However, he did provide a name associated with a monstrous clan, Mumen. The name that appeared in Jia Guiyan's mind was Mumen de Pei. Jia Guiyan could not ascertain whether this mysterious figure was indeed the one Wang Yishuan had encountered 25 years ago. As Jia Guiyan walked, he suddenly halted. What is wrong? Bai Yu turned to look at him, while Jia Guiyan bowed his head, lost in thought. Time was of the essence.
Mumen was still searching for him. And the next appearance of a monster would undoubtedly be a trap.
The evolved monster that had ambushed him, along with Wang Yishuan, might not have been orchestrated by Mumen, but rather an unfortunate coincidence. The forthcoming monster would most likely be a design by Mumen, aimed at capturing and eliminating him. You can choose not to fight, Bai Yu said, turning her head away.
To stand by and watch innocent lives perish because of me?
Jia Guiyan's voice was heavy with resolve. Bai Yu remained silent. Yet her expression suggested she had already made her decision.
If I were to commit such an act, I might never be able to transform again. For I would find it unbearable to accept that version of myself.
At this moment, Jia Guiyan's body was still wrapped in bandages, yet his muscles were taut with determination.
I must go to that volcano.
I need to obtain that natural card.
This was the only strategy Jia Guiyan could conceive to break the deadlock.
He had inherited the power and armor of the previous generation and had experienced personal growth. He possessed the stormy, natural card that countered fire and had also acquired a monkey card, qualifying him to seek another natural card.
No.
Bai Yu swiftly rejected Jia Guiyan's proposal.
That volcano is too conspicuous. Do you think the monster's Haven Tea noticed the activity there? Mumen has likely deduced the connection between the celestial phenomenon and the natural cards. If I were Mumen, I would certainly set up an intricate trap at that volcano,
monitoring anyone who approaches, especially the summoner of the Fire Sparrow, and eliminate you directly. They were far too passive, wielding powers that were not on the same scale as the monsters. Their only option was to conceal their identities, act cautiously, and erase all traces of themselves. The moment they exposed even the slightest hint, Mumen would track them down and deliver a lethal strike. Although it appeared that Jia Guiyan had choices, in reality, he was left with two paths: either wait for Mumen to orchestrate the next monster attack and walk straight into the trap, or plunge into the volcano's intricate web to acquire the card concealed within the celestial phenomenon.
You understand there is only one path now,
Miss Bai, Jia Guiyan said, his tone firm.
At the very least, wait until your injuries have healed a bit more.
Bai Yu clenched her folder tightly. She was aware that her reasoning was flawed, yet she found herself regretting the day she handed the summoning device to Jia Guiyan. The weight of what she had entrusted to him was immense. I will help you forge a new identity to confuse their judgment, she finally said, the words escaping her lips. In that moment, Bai Yu felt as though she had returned to the day she had given the summoning device to Jia Guiyan.
Rest assured, there will be no danger. I will undoubtedly perish out there, and then I will never have to see your bothersome face again, Jia Guiyan retorted, a hint of playful defiance in his voice. What else do you want me to say? Should I say, wait for my return? And then marry this lovely nurse?
He casually addressed a passing nurse, who responded with a polite yet graceful smile. After such banter, there would be no chance of returning.
He might as well drown on his way to the volcano. Thus, it was crucial to set up a reverse flag. Do not wait for my return, I implore you. Having said that, Jia Guiyan stepped ahead of Bai Yu, who sighed and followed in his wake.
The volcano, where the celestial phenomenon occurred, was located amidst the islands in the southeastern sea region of the continent. To reach it, one must take a plane or high-speed train to Haizhou City on the southeastern coast, then board a ship to Wanzhou Island. Finally, one would need to hire a fishing boat or another type of sailing vessel to reach the volcanic island. The Motor F could fly, but it would need to shift into battle mode, requiring Jia Guiyan to transform as well, which would consume a great deal of stamina. In its normal state, Motor F could not fly, it was merely faster than ordinary modes of transport. Thus, for long-distance travel, one still had to rely on planes, high-speed trains, or ships. In all honesty, motorcycles were not permitted on highways. For instance, when it came to the Fire Sparrow Armor Warrior, traffic laws prohibited motorcycles on highways. Moreover, did your motorcycle even have a license? Could you present your driver's license? From the sound of it, your motorcycle seems to have undergone illegal modifications. I understand the logic, but the monsters are on the highway. Jia Guiyan changed into his attire, straightened his collar, and donned a knitted beret. Beneath his clothing, his chest, arms, and legs were still bandaged, though the sutured wounds had been reopened. The card storage device was secured at his waist, and the summoning device was tucked into his bosom. The remaining injuries were inconsequential. He could utilize the gentle rain technique to heal and administer a few more injections along the way. As for his identity, Baiyu had already prepared a disguise. After passing through security, Jia Guiyan boarded the plane. Though the summoning device and card storage device appeared metallic, their detection results indicated otherwise. No security device would detect their presence. He picked up the suitcase that had passed through security, glancing at the forged identification card in his hand. Now, he was identified as a young entrepreneur on vacation, Yang Wenyu. Although he was somewhat more robust than other entrepreneurs, was it not reasonable for a young entrepreneur to be passionate about fitness? As Jia Guiyan surveyed his identification card, nearby passengers cast glances his way, maintaining a respectful distance. After all, Jia Guiyan's physique was indeed striking and attention-grabbing, and he was undeniably handsome. As the plane began its ascent, Jia Guiyan removed his hat, allowing it to shield his eyes slightly. He then commenced the gentle rain technique to recover from his injuries. Even while concentrating on his technique, he remained acutely aware of his surroundings, for his mental state had transcended human limits, entering the realm of heightened perception. Within a certain radius, he could clearly sense the movements of others. According to Baiyu's deductions, Newman was well aware of his primary area of activity in Xiguang City. To travel from Xiguang City to the volcano, one must board this flight from Xiguang City to Haizhou City. Therefore, it was highly likely that Newman had placed spies or monsters on all flights between these two locations to test the existence of the summoner. Should he be discovered, and the monsters and spies eliminated, Newman would narrow down the summoner's scope to all passengers on this flight, thus pinpointing his true identity. To prevent such an occurrence, Baiyu had remotely cleansed his boarding information and surveillance data using Hacker F. He was also utilizing a forged identity. If they wish to probe, let them come. Chapter 71, Forced Feeding. In the tranquil confines of the cabin, Jia Guiyan reclined quietly against the soft seatback, immersed in contemplation. The most convenient identity for searching potential summoners amidst the flights between two locations was undoubtedly that of a crew member. At that moment, a flight attendant wheeled a cart past him, and Jia Guiyan glanced at her before shaking his head. It was not entirely certain that she was indeed a crew member. After all, the number of crew members was limited, making them easily detectable. The wooden door could also serve as a deceptive means, concealing spies among unsuspecting passengers. If a spy sought to uncover the identity of a summoner, who would be the most suspicious? After much deliberation, Jia Guiyan's gaze fell upon his own robust physique. So it was me. How infuriating that the most glaring flaw was my own body. He had already noticed a female passenger sitting nearby, occasionally casting furtive glances in his direction. Her legs tightly crossed. In light of this, Jia Guiyan retrieved a glasses case from his bag and opened it to reveal an exquisite pair of gold-rimmed glasses. Just gazing at the gleaming gold wire and the brilliance of the high-transparency lenses conveyed the elegance of these spectacles. He donned the gold-rimmed glasses, effectively perfecting his disguise. Now, Anyone looking at him would be hard-pressed to discern his true identity as a member of the monster countermeasure team and the summoner of Fire Sparrow. The aura bestowed upon him by these spectacles surely resembled that of a promising young entrepreneur.
That fellow must be the most summoner-like individual I've encountered thus far.
A beautiful flight attendant with long hair observed the refined Jia Guiyan, murmuring fervently to herself.
How could an ordinary person possess such formidable muscles?
Despite his strength, his tall stature rendered him quite proportionate.
After all, Fire Sparrow was a highly agile suit of armor.
As a summoner, Jia Guiyan was, in fact, a nimble,
muscular man. I must probe further.
Following her master's orders, she resolved that it was better to mistakenly eliminate someone than to let a target escape. As for those mistakenly eliminated, her master would ensure that all traces of them vanished from this world, leaving human society oblivious to any issues. The flight from Xiguang City to Haizhou City would take a total of 6 hours, from 9:30 a.m. to 3:30 p.m. The crew was required to provide a meal, and she could easily poison it to ascertain whether this man was indeed a summoner of armor.
Before the meal,
she decided to investigate his identity. The long-haired flight attendant began to connect to the data system, searching through the entire passenger list for this flight.
Ultimately locating Jia Guiyan's information, Yang Wenyu. Simultaneously,
Jia Guiyan received word from the ground monster countermeasure team that someone had accessed the airline's user data to investigate his information. The identity of the individual could be narrowed down to the crew members, necessitating utmost caution. Baiyu had been monitoring Jia Guiyan's movements with Hacker F to prevent any unforeseen circumstances.
How vexing that my disguise appears flawless. Jia Guiyan removed the gold-rimmed glasses and returned them to their case, recognizing their considerable value and vowing to keep them safe. Who could it be?
After pondering for a while, he ultimately abandoned his thoughts, remaining vigilant of his surroundings. Since they had already targeted him, it was only a matter of time before they would come to test him. In that case, he merely needed to wait quietly for their approach.
Furthermore, the impending probe. Jia Guiyan glanced at his watch. Is it time for lunch?
As time passed, he seamlessly activated the Mian Yu Ju,
healing the remaining injuries in his body.
Simultaneously, the summoner device nestled in his arms amplified both his physical abilities and perceptions, coupled with his already extraordinary senses.
He remained acutely aware of the surrounding movements.
To the outside observer, however, he appeared to be lazily reclined in his plush seat, his hat partially covering his eyes,
seemingly devoid of any sense of impending danger.
The woman beside him had scrutinized him countless times.
Thus, the time for lunch arrived. Being in business class,
the service was commendable. A beautiful flight attendant with curly hair first offered warm towels for hand wiping, then laid out a tablecloth before presenting a pre-ordered lunch. Jia Guiyan picked up his chopsticks, reaching for the food before him, as the flight attendant turned and gradually departed, a faint smile gracing her lips.
Eat it. Eat it.
This was specially prepared for you. Regardless of whether you are a summoner of armor, you must die.
If you must blame someone, blame your misfortune for boarding this flight.
At that moment, the woman contemplated how splendid it would be if this fellow truly were a summoner. By eliminating the summoner and presenting the summoning device to her master, she would surely earn his favor, elevating her status as a mere pawn and granting her greater power,
transcending humanity to become a high-ranking subordinate of her master.
As the woman pondered these thoughts, the man spoke.
How disgusting. There's a fly in this food.
Jia Guiyan exclaimed, lifting a fly that had been soaking in the soup with his chopsticks, covering his mouth in disgust.
That bastard. The woman seethed, nearly wishing to strangle him, yet she could only muster a forced smile as she approached Jia Guiyan once more.
The meals provided by our company adhere to strict culinary procedures. It is impossible for flies to appear.
This passenger, please. Wait. Are you implying I'm blind?
Jia Guiyan slammed his hand on the table and stood up, immediately attracting the attention of those around them.
If you think there's no issue. He scooped a spoonful of rice soaked in soup and demanded, then you eat it first. You bastard. You bastard. I want to strangle you, strangle you, strangle you. The woman was acutely aware of what she had added to the soup.
I'm sorry, sir, but this does not comply with company policy.
Flight attendants are not permitted to consume passenger food. Jia Guiyan paid no heed and forcefully attempted to feed the flight attendant. Hey, stop being unreasonable. Everyone can eat. Why can't you?
A man seated nearby stood up to halt Jia Guiyan's actions. He paused, and the flight attendant breathed a sigh of relief.
Now,
relying on the poison in the lunch was no longer possible, alternative measures were imperative.
With a swift step forward, Jia Guiyan swiftly blocked her path.
He then pried her mouth open, inserting the spoonful of rice directly into her throat. Her eyes widened in shock, and she hastily pushed Jia Guiyan away.
Clutching her throat and coughing violently,
Jia Guiyan, having been shoved aside, felt an overwhelming force pushing him backward, colliding with the seat beside him. You. She stared in disbelief, ignoring the drool and grease at the corners of her mouth, sinking to her knees.
What did you do, you bastard? Miss, are you okay?
The man who had previously intervened rushed forward, intending to help the kneeling flight attendant. It was then that he witnessed a scene he would never forget. The beautiful flight attendant's skin began to darken and harden at an alarming rate. Her once smooth complexion incessantly exuded a viscous white substance, which accumulated in layers, solidifying into a formidable exoskeleton. Her eyes enlarged and bulged outward, while her hair rapidly receded into her body, giving rise to a pair of jet-black horns that sparkled with a menacing glimmer. A piercing scream escaped her lips as she desperately attempted to flee. In her frantic escape, she violently shoved past the person next to her, exclaiming, "Move aside, do not block my way." Immediately, a chain reaction ensued, with more and more individuals rising in terror,
clamoring to escape the vicinity. There is a monster on the plane. Help, someone, please. Chapter 72, The Battle on the Plane. How dare you? At this moment, the flight attendant had completely shed her human form. Her entire body was covered in a rigid skin, adorned with a layer of hard shell. Silver currents danced around the horns atop her head. Compared to ordinary monsters, her stature was relatively petite. Her claws were sharp but not overly long. Now, she spoke human words, her eyes fixed intently on Jia Guiyan, her claws digging fiercely into the floor beneath her. Indeed, she was a monster, and not just any monster. Was she a sentient creature transformed into a beast by the wooden door's selection? I wonder how many monsters like you exist. Jia Guiyan retrieved the summoning device, pressed it against his waist, and swiftly drew the Fire Sparrow card. Indeed, it is you. The monster turned her gaze toward Jia Guiyan, showing no intention of granting him the opportunity to transform. She was enveloped in electricity, darting toward him like a bolt of lightning. Fire Sparrow, activate! Accompanied by the sound of a bird's call, intense flames erupted from beneath Jia Guiyan's feet. The charging monster was repelled by the scorching flames, knocking over rows of seats. Whether through light or Fire Sparrow, the transformation principle involved the summoning device projecting Lin Nao's power from a higher dimension into reality. In that instant of projection, tremendous power was unleashed, a moment of invincibility. Curse you! The monster roared in fury, once again cloaked in electricity as she charged at Jia Guiyan with blinding speed. Her movements nearly imperceptible. I am not a mindless, lowly creature. Though I do not know how you acquired the surname of Lord Wooden Door. I am one of his chosen. With a crackling sound, the electricity collided with Jia Guiyan's flames, filling the cabin with a tempest of electric currents and fire. Jia Guiyan deftly dodged the attacks while evading the surging currents around him, mindful of the numerous passengers aboard. A crash would lead to an insurmountable disaster. Chosen? In essence, she was merely a servant. Jia Guiyan activated his basic breathing technique, swiftly entering a burning state. He kicked the monster away and drew another card. You wretched lowly race dare to disrespect me, a being of higher stature. The monster, seething with rage, clawed at the surrounding metallic cabin. As the electricity intensified, it seemed her entire being began to transform into pure energy. Let me show you true speed. In an instant, the monster vanished from sight, leaving only a swirl of dust and a flurry of electric currents dancing in the air. Fire Sparrow Blade, activate! With a snap, Jia Guiyan summoned the Fire Sparrow Blade, gripping the hilt tightly as he maintained his burning form, remaining vigilant of his surroundings. Eye of Insight, open! With a sudden burst, the dust behind him erupted, revealing the monster, now entwined with lightning, darting through the haze. Jia Guiyan swiftly swung his blade.
The monster swiped at the fire sparrow blade with her right claw.
Electricity crackling along the edge, while her other claw lunged toward Jia Guiyan's neck. Death!
The claw pierced Jia Guiyan's neck, but before the monster could revel in her triumph,
she found Jia Guiyan dissipating like embers.
A wave of heat surged from behind her, and before she could react, the fire sparrow blade, enveloped in searing flames,
struck her from behind.
In an instant, a charred mark was etched into her shell. The force of the blow sent her crashing into the cabin,
toppling over seats as she fell. Impossible! Impossible!
Jia Guiyan landed on the ground, his armor gleaming with a fiery crimson glow. The fire sparrow blade resting on his shoulder.
What was that you said about true speed? I must have misheard you. Curse you!
As the monster unleashed another furious roar,
her form was once again engulfed in electricity, charging at Jia Guiyan.
In that moment, she felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation and rage.
Meanwhile,
Jia Guiyan held the fire sparrow blade, positioning it against his other hand as he aimed at the oncoming monster.
The basic breathing technique surged to its peak in an instant.
Before him, a blazing wave of fire formed, which he drew into his mouth. With a thrust of the blade, Jia Guiyan's speed shattered all limits.
Flames surged upward, enveloping his entire being as he lunged at the approaching monster. The electric currents proved futile, as Jia Guiyan's blade and flames pierced through them. The monster's shell was instantly penetrated, flames engulfing her entire body from the inside out. No! No!
The monster struggled desperately, attempting to escape the blade that had pierced her. Yet, the flames consumed her entirely, relentlessly burning away her flesh and shell.
You will regret this. The monster's final curse echoed as she exploded into a cloud of smoke and a monster crystal. Gazing at the floating monster crystal, Jia Guiyan drew a blank card and tossed it toward the crystal. The blank card rapidly absorbed the monster crystal, transforming into a red background monster card, showcasing the monster's likeness.
F-class monster killed, energy points 50, his strength had indeed increased significantly since their last encounter.
Jia Guiyan, throughout this battle,
had carefully avoided damaging the aircraft while effortlessly dispatching the creature. He had maintained a dominant position throughout the fight. After securing the monster card, he placed it into his storage device and surveyed the smoke-filled environment, drawing out heavy rain. Chilly raindrops swiftly extinguished the lingering flames around them, yet instead of dissipating, they transformed into streams of water that ascended into the air, absorbing all the dust and smoke, coalescing into a dark water sphere, which returned to the heavy rain card. Having neutralized the surrounding hazards, Jia Guiyan retracted heavy rain. Just then, the plane jolted unexpectedly.
What is happening?
Jia Guiyan steadied himself, recalling the monster's last words.
Surely, there can't be any further surprises.
Approaching a nearby window, he noticed the outside world cloaked in darkness.
Thunderstorms raged all around. Connecting the monster's ability to manipulate electricity with the surrounding tempest, he realized, has it conjured a storm?
Jia Guiyan swiftly dashed toward the front of the aircraft, intent on entering the cockpit.
Chapter 73, Switching Armor, Second Storm Form. It is the Fire Sparrow armor. Did monsters truly appear, leading to an eruption of battle? What was the cause of the recent turbulence in the aircraft? Surely, we are not going to crash. Panic swiftly enveloped the cabin.
During the earlier conflict, all passengers in business class fled to other compartments, which were also affected by the skirmish.
At this moment,
witnessing the emergence of the Fire Sparrow, it became clear that it had vanquished the monster threatening the aircraft.
Yet, the turbulence and the shifting environment incited uncontrollable fear among them. Is the cockpit door unyielding?
There was no response from within, and all attempts to open it proved futile. The crew, in a state of disarray, clustered outside the cockpit, completely reliant on Jia Guiyan as their anchor of hope.
Step aside. Jia Guiyan raised the Fire Sparrow blade,
its edge instantly igniting into a crimson hue, slicing through the steel door of the cockpit. Upon entering, he discovered that both the captain and co-pilot had succumbed to unconsciousness. Gazing out through the cockpit glass, he observed the aircraft hurtling uncontrollably towards the storm clouds ahead. The monster had not posed significant trouble for Jia Guiyan. The true peril awaited him here. It was no wonder that the wooden door had orchestrated the presence of a monster capable of wielding lightning on the aircraft,
intending to conjure storm clouds at a crucial moment. Even if it could not overpower the armored warrior, it could summon the storm, ensuring the demise of all aboard. Along with the summoner, find a way to awaken them.
Zhao Guiyan pulled the captain and co-pilot from their seats.
Standard passenger aircraft typically possess an autopilot feature. Dispelling the storm clouds ahead was all that was required. As the distance to the storm clouds diminished, the turbulence intensified. Even if he could dispel the storm, he had to exit the aircraft. But how could he do so? At this altitude, the pressure differential inside and outside the cabin rendered the doors impossible to open. Even if he harnessed the power of the armor to force the door open, or breach the aircraft, a loss of cabin pressure would rapidly expel all items and passengers from the plane. The aircraft might also disintegrate due to structural damage. At this proximity, even if the two captains regained consciousness, evading the storm clouds would be impossible. Create a small opening along the window. Once that's done, return to seal it with metal. This was the only solution available. Just then, the two captains began to stir, gradually comprehending the dire situation, their faces paling as they beheld the storm clouds before them. The flight path could no longer be altered. I'll handle the storm. You maintain the stability of the aircraft, Zhao Guiyan asserted swiftly before departing the cockpit. The crew calmed the passengers, instructing them to return to their seats, fasten their seatbelts, and don oxygen masks. They then isolated the cabin from the others. Returning to their seats to secure themselves with oxygen masks, gazing at Zhao Guiyan with a mix of terror and hope. Zhao Guiyan had already raised his blade, thrusting it towards the window. The glass was swiftly severed, a powerful suction emanating from the breach. Fragments of the cabin began to surge toward the opening. Zhao Guiyan steadied himself, and amidst a chorus of gasps, leaped from the aircraft through the newly formed gap. The chaotic winds howled against him. He quickly regained his balance. Eyeing the massive plane beside him, then casting a glance at the storm ahead, drawing forth his card, while internally lamenting, "Damn it, I will never fly again." Motorcycle F. With a click, the motorcycle materialized, and Zhao Guiyan swiftly mounted it, racing towards the storm clouds. Beneath the colossal storm, he appeared as insignificant as an ant. The passengers aboard the aircraft watched in apprehension as Zhao Guiyan hurtled toward the tempest, collectively inhaling deeply. Downpour E. With another click. As Downpour E engaged with the summoning device, Zhao Guiyan endeavored to dissipate the storm with its power. However, it proved ineffective. The compatibility between the Fire Sparrow armor and Downpour E was woefully inadequate. A deafening roar resonated as a bolt of lightning struck Zhao Guiyan. In an instant, electricity coursed through his body, sending him and the motorcycle spiraling downward. Battling against the numbing sensation, he quickly steadied the motorcycle and drew another card. If Fire Sparrow won't suffice, then I'll call upon the light armor. With a click, he merged with the radiant light. As golden brilliance enveloped him, the flames were swiftly replaced by golden luminescence, coalescing into the form of the light armor. The Fire Sparrow motorcycle transformed into a dazzling, light motorcycle. Sensing the power of the light armor, Zhao Guiyan steadied himself once more, extracting Downpour E. Downpour E. With a click, compatibility soared to 50. The armor upgraded. As Downpour E engaged with the summoning device, the force of the downpour surged through his armor. Silver blue patterns emerged upon the light armor. 2 blue shoulder pads appeared on either side, extending down to his arms and chest. A silver lightning accessory manifested at the center of his chest, while 2 blue plates formed around his waist, cascading down to cover the outer sides of his thighs. Lightning patterns adorned the platinum gauntlets. Light armor, downpour form. Embracing the power of the downpour form, Zhao Guiyan swiftly invoked the foundational breathing technique. Blue and golden light radiated simultaneously as he charged into the storm. Thunderbolts relentlessly struck his body, while torrential rain poured down upon him. He wielded the power of Downpour E to counteract the storm's might, carving out a safe zone behind him. The crew members aboard the aircraft quickly reacted, with the captain taking control of the aircraft, adjusting its trajectory to follow closely behind Zhao Guiyan. Thus, they surged forward like an arrow, gradually piercing through the storm clouds. Yet, the power of Downpour E
and the light armor were not perfectly synchronized, with only a 50 compatibility. Thus, maintaining the downpour form exacted a significant toll on his stamina and burdened his body immensely. Jia Guiyan could already feel the lightning beginning to provoke his body, even causing previously healed wounds to worsen. Fortunately, his training in the Misty Rain technique, albeit at just the second tier, had provided his body with a certain degree of enhancement. At this moment, he possessed some adaptability to the ferocious power of Downpour E. Though his body bore a considerable strain, it remained within tolerable limits.
Jia Guiyan endured the onslaught of the storm.
Behind him, the captain, crew,
and all passengers held their breath, either anxiously observing his figure or silently praying.
They had now entered the heart of the storm, surrounded by darkness, with only flashes of electricity illuminating the gloom.
Chapter 74, Arrival in Haizhou City. A new crisis approaches. Finally, we are exiting.
The thrill of survival surged among all aboard the aircraft as they emerged from the tempestuous storm. Ahead, amidst the ominous clouds, a glimmer of light pierced through the darkness.
Exhausted, Jia Guiyan summoned the last vestiges of his strength, guiding the plane through the final stretch of turbulent clouds.
Thunder roared as bolts of lightning struck perilously close. Yet the sunlight grew ever more brilliant. The massive aircraft followed Jia Guiyan as it gradually navigated through the remnants of the storm. As Jia Guiyan hovered in the air on his motorcycle, he ceased his foundational breathing technique, the fatigue of his body becoming increasingly evident.
Subsequently,
the storm form of his luminous armor dissipated, its azure attachments transforming into motes of light, retreating back to the summoning device at his waist,
reverting to the Storm E card.
A final task awaited him, to erase the memories of all passengers aboard the aircraft, particularly those who might have glimpsed their own faces,
potentially providing the monstrous entities with clues to track him down.
Gazing at the approaching aircraft, Jia Guiyan extracted a card, Potion F, Equipment Upgrade E.
With a click,
the potion upgraded into a forgetting potion. He inserted the two cards into the summoning device, conjuring a syringe in his hand.
Clutching the syringe,
Jia Guiyan switched back to the Fire Sparrow armor and re-entered the plane through a cut he had made earlier.
Inside, some exuberant passengers were contemplating the rare opportunity of capturing a photograph with the legendary Fire Sparrow. What a once-in-a-lifetime chance it was to encounter a monster mid-flight and be rescued by the Fire Sparrow. This tale could be recounted for an entire year.
Unfazed by the commotion, Jia Guiyan dismantled a steel panel, aligning it with the previous opening.
Harnessing the power of flames,
he melted the edges of the steel to weld the breach shut.
The pressure differential between the interior and exterior of the aircraft swiftly regained equilibrium. Though this rudimentary welding could not ensure long-term stability, it would suffice until the aircraft landed.
"Forget my face and all that pertains to me," he declared,
as he crushed the forgetting potion over the remaining passengers.
Green smoke erupted, swiftly enveloping the cabin, ensuring that all were equally affected by the potion. Jia Guiyan then shed his armor and returned to his seat, as if nothing had transpired.
Beneath his clothing, however, the bandages concealing his partially healed wounds began to bleed anew. What transpired? The Fire Sparrow armor had appeared, vanquishing the monster and the storm. Yet, where had the armored warrior vanished in the blink of an eye? How unfortunate not to have captured a photo.
This event could be boasted about for a lifetime, sharing an aircraft with the Fire Sparrow warrior.
Silence, passengers, please remain calm and avoid causing chaos.
The aircraft was now in a state of greater disarray than before.
A subtle smile crept upon Jia Guiyan's lips, even as the pain from his old injuries flared up once more.
The turmoil around him left no room to continue his healing technique. He leaned against the wall,
awaiting their descent. The plane landed punctually at Haizhou City's airport. Ground personnel and crew swiftly took charge of the aircraft, isolating and controlling the passengers within. Meanwhile,
Jia Guiyan's boarding records, personal information, and surveillance footage were all meticulously erased or modified by Baiyu from a distance.
After the aircraft's arrival, Jia Guiyan discreetly slipped away from the airport, working diligently to conceal his identity.
Yet, even with such precautions, the monster's demise and the witnesses aboard the aircraft would inevitably relay a significant message to the creatures in this vicinity.
As Jia Guiyan turned his back to the airport,
accompanied by the roar of the departing plane, he adjusted the brim of his hat.
The message was clear: the armored warrior had arrived in Haijo City,
with his sights set on the volcano that had recently manifested strange phenomena.
Regardless of whether Mumin Dapai was present or not, the monsters would concoct a deadly trap based on this intelligence. Standing by the roadside, flanked by towering buildings, Jia Guiyan hailed a taxi to the Blue Melody Hotel.
Certainly. Sir. The Blue Melody Hotel is an upscale establishment situated along the coastal area of Haijo City, offering breathtaking views of the sea through its expansive windows. Jia Guiyan's ferry to Wanzhou Island was scheduled for 4 in the morning, making the hotel's proximity highly convenient. Though pressed for time, Jia Guiyan was not oblivious to the need for rest. After the battle aboard the aircraft, he was severely drained, and his injuries showed signs of deterioration.
It was unwise to continue his journey without a moment's respite. Haste often leads to delays.
Are you here for vacation or business?
The driver inquired, seemingly eager to chat.
Haijo has many beautiful sights, such as. However, Jia Guiyan, feeling utterly fatigued, simply lowered the brim of his hat and closed his eyes, commencing his recovery technique.
The Mianyu method.
Noticing his disinterest in conversation, the driver turned on the car radio, humming along cheerfully.
Has your proficiency with the Mianyu method improved? Jia Guiyan unexpectedly realized that as he practiced the technique, his mastery was rapidly ascending.
It felt as though some energy within him was being swiftly refined alongside the Mianyu method.
The atmosphere grew surreal. Could it be the relentless lightning and torrential rain from the storm?
Connecting the Mianyu method with the stormy card, Jia Guiyan easily deduced the correlation with the tempest.
Being struck by lightning and battered by rain could indeed expedite the cultivation of the Mianyu method.
Thus, until they arrived at the hotel,
Jia Guiyan remained absorbed in his thoughts.
Upon alighting from the taxi, he retrieved his pre-ordered room key and entered his designated room. There, he removed his clothing, changing out the blood-soaked bandages. He swiftly cleaned his wounds and donned fresh bandages. The old bandages were incinerated with the flames of the fire sparrow and disposed of in the toilet. For the blood and bodily tissues of a summoner must be handled with utmost care. Should they fall into the hands of monsters, they could be subjected to research and exploitation. Once the task was complete, Jia Guiyan grasped the stormy card and resumed practicing the Mianyu method.
Should he reach the 3rd level, his combat prowess would see a significant boost. Meanwhile, from Wanzhou Island, the ferry transporting passengers and goods had successfully docked at Haijo City's harbor. 2 towering figures disembarked from the ferry. One, with brown hair and white eyes, ground his teeth incessantly.
The other, with black hair and a mask, possessed extraordinarily large hands, nearly double the size of an ordinary person's, with exceptionally thick knuckles. As the surrounding crowd recognized the 2 men, they instinctively parted to allow them passage. A short-sighted, yellow-haired ruffian, adorned with lip piercings, was animatedly engaged in discussion with his companions. Suddenly, he collided with 2 individuals.
"You imbecile, can't you see?"
he exclaimed in anger, turning around to confront them.
However,
as he raised his gaze and discerned the figures before him, his voice dwindled into a mere whisper.
The 2 men slightly bent forward,
their intense stares fixed upon the ruffian. Their noses drew closer, taking a couple of inquisitive sniffs at the top of his head. The ruffian held his breath, a primal fear coursing through him, causing his legs to weaken as if he were on the brink of being devoured.
Yet, to his relief, the towering men did not consume him, they merely assessed his scent before departing. It appeared that he was simply not to their taste. Chapter 75, The darkness hidden beneath the gang Wang Yishuan had vanished. The day after his disappearance, Bai Lingniao found herself amidst chaos within the Yichuantang.
As the gang members were thrown into turmoil and the organization trembled. In that moment of disarray, she made a fateful decision: to escape. Bai Lingniao was not her true name, although she had long ceased to be addressed by her given name, she still remembered it, Li Cooling. This name felt too ordinary, too mundane. To appeal to her patrons, she had adopted a moniker, Bai Lingniao. Once, she was a university student who had journeyed from a remote village to the urban sprawl of the city. Sustaining herself through diligent work and scholarships, she had managed to cover her tuition and living expenses. The girl from the countryside, naive and unworldly, fell prey to deception. Her teacher had introduced her to a work-study opportunity, and she had felt genuine gratitude, believing she had encountered a kind-hearted individual in the bustling city. Someone who would care for her without prejudice. Her simplistic worldview led her to place unwavering trust in her teacher, failing to recognize that while professions may vary in morality,
humanity itself is a tapestry of good and evil. Thus began her descent into a nightmarish existence, trafficked, beaten, imprisoned, starved, and violated.
There were no gallant knights to rescue her. No champions of justice to punish the wrongdoers. These men treated her as a mere object to be manipulated, extinguishing her will and dignity until she no longer knew how to resist, utterly abandoning her self-worth to become a slave. Once she had been molded into a compliant commodity, she was dispatched to the underground operations of Yichuantang, catering to various clients. Her selection was a matter of simplicity, a rural girl, docile and with a rudimentary value system, naive and easily controlled. Lacking a background, her parents were farmers, rendering her weak and thus manageable. Moreover, she possessed a certain beauty. Despite her unflattering attire, thick-framed glasses, and lack of makeup, she was still chosen. Should one mock the discerning eyes of those who selected her? Li Kuling had always been obedient. Initially, she resisted, but after enduring unimaginable brutality and humiliation, she ceased to rebel. She became more compliant than anyone else, wrestling with thoughts of suicide yet ultimately suppressing her revulsion and striving to acquiesce. Now, however, she had found her chance. With Wang Yishuan missing and the gang in disarray, her consistent obedience had left her relatively unmonitored. Concealing a sharpened iron awl, she acted without hesitation, taking the life of her captor. She then laboriously dragged the body into her room, donning the man's clothing and hiding his corpse beneath the bed. The garments were somewhat oversized for her, but at this juncture, she had little choice. Yet, it was not enough. There were too many. She wished to eliminate the despicable teacher, the entire Yichuantang gang. Those who had abducted her, harmed her, and reduced her to her current plight. She yearned not merely to kill them but to dismember them, to consume their hearts and gnaw on their bones. She had no desire to report the crime, after all she had endured. She was no longer the naive girl who had first arrived in this city. The once obedient and demure visage now contorted in wrath. She could rely only on herself. The sole source of trust lay within her own being. However, a solitary woman's strength was exceedingly feeble. The successful act of vengeance against this thug was merely a product of his own negligence. Even if she concealed the body, it would not be long before they discovered his absence and unearthed the truth. It was only a matter of time. Li Kuling envisioned igniting a fire to obliterate this place. Yet, she recalled the innocent souls who had endured similar brutalities, trapped within these walls. Time was of the essence. She had to flee. The current disarray within Yichuantang afforded her the opportunity to escape with relative ease. Upon stepping into the long-forgotten outside world, she felt the embrace of freedom, even as she recognized that this liberty was but an illusion. Tears threatened to spill, yet she fought them back, her heart still seething with rage. She stealthily returned to her school, lingering in the parking area, perhaps sensing that fate had bestowed a sliver of compassion upon her. There it was, the car belonging to that very teacher. She patiently awaited the moment, her sharpened iron all transforming into the dagger that would pierce her captor's flesh. In her waiting, her thoughts crystallized into clarity, meticulously plotting her escape. Having committed murder, there was no returning to Saiguang City. All she could do was flee, escaping as far as possible before the body was discovered. Finally, the figure etched in her memory emerged. He appeared refined, kind, exuding an aura of politeness, deceptive traits that had once ensnared her. Concealed from his view, she awaited the unlocking of the vehicle. Once the door was ajar, she slipped into the passenger seat. In the act of murder, blood would inevitably spill. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Kuling gripped the dagger and swiftly sliced through his neck. He instinctively clutched at his throat, attempting to stem the torrent of blood that gushed forth, but his efforts were futile. His eyes widened as he recognized her face, disbelief flooding his heart. He had been thoroughly prepared, convinced that a girl from the countryside, sold into servitude, would never find a chance to reclaim her life. Even if she escaped, capture would be inevitable. He had experience. Moreover, Yichuantang was no ordinary gang. Yet he could never have anticipated that the simple girl he had chosen would, upon escaping, neither seek help nor hide but would instead come to kill him, offering him no opportunity for explanation. He was confident that, given time to elucidate his innocence, he could pacify her, and the Yichuantang would eventually come searching for him, alleviating his concerns.
But why?
Why did this wretched, rural girl, like a madwoman,
plunge a knife into him without a word of explanation or inquiry? As his consciousness began to fade, Li Kuling remained composed.
Grasping his hair and pressing his head against the steering wheel, allowing the blood to flow onto the seat beneath, preventing a more chaotic scene.
From the outside,
it appeared as if he simply rested his head against the wheel.
Once assured of his stillness, she retrieved his phone from his pocket, unlocking it with his fingerprint.
His identification had long been confiscated, and she could not purchase a ticket.
How to escape?
With determination, she summoned a long-distance bus to the school entrance. Chapter 76, The Convergence of Guiyan. At this moment, the two corpses had yet to be discovered. Li Kuling had already boarded a long-distance bus bound for Haizhou City. She intended to reach Haizhou City, then take a ship to Wanzhou Island, and subsequently devise a way to smuggle herself abroad.
Despite her outward calmness,
she harbored a deep-seated belief that this plan was fraught with difficulty. She feared that her ultimate fate would culminate in being caught, suffering torment, and ultimately perishing in agony. There loomed the possibility of enduring humiliation and torture before facing the legal system, culminating in a death sentence. Such a demise would be rife with absurdity and dark allure, aimed at shattering her spirit. Nevertheless, she resolved to flee as far as possible.
After an entire night, Li Kuling finally arrived at Haizhou City just before noon the following day.
After dealing with lunch, she felt an overwhelming fatigue enveloping her. Yet, this was not the time for rest. She needed to contemplate how to board the ferry to Wanzhou Island. The only method that came to her mind was to mingle among the cargo and stealthily enter the ferry's cargo hold.
However, this notion proved impractical upon further reflection.
She wandered the port in search of an opportunity, pacing restlessly until deep into the night. Her heart turned colder. There seemed to be no feasible way to achieve her escape.
Her fate felt predestined. Where had she gone astray?
It was not merely a single misstep, rather. The moment she had stepped into the sights of those merciless entities, her doom had already been sealed.
In the early morning hours, law enforcement began their search near the port.
Simultaneously, figures clad in black suits, presumably from the underworld, commenced their own search in the vicinity. At this juncture, her chance to flee had evaporated. She desperately roamed the port, evading the search efforts, only to be discovered.
"There she is!" shouted a man in a black suit,
his tie absent and his shirt left unbuttoned. Instantly, a cacophony of footsteps erupted, as more individuals converged upon her location.
Li Kuling sprinted away, attempting to evade the throng. She lowered her head and ran with all her might, but how could she possibly outmatch this group of men? A figure clad in black seized her arm, yanking her back with force.
A rough slap struck her face. "You daring wench, how dare you touch Arishuan Hall's brothers?" The impact left one side of her face swollen. She drew a dagger, but a powerful hand gripped her wrist, rendering her immobile.
Shadows multiplied around her. Is this the woman?
Yes, it's her. Don't be deceived by her unassuming appearance. She is ruthless, having killed both our brothers and fled here.
Did she truly believe she could escape?
The man yanked at Li Kuling's hair and delivered another slap. "You're finished.
When we return, you won't even have the option to die.
You must regret not killing yourself sooner."
At that moment, law enforcement officers also approached.
"Let us not make this look too ugly. We need to have a plausible explanation later."
"Rest assured, we understand," the man said as he prepared to drag Li Kuling towards a vehicle parked at the roadside. It was 3 a.m.
and the road was nearly devoid of traffic or pedestrians, save for one man, who approached the ferry in the shadows of the street lamp. He was tall and robust, wearing a knitted beret that obscured his face in the dim light. At that moment, he noticed their actions, his gaze seemingly directed towards them.
"Hey, kid. Mind your own business. If you're not blind, then get lost."
One of the gang members stepped forward, tilting his head, casually lighting a cigarette while waving dismissively.
The rest continued to haul Li Kuling away. Guiyan, undeterred, advanced closer.
Suddenly, the cigarette holder's demeanor shifted to one of hostility as he spat,
beckoning two others to approach Guiyan. Kid, can't you understand a simple warning? Boom!
A heavy punch landed, distorting the face of the speaking thug, sending his teeth and the cigarette flying. His body followed suit, crashing to the ground.
You bastard! Since you know I can't comprehend your words, couldn't you show a little more tolerance towards the hearing impaired? Gu Yen, fist bloodied, took a defiant step forward. You son of a... The two thugs, witnessing this,
drew their knives and lunged at him.
Gu Yen quickly assessed the two attackers, seized one wrist, and, utilizing his shoulder as a fulcrum,
executed a powerful throw that sent the other thug crashing into his companion.
In an instant, the three gang members lay incapacitated on the ground, felled effortlessly by Gu Yen's prowess.
A bunch of scum, the dregs of society, I've long harbored disdain for your kind.
With clenched fists and a glint of determination in his eyes, Gu Yen advanced towards the remaining gang members under the glow of the street lamp. Brothers, he is alone. Let us take him together.
The gang members, realizing the precariousness of their situation, rushed at him in a frenzied assault, armed with knives.
Yet Gu Yen was unarmed. Had this been the Gu Yen of the past, he would have likely fled, seeking opportunities to strike down isolated foes. But now,
he raised his fists, engaging in a deep breathing technique that heightened his senses. In that moment, the advancing horde appeared to move in slow motion. His muscles warmed under the influence of his breathing technique, enhancing his strength, speed, and reflexes beyond their limits.
Like a wolf among sheep,
he dispatched the gang members with ease, dodging their knives while delivering decisive blows, one punch, one foe, without the need for a second strike.
Meanwhile, Li Kuling sat paralyzed at the roadside, gazing at Gu Yen amidst the chaos.
In the preceding days, scenes like this had replayed in her dreams.
Now,
it unfolded before her in stark reality, leaving her in disbelief.
As Gu Yen ceased his assault, a circle of gang members lay groaning on the ground, clutching their injured faces.
Their expressions reflected not humanity but a primal fear. Bending down, Gu Yen grasped the collar of one fallen thug, and under his terrified gaze, used his shirt to wipe the blood from his knuckles. He then discarded the man like a used rag.
Come with me, he beckoned to Li Kuling.
Realizing this might be her sole chance at escape, she sprang to her feet.
Wait!
A gang member, struggling to rise, interjected quickly.
You might be mistaken. We're not trying to abduct her. She is a murderer, and we're assisting the police. Initially, the gang had intended to brawl with Gu Yen. But upon recognizing their disadvantage, they resorted to reasoning. Since when do the police require the assistance of gangsters? Gu Yen replied, his words igniting turmoil within Li Kuling.
She had lost all hope in the world, even considering that death might be a release. Yet, she could not bear to deceive the man before her. Her heart was filled with loathing, but it was directed solely at the wretches who had plunged her life into chaos.
I did kill. She confessed to Gu Yen, revealing the truth. Perhaps speaking the truth would result in abandonment and disdain. Yet, by continuing to deceive, one might gain the trust of others, thus finding a means to escape and survive. However, gazing upon Gu Yen, she resolutely refused to lie to her benefactor. To deceive and exploit a person imbued with a sense of justice would render her no different from the scoundrels she despised. She might face abandonment, be handed over to the authorities, and endure further torment and humiliation. Nonetheless, that fate seemed more bearable than betraying the man before her. Upon hearing her words, Gu Yen glanced back and spoke, "It is undoubtedly you wretches who have forced this situation." With that, he stormed forward, delivering a kick to one of the miscreants. After all, this band of ruffians had committed countless wrongs. No matter how they were struck, it could never be deemed excessive. Chapter 77, Are we about to fight? Gu Yen approached to deliver the finishing blow, and it was clear that his motivations were not merely rooted in anger. Upon realizing that this woman had taken a life, he understood that the situation was far more complex. To err on the side of caution, it would be prudent to incapacitate all those involved, thereby preventing any further dissemination of information. As for the woman who had committed murder, Gu Yen had engaged in brawls before, even inviting ruffians to indulge in dark coffee. He did not perceive himself as having erred, rather, he believed he had been overly hospitable. It was essential to discern the reasons behind her actions before passing judgment on her character.
Her willingness to confess her crime to him, without deceit, and to seek his aid in her escape indicated that her nature was not malicious, surely. There must have been a compelling reason for her to act as she did. "Come with me, let us clarify the matter," he urged. Time was of the essence. As the ferry was soon to depart. Given Jia Guiyan's status, acquiring an additional ticket and assuming a new identity was hardly a challenge. Thus, he led Li Kuling aboard the vessel. Shortly after their departure, two imposing figures arrived at the scene of the altercation. Surveying the chaos, they crawled on the ground, akin to beasts, sniffing the unconscious bodies of the thugs. The scent of fire was unmistakable, it was the calling of the fire sparrow. Delicious. As the two towering figures exchanged glances, drool dripped from their mouths. They then unexpectedly lowered their heads and began to feast upon the incapacitated ruffians. Eventually, one of the men ceased his consumption, gazing at the other who had removed his mask, revealing a horrific and menacing maw. "The ferry is about to leave. We must stop," he urged. "Understood," replied the other, as he bit off the entirety of a thug's face before they both stood and departed. The scene was grim. All the thugs lay on the ground, faces devoured, yet they seemed oblivious to their pain, remaining in a state of unconsciousness, as if unaware of their disfigurement. The ferry was grand. After ticket inspection, they boarded a bus bound for the dock. Upon ascending the gangway, Jia Guiyan, albeit a first-time ferry traveler, enjoyed VIP treatment thanks to the luxury suite. Guided throughout the experience, he found no inconvenience in this inaugural journey. Through the suite's window, he gazed out at the shimmering sea. Once the door was closed, Jia Guiyan turned to Li Kuling, who was also surveying her surroundings. "Please, recount the events," he instructed. For the first time in ages, she had found someone to confide in. As she spoke, her body trembled, tears cascading down her cheeks. "There's no need to continue. This is not your fault, those individuals deserve their fate. You have done nothing wrong, it is they who are the true villains. Do not carry this burden, think of it as a nightmare that has now passed. You are safe now, no one will come for you again." Jia Guiyan reassured her, gently patting her head. Li Kuling, overwhelmed by the release of her pent-up pain, embraced Jia Guiyan and wept bitterly. Once she regained her composure, he inquired, "What are your plans moving forward? Do not dwell on this incident, you must learn to look ahead. Do not seek revenge. Leave that to me." I don't know," she replied, shaking her head in confusion. The calmness she had previously displayed seemed to have triggered her innate protective instincts. Now, having wept, she returned to a semblance of normalcy but remained uncertain about her future. Having taken a life, she felt unable to reintegrate into society, aware that her parents' hopes were now dashed as they witnessed their daughter transform into a fugitive. "I will find a way to mitigate the repercussions of this incident and restore your identity, allowing you to return to your former life," Jia Guiyan reiterated. Echoing Bai Yu's words. After all, Bai Yu was far more reliable in such matters. His own plan was to deal with all members of Yichuantang once the volcano expedition concluded. "Thank you," Li Kuling managed to express, though she felt her gratitude was inadequate. Reduced to mere words. She yearned to articulate more, yet found herself reverting to the inarticulate rural girl she once was, unable to voice her appreciation fully. "There's no need to thank me," Jia Guiyan responded, though he felt a twinge of guilt and unease. He had long been aware of Yichuantang's existence but had chosen to ignore it, focusing solely on battling monsters and honing his skills. The power of his armor was meant to safeguard humanity. Had he recognized this sooner, perhaps these events could have been averted. The lack of time was merely an excuse. He could have sacrificed more sleep to address these matters. Adapting for a few days would allow his current physique to withstand it. Gazing out at the sea, Jia Guiyan sighed. Meanwhile, Li Kuling, perhaps exhausted to her limits, lay down and fell asleep. Jia Guiyan seated himself in meditation, extracting, stormy, and continuing his practice of misty rain technique. He was determined to seize every moment, leaving no second to waste. Jia Guiyan did not find this lifestyle burdensome. It was as if, upon inheriting the power from the previous generation and being bestowed with the armor of light, he had realized he was no longer alone in his efforts. Bearing the hopes of those before him, he felt compelled to strive harder. Every moment must be dedicated to refining his combat skills and training in martial arts. The sun rose fully, casting a sparkling sheen across the sea.
Suddenly, the ship jolted violently. Jia Guiyan opened his eyes, leaping from his bed, his right hand instinctively gripping his summoning device.
Although he had been immersed in the misty rain technique, he remained alert to his surroundings. The incident on the plane had been exposed, and those on the other side of the door were now aware that the Fire Sparrow and its summoner had arrived in Haizhou City,
preparing to head to Bay State Island.
There was no doubt that monsters lay in wait aboard this ferry, and he had to be ready for battle at any moment.
Stay here and do not wander, he instructed as he rousely cooling before pushing the door open and swiftly making his way to the deck. As he traversed the corridor, two tall men approached him. Their stature and physique were nearly identical to his own, prompting Jia Guiyan to steal a glance. The two men, in turn, fixed their gaze upon him. As they brushed past each other, one of the men suddenly twitched his nose and halted. "Stop." In the not-so-spacious corridor, the three tall men stood their ground, maintaining a distance from one another, back to back. The atmosphere grew tense and silent. The doors on either side of the corridor swung open, but upon witnessing the standoff between the three imposing figures, those inside wisely retreated. A bead of sweat formed on Jia Guiyan's brow. The two monsters exchanged knowing glances while standing with their backs to him. In his untransformed state, Jia Guiyan felt vulnerable. The monsters were likely in a similar predicament. The scent of fire wafted through the air. "I'm so hungry." Finally, the masked man took the initiative, turning to face Jia Guiyan as he ripped off his mask. Beneath the mask lay spiral, razor-sharp fangs reminiscent of a lamprey's maw. Within the center of this horrifying orifice, a barbed tongue writhed and twisted, lunging toward Jia Guiyan. Jia Guiyan practiced the fundamental technique of breath regulation, momentarily transcending physical limits and retreating towards the rear deck. Chapter 78, Oceanic Beasts Boom. Three figures, moving with astonishing speed, leapt from the corridor onto the deck. Just as the mouthpiece man was about to sink his teeth into Jia Guiyan soared into the air, delivering a powerful kick aimed at his face. The mouthpiece man quickly raised his arm in defense, absorbing the full force of Jia Guiyan's strike. At that moment, another man opened his mouth wide, his bulging eyes threatening to pop from their sockets. In an instant, a formidable suction emanated from his gaping maw. "What?" Caught off guard, Jia Guiyan found his airborne body uncontrollably drawn toward the adversary. The mouthpiece man lunged at Jia Guiyan, his ghastly jaws poised to clamp down on his neck. Not a chance. With a focused mind, Jia Guiyan stabilized his form midair, clenched his fist, and struck the mouthpiece man squarely in the face. Simultaneously, he kicked out with his other foot, aiming for the big-eyed man's head. The sudden counterattack took both the mouthpiece man and the big-eyed man by surprise. They had not anticipated Jia Guiyan's swift reaction while suspended in the air. This was far from what the intelligence reports had indicated, suggesting that an untransformed armored warrior would be little more than an average human. Yet this individual, even without transformation, demonstrated exceptional combat prowess, rivaling their monstrous human forms. The two men quickly raised their arms to parry, their attacks interrupted as they retreated. In a flash, they swung their arms, unleashing torrents of dark energy. Their human forms contorted rapidly, transforming into monstrous shapes. The mouthpiece man morphed into a grotesque, humanoid sea creature, adorned with a mass of tentacles atop his head and enormous hands lined with sharp bone spines. His body was covered in thick, slime-coated scales. The big-eyed man transformed into a beast encased in a robust shell, with hands resembling massive trumpets, akin to a heavily armored turtle. Monsters! Monsters have appeared, we must flee. Panic ensued on the deck as everyone scrambled for safety upon sighting the beasts. Jia Guiyan had long since drawn his summoning device, pressing it to his waist, and retrieved the Fire Sparrow card. Fire Sparrow. Click. Merge. Flames surged through his body, materializing into tangible armor. The resplendent crimson armor shimmered as if flames coursed within. Having completed his transformation, Jia Guiyan waved his hand nonchalantly. Let us take them on together. The two monsters, enraged by his audacity, charged at Jia Guiyan from both sides. Clenching his fists, he embraced the power of his armor and began to unleash a flurry of punches. Clang! 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 Sparks erupted with each collision. Arrogant little brat!
The shell monster extended its trumpet-like hands toward Jia Guiyan, and in an instant, a powerful suction re-emerged, pulling Jia Guiyan uncontrollably towards the shell monster.
Seizing the opportunity,
the tentacle monster lunged, striking with its appendages.
Jia Guiyan, witnessing this, swiftly activated the foundational breathing technique. Burning form. As he entered the burning form, a surge of power erupted, engulfing his armor in flames. Jia Guiyan, fists clenched, struck fiercely at the incoming tentacles. His blazing fists, enveloped in intense fire, caused the air to crackle under the heat. Yet, the tentacle monster showed no signs of hesitation, manipulating its tentacles to ensnare Jia Guiyan's arms. At that moment,
the suction from the shell monster ceased abruptly. In its place, 2 jets of blue water burst forth, drenching Jia Guiyan. The scorching flames were instantly extinguished, and the tentacles tightened their grip on his arms, the suction cups adhering firmly to the armor.
They are draining my strength. Jia Guiyan could feel his energy waning rapidly,
even the flames of his armor dimming against the onslaught. The Fire Sparrow armor, your fiery avian, is indeed formidable. Even Lord Muman remains wary, but against our water. This so-called fiery bird is merely a drenched fowl. The shell monster intensified the water flow, exerting control over Jia Guiyan, while the tentacle monster continued to siphon his vitality. Jia Guiyan, struggling against the tentacles, reached for his card storage and drew out a card. Although he was more adept at wielding light than Fire Sparrow, he had no choice but to utilize light, given the current circumstances.
Light armor. Click.
With the card inserted into the slot, the flames receded,
giving way to a brilliant radiance. A platinum-hued light armor enveloped Jia Guiyan once again. Clearly, the 2 monsters were unaware of his ability to transform into light armor.
As they stared at Jia Guiyan, bewildered by his sudden switch, he seized the moment to strike. Activating the foundational breathing technique, he instantly transitioned into the shining form. With his arm locked onto a tentacle, he exerted force and yanked it fiercely.
Ha! With a resounding roar, the tentacle monster was flung away,
crashing through a shipping container and landing heavily on the deck.
You wretch!
The shell monster increased the torrent of water, but it proved ineffective against Jia Guiyan. He extended one arm to shield himself from the deluge while his other hand retrieved a card.
Light Shadow Spear F, Equipment Upgrade E. Click. Click. Light Shadow Gun E.
Radiance flowed through his palm, morphing into a broad-bladed spear of platinum. He wielded it, piercing through the oncoming water, and struck at the shell monster's chest.
The shell monster, witnessing the attack, raised its arms to protect its hardened chest. Clang!
A sharp sound resonated as the spear tip collided with the shell monster's chest, sparking a dazzling display.
Blocked.
Seeing this, the shell monster advanced a step, pushing its chest outward once more.
The immense force of the attack rebounded entirely.
The shaft of the light shadow gun bent under the pressure, propelling Jia Guiyan high into the air.
The shell monster gazed at Jia Guiyan soaring above, extending its trumpet-like hands once again. A powerful suction erupted once more.
The tentacle monster furiously charged at Jia Guiyan, its tentacles writhing like countless serpents.
If that is the case. Realizing he could not resist the overwhelming pull, Jia Guiyan swiftly drew another card. Light Shadow Stab F. Click.
As the card slid into the summoner, the spear in his hand trembled, multiplying into countless golden spear illusions.
Behold the true essence of defense.
The shell monster stepped forward, positioning itself in front of the tentacle monster as it faced the barrage of golden spears, its entire shell glowing brilliantly in an instant.
Chapter 79, Fire Sparrow, Lava Monkey Form. Clang. Clang. Clang.
Countless gunfire shadows battered against the formidable shell of the beast, shattering into a myriad of golden fragments.
Jia Guiyan narrowed his pupils, fixated on the armored creature below. The power of light was utterly incapable of penetrating its defenses. Yet, the Fire Sparrow was inherently disadvantaged against the opponent's water element. Before the adversary could wield the power of water, he resolved to utilize the speed of Fire Sparrow to resolve the situation. However, the overwhelming suction rendered Fire Sparrow's swiftness ineffective, allowing the tentacled monster to absorb his stamina. This pair of monsters had been meticulously prepared by Mugendep to counter Fire Sparrow. Jia Guiyan reached for his storage device and extracted a card. Fire Sparrow. Click. Fusion.
As the Fire Sparrow was inserted into the summoner, a torrent of flames engulfed his entire being once more.
The platinum armor was replaced by vibrant crimson armor. Did he still wish to employ Fire Sparrow?
Indeed, even if he could summon light, the most suitable choice remained Fire Sparrow.
The armored creature gazed up at Jia Guiyan in the air, raising its hands. Neither Fire Sparrow nor light intimidated him. As long as the two of them collaborated. No matter how formidable the armor, it would be of little concern. Within the synergy of their cooperation, they were invincible. The powerful suction erupted again. And at that moment of its manifestation, Jia Guiyan's figure in the air transformed into an afterimage. The unique swiftness of Fire Sparrow. Your tricks have long been thoroughly comprehended and studied by Lord Mujindep. The armored beast swiftly approached the tentacled monster, its trumpet-shaped hands ever vigilant of their surroundings. As long as they left no openings for speed, they could ensnare the opponent with suction the moment they appeared. With tentacles controlling the water flow to weaken the foe. Fire Sparrow, no matter how swift or strong, posed no threat. At this moment, Jia Guiyan darted behind a cargo box and opened the marketplace within the summoner. Explosive Flame E, 100 energy points. Purchase. Cursed be it, battling while purchasing cards felt rather lacking in dignity. Jia Guiyan, please remove this segment of combat shopping. Thank you. There it appeared. The tentacled monster swiftly opened its mouth as the armored creature adjusted its hands, targeting the newly emerged Jia Guiyan. Suck. Under the immense suction. The recently manifested Jia Guiyan transformed into an afterimage once more. Do you wish to exhaust us? Do you think you can outlast us? The armored beast mocked the position where Jia Guiyan had vanished. Indeed, the stamina of monsters far surpassed that of armors. Jia Guiyan had cultivated the Mianyu Ju, significantly enhancing his battle endurance. Yet, even so, he was still no match for true monsters. However, Jia Guiyan's intent was not to exhaust himself. Concealed behind the cargo box, he drew another card. Fire Sparrow Manifestation E. Click. As the card was inserted into the summoner, a chirp of a sparrow resounded. The Fire Sparrow in Jia Guiyan's chest soared forth like a liberated soul, transforming into a red afterimage. The armored beast was quickly drawn to this spectacle, directing its hands towards the fleeting shadow. Meanwhile, the Fire Sparrow ascended into the air, flapping its wings. Fire Sparrow feathers. A multitude of feathers, ignited by the flames of its wings, coalesced and shot towards the two beasts below. At last, the two monsters discerned the true form of the Fire Sparrow. It was not merely the Fire Sparrow armor. At this moment, Jia Guiyan emerged from another angle, swiftly drawing another card. Fire Sparrow Blade F, Equipment Upgrade E. Sparrow Flame Blade E. Flame swiftly transformed into a blade, coalescing in Jia Guiyan's grasp. With one hand wielding the blade, he did not pause his other hand's movements, rapidly extracting a card with a black background. The dark reverse indicated a nature-type card, while the front depicted a pitch-black monkey. The letter E emblazoned in the upper right corner. What card is that? Another card beyond the known intel. Is this what Lord Mujindep referred to as the terrifying growth rate of armor summoners? Click. As Monkey E was inserted into the summoner, a surge of power coursed from his waist throughout his body. Compatibility 60. Armor Enhancement. In an instant, dark patterns spread from his waist, bathed in the red flames. They resembled molten rock. The crimson eyes of the Fire Sparrow armor seemed to ignite with fervor. The dark, lava-like armors enveloped his arms. The Fire Sparrow at his chest fluttered its feathers, transforming into a color akin to molten rock. The right shoulder armor morphed into a fully open Fire Sparrow head, while the left shoulder armor transformed into a lava-like monkey head. Between the shoulder armors and his neck, black and red fur swayed in the air. Behind him, a solid black armor enveloped his back between the two shoulder pieces. The gauntlets became more robust, adorned with rivets resembling molten rock. Fire Sparrow armor, lava monkey form. Experiencing the formidable power of the armor, Jia Guiyan surged towards the armored beast at high speed. Flames erupted from his entire being, and an immense force,
akin to fire, continuously surged within him, flowing into his arms. Jia Guiyan felt an inexhaustible strength within his limbs. What sorcery is this?
An upgraded form of armor.
Achieved through a nature type card. Who would have thought Fire Sparrow could attain such a feat? The armored beast, evidently well versed, recognized this upgrade of the Fire Sparrow armor immediately.
Boom! The fiery, roaring figure of Jia Guiyan tightened his grip on the sparrow flame blade and struck fiercely. The tentacled monster instinctively recoiled. After all, its defense was not its strong suit.
I shall take on this challenge. The armored creature, aware of their mutual weaknesses, swiftly advanced, extending its hands.
A column of water surged towards the oncoming Jia Guiyan. Flames filled Jia Guiyan's eyes, and flames erupted at the mouth of his faceplate.
As if he were inhaling fire itself. This was the zenith of the Fire Sparrow's breathing technique, manifesting in an instant.
In that moment,
searing flames erupted from Jia Guiyan's legs, melting the deck beneath him.
How could this be? His speed was utterly untraceable. This upgraded form not only enhanced strength but also agility and speed. The armored creature's pupils constricted, and just as it managed to locate Jia Guiyan again, Jia Guiyan had already reached its front, swinging his blade. Whoosh! Boom! In an instant, flames cascaded forth, striking against its armor, followed by an explosion. The beast's body was violently propelled into the air by the deafening blast. The scorching flames relentlessly scorched its shell. It withstood it. It endured the attack. It could withstand the assault of this form. The armored beast rejoiced internally, swiftly twisting mid-air, extending its hands towards Jia Guiyan. What of the upgraded form? It still could not breach its defenses. Standing firm, it aimed to control Jia Guiyan's form with suction, then coordinate with the tentacles to suppress him with water. However, at this moment, Jia Guiyan, still grounded, gripped his blade tightly, his gaze locked onto the airborne creature as he drew another card. Explosive Flame E. Click. Chapter 80, The Summoner Beyond Intelligence E-Grade card. Yet another card beyond the realm of intelligence. The hard-shelled monster felt a chill run down its spine. This battle was entirely composed of cards that transcended knowledge. The opponent's combat system had completely surpassed the limits of intelligence. What was once a situation in which they were assured victory had deteriorated due to a lack of information. Cursed be this misfortune. At this moment, Jia Guiyan could not concern himself with the thoughts of the monster before him. As the explosive flame E was inserted into the summoner, a powerful surge of fiery energy enveloped his entire armor. The molten lava armor on his arms ignited fiercely, glowing a brilliant red. With the first strike of the explosive flame, whoosh! The flames erupted beneath him, melting the deck as they surged outward. Jia Guiyan's body shot forth into the air, leaving a fleeting shadow in his wake. The blade of his fiery sword was engulfed in intense flames, which occasionally splattered molten lava. The hard-shelled monster's pupils contracted as it fixed its gaze on the incoming blade. The sound of the explosive flames rang clearly in its ears. Whoosh! By the time it discerned the blade, all that remained was the whistling roar of the swing. Each crackle resonated with chilling clarity until the blade blossomed in the air like a resplendent lotus, landing a heavy blow upon its chest. The searing flames erupted from its chest, surging forth. Its body was propelled backward like a cannonball. It had withstood the blow. Moreover, the distance had widened. As the hard-shelled monster felt itself being hurled away, a flicker of joy surged within. However, before it could revel in this fleeting triumph, Jia Guiyan had already swung his second strike in mid-air. Flames rippled from the summoner at his waist, spreading throughout his body like waves. The second stage of explosive flame. Whoosh! Faster and stronger, in the blink of an eye, he had once again surged before the battered hard-shelled monster, granting it no chance to react. Clang! Its body was struck anew. This time, its invincible shell could no longer withstand the assault. Under the blade strike, a deep fissure appeared. As the crack formed in its armor, an indescribable terror welled up within the hard-shelled monster. Impossible, impossible. My armor has shattered, it has shattered. The hard-shelled monster gazed at Jia Guiyan, who raised his blade anew amidst the dazzling flames. Fear consumed its heart. It yearned to flee, but the opportunity had vanished.
The rapid third strike would offer no chance for escape, poised to crush it entirely. The attack of Explosive Flame E was divided into 5 stages. Each stage's power increased exponentially, as did the burden on the body. The first stage imposed a burden of 1, the second stage doubled it to 2. The third stage quadrupled it to 4, the fourth stage to 8, and the fifth stage reached a staggering 16.
At this moment, Jia Guiyan was already grappling with the intense discomfort of the fourth stage burden.
He felt as if his lungs were on the verge of exploding, and his muscles swelled like balloons. The third stage of Explosive Flame. As the blade was swung, the accumulated power surged forth like a burst balloon. Jia Guiyan gripped the blade with all his might, nearly losing his hold. This strike had reached the limits of his control. It was his most formidable blow. He could only open his spiritual eyes, barely managing to guide the trajectory of this swing towards the hard-shelled monster.
Without a shadow of a doubt,
the hardened shell shattered under the blade's descent. The blade did not relent, tearing through the shell and slicing into the soft flesh beneath. With an arc of vivid crimson, the hard-shelled monster was cleaved in two, its body exploding into a cloud of dark smoke. Kill E-grade monster, energy points 100. Meanwhile, another tentacled monster observed all of this. Its will to fight extinguished. All it desired was to leap into the sea and escape this place. To relay the latest intelligence about the fiery bird armor to Lord Newman. This armor had grown beyond expectations, becoming a challenge that ordinary monsters could not confront. If it allowed the opponent to attain the highest compatibility with the volcanic natural card, it would undoubtedly pose a significant threat.
I am not fleeing.
I merely wish to relay the latest intelligence. The tentacled monster dashed toward the railing at the edge of the deck, intent on jumping into the sea. But the fiery bird in the sky had long been ready. As Jia Guiyan flung a card, the fiery bird swiftly opened its beak and clutched the card.
Flame bird/F.
Flames erupted from the beak of the fiery bird, enveloping the card and unleashing its power.
In an instant, the fiery bird's feathers ignited fiercely,
blazing with intense flames as it spread its wings, slicing through the air like a blade.
No, no! Witnessing the approaching fiery bird,
the tentacled monster hastily attempted to defend itself. Tentacles reached out to entrap the fiery bird, seeking to bind it and consume its power. Yet the fiery bird merely severed the numerous tentacles and quickly distanced itself, gazing down at the monster. The fiery bird could both engage in combat and wield the powers of various cards.
However, both combat and card usage would drain Jia Guiyan's stamina. Confirming the strength of Flame Bird Manifestation E, Jia Guiyan no longer hesitated.
He gripped his fiery sword, aiming it at the monster.
The basic breathing technique activated.
Flames surged in his hands, twisting into spirals of fire that coiled around the blade.
With a piercing strike, Jia Guiyan transformed into a blazing phantom, darting toward the tentacled monster. The tentacled monster retreated incessantly, but against the fiery bird's rapid thrusts, its efforts proved futile. In an instant, it was pierced through the back, bursting into a cloud of smoke.
Kill F-grade monster, energy points 50. Next, Jia Guiyan withdrew 2 red-bottomed blank cards from his storage, tossing them into the air.
The monster crystals of the two beasts were swiftly absorbed by the cards, transforming into 2 monster cards. 1 Monster E card and 1 Monster F card, each adorned with the image of the respective monsters. Glimpsing the 2 monster cards and momentarily anticipating what combat cards they might become, Jia Guiyan returned them to the storage device.
He then turned his gaze towards the cabin. At this moment, the battle had concluded, and with the monsters eliminated, the passengers collectively breathed a sigh of relief and erupted into cheers. Having just witnessed an extravagant battle between monsters and armored warriors, the passengers were now filled with immense excitement, gazing at Jia Guiyan as though he were a star.
Fire Bird Warrior, look here, look at the camera. Fire Bird Armor. Can you perform that move again, the one just like that? Can we take a picture together?
I'll do anything for a photo.
Observing the enthusiastic crowd that surged forward, Jia Guiyan sighed.
Alas, today's Potion F was once again in vain.
He withdrew Potion F and Equipment Upgrade E.
Click, click. Chapter 81, Arrival at Bay State Island. The ferry gently approached the harbor of Bay State Island.
Once disembarked, follow the instructions I previously provided, and no one will pursue you further.
After imparting his advice to Li Kuling, Jia Guiyan promptly deleted all records of his boarding information.
He discreetly evaded inspection and successfully arrived at Bay State Island.
Bay State Island, situated in the southeastern region of Haizhou City, is a large island comparable in size to a small province on the mainland.
Surrounded by ocean, its fishing and international trade industries are remarkably developed.
Strolling through the coastal cities on the island, one often encounters foreign tourists and traders.
However, behind this prosperity lies a thriving underworld,
with pirates disguised as fishing boats and clandestine vessels engaged in human smuggling. From this place, one can hire boats to the volcanic island, provided the payment is sufficient.
Since the ferry departed in the early hours, Jia Guiyan arrived at Bay State Island just as noon approached.
His stomach grumbled, prompting him to ponder what to have for lunch. Ever since he became the summoner of the Fire Sparrow and acquired immense power, his appetite had multiplied several-fold. Coupled with his role as a combat member of the monster response team, he routinely underwent rigorous training, resulting in an already substantial appetite that had now reached nearly 8 times that of an average person, utterly surpassing human limits.
While he could eat less,
doing so would hinder the rapid growth of his physical strength, so he maintained a healthy routine of 3 meals a day.
"Welcome. May I take your order?" Without much hesitation, Jia Guiyan entered a restaurant beside the sidewalk and picked up the menu. "This one, and this one, and this one too." Seated by a window.
After placing his order, he turned his gaze to the bustling pedestrians outside. Following the battle on the ferry, he had confirmed his arrival at Bay State Island. Monsters must surely be lying in wait for him on the island, and the situation would undoubtedly become more complicated. The 2 monsters he had dealt with on the ferry had divulged too much information. They were specifically chosen as a combination to counter the Fire Sparrow's powers. The fact that he had defeated this duo had exceeded their expectations. They would reassess his capabilities and adjust their ambush accordingly. It was even possible that a multitude of monsters had already been positioned on Bay State Island, preparing for a coordinated attack against him.
However,
Jia Guiyan retrieved a pair of chopsticks from the holder and poured himself a cup of tea from the kettle beside him. The number of monsters his adversaries might have was likely not as extensive as he imagined. The intelligent monsters under the command of Muman Dapai might be rarer than he thought. Muman Dapai was undoubtedly a true, purebred monster, a genuine member of the monster race. All the monsters he had thus far defeated were merely the subservient creatures transformed by Muman Dapai. If Muman Dapai could freely convert humans into his subordinates,
humanity would have long been entirely transformed into monsters. Jia Guiyan speculated that the humans eligible for transformation into monsters were already scarce,
and those that retained their intelligence were even more so. Furthermore, the number of subordinates Muman Dapai possessed was not limitless. Thus, it was not a matter of unwillingness to command all his subordinates against him, rather, the limited number of subordinates meant they were dispersed across various locations, managing different tasks for him. Perhaps he had his reasons for not wishing to gather too many subordinates in one place.
A sudden epiphany struck Jia Guiyan, causing the teacup in his hand to tremble. Could it be that Muman Dapai feared his subordinates? Intelligent subordinates might harbor ambitions of their own.
By assembling too many subordinates nearby, Muman Dapai could be concerned about being overthrown or having his power divided among them.
The larger the number of subordinates he controlled,
the weaker his own power would become, and the greater the chance they could escape his dominion.
Jia Guiyan considered this possibility. Yet purebred monsters were not limited to Muman Dapai alone.
There could be others, perhaps even stronger.
As one of them, Muman Dapai should not be overly concerned about rebellions from his subordinates.
After all, defying Muman Dapai might incite a more significant attack from other purebred monsters.
However,
if the purebred monsters were devoid of emotional bonds, or if they did not care about their precious companions being consumed by their subordinates, the situation would be different. One could not apply human emotional perspectives to gauge the sentiments of these enigmatic creatures.
Pedestrians passed by along the street, some in small groups, others alone, occasionally stopping to purchase snacks or tea. How peaceful it seemed. But merely an illusion.
Jia Guiyan withdrew his gaze just as the server approached with a platter of dishes.
"Good day, sir. Here are the dishes you ordered." The waitress courteously placed the food on Jia Guiyan's table. Perhaps the attentiveness of the restaurant's service was commendable. Jia Guiyan felt that his refined demeanor elicited genuine respect from others.
Consequently, wherever he went, most people, regardless of gender, treated him with great courtesy. Jia Guiyan harbored no concerns about being poisoned. If his identity were truly compromised, poisoning would be the least of his worries.
It was likely that, in the next moment, the restaurant would be swarmed by various monsters.
Just a moment later, Muman Depai would be seated across from him, pouring tea.
How vexing.
The journey ahead was fraught with challenges. He devoured the dishes before him at an astonishing pace, each plate and bowl disappearing at an observable rate.
His speed of consumption matched his insatiable appetite.
Upon finishing his meal and stepping outside, the sun shone brightly, bathing him in warmth.
The power of the fire sparrow made Jia Guiyan quite fond of this hot environment and sensation.
Having completed his meal, he knew there was no time to waste.
He needed to hire a boat immediately and cross the sea to that volcanic island. 2 paths lay before him, one shaded by trees, the other basking in sunlight along the shoreline. Without hesitation, Jia Guiyan chose the sunlit route, knowing that both paths would lead to his destination. He hailed a taxi, settled into the back seat, lowered the brim of his hat, and instructed the driver to South Bay Harbor. South Bay? The security there isn't very good.
But looking at your stature, you shouldn't have much to worry about.
The driver glanced nervously at Jia Guiyan's imposing figure. Jia Guiyan pulled out a roll of cash.
But do not underestimate my physique, I assure you, I am quite capable.
Rest assured, I will deliver you safely. The driver,
seemingly eager to avoid rejection, swiftly set off towards the South Bay Harbor area.
As Jia Guiyan gazed at the sun-drenched waves, he savored the warmth and beauty of the scenery.
He had initially contemplated taking another route, but it seemed fortuitous that he had chosen this one.
You know,
I've heard mermaids have been spotted in these waters.
Dear guest, do not doubt it, this is something that has been witnessed since ancient times.
My grandfather fished in these waters, and I personally beheld it in my childhood. In contemporary terms, we call them mermaids, but in ancient times, they were known as
the Jiao people. Chapter 82, South Bay, a hotbed of crime. How is it that I have taken 2 consecutive taxis, only to encounter such loquacious drivers? Under ordinary circumstances, Jia Guiyan would be more than willing to engage in discussions about ideals and politics with such drivers. However, at present, Jia Guiyan yearned solely to practice the Mian Yu Ju to heal his injuries.
The frequency of battles had been relentless, with scant time for respite. Each time he channeled the Mian Yu Ju, any recovery was invariably followed by another skirmish, exacerbating his wounds. Consequently, even now, his physical injuries remained far from mended. The driver continued regaling tales of merfolk and sirens, weaving narratives that spanned from ancient legends to the accounts of a century ago, when foreign ships had arrived to seek the fabled mermaids. The stories were so vivid that Jia Guiyan found himself intrigued. It seemed he had indeed chosen the right path here. Gazing out at the boundless, undulating sea, glimmering under the sun's rays, even the pain from his old injuries felt somewhat muted.
We've arrived, young man. Do take care, this place is no laughing matter. You seem to have come from Haizhou.
Should you encounter any insurmountable danger, swiftly take your identification to the local police station.
They ought to ensure your safety. Jia Guiyan settled the fare, opened the door,
and waved goodbye to the driver, who wasted no time in speeding away, seemingly eager to leave the area. Separated by a vast strait,
the mainland found it challenging to govern the affairs of Wanzhou Island. Coupled with the influx of various smugglers and criminals from around the globe, certain areas of Wanzhou Island had devolved into havens of crime and darkness, much like the South Bay port. Upon entering the South Bay region,
the architecture was markedly less impressive than that of the newly arrived port area.
Scattered among dilapidated buildings, many appeared to date back to the previous century. The walls along the sidewalks and the utility poles were plastered with an assortment of small advertisements. Jia Guiyan cast a cursory glance. Cure for psoriasis, call Miss XX, schedule an appointment by dialing 1XX. Traditional Chinese medicine for male health, rejuvenate your vitality. It all bore the unmistakable charm of a bygone era depicted in classic Wanzhou films.
As he gazed up at the dim, flickering neon lights,
Jia Guiyan couldn't help but reflect on the atmosphere.
He tried to eavesdrop on the conversations around him, but the passers-by were communicating in the local dialect of Wanzhou Island.
rendering him unable to comprehend their words. Pulling his hat down lower, he pressed onward deeper into South Bay, intent on hiring a vessel at the port on the opposite side. The entirety of South Bay resembled a slender city clinging to the surface of the sea. And from a bird's eye view, it appeared as a worm stretching from east to west. Jia Guiyan had arrived from the north, heading southward, making his journey across South Bay relatively brief. Yet, matters did not unfold as seamlessly as anticipated. As he ventured further, he felt the weight of curious gazes upon him, and a shadow began to follow closely behind. However, it seemed that the onlookers hesitated to act, perhaps deterred by Jia Guiyan's imposing stature. They merely trailed behind him, drawing in more curious onlookers. Jia Guiyan noticed the crowd dwindling, replaced by numerous men leaning against the walls, their eyes fixed intently upon him. It appeared they were drawn in by the tale he had unwittingly attracted. Was it his ostentatious attire that set him apart? At that moment, a man approached, head bowed, and was on the verge of colliding with Jia Guiyan. He sidestepped just in time, causing the man to stumble and nearly fall. Angrily, the man turned to glare at Jia Guiyan. "Hey, are you blind? Can't you watch where you're going?" "My apologies, I didn't see you," Jia Guiyan replied, discreetly scanning his surroundings. As anticipated, the gathered ruffians seemed to have received an unspoken signal, halting their actions and conversations, their gazes locking onto Jia Guiyan from various angles. "Kid, if apologies worked, I wouldn't have been locked up for over a decade." The thug advanced toward Jia Guiyan, boasting of his past. "You better bow your head and pay up, or I can ensure you leave South Bay in a rather unpleasant condition." As he spoke, the thug brandished a knife, inching closer to Jia Guiyan's face. This was South Bay Port. Jia Guiyan sighed, reaching into his pocket. "You big fool, thought you were tough, but you're just a coward." The thug, initially apprehensive due to Jia Guiyan's formidable build, grew emboldened upon seeing his demeanor, stepping closer and becoming more brazen. "Kid, I've changed my mind. Hand over everything you've got, and take off that designer outfit." The thug glared at Jia Guiyan, the knife still advancing. "Wait. What I pull out next will make you reconsider your demands," Jia Guiyan replied, slowly revealing his hand from his pocket. The thug gulped, envisioning Jia Guiyan as a prime target. Yet in his mind, he dismissed the notion, who would refuse anything valuable? Gazing at the thug's eager expression, Jia Guiyan tightened his grip. The thug's eyes fixated on Jia Guiyan's hand, imagining what treasures lay within. Perhaps a precious gem or a colossal diamond? Or even some rare metal? Jia Guiyan, with a clenched fist, swung it toward the thug's face, connecting with a resounding impact. In an instant, blood gushed from the thug's nose, his entire nasal structure crumpling beneath the force. He flew backward, as if a marionette had its strings cut. "How dare you come so close?" Jia Guiyan relished the satisfaction of a well-placed blow. "Hey, you! You!" The thug clutched his bleeding nose, wobbling as he leaned against the wall, his legs trembling as he struggled to maintain his footing. "What are you stuttering for? Do you want another punch, you mutt?" Jia Guiyan challenged. I'll kill you." The thug, though barely standing, shouted in defiance, his anger unwavering. Around them, the assembled ruffians unsheathed their knives, closing in on Jia Guiyan, their murderous intent laid bare. While they might not be intent on killing him outright, their eager eyes revealed a desire to inflict suffering and teach him a harsh lesson. Truly, the gathering of scoundrels. Chapter 83, Identity Exposed? Jia Guiyan has never shown mercy towards scoundrels. While he does not resort to killing, he typically ensures that such individuals lose their capacity to continue their misdeeds. "Kid, you're finished. No one on Bay State Island can save you. You'll spend the rest of your life regretting it in a wheelchair, burdened by your shame." The ruffians continued to close in, effectively blocking the entire street. Some wielded knives, while others brandished baseball bats. Alone, Jia Guiyan surveyed the encroaching thugs, removing his hat. Clenching his fists, he advanced step by step. "This is your own doing. If you beg for mercy now, I might let you off this time." "Ha ha ha. Do you see how many of us there are? Over 20. Looks like you're a bit out of your mind." With a resounding thud, his fist struck the face of the foremost thug, distorting it grotesquely. shattering half of his cheekbone. The thug's body flew like a rag doll, crashing into an advertisement on the wall. At that moment,
the remaining ruffians had yet to grasp the swiftness of Jia Guiyan's assault. Blood dripped from his fist, yet he stepped forward again, his gaze devoid of mercy. Under his unyielding stare, the leading thugs instinctively retreated a step, only to feel a surge of humiliation afterward, leading them to angrily shout, "All together now!"
With fists clenched,
Jia Guiyan's senses sharpened, his feet firmly planted on the ground. He twisted his waist, unleashing a powerful punch. Another thug was sent flying, crashing into two more who had rushed forward. Swiftly, Jia Guiyan evaded a knife, delivering a fierce kick that shattered another thug's bones.
Foolish curs.
Thinking that exploiting others and bullying the weak grants you prestige. You serve as pawns for others, believing yourself loyal.
To call you scoundrels would be a compliment.
If you truly consider yourself strong, protect the innocent instead of preying upon them. If you think you're formidable, confront those who have committed heinous acts.
As he berated and fought, each insult was followed by a blow.
It was a foregone conclusion, before he even finished his tirade. Half of the thugs lay defeated on the ground. The remaining ruffians, paralyzed by fear, dared not move.
Then, one of them retreated, triggering a chain reaction as they all desperately fled. Jia Guiyan made no effort to pursue, instead seizing the initial instigator. "Spare me, brother. I'm just trying to make a living. Show mercy and treat me like a dog set free."
The thug pleaded desperately, and Jia Guiyan slowly released him. Just when the thug thought he was safe, Jia Guiyan lifted him up forcefully. "If you had been brave, perhaps I would have let you go. But this cowardice,
begging for mercy while fearing the strong, I cannot abide." Jia Guiyan held the terrified thug aloft. He had no intention of killing an ordinary person.
Yet ensuring that the thug could no longer continue his life of crime was entirely within reason.
A smile crept onto Jia Guiyan's lips as he considered this.
The thug, upon seeing that smile, widened his eyes in terror, envisioning his own demise.
What are you going to do?" "No."
"Ah." Jia Guiyan clapped his hands and departed, leaving behind a naked man, bound and gagged. His body inverted against a pole with the words 50 for 1 scrawled on his backside.
The man writhed in humiliation,
tears of disgrace streaming down his cheeks as he gazed at the gathering crowd.
Continuing forward, Jia Guiyan crossed through South Bay,
finally catching sight of the various vessels docked at the dilapidated port, alongside the vast expanse of the South China Sea.
His next task was to procure a boat, the final leg of his journey. However, this last leg was clearly not going to be simple. Avoiding the shadows, he walked in the sunlight and tore down a boat rental notice from the seaside bulletin board.
After scrutinizing the information, he located a fishing boat anchored in the harbor. Confirming it met his requirements, he followed the address on the notice, arriving at a 3-story house in a residential area.
"Is this the place?" Jia Guiyan approached the house, discovering the gate was not locked. A faint scent of blood hung in the air. Pushing the gate open,
he was met with a grim sight. The blood source was the guard dog, torn to pieces, fur and flesh scattered across the ground. Its head had been severed.
Resembling a deflated ball, lying beside the doghouse, its eyes wide open as if still watching Jia Guiyan. He swiftly drew his weapon, Fire Sparrow, and approached the house. How could this happen?
"I merely chose a random boat rental, my identity should not have been compromised."
Had he inadvertently stumbled upon a murder scene?
Such heinous acts were nearly impossible in South Bay, even more so in such a secluded area.
Perhaps someone, or a gang,
had taken advantage of the owner's absence to slaughter the dog. At this moment, the worst possibility loomed: his identity had indeed been exposed. And the house concealed a formidable monster capable of evading his senses and disrupting his summons.
Yet, retreat was not an option. He had to enter.
If there remained even a glimmer of hope for the family within, he was compelled to rescue them.
Gingerly, Jia Guiyan pushed the door open, only to be met with an even more nauseating stench of blood.
"Now, please perform the next movement. Open your chest cavity and stretch your legs." The living room television was broadcasting a yoga program, while in front of it sat a family of 4, a man, a woman, a boy, and an elderly man impaled with steel rods, their bodies grotesquely positioned as if executing yoga poses, legs stretched straight, arms raised, torso slightly inclined. Their faces were contorted in agony. Yet they bore no other visible wounds. They had been gruesomely nailed alive into such a position.
Such a perverse method of murder shocked even Jia Guiyan.
Take a deep breath, hold it for 30 seconds, and then proceed to the next set of movements.
The television continued to drone on. How dare they? Jia Guiyan clenched his fists, scanning his surroundings. Without question, this was a provocation, a malicious one at that. His involvement had brought innocent lives to ruin.
Rage surged within him, nearly overwhelming his composure. He struggled to breathe, reminding himself to think clearly. First, he needed to ascertain whether his identity had indeed been compromised. This situation was shrouded in mystery. He had merely chosen a random family for boat rental.
Even if his identity were revealed,
it was improbable that anyone could have reached this family before him.
What was truly at play? Was it the monster's ability? When had it occurred? Chapter 84, Psychological Suggestion? Completely unable to calm down and think. The acrid scent of blood pervaded the air. And the gruesome image of the family's tragic demise ignited within Jia Guiyan an overwhelming desire to extract the assailant behind him and rend them to pieces 100 times over. He had no intention of involving innocent people. He had no desire for this. I have found you. A sudden voice echoed. Who? Jia Guiyan scanned his surroundings warily. Yet he sensed no presence of a monster nor spotted any hidden figures. His perceptive abilities had already transcended human limits, amplified by the summoning device he carried. Under such heightened perception, it was impossible to miss a concealed figure or lurking beast. Unless the opponent's power surpassed his wildest imagination, in which case he should have perished upon entering this room. How do you like the gift I prepared for you, summoner of the fire sparrow? These individuals have perished because of you. Without you, how could they have met their demise? You are the architect of their suffering. Their final cries were hauntingly tragic. The voice rang out again. This time more distinctly. Jia Guiyan realized that the voice did not emanate from any surrounding location but instead resonated within his mind. Had the monster infiltrated his body? Was it that meal he had consumed? How could it be? Had his identity truly been exposed? No. The sensing ability of his current form and the summoning device had given him no indication. The beast could not have parasitized him without his awareness or that of the summoning device. Therefore, it must be a telepathic ability, a voice speaking within his mind. Could it read thoughts? It should not be possible, otherwise, his identity would have long been revealed. The fact that he was not currently being assaulted by monsters indicated that he had not yet been exposed. Jia Guiyan contemplated the nature of this beast's powers, pondering how to confront it. However, he was determined not to reveal his inner thoughts. After all, this monster could communicate directly within his mind. And he could not afford to be careless. He needed to respond with utmost vigilance. You bastard, I will kill you. I swear I will tear you into 1,000 pieces. Jia Guiyan shouted in fury, feigning panic as he searched for the source of the voice. His anger was genuine, yet overshadowed by an intense wariness. At that moment, he was acutely alert and serious. He had never encountered a creature that could speak directly in his mind. Thus he had almost entered a state of heightened alertness. Can't find me, can you? Are you speaking in my mind? Could it be that you've entered my body and are parasitizing me? That meal at noon, perhaps? Jia Guiyan realized he could not appear overly distressed. He needed to convey some semblance of contemplation. This would align with the persona of the fire sparrow summoner. His anger surged, yet his mind remained chillingly calm. Focused solely on one objective, to locate this monster and dismantle it. Have you realized? That's not all I have prepared for you. The voice in his mind resonated once more, sending a jolt through Jia Guiyan. His summoning device was already equipped, with a mere insertion of the card. He could transform at any moment. In the next instant, an ear-piercing siren blared, encircling the residence in an impenetrable grip. You are surrounded. Surrender your weapons immediately. Otherwise, we will resort to force. The police chief shouted through a loudspeaker, while armed officers aimed their weapons at the house. How does it feel to be surrounded by the very authorities you claim to protect? The mocking voice echoed in his mind. Jia Guiyan cursed in anger.
grabbed a helmet from a nearby cabinet, and dashed upstairs, extracting the card.
Motor F, Equipment Upgrade E. With a click, the transformation was complete.
A motorcycle adorned with fierce flame motifs materialized before him. Jia Guiyan mounted the motorcycle, twisting the throttle, and burst forth from the second floor. The motorcycle soared to incredible speeds, carrying him over the courtyard wall and police vehicles, landing on the road below.
With a roar, the motorcycle sped away, leaving a trail of dust in its wake. Gunfire erupted behind him as Jia Guiyan expertly maneuvered the motorcycle, dodging the barrage of bullets. You think you can escape? Get off Bay State Island?
You have completely exposed yourself, the monster's voice taunted once more.
Even as he raced forward, Jia Guiyan remained resolute in his thoughts. What exactly was this creature's ability? How could he eliminate it? How was it able to maintain this telepathic connection and speak within his mind? Logically,
if it intended to utilize this ability, it should be within close proximity. To engage in such telepathy from a distance would likely require some prerequisite condition or medium.
Where are you hiding within my body? Jia Guiyan growled.
Though he was convinced that this being could not possibly be within him, he still needed to maintain the facade.
You won't extract me from your body, that's impossible. I am right in your mind. Until your dying breath, I will cling to you.
You shall never be free of me. The monster threatened ferociously.
Jia Guiyan was even less inclined to believe it now. If it were indeed in his mind, it would have already pierced through his consciousness, leaving him lifeless. When had he fallen victim to such a psychic ability?
That must have been when the creature began communicating with him.
Its true form should be nearby.
Both the dog and that family had fresh corpses. The creature had not killed them long ago.
But how had it managed to guide him precisely to that household? Psychic ability. Could it be psychological suggestion? Jia Guiyan pondered, realizing that since disembarking, something had felt off.
He had not adhered to his originally chosen path but had veered onto another route. One that he later deemed most favorable. He even found the driver's stories amusing, though he should have remained silent, avoiding drawing attention to himself.
Upon reaching South Bay,
he had also chosen to follow a different direction, selecting a notice from a sunlit bulletin board. Everything seemed like his own choices, yet unbeknownst to him, he had been subtly influenced. This was the essence of the creature's power. How had it located him and precisely exerted its influence? Chapter 85, The shared speculation of the battlefield and the backstage. Before arriving at the scene of the murder, I was subjected to a continuous psychological suggestion. It was only upon reaching the crime scene that my adversary could communicate within my mind.
When was this psychological suggestion imposed? The answer lies on the ship. My opponent was unable to ascertain my true identity but could indeed discern my point of disembarkation.
He had cast a collective psychological suggestion upon all crew members and passengers.
The potency of this suggestion was exceedingly faint. Among all the crew, only I, the summoner, would be guided by this suggestion to the scene of the murder.
My adversary was uncertain of who the summoner of Fire Sparrow was, hence he devised a psychological suggestion to draw the summoner to the murder site of his design.
Subsequently,
he concentrated his power on this individual, applying a formidable mental ability to establish communication.
Buzz! The motorcycle roared down the street as I glanced into the rearview mirror.
The voice of the monster echoed in my ears once more.
It taunted, "You will never escape me." Suppressing my rage, I retorted, "Do you think hiding in my mind renders you untouchable?
Your failure to attack indicates that, although you can conceal yourself within my consciousness, you cannot initiate an assault.
A simple operation will suffice to extract you from my mind."
Upon hearing this, the monster erupted into laughter.
"Ha ha! You are not mistaken.
As the summoner of Fire Sparrow, I may reside within your thoughts, yet I am indeed incapable of attacking you. If you truly endure, it is possible to remove me through surgery.
However, I doubt you will survive the endeavor." The monster's tone dripped with derision while I continued to contemplate. If my deductions were accurate, then my adversary must also be a member of the crew. The absence of an assault from the duo of the ocean implies that he possesses no combat capability. His failure to employ mental abilities against me suggests that his powers require prior preparation.
The sudden clash with the ocean duo left him no opportunity to manifest his abilities. This individual must have access to all crew members to impose mental abilities upon them.
Could it be the ticket inspector? After disembarking,
he swiftly executed the psychological suggestion and murdered that family, leading me to that location. His intention was not to guide me to South Bay, but rather, the psychological suggestion could only achieve so much. Given that my original destination was South Bay, he could not redirect me back to Saigwang City through mere suggestion. He could only exert influence along the way, amplifying the effects of his psychological manipulation to draw me to the murder scene and affirm my identity.
What did the ticket inspector look like?
I strained to recall but could not remember the face of every individual I had only glimpsed once.
I needed by you to investigate.
By hacking into the ferry company's data through Hacker F, I could uncover the identity and address of the ticket inspector.
However, how could I subtly hint this to Baiyu?
After all, if I spoke, my adversary would hear, potentially alerting him.
While I uttered threats,
I pondered how to convey a suggestion to Baiyu. Meanwhile, the monster strategy team listened in. Baiyu was eavesdropping on my conversation.
Talking to oneself? Who is he conversing with?
She overheard my furious inquiries about who should be dismembered, yet she did not detect the monster's voice. It seemed I was merely speaking to myself. As she listened intently, she took notes, waiting until she was certain that speaking would not attract undue attention.
Is the adversary a monster with mental abilities?
If so, there is no need for a response; if not, a simple curse will suffice. On the other side, silence reigned, leaving Baiyu to conclude that the mental ability monster had indeed led me to the murder scene.
Why? To confirm my identity. When was the suggestion imposed?
Only on the ship was there an opportunity to collectively impose mental abilities, prompting the summoner to emerge. This explains why, amidst random choices,
I accurately stepped into the murder scene orchestrated by the monster. What identity grants access to all crew members and passengers? The ticket inspector.
The identity of the ticket inspector is
Hacker F.
Through eavesdropping over the headphones, Baiyu quickly synthesized the information from my one-sided dialogue, arriving at the same conclusion as I did. Simultaneously, at a bungalow in South Bay, a young man sat in a chair, speaking to himself. Fire Sparrow possesses a modicum of intelligence, yet it is nothing extraordinary. To deduce my presence within your body is a semblance of insight, but alas, it is misguided.
Now, are you fleeing toward Port City? Seeking to find me at your lunchtime destination?
Did you believe you could consume me during lunch? I felt a flicker of anxiety, manifesting in increasingly furious curses directed at the monster. The ticket inspector resides within South Bay, approximately 5 kilometers to your east.
At 6-42, Fishing Fire Street.
I shall chart the most direct route for you.
Adjust as necessary, ensuring not to alert the adversary.
Baiyu's voice resonated in my ear,
her tone subdued as if to avoid detection by the monster.
This woman proved reliable at critical moments. Gaining newfound confidence, I maneuvered the motorcycle into a narrow alley,
heading eastward. You truly believe I would fall for your tricks?
Since you have already orchestrated for the police to frame me as the murderer.
You must have also laid an ambush along the route to Port City, correct? You will not allow me to easily discover your whereabouts.
With a firm grip on the motorcycle handlebars, I sped forward, teeth clenched as I shouted.
Thus, I resolved to divert from Port City, constructing a rationale to prevent the monster from becoming suspicious.
Simultaneously, I would shift towards the true location of the monster's essence.
Foolish creature, no matter where you flee,
the ultimate outcome is preordained.
Upon encountering me, bang, bang, bang.
Accompanied by the monster's voice in my mind, gunfire erupted. I swiftly turned my gaze toward the source of the noise. This time, it was not the police, but a group of armed thugs.
Chapter 86, The Mockery of the Monster. The bullets whizzed towards Jaguiyen. He swiftly bent down, evading the oncoming fire. How absurd. In this South Bay,
the forces I command surpass your wildest imaginings. Jaguiyen offered no reply, quickly pivoting his hand to steer into a narrow alley. As he sped through the confined space on his motorcycle, trash cans and water buckets were sent tumbling.
Damn it!
Jiagu Yiyan had deviated from his intended path, prompting Baiyu to swiftly recalibrate his route according to the map.
Ha ha ha. Are you attempting to resist?
Should you unleash the power of your armor? How could these mere mortals stand a chance against you, esteemed summoner of the Fire Sparrow?
The voice echoing in his mind continued to entice Jiagu Yiyan.
Yet these individuals are innocents, manipulated by my abilities.
Will you cast aside your laughable sense of justice?
Swish, swish. Jiagu Yiyan scraped against the walls on either side, his clothes now smeared with the crumbling debris.
Silence. Do not gloat for too long, you won't be able to prance around within me for much longer.
With a sudden burst of acceleration, the motorcycle soared, leaping out of the alley's end.
It was indeed a terrifying spectacle. However, the expressions of the slain were far more chilling. The monster seemed to revel in Jiagu Yiyan's deep-seated hatred, knowing he was powerless against it, despite its own inherent weakness.
It relished the sensation of subjugating others through its unique abilities, feeling a profound sense of satisfaction. The continuous slaughter of numerous monsters, and the sight of the Fire Sparrow being brought to rage and fear, filled it with genuine delight. Little Sparrow, that entire family perished because of you. The first to die was their matriarch. Amidst her terrified wails, I drove a steel bar slowly through her throat. The remaining 3 trembled in sheer terror, especially the child, who shook and cried incessantly, truly adorable. Then, before his father's eyes, I gradually pierced his son. That little one possessed remarkable vitality, even as I penetrated his body. He continued to squirm, his tear-filled eyes fixed upon me, so endearing. Unable to contain myself, I gouged out his eyes and fed them to his grandmother and father. They consumed them with delight, tears of happiness streaming down their faces.
The monster's excitement grew with each word, its voice trembling with exhilaration. Of course, I handpicked my victims.
They were all genuinely good people, who often supported impoverished students in South Bay and aided beggars.
It is precisely this that makes me exhilarated. Witnessing such joyful individuals crumble in agony and fear is the ultimate thrill, is it not? This is the essence of contrast. As the monster droned on, Jiagu Yiyan remained eerily calm. He repeated with unwavering conviction, "I will slay you." "Ah, you truly frighten me." The monster mocked.
"Little Sparrow, if you are unwilling to kill these ordinary people, spare me your grandiose threats. Both you and the summoner of the light armor are foolish beyond measure. Not only foolish but also weak and oblivious to your own shortcomings."
Was it not the foolishness and weakness of a previous summoner that led to their demise?
You dare mimic him, how laughable.
Both of you are pitifully inept, attempting to stand against an unstoppable force. The monster leisurely criticized Cheng Yang and Jiagu Yiyan. Before becoming a slave to monstrosity, were you not human? Do you possess no shred of moral responsibility as a member of humanity? Ha ha ha. You feeble humans dare to compare yourselves to a noble monster like me?
You shall never comprehend the nobility or might of a monster. The psychic monster proclaimed with pride.
I have long since shed my human identity, ascending to the realm of the noble beast. How dare you, a mere human, judge me?
We are not of the same caliber. I have embraced evolution, becoming a superior being. It seemed the monster was ashamed to associate with humanity,
believing that human rights could never be equated with its own nobility. The gap between monsters and humans, in its view, was akin to that between humans and apes. Can humanity afford to grant rights to apes, whom they consider kin? I have no more words for you. I will slay you. Ha ha ha. Do come and try. The monster jeered, utterly unconcerned about Jiagu Yiyan's proximity. It appeared to relish Jiagu Yiyan's anger, finding joy in the escalating fury. Its tone dripped with enjoyment, relishing the emotional value derived from Jiagu Yiyan's wrath.
I assure you, I will employ every means at my disposal to torment you.
It is one of my greatest pleasures. Since my transformation into a monster, I have ruined 3 sets of torture instruments.
As for how many have perished under my torment,
I have lost count.
All of them were meticulously chosen good people. Under my duress, 90% ultimately chose to kill or torture others.
You cannot fathom how delightful that moment is.
Humanity is such a despicable race, their so-called noble character is merely a facade. The monster continued to expound on its so-called research findings, detailing how countless carefully selected good people had harmed others under its torment. With every word it uttered,
Zhao Guiyan's inner fury intensified. Angry, are we? Ha ha ha. How amusing.
Continue to seethe, your grim demeanor is truly comical.
Why the silence? Keep threatening me as before, I will slay you. Say it again, I wish to hear it once more. I will slay you. Ha ha ha. The mocking monster failed to notice that Zhao Guiyan was drawing ever closer. Or perhaps it did notice but chose to disregard it.
Meanwhile, in the distance atop a high-rise,
a sniper prepared their rifle, locking onto the speeding Zhao Guiyan on his motorcycle, loading a bullet. Chapter 87. The powerful perception sent a chill down Zhao Guiyan's spine.
A sharp pain piercing his brow.
Through the lens of his mind's eye, stripped to an abstract black and white perspective,
a vivid crimson line extended from his forehead to a distant skyscraper.
This line, though non-existent in the physical world, was strikingly clear in his perception.
He had been targeted by a sniper. In an instant, Zhao Guiyan realized the gravity of the situation.
Just as that awareness settled in,
the sharp crack of a gunshot rang out, and a bullet hurtled toward his head. Under the scrutiny of his mind's eye,
the speeding bullet nearly transformed into a golden afterimage before it grazed Zhao Guiyan's cheek.
Even though it did not make direct contact, the rush of air generated by the bullet tore open a gash on his face.
Though Zhao Guiyan's physical prowess transcended the limits of humanity,
he remained vulnerable to the destructive force of firearms.
No, it's impossible.
The sniper, peering through the scope at Zhao Guiyan, who had narrowly evaded the bullet, widened his eyes in disbelief as beads of sweat formed on his forehead. He had somehow escaped the shot. Such a feat was beyond comprehension.
The sniper swiftly reloaded, aiming once more at his target.
With a soft whoosh, the sound of the suppressed bullet slicing through the air was barely perceptible as it sped toward Zhao Guiyan. This time targeting the larger area of his chest, increasing the likelihood of a hit. Should the bullet find its mark, the cavity effect would obliterate his chest cavity instantly.
Zhao Guiyan swerved his motorcycle, leaping into the air.
The bike's front end dipped as it collided with the bullet,
shattering it and erupting into a brilliant spray of golden sparks.
Countless fragments of the bullet scattered in all directions,
ignoring the sniper, who was now utterly shaken.
Zhao Guiyan landed back on the ground with a resounding thud.
Gripping the handlebars tightly, he steadied the bike and surged forward with unrelenting speed. How elegant, little sparrow! Mused the beast in his mind, marveling at how Zhao Guiyan had effortlessly dodged 2 sniper shots without transforming. Zhao Guiyan paid no heed to the thoughts swirling in his mind, maintaining his composure as he followed the path mapped out by Baiyu. The roar of the motorcycle echoed through the alleys and streets as he drew nearer to the beast's location, where the defenses grew increasingly formidable. Although the beast remained unaware that Zhao Guiyan had discovered its hiding place, it had meticulously designed a multitude of protective measures around its core. Most of these defenses were firepower-based, supplemented by physical barriers and nets. Yet, these posed little hindrance to Zhao Guiyan's motorcycle. At this point, the distance to the beast had shrunk to just 1 kilometer. The creature, typically brimming with confidence, became increasingly cautious. It was convinced that Zhao Guiyan's proximity was mere coincidence, but the physical closeness weighed heavily on the beast's fragile psyche. Not yet, it's not the right time. Zhao Guiyan continued to close the gap. 1 kilometer, 900 meters, 800 meters. The distance steadily dwindled. Sparrow, what meaning is there in this delay? Your fate is already sealed, the beast chattered incessantly in its mind. At that moment, Zhao Guiyan revealed no intention of concealment. Abruptly turning the motorcycle straight toward the beast's location, the bike erupted in blinding flames, transforming into a comet streaking through the air, soaring past myriad buildings as it approached the beast. Coincidence? It must be mere coincidence. Meanwhile, the beast, leisurely sipping coffee in a modest dwelling, was jolted upright in shock at Zhao Guiyan's furious yet helpless approach, spilling scalding coffee onto itself. Yet, it could not afford to dwell on the burn. Impossible. He cannot have discovered me. My plan is foolproof, how could he possibly find my hiding place? The creature desperately convinced itself. However, as Zhao Guiyan barreled toward it, the decreasing distance extinguished the last flicker of hope within the creature. Flee, I must escape. Reminded of its constant taunts directed at Jiagu Yin, the beast broke out in a cold sweat, its legs trembling in fear of flight. An escape route it had prepared one. Everything was meticulously planned. It had merely been momentarily deceived by the cunning sparrow. Yes, that was it. Hastily, it yanked up the carpet, unveiling a hidden passage beneath. Scrambling inside with a frantic urgency. This tunnel connected to an underground stream it had detected. If it could reach that point, it could slip away downstream. It envisioned hiding for a month, confident that the fiery sparrow would undoubtedly perish. Its venture to the volcanic island was, after all, a self-inflicted demise. As it crawled deeper, the sounds of rushing water rekindled its pride and disdain. None of this had surpassed its expectations, it had been prepared all along. It had merely fallen victim to the despicable, cunning tricks of humanity. This was not a failure. The water grew louder as it emerged from the tunnel, stepping out toward the underground river, only to find Jiagu Yin already waiting beside it. Thudding. 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 What is that sound? Who can tell me what that noise is? It is the sound of your heartbeat. The beast's breaths quickened, bordering on panic. I have you completely figured out. Jiagu Yin pointed a finger at the creature, his voice resonating clearly above the roar of the water, despite the 5-meter distance separating them. The atmosphere and air seemed to freeze until the beast, drenched in sweat and nearly at its breaking point, spoke first. Rest. Crack. The fire sparrow, card slotted into the summoner, dazzling flames enveloping Jiagu Yin in armor. In an instant, the flames coiled around his fists, and the 5-meter gap vanished. A flurry of punches tore through the turbulent winds, raining down upon the beast. Bang! 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 Boom! 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 Ah! Chapter 88, the design of the water armor that embraces all rivers. The wailing beast was hurled violently against the rocky wall by immense force. In that moment, its bones lay shattered, its body devoid of a single intact piece of flesh. Blood gushed from horrific wounds that marred its form, staining it a deep crimson. Jia Yin, fists clenched, approached the fallen creature, flames still swirling around his armored arms. At this moment, the beast had not even had the opportunity to transform into its monstrous form. It had been struck back into its human shape by Jia Yin. Lying on the ground, it gazed up in terror, as its shattered arms struggled to support its body in a futile attempt to crawl backward. Wait please. It pleaded, blood seeping from the corners of its torn mouth. Taking a deep breath, Jia Yin gathered the flames before his visor, coalescing them into 2 swirling orbs of fire. Then bang, 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 bang. He unleashed a flurry of blows upon the beast, each strike reverberating through the air, accompanied by the creature's anguished cries. Every punch was delivered with full force. Yet he refrained from delivering a fatal blow, controlling his strength so as not to threaten its life directly. With the conclusion of the second round of attacks, the beast had completely lost its human form, resembling nothing more than a puddle of ruined flesh upon the ground. No, please, stop. I beg you. It cried in desperation, its body writhing in a posture of submission. Yet, the more it pleaded, the more Jia Yin was compelled to torment it. Clenching his fist, flames burned and compressed upon his knuckles, accumulating with intensity. Go and continue your pleas in hell, he declared, launching a punch devoid of restraint. In an instant, the surging inferno engulfed the beast's head. No! The explosion of flames resonated as the creature's screams echoed, the fire spreading from its head to its limbs, reducing it to ash. All that remained was a diamond-shaped crystal floating in the air. Swish! A blank card shot forth, capturing the crystal within it. Kill of F-rank monster. Light energy 50. Retrieving the card, Jia Yin pinched it between his fingers and inserted it into the storage device. May it burn to oblivion, he mused, tracing the fiery patterns across the surface of the storage device. The unsettling echoes in his mind finally subsided. The loathsome creature had been contained within the card, destined to serve as sustenance for his summoning device.
Outside, the remaining manipulated thugs and police returned to normalcy, blissfully unaware of their prior control.
The psychological influence of the mind beast had even affected Jia Jiayan without his realization. How could these ordinary individuals ever discern the traces of manipulation? Yet, while they could recover, some would never regain their former selves. Damn it, merely slaying you does not satiate my rage, Jia Jiayan seethed internally. The residual fury and resentment would be left for the monsters of Volcanic Island to bear. When Jia Jiayan returned to the surface, he had reverted from his transformation and donned a new outfit. Having rushed from the murder scene while wearing a helmet, none had glimpsed his true visage. As police conducted their search, their gazes passed over Jia Jiayan's face. He turned, revealing the features hidden beneath his hat's brim. "What are you staring at, you filthy cops? Never seen such a handsome guy before, ha!" Stepping forward and raising his fist, two officers exchanged glances but chose to ignore the defiant figure and walked away. Bayou had already crafted a wanted poster and infiltrated the police system in South Bay. The poster was forged, depicting a figure with a similar build but entirely different appearance from Jia Jiayan, designed to obfuscate the police's judgment and facilitate his movements. Surprisingly, Jia Jiayan's true identity remained concealed, defying their expectations. Logically, given that the mind beast had orchestrated such a scheme to lure him to the murder scene, they would have installed surveillance cameras to monitor him remotely, transmitting his true appearance immediately. Yet, this was not the case. While the murder scene was indeed equipped with cameras, none had successfully recorded Jia Jiayan's likeness. The reason for this was Lin Nagi's handiwork. He maintained constant surveillance within a 1-kilometer radius around Jia Jiayan. Within this range, all of Jia Jiayan's actions went undocumented. Therefore, for any beast seeking to remotely spy on the true appearance of Fire Sparrow, Summoner Jia Jiayan, it was utterly impossible. What a bountiful harvest of cards it was! During this period, Lin Nagi had accumulated a considerable number of cards: High-Altitude Thunderstorm Monster F, Ocean Hard-Shelled Monster E, Ocean Tentacled Monster F, and Mind Beast F. With 4 monster cards collected in succession, it would not be long before he could evolve again. Lin Nagi had not evolved in quite some time, and the requisite 1,000 light energy was indeed a monumental challenge. Currently, his light energy had reached 702. He had always maintained a laissez-faire attitude towards evolution, allowing it to unfold naturally without actively pursuing it. Had he dedicated half the time spent learning to absorbing the ambient light energy, he might have already evolved by now. But without this learning, he would not have created so many cards, nor would his knowledge be so vast. The majority of the wares in the shop would not have been available. Golden Light and Crimson Flames, the two powers mastered by Jia Jiayan, were continuously refining the 4 cards. Lin Nagi intended to fuse High-Altitude Thunderstorm Monster F and Mind Beast F into 1 card. The 2 Ocean Monsters, however, he planned to merge into water crystal stones to serve as the power core for the new armor. According to the intended design, the power of the water armor would not be confined to water alone, drawing upon the vastness of the ocean as its source of strength. Chapter 89, The Precious Treasures of the Sea. In contrast to Light and Firebird, the direction of battle is exceedingly versatile. Water lacks the uniqueness of light and the explosiveness of fire. It is softer, serving as an ideal vessel for power. The phrase "the sea accommodates all rivers" encapsulates this notion. It would manifest as a suit of armor with a strikingly bold character, potentially surpassing both light and fire. Or perhaps proving weaker. Nevertheless, the new armor remains in its embryonic stage. The essential water crystal has yet to be created, making it premature to discuss the armor's potential strength. At present, the most crucial elements are 2 new cards. Enveloped in golden radiance and crimson flames, 2 of the 4 cards shimmered with brilliance. Intricate patterns glimmered under the reflection of the flames and light, resembling precious metals, etched upon the 2 cards. The melding of monster cards also represents Lin Nagi's process of deciphering the forces of monsters and comprehending the abstract knowledge within the database. With each skill card designed through this melding process, Lin Nagi concurrently acquired a new skill. As the flames and light gradually receded from the 2 revitalized cards, their true forms were unveiled. Both cards featured a red background, as they were crafted from the monster cards provided by Ji Guiyan, the summoner of Firebird, naturally belonging to the Firebird deck.
Suspended in midair, the first card depicted a silver lightning bolt, adorned with the letter F in the top right corner, lightning flash F. The second card illustrated a bronze lock, its center embellished with a heart-like red emblem, mind lock E.
One skill card, one item card.
After completing the melding of the two cards, Lin Nagi eagerly plunged into the refinement of the water crystal. According to his design, the water crystal, which would energize the new armor, necessitated exceptionally high standards of power and purity. The crystal of Firebird was merely refined from an F-grade monster crystal by Lin Nagi. This does not imply that Firebird's power is feeble. After all, light and fire are inherently interconnected.
The creation of Firebird's fire crystal was thus more straightforward for Lin Nagi,
allowing him to leverage the advantages of being associated with light. One cannot assess the strength of the armor solely based on the purity of its crystal.
Moreover, armor is capable of growth. The current adaptability of Firebird has far surpassed its initial state.
The relationship between the summoner and the armor is one of mutual enhancement. The greater the summoner's adaptability, the more potent the armor's power will be.
Indeed, the summoner's body may also be influenced by the armor's strength, gaining a portion of extraordinary power. Jigui Yen has already acquired and comprehended some of the extraordinary abilities of fire. Of course, the purity and strength of the crystal are not without merit. At the very least, Lin Nagi could afford to be lenient during the design and crafting of the armor, allowing for the creation of armor imbued with even more extraordinary powers. Furthermore, should a suitable summoner arise, the initial adaptability might be somewhat elevated. Refining. The dual forces of light and flame continuously entwined around the two monster cards, unraveling and refining the latent powers of the ocean and water contained within. Brother, although this ship is a converted fishing vessel, I assure you, it has been at sea for no more than 3 years. In terms of speed and resistance to waves, it surpasses any other vessel. The burly man at the South Bay Harbor was fervently marketing the ship dock nearby to Jigui Yen. The sailors and captain aboard were seasoned veterans with decades of experience. Their understanding of these waters likely surpassed even that of their own wives. You need not worry. Sensing Jigui Yen's wealth, the man intensified his pitch. The more he promoted, the more satisfied Jigui Yen became. However, when Jigui Yen mentioned their intended destination, the man's expression shifted abruptly. No. That place is exceedingly peculiar. Young man, if you wish to see the ocean scenery, I can recommend 10 different spots. But that volcano, it's downright sinister. Jigui Yen stood at the bow of the ship as the sailors, under the captain's command, maneuvered the vessel toward the volcanic island. While they were referred to as sailors and captains, they were essentially fishermen who had simply rebranded themselves for a more sophisticated appeal. What do you mean? Why are we suddenly setting sail? Hadn't it been established that wealth was abundant? However, the original crew and captain had already been replaced with a new batch, primarily composed of older sailors who rarely found opportunities to go to sea. The old captain, in his 60s or 70s, had only one arm. Jigui Yen didn't require particularly robust crew members, he only needed someone capable of steering the ship to the volcanic island. Please don't stand too close to the edge. Although you appear quite strong, the sea is not like the land, it can be perilous. The old captain felt a sense of gratitude toward Jigui Yen. Rarely did anyone hire him, but this young man had offered him a fee that was beyond his wildest dreams, significantly aiding his family's livelihood. Despite the unusual destination, the old captain felt no reluctance. The others on board shared this sentiment as well. They were typically reluctant to be hired and lived in financial hardship. Jigui Yen's willingness to employ them at high wages and treat them with respect fostered a deep sense of appreciation among the crew. Ah, I see now. My perspective was limited. Thank you for the warning. Jigui Yen replied, retreating toward the cabin. A nearby old sailor, grinning and revealing a mouthful of blackened teeth, offered him the freshest catch of the day, slicing off a few prime pieces of fish with a clean blade. Here, master, try this. It was just pulled from the sea, still lively. You can't find this on land, even the big shots in the port city can't savor such freshness. Jigui Yen graciously accepted the old man's gesture, taking a piece of fish and popping it into his mouth. He could feel it still wriggling, it was indeed fresh. Ha ha! I knew it. You won't go hungry here, master. Whatever seafood you desire, just say the word, and we'll catch it for you on the spot. Here. Try this fresh sea urchin. Ji Guiyan's acceptance of the fish appeared to earn him the crew's endorsement.
One by one, the seasoned sailors presented their prized catches,
eager for him to indulge.
For them, money was one aspect, but if it were solely about money, their enthusiasm would not be so fervent.
Ji Guiyan showed them respect and acknowledged their skills, which were the cornerstone of their existence. For these old sailors living at the bottom of South Bay, this recognition was the most treasured of gifts. Thus, they were more than willing to share the ocean's bounty with Ji Guiyan. Chapter 90, The Torrential Rain and Tsunami. What a deluge! The waves are colossal. Hold tight, everyone. As night fell, the vessels departing from South Bay ventured into the depths of the sea. This once tranquil expanse had unexpectedly transformed, unleashing a torrential downpour and tumultuous waves. Even the seasoned mariners, who had spent the majority of their lives navigating these waters, rarely encountered such ferocity. The wind howled as it carried the sea spray, and the rain pelted the ship and crew like a barrage of bullets. The sailors, bare-armed, struggled to maintain the vessel's stability amidst the chaos. The waves crashed violently against the hull, sending tremors through the ship. In the cabin, Ji Guiyan, who had been diligently practicing the Mianyu Ju, found his meditative state abruptly interrupted by the cacophony. As he steadied himself, he rolled off the bed. It was not that he wished to abandon his practice, rather. The entire cabin was shaking uncontrollably, with unmoored furniture scattered haphazardly around. The sounds of shattering glass and pottery echoed ominously. Is it a monster?
Ji Guiyan pondered as he scrambled to his feet, grasping a nearby rope to steady himself in the swaying cabin while making his way toward the door. Water had accumulated on the deck, soaking everything in its path, even seeping into the cabin. As he opened the hatch, the wind nearly tore his clothes apart, drenching him instantly and sweeping his hair back from his forehead.
Stay inside, master. Don't come out. You might fall. The captain, an elderly man with only one arm, stood resolutely at the bow, braving the storm. It was as if his feet were nailed to the deck, anchoring him against the tempest. Upon seeing Ji Guiyan emerge from the cabin, he shouted through the rain and wind, "I'm fine." Yet Ji Guiyan's reassurances fell on deaf ears.
Only those who had spent their lives at sea could truly grasp its terrifying nature. At this moment, Ji Guiyan felt he was a burden to these seasoned sailors,
unable to retreat to the safety of the cabin.
This sudden tempest clearly bore sinister implications. He feared it might be the work of a monstrous entity. If it were merely a storm, he would trust in the expertise of these men. However, should it be a creature of the deep, failure to act swiftly could spell danger for them all. Braving the downpour, Ji Guiyan ventured onto the deck, gazing out at the swirling sea.
What a breathtaking spectacle!
No film or documentary could ever convey the raw power of nature as one experienced it firsthand. It felt as though gravity had relinquished its hold on the surroundings. The waters seemed to flow skyward, saturating the air with briny mist. It was as if the vessel had plunged beneath the waves, fully submerged.
Astonishment and shock momentarily gripped Ji Guiyan, yet he quickly recalled his purpose. He swiftly retrieved Storm E from his storage device, striving to maintain his balance amid the chaos while also stabilizing the turbulent weather around him. With the keen vision of an eagle, his eyes scanned the tumultuous waters for any signs of a lurking beast. Is there no trace of a monster? He mused. How is that possible? If this storm and tsunami were indeed the result of a creature's might, it would be impossible for him not to sense its presence. The aura of a monster would be as conspicuous as the moon in the night sky, and it would need to be close at hand. It was unfathomable that such power could exist without his awareness. In that moment, he could no longer afford to contemplate, the situation was dire. Gripping Storm E tightly, he pressed it against the drenched deck, amplifying its power throughout the ship. Centered on the Janus, a blue wave of energy rippled through the air and across the surface of the sea, momentarily stabilizing the storm and waters. The crew held their breath, their hearts racing like bellows. But the captain's weathered face soon froze in horror, his eyes wide as he pointed with a gnarled hand toward one side of the ship. There loomed a towering underwater mountain, cascading toward the Janus like a collapsing edifice. This was no mere wave, it was a sea mountain. The captain recalled his youth.
The days spent at sea under the tutelage of an old captain, when he had encountered waves of such magnitude. The vessel had disintegrated like a child's toy. And he had clung to a piece of driftwood, adrift for 2 days and nights before reaching land. That had been his nightmare, a haunting memory he rarely shared.
And now it had come to life. Hold tight. Hold on to anything you can,
he bellowed, his voice strained with urgency.
Jiagu Yan's eyes widened as he beheld the monstrous wave.
In his line of sight, he perceived a small shadow atop the wave, a humanoid figure. Petite yet with strikingly prominent legs. No, those were not legs, they were the fins of a mermaid or perhaps a merman. Recalling tales spun by a taxi driver.
Jiagu Yan wondered if they could be true.
But there was no time to ponder the nature of this creature. The ship could not be shattered by the waves, otherwise
the fate of all on board would be grim.
Jiagu Yan activated the Mianyuju once more, not merely a basic breathing technique but employing it in a human stance.
In an instant, he felt his lungs fill with water, and overwhelming discomfort surging within his chest.
But there was no time for hesitation. He summoned the power of the Mianyuju, pinching, stormy, between his fingers. With a swift motion, the card shot forth, glowing with a cerulean light,
spiraling through the air toward the wave. Rain and thunder erupted anew. The mountain-like wave diminished under the influence of stormy, yet its residual force crashed against the Janus, splintering wood and bending steel as the vessel strained under the onslaught.
The crew clung desperately to anything within reach. The captain's calloused hand gripped a rough rope. His teeth clenched against the deluge. The ship tilted perilously, almost at a 90-degree angle, as the deck rose steeply.
Cries of alarm erupted among the crew, suspended precariously in the torrent.
Chapter 91, The Mysterious Mermaid Shadow. The sound of a fraying ship rope echoed through the air, snapping like a whip,
cutting through both the atmosphere and the sea.
The initial break seemed to trigger a chain reaction. The vessel began to right itself. Yet the cables continued to snap one after another.
Down.
Before the old captain could finish his command, the seasoned crew had already taken cover. These veterans understood all too well the immense power of the snapping ropes. One elderly sailor, near the edge of the deck,
saw the severed line and was unable to drop to the ground in time.
He staggered backward, the broken rope slicing through the air perilously close to his face. Leaning against the railing, he managed to smile, grateful to have survived.
The captain sighed in relief. However, in the next instant,
the ship's quick correction sent it tipping to the other side once more. The old sailor, resting against the railing, should not have made such a foolish mistake.
Yet, the adrenaline from his earlier brush with death dulled his senses, causing him to tilt backward and fall overboard into the tumultuous waves below.
In such violent seas, survival was nearly impossible. Jiaqiu Yan recognized the old sailor. Just earlier that day, he had gifted him freshly sliced fish. As the old sailor plummeted,
his expression shifted from relief to despair. The captain, watching his descent, stiffened in horror.
With a swift rush, Jiaqiu Yan suppressed the discomfort in his lungs and dashed forward,
grabbing a severed piece of rope from the deck.
He quickly wrapped the course line around his palm and flung it towards the railing on the side of the deck. Without hesitation, he leaped into the churning waters.
Quick!
The captain could only utter a single word in shock as Jiaqiu Yan jumped without a moment's hesitation.
The remaining crew stood frozen in disbelief. Jiaqiu Yan swiftly embraced the old sailor who was sinking into the depths, the rough rope biting painfully into his palm. The old sailor, gasping in astonishment, struggled to find words of gratitude, overwhelmed by the selfless bravery of this young man risking his life for him. Don't speak, don't move. Jiaqiu Yan secured the old sailor against his waist, gripping the rope tightly amid the crashing waves and torrential rain.
Hold on, don't let go. The crew on the deck shouted encouragement, their voices intermittently drowned out by the storm, yet their resolve was clear.
Gradually, it felt as though a collective effort was pulling Jiaqiu Yan and the old sailor back onto the deck. Yet,
the immense force and friction began to draw blood from his palm, staining the rough rope crimson. Once they were safely back, the rain and waves persisted,
though less violently than before.
The old captain and several sailors stood protectively in front of Jiaqiu Yan and the old sailor,
the atmosphere shifting from one of chaos to respect.
I have nothing more to say, old man. This young man has earned my admiration. I have never respected anyone like this in my life. As Jiaqiu Yan unwound the rope from his hand, the skin was raw and bloody.
Yet the pain did not hinder his ability to move or fight. He gazed at the now calm sea. The shadow he had seen earlier had vanished, along with his lost card, Stormy.
Just moments ago, he had cast Stormy to stabilize the waves, but in his rush to save the old sailor, he had not been able to retrieve it in time. Now, it was lost to the deep. Stormy was a black card, not one conjured by a summoner, but simply held by him. Unlike the Light and Firebird series, which could be automatically recalled, this card remained with him until he chose to summon it again. Was that figure truly a mermaid? What manner of being was it? Now that the event had transpired, it was futile to dwell on it. Out with the old, in with the new. Although nature cards were rare, he would not waste his energy worrying about it. The old captain organized the crew to examine and repair the ship. Surviving such tumultuous waves was already a stroke of luck. It was unrealistic to expect the vessel to be unscathed. After assessing the damage, some planks were removed to patch up the compromised areas, and spare materials stored below deck were retrieved for repairs. Captain, have you ever seen a mermaid? The next morning dawned bright and sunny, perhaps a sign of good fortune. Jiaqiu Yan sat on the deck conversing with the now relaxed captain. Occasionally, sailors would pass by, pausing to listen to their conversation, having accepted Jiaqiu Yan as one of their own after yesterday's ordeal. Mermaids? I've never heard of such a fish. Are you hoping to eat one? Jiaqiu Yan explained, a hint of exasperation in his voice, and the old captain chuckled, prompting laughter from the surrounding sailors as well. After all, here was Jiaqiu Yan, speaking earnestly about a mythical creature from legend. Perhaps mermaids do exist, considering how vast the ocean is. However, in this region, I doubt it. If they did, they would surely be the work of someone trying to conjure illusions. Conjuring illusions? Jiaqiu Yan recalled the figure he had seen amidst the towering waves, a sight far from mere trickery. How could they dismiss it so easily? He would not believe he had misjudged the encounter, but what if he truly had? Chapter 92, Are Mermaids Real? Could it be that I have misjudged? Captain. A sailor approached in terror. A mermaid, there's a mermaid. Indeed, a mermaid. Which mermaid are you referring to? The kind that, well, just go and see for yourselves. The crowd followed the sailor to the side of the deck, peering over the railing. There, floating on the surface of the water, was a mermaid with blue hair, adorned in an unusual blue top, with shells sewn onto her chest. Her lower half, submerged in the water, unmistakably bore a fish tail. I did not miss-see. Jiaqiu Yan felt vindicated. Meanwhile, the old captain and the other crew members were filled with disbelief. A mermaid truly exists. Could the previous storm have transported them to another world? How absurd. You, miss, is there something you need? The old captain tentatively inquired. The mermaid, brushing her silky blue hair aside, looked up at the crew on the deck. I am searching for that tall human, he has lost something. The mermaid seemed quite honorable, lifting a hand high, revealing her smooth arm and delicate pink armpit. In her grasp was an object, the size of a playing card, wrapped in seaweed. Jiaqiu Yan felt a familiar power emanating from it. Indeed, it was his, Stormy. Miss Mermaid, may we converse for a moment? The old captain was at a loss for words. Suddenly, he recalled something and cautiously asked, Is this still our homeland? No, we are not on Earth. This is the planet Alabuba, within the kingdom of Alabuba, ruled by King Alabuba the 62nd. My name is Alabuba, the universe's most adorable mermaid. Ah, no. Oh. No. I have traversed to another planet. That storm was truly extraordinary. While the old captain covered his face with one hand, the remaining crew members buried their faces in both hands, overwhelmed with fear. Noble Miss Alabuba, judging by your surname, are you of royal lineage here? No, generally. Surnames should come last, right? Then I am the world's most adorable mermaid, Alabuda. The mermaid giggled as she changed her name. Did you not just say this is the kingdom of Alabuba? You misheard, it is the kingdom of Alabuda that governs the planet Alabuda. The mermaid smiled sweetly, perhaps believing that her cuteness could win them over.
We of the Alabuta royal family are not to be questioned by commoners like you. The title seemed to have shifted again. Is this a peculiarity of the royal language on this planet? No.
This mermaid is merely a deceptive trickster. After being deceived in succession, the crew began to feel that perhaps the existence of mermaids was not so difficult to accept after all.
After all,
the legends of mermaids are ancient, and here was a living mermaid engaging them in playful deceit. Compared to the notion of collectively traversing to another world,
the presence of a living mermaid felt far more believable. So, tall one, will you come down for it, or shall I come up to give it to you? This item should hold significant importance for you. I swam a long way to return it.
The mermaid waved the card in her hand. From the moment the mermaid appeared,
Jia Guiyan had been assessing whether she was a monster.
Yet, no matter how he sensed her, he could not detect even a hint of monstrous aura from her.
She indeed possessed the allure of a mermaid, strikingly beautiful. However, Jia Guiyan remained cautious. Is it convenient for you to come up?
If a battle were to erupt, the water would severely hinder his fire sparrow.
Of course. I have been eager to come aboard. The mermaid showed no hesitation, splashing her tail against the water's surface,
excitedly extending her slender arms, which were pale with a hint of pink.
Hurry and pull me up, humans.
One sailor glanced tentatively at the old captain,
who nodded in approval. They tossed down a lifebuoy.
The mermaid skillfully slipped it around herself. The sailors began to pull, and the lifebuoy, along with the mermaid,
was hoisted onto the deck.
The mermaid wiggled her tail joyfully in the air, glancing around with excitement until she was finally on the deck. With her wet hair, she turned to face Jia Guiyan, who also regarded her. Then, she flashed a radiant smile, handing him the seaweed-wrapped card.
Jia Guiyan accepted the card and unraveled the water plants. Inside was indeed his lost, Stormy. What was this mermaid's true nature? What connection did she have to the previous wave, and why had she returned the powerful, Stormy, to him? It was utterly perplexing. Thank you. This item is indeed very important to me. Jia Guiyan tucked the card away and continued to gaze at the mermaid.
She seemed to notice his scrutiny and responded with another dazzling smile, playfully flicking her tail.
A living mermaid. It was truly incredible.
The mythical being was right before his eyes, possibly possessing extraordinary powers.
However, should you not return to the water, dear mermaid? According to mermaid lore, if they retrieve any human items that have fallen into the sea, they may board a human vessel. Mermaid legends hold such truths. Could it be otherwise? Jia Guiyan exchanged glances with the old captain. Wouldn't it be inconvenient for you aboard? Breathing and such. What about your skin drying out? At this moment,
the old captain felt his world shatter. He even questioned whether he would ever sail again after this. He simply wished for the mermaid, this unknown creature, to leave the ship, pretending as if nothing had transpired. After all, humans harbor a natural fear of the unknown. Meanwhile, Jia Guiyan felt that this mermaid's origins were too strange. He was unclear about her intentions and true identity. Yet he did not wish to harm the innocent, but with so many people aboard, as the summoner, he had to be responsible for everyone. Thus, he considered eliminating this uncertain factor. Nevertheless, she had indeed returned a crucial natural card to him. Very well. Ultimately, the old captain spoke first, granting the mermaid permission to stay. Perhaps he thought that since this was his last voyage, he should refrain from creating unnecessary enmity with such a wondrous being, lest he face ill fortune in his later years. Wonderful! The mermaid rejoiced, splashing her tail. Miss Mermaid, do you require water? We can prepare a large bucket for you. No, no. A mermaid is not so inconvenient. She shook her head, then reached for her large tail and found a zipper. Unzipping it, she shed her fish tail and stood up, stretching her long legs. Ding ding ding. This transformation into legs will suffice. The crew. Chapter 93, is it a human or a mermaid? Captain, is that a mermaid or a human? I don't know, it should be a human, right? After all, the existence of mermaids is rather absurd. Such marvelous mythical creatures, which are only ever mentioned in legends.
are indeed abnormal to encounter in reality. If it were a human in disguise, that would be more acceptable.
However, in this vast sea, there are no vessels around. How could she have disguised herself and swum over? If that were the case, it would be even harder to accept than the idea of her being a mermaid.
That would be akin to superhuman abilities.
So, perhaps, she is concealed within a submarine.
How fantastical. At that moment,
the mermaid lounged on a deck chair, seemingly indifferent to the gazes of the crew. Using her fish tail as a makeshift backpack, she rummaged through it for a moment and then produced the sealed game console.
Who would have thought that a fish tail could serve as a backpack?
That is remarkably multifunctional. Based on these observations, it became clear that this entity was essentially a female human living within human society.
You are indeed human, aren't you? Jia Guiyan approached the mermaid and inquired. What are you talking about? I am a mermaid, haven't you all believed that?
The mermaid appeared exceptionally polite. When conversing with Jia Guiyan, she graciously paused her game, attentively meeting his gaze.
After all, it is quite impolite to engage in conversation while distracted by a game or phone. The mermaid despised rudeness and wished not to be perceived as such by others. As they chatted, the mermaid displayed remarkable courtesy, providing emotional value to the conversation. Jia Guiyan even thought of her as a good woman. Aside from her penchant for deception and insistence on being a mermaid. After Jia Guiyan departed, other sailors gathered to speak with the mermaid,
seemingly attempting to uncover flaws in her narrative that would prove her not to be a mermaid, perhaps questioning her knowledge of the surrounding waters.
Yet, the mermaid answered every query with clarity, leaving the seasoned sailors unable to pinpoint any discrepancies.
In fact, in areas where they lacked knowledge, she even offered additional information.
This creature was truly a mermaid. The sailors and captain reached a consensus.
However, Jia Guiyan felt that the situation was not so straightforward.
Upon reflection, he sensed too many inconsistencies.
The existence of mermaids had no record even in the Monster Countermeasures course, they were only mentioned in ancient texts detailing myths. It was evident that this was a creature fabricated by ancient minds, with early accounts describing a creature with a human head and a fish body. And only in modern times had the description evolved to that of a human body with a fish tail. The disparate accounts clearly indicated a mythical being, refined over generations.
Only a deity possessing comprehensive understanding of all knowledge and history could ascertain whether she truly was a mermaid. Does the mermaid truly exist? Coincidentally, an indescribable entity, which housed the entire knowledge base of the planet, was present.
Its name was not as foreboding as one might think, it was Lin Na.
Mermaid.
Lin Na mused, observing the world around.
Did she exist?
It seemed this indescribable being had seen through everything. Whether it was a disguise or reality, it had already discerned the truth. Truly, it deserved the title of a formidable, indescribable entity, with a mind brimming with vast knowledge.
Thus, the mermaid. Suddenly, a commotion arose.
Ah, the crystallization of water is reaching a critical point. Lin Na admonished himself, urging focus, diving back into the intricate process of crystallizing water.
Meanwhile,
Jia Guiyan, from a corner, stole glances at the mermaid, attempting to glean the truth from her every movement and expression.
As the sun rose higher, he felt discomfort on his skin.
The mermaid, reclining on her chair, turned off her game console, shielding her eyes from the sun's rays. She slowly rose from her chair. And at that moment, perhaps due to prolonged exposure to the sun, her skin began to show signs of irritation. Striking patterns of fish scales appeared on her otherwise smooth arms and thighs. Unaware of the scales that had emerged, she nonchalantly displayed them.
Indeed. Was she a mermaid? Oh no, the scales have been exposed.
I shouldn't have stayed out so long, I got too engrossed in the game. The mermaid glanced at her scales and quickly retreated to the shadow of the cabin. Both Jia Guiyan and the other crew members carefully observed the scales on her body. She was, without a doubt, a mermaid. The old captain's eyes widened in astonishment. His remaining hand clasped over his chin, revealing an expression of sheer disbelief.
As noon arrived, the mermaid's scales showed no sign of fading.
The ship had settled in this tranquil stretch of sea, and the sailors began fishing for sustenance. Mermaid, Jia Guiyan gazed at her, who rested across from him,
propping her chin and leisurely watching the sea. What is it, Mr. Jiagu?
The mermaid replied with a smile.
You claim to be a mermaid. Then, shall we settle this with a challenge? Clang, clang, clang. What transpired? Jiagu Yen, the fiery spirit, had discovered the mermaid's true identity. She was indeed a monster.
The challenge was set, a battle was about to erupt in these waters. Very well, the mermaid agreed to Jiagu's challenge. It appeared that a fierce struggle was now inevitable.
Jiagu Yen stood, shedding his shirt to display his well-defined physique.
He had always been confident in his ability to hold his breath while diving.
Let us compete on the duration of our dives in this very sea. If you win, I shall believe you are indeed a mermaid.
Upon hearing his words, the mermaid pondered for a moment.
If you do not believe me, then so be it. Why must I compete?
The charming mermaid seemed devoid of competitive spirit.
For her,
such a contest was akin to comparing who could hold their breath longer on land, a matter devoid of significance, lacking any thrill.
Are you afraid? Afraid of losing to a mere human in your area of expertise? Such a blatant provocation. Would anyone truly fall for this apparent bait? You dare question me? A mermaid? Very well, let us settle this. Indeed, someone had taken the bait.
The old captain and sailors gathered at the deck's railing while a small boat was lowered from the ship, placing Jiagu Yen and the mermaid upon the sea's surface.
Chapter 94, SCHR Dinger's mermaid standing on a small boat. Jiagu Yen stretched his arms and muscles, warming up.
The mermaid, though unfamiliar with the concept of warming up, mimicked his movements, twisting her body in imitation. The old captain on the deck checked his pocket watch and glanced at the two prepared individuals below.
Begin!
With a splash, the two leapt into the sea, the water instantly enveloping them.
I can hold my breath underwater for over 8 minutes.
With the support of the Mianyu Ju technique,
surpassing 10 minutes is not impossible. Jiagu Yen was confident in his diving abilities and lung capacity.
Meanwhile, the mermaid underwater smiled at him, exhibiting a relaxed demeanor.
3 minutes passed.
The crew members watched anxiously as the captain observed his watch.
3 minutes had elapsed.
As they confirmed the time,
they cautiously monitored the movements beneath the surface, ready to leap into action should anything go awry. 5 minutes had passed. This duration far exceeded the average person's breath-holding limit. Yet, both individuals underwater showed no signs of distress. Oh my God! Captain, look! The mermaid!
One sailor pointed towards the surface, and the old captain followed his gaze. To their astonishment, the mermaid had pulled out a sealed game console and was playing.
What an absurd sight! It was akin to a fish on land competing to see who could endure longer.
After 5 minutes of holding her breath, the mermaid, feeling bored, had resorted to her game console.
This was the essence of her demeanor, she was undeniably a mermaid.
As Jiagu Yen watched the mermaid leisurely engrossed in her game, he clenched his fists, nearly forgetting to hold his breath.
10 minutes passed. The captain, observing the stillness below, began to sweat profusely. These two were extraordinarily unusual. 10 minutes underwater.
The mermaid seemed to realize the passage of time, shutting off her game console and turning her gaze towards Jiagu Yen. She appeared surprised that he had managed to last so long. Deciding to surface first, she returned to the boat.
I concede. Jiagu Yen also climbed back aboard.
Understanding that perhaps this perceptive mermaid feared that a stubborn contest might lead to trouble. It was also possible that she was genuinely nearing her limit despite her relaxed attitude. Curiously, Jiagu Yen observed the smooth skin of the mermaid's arms and thighs, particularly the scales adorning them.
After being submerged in seawater, they seemed to be fading.
Like dissolving paint, the colors gradually melted into the water, trickling down her legs.
Was this applied makeup? Or perhaps a tattoo? Noticing Jiagu Yen's gaze,
the mermaid glanced at her own arms and legs. Seeing the fading scales, her expression shifted momentarily.
Yet, her quick-witted nature prevailed. Upon contact with seawater,
her skin reverted to normal, and the scales began to shed. The onlookers remained puzzled.
Ultimately, they could not discern whether she was truly a mermaid or not.
However, Jiagu Yen had lost interest in the matter. After their shared experience, neither he nor the crew paid much heed to her identity. If she were indeed a mermaid,
it would be unsurprising. If not, her efforts to masquerade as one were commendable.
I shall refer to her as
Schr Dinger's mermaid.
As long as one believes her to be a mermaid, she becomes one. Conversely, if one believes she is not, then she ceases to be.
Initially, Jia Guiyan suspected that the tumultuous waves were not merely a natural phenomenon, and the mermaid bore significant suspicion. However, after their brief interaction,
he began to feel that she did not possess the nature of one who would act maliciously. Reflecting on how he had cast the stormy card to diminish the monstrous wave's force, he was taken aback. After all, that card was stormy,
not wavy or windstormy.
Perhaps the mermaid's appearance atop the waves was not an attack but rather a brave attempt to rescue the ship and its crew from peril.
In retrospect,
she might have been a genuine guardian, returning the found, stormy, card afterwards. This perspective painted her as a mermaid of integrity. Perhaps her interest in him was sparked by his extraordinary ability to summon, compelling her to follow and observe his actions. She might have even questioned if he were a monster intending harm to the ship and its crew, thus choosing to protect them.
In conclusion,
whether or not she was a virtuous being, she certainly embodied the essence of a good fish.
I am a mermaid.
La 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 Fishing Daily brings me joy. The mermaid perched by the railing on the deck, wielding a long fishing rod to catch sea fish.
The old captain,
with nothing better to do, stood nearby with one hand behind his back.
You won't catch any fish like that, the captain remarked, embodying the wisdom of age.
The mermaid, seemingly offended by the challenge to her expertise, furrowed her brows.
Who knows fish better, you or I? I am a mermaid. If I say I can catch fish, I can. Dear grandfather, you should not question a mermaid's understanding of fish. The old captain shook his head, about to turn away.
Communicating with this Schr Dinger's mermaid was challenging, a natural occurrence. Yet, just as he was about to leave, the mermaid's fishing rod suddenly bent under a tremendous weight.
With excitement, she sprang to her feet, straining to lift the rod. Under the immense force, the slender rod arched dramatically. Oh my God! She truly caught something.
The old captain turned around in shock, witnessing the mermaid struggling with the rod.
What a large fish! She could hardly lift it.
The mermaid, her face flushed with effort,
scanned the other sailors. Come help me, grandfathers.
This mermaid possessed a sweet tongue.
Chapter 95, Unexpectedly.
Someone more valiant than her. A few individuals exerted tremendous effort to pull on the fishing rod.
It was exceedingly heavy, likely weighing around 70 kilograms. I caught it. It's mine, it's truly my catch, not someone else's, it's the mermaid's catch.
The mermaid exclaimed with excitement, seemingly fearful that others might snatch away her hard-earned victory of reeling in such a massive fish.
What an impressive mermaid! Finally, with collective strength,
the fishing rod bent to the brink of breaking.
The catch was finally pulled up. Indeed, it was a remarkably white fish. Approximately 1.76 meters long.
Weighing around 70 kilograms, with slightly swollen limbs and abdomen, thinning hair, and appearing to be between 30 to 40 years of age. It had yellowish secretions around its mouth and nostrils.
Wait, this doesn't seem like a fish.
The mermaid paused, her exuberant cries ceasing as she swiftly released her grip on the fishing rod and cast a glance at the old captain.
Old captain,
why have you pulled up a corpse? The old captain, bewildered, reflected on how he once found this mermaid charming, akin to his granddaughter. As the body was transferred onto the deck, the surrounding waters seemed to trigger a chain reaction. An increasing number of fish began to surface, flipping onto their white bellies,
rising from the depths one after another. Countless fish corpses floated to the surface, transforming the area around the Janus into a haunting tableau of death.
A veritable ocean filled with lifelessness. The stench of decay was overwhelming, and the elderly crew, having never encountered such a phenomenon, wore ashen expressions, speechless.
Ji Guiyan,
meditating in the cabin, emerged upon hearing of the discovery. Peering over the deck's railing, he was horrified to witness the multitude of fish bodies.
This.
The old captain's eyes widened, veins bulging on the backs of his rough hands.
This outing at sea was undeniably cursed. Such bizarre occurrences were relentless.
Not only the captain but all crew members sensed that when the Janus set sail, it was already ensnared by misfortune.
Quick, let's leave this area, do not linger.
The old captain swiftly directed the sailors to maneuver the vessel away from the cursed waters. As the ship accelerated, corpses on either side were pushed aside. Some caught beneath the hull and crushed to pieces.
The mangled remains, mingled with blood, left a crimson trail in the ship's wake. Looking back,
it seemed as though the vessel was navigating a sea of blood littered with corpses.
Throw the bodies overboard. Then spray disinfectant, cover the entire ship. Upon witnessing the grim spectacle, the old captain began to suspect an unknown virus.
Jigu Yen, at first glance, contemplated the existence of a monstrous creature. The man's body was discarded overboard, and the crew began to spray disinfectant in batches, starting from where the man's corpse lay on the deck, spreading outward to envelop the entire ship.
Endless fish. Corpses everywhere.
No matter how the ship sailed, they were surrounded by fish bodies, unable to escape.
Until they continued onward. The crew held their breath, fixated on a colossal corpse.
The remains measured over 20 meters long, floating on the surface like a small mountain of flesh.
It was the carcass of a whale, lifelessly adrift.
The mermaid gazed at the massive whale, covering her mouth, her expression one of profound sorrow. The other crew members and the old captain shared expressions of grief and gloom. For those who traversed the seas, encountering a whale was a sign of good fortune, a harbinger of a successful voyage.
Some even revered whales as the very embodiment of the ocean's spirit. Yet, witnessing a whale's corpse was an omen of misfortune. A dire portent.
In the heavy silence, a fish's corpse suddenly twitched. Then, all the fish bodies began to stir. A powerful aura of a beast surged forth, enveloping the area in a stench so foul it coalesced into a dark wave, crashing toward the ship. The bizarre scene sent nearly everyone aboard reeling in terror.
Demons have come to the mortal realm.
We have disturbed the harbingers of hell.
The sea is punishing us. Jigu Yen, dismissing the surrounding prayers,
faced the putrid winds and strode toward the bow, gazing at the massive whale's remains. The corpse of the whale heaved, its gargantuan body slowly rolling, aligning upright.
The crimson, slightly decomposed remains turned their attention toward Jigu Yen. Is this the true enemy awaiting me in these waters? The real monster has finally revealed itself. The scene around him was indeed horrifying, yet Jigu Yen felt a sense of relief.
If the monster remained hidden, he would have been plagued by doubt.
However, with its appearance, battle was imminent.
Now, he merely needed to fight, other considerations fell away.
Victory meant survival, defeat meant death. Have you finally lost your patience? He mused. This sea is indeed a fitting grave for you. Jigu Yen regarded the eerie surface of the ocean and the approaching whale, calling out, yet none responded to his voice.
Hiding in plain sight, how aptly it suits your monstrous nature.
As Jigu Yen walked, he reached into his pocket.
You, the guest. The old captain looked at him. Though he had sensed that Jigu Yen's identity was extraordinary, the implications of his words were far beyond his expectations.
Do not worry. Leave everything to me. Jigu Yen patted the old captain's shoulder, then drew forth a summoning device in one hand and the fire phoenix card in the other. Clang!
The metallic belt snapped into place as the summoning device pressed against his waist, encircling him in a gleaming aura.
The fire phoenix. Click. Fusion. Flames engulfed his form,
transmuting into fiery armor that radiated with a brilliant glow, bestowing upon Jigu Yen the power of the fire phoenix. The captain's eyes widened in astonishment. He had thought the mermaid was already a marvel, yet here stood someone even more breathtaking.
This man was, indeed, the legendary armored warrior.
Chapter 96, The Hidden Monster. To his astonishment, he was an armored warrior.
Fire Sparrow.
The old sailor who had been saved by Jigu Yen gripped the shoulder of the old captain, pointing a trembling finger towards him. His expression one of shock that rendered him nearly numb, devoid of any semblance of composure. The old captain, seasoned by the trials of life, had not reached such a state of astonishment. At this moment, his inner turmoil had somewhat settled.
Remain calm.
Form groups of 3 and keep a watchful eye on one another.
Should anyone display unusual behavior, report it immediately. Do not stray from each other's line of sight.
Once the old captain regained his composure, he swiftly issued commands. The true identity and appearance of the armored warrior were undoubtedly of utmost importance and must not be revealed. Although his crew was intimately familiar with one another and unlikely to disclose information to the monster, the creature's abilities were unpredictable. Who could tell if it possessed the power to transform, disguise itself, or lurk in the shadows? Since Jia Guiyan was willing to expose his identity and risk his own safety to protect these elders, the captain felt compelled to do his utmost.
Even if he could not assist Jia Guiyan, he could not become a burden. Moreover, the captain's gaze fell upon the mermaid.
Although she had largely been cleared of suspicion, her presence was undeniably peculiar, making it difficult to dismiss the possibility that she could be an infiltrator sent by the monster. Vigilance was essential in monitoring her movements. Damn it, the odor was overwhelmingly pungent, making it nearly impossible to discern the enemy's position.
The strong scent was not merely that of decaying fish. It was also the menacing aura of the monster, obscuring Jia Guiyan's senses. Amidst this cacophony of monstrous energies, identifying the true hidden beast was exceedingly challenging. He loathed such cunning creatures that lurked in the shadows. It was evident that the concealed monster was acutely aware of the armored warrior's vulnerabilities and had devised a strategy to exploit them. The summoner could not maintain their transformed state for long, lest their strength be depleted, rendering them incapable of combat. This creature utilized the plethora of fish corpses to conceal itself, gradually wearing down its stamina, a treacherous adversary. All these thoughts raced through his mind in an instant. The enormous whale was now accelerating towards Jia Guiyan's position, creating waves that threatened to topple both him and the ship. In life, this majestic being had commanded respect. It would not wish to have its body manipulated in death by foul forces. Standing at the bow of the ship, Jia Guiyan summoned 2 fireballs, pressing them against his chest. Fire sparrow's feathers. With a swift motion, the fireballs collided, triggering a violent reaction akin to hot oil meeting ice water. Countless flames erupted forward, transforming into feather-like projectiles aimed at the advancing whale. The whale's skin was instantly pierced by the fiery feathers, leaving charred voids in their wake. The flames penetrated its flesh, tearing through muscle, bone, and viscera, incinerating it from within. In mere moments, the whale's body reverberated with successive explosions, blasting open numerous holes, billowing black smoke. With a cacophony of detonations, the massive whale could no longer withstand the onslaught. Just before colliding with the Janus and Jia Guiyan, it erupted into a brilliant fireball. Countless fragments of flesh mingled with blood, scattering in all directions. The shockwave from the explosion shattered the surrounding fish corpses, creating a crimson tide that crashed against the Janus. Maintain stability. Under the old captain's command, the crew members braced themselves, steadying their positions. Yet, to Jia Guiyan's dismay, the hidden threat was not among the wreckage. He gazed at the shattered remains of the whale, feeling a sense of despair. Among all the fish corpses, this whale had seemed the most plausible hiding place. Clearly, the enemy had anticipated this and chosen not to conceal themselves within it. Their subterfuge had shown no signs of faltering. This is troublesome. With flames still swirling around his hands, Jia Guiyan ascended from the ship, utilizing the enhanced vision granted by his armor to scan the surrounding waters. Fire Sparrow, unveil your power further. Amidst the multitude of fish corpses, a nondescript little fish slightly parted its mouth, revealing a blue eye that fixated on Jia Guiyan's movements. Meanwhile, in the depths of the ocean, numerous fish hatched from their eggs, swiftly maturing as they swam away from the seabed. If one were to magnify the scales of these fish, they would find an array of densely packed inscriptions. Indeed, they were transmitting information. Having suffered 2 previous defeats, the creatures of the Woodgate, Wood Turtle, Wood Octopus, and Wood Heart had all been dealt with. The monster from Woodgate had come to understand that the true might of the Fire Sparrow far exceeded the descriptions in prior intelligence reports. Thus, despite being dispatched by Woodgate's Tepe to engage in battle, and possessing attributes that countered the Fire Sparrow, he lacked the confidence to charge recklessly into combat. Even though he was a trusted lieutenant of Woodgate's Tepe, he knew why he had garnered such attention, not for his strength or unique abilities, but because he was reliable and cautious. The pride of monsters and the honor of being a lieutenant were inconsequential. His loyalty to Woodgate's Tepe stemmed solely from the opportunity to acquire immense power that surpassed that of humanity. As long as he could eliminate his adversary, employing insidious tactics or despicable methods was of no concern. Monsters were inherently superior to humans, so why should they feign an air of effortless elegance? What a foolish notion!
Elegance is merely the dance of victors.
To confront this mysterious armored warrior, whose abilities and intelligence were unknown, by leaping into battle. Utterly foolish.
He fought with the grim acceptance that he might very well lose or even perish. Thus, he continued to release information fish,
relaying the details of Jia Guiyan's combat performance.
Just wait a little longer, Fire Sparrow.
How much stamina do you have left? As for me, my energy is boundless. Chapter 97, The Monster with Teleportation Abilities? The Firebird Feather.
Jia Guiyan continued to wield the Firebird Feather, incinerating the countless fish carcasses that surrounded him.
Meanwhile,
the mermaid on deck appeared to be searching for something, scanning the surface of the water littered with dead fish.
"Be careful!"
she suddenly shouted.
At that moment, a fish carcass erupted from the sea, its mouth agape, revealing a claw covered in scales that lunged toward Jia Guiyan's neck. Thanks to the mermaid's warning, Jia Guiyan had already heightened his vigilance.
As the claw reached out, he moved swiftly, leaving behind only a flickering afterimage of flames.
With a deft motion, Jia Guiyan rolled away, activating his foundational breathing technique. In an instant, his body radiated a brilliant glow of fiery colors as he leapt onto the water's surface. He could not allow the enemy to be drawn to the Janus, lest innocent bystanders suffer. However, just as Jia Guiyan landed on the water,
another fish carcass opened its mouth beneath him, and yet another claw emerged, reaching for his legs. This creature possesses the ability to teleport parts of its body through the mouths of these fish to launch attacks.
What a formidable power! Nevertheless, I have long been aware of your capabilities. I have awaited this moment. Flames surged from Jia Guiyan's legs, ensnaring them in fire. Then, with a powerful thrust,
he aimed downward at the claw. From the moment the monster first attacked through a fish's mouth, Jia Guiyan had suspected it possessed spatial abilities. Remaining cautious of all the fish carcasses and anticipating further assaults from the creature. Thus, he had activated his foundational breathing technique in preparation. This was precisely for this moment.
Boom! The resplendent flames erupted as Jia Guiyan descended, rapidly expanding across the surface of the water.
Countless fish carcasses floating nearby were engulfed in flames,
transforming into swirling ashes that mingled with the ocean. Yet, it was a failure. Jia Guiyan gazed at the charred remnants of the fish. His attack had missed.
Even with careful calculations, he had not struck true.
This foe was swift, capable of instantaneously teleporting between the mouths of the fish. Moreover, it was exceedingly cautious, providing Jia Guiyan no opportunity to land a blow. If he was not mistaken, the creature's body was hidden within the myriad mouths of these fish, able to switch positions in an instant, leaving him no chance of hitting its true form. Jia Guiyan clenched his fists, feeling an immense frustration. However, his fighting spirit remained undaunted. The more dire the situation and the stronger the opponent, the more invigorated he became. He was a warrior at heart, relishing the thrill of battling formidable adversaries. Truly, he should have been more cautious. He had nearly been burned on the arm. This beast's speed, reflexes, and combat instincts were dangerously acute. An eye hidden within the mouth of a fish observed Jia Guiyan as he floated in the air, scanning his surroundings with heightened vigilance. Although it had confirmed the potency of the recent attack, it posed no threat to him in the depths of the ocean. Still, it was unwilling to confront Jia Guiyan directly.
It continued to plan to exhaust him, extracting more information about his abilities before engaging in battle. Or perhaps it would persist in its strategy of sidelong attrition, seeking to wear him down without ever facing him head-on.
Yet, who was that woman? How could she possibly discern my attack in advance?
The monster shifted an eye to observe the mermaid on the Janus. At that moment, she suddenly turned her head, fixating her gaze on the fish mouth he had just vacated.
The monster quickly withdrew from the area. How could this be? I was detected. What on earth is that woman? How could she perceive my abilities? The creature's heart raced with fear. If one were to be excessively cautious, it might be construed as cowardice. Even when facing a battle with overwhelming odds, it would remain vigilant, choosing to fight only when truly cornered. Until now, as a monster, it had never encountered such a situation.
No, everything remains under my control. This woman is merely a minor inconvenience.
Yet, she must be eliminated. The monster shifted its two eyes into the mouths of two different fish, observing Jia Guiyan's movements from both angles. At that moment, Jia Guiyan was employing a rudimentary method, relentlessly attacking with the firebird feather in broad strokes. Damn it, there are more and more. Is it attempting to wear me down? Jia Guiyan gazed at the accumulating fish carcasses, comprehending the monster's intent hidden behind them, to sap his strength. Simultaneously,
it aimed to showcase its abilities, preventing him from transforming back. For if he reverted to his human form, regaining his strength, the moment he did, the creature would likely teleport through these fish to strike him.
In that case, Jia Guiyan took a deep breath.
Pushing his foundational breathing technique to its limits, enhancing every cell in his body with its power. His lungs swelled like a furnace, channeling energy throughout his being, as flames erupted from his clenched fists, enveloping his arms and shoulders.
Burning form, firebird feather explosion.
The air shimmered as his fist struck down toward the multitude of fish carcasses, leaving a myriad of afterimages and embers in their wake.
In an instant,
countless flames shot forth from his ghostly fists, transforming into a sky full of feathers that radiated across the ocean's surface. Each feather that landed upon the water stirred a miniature mushroom cloud, shattering the surrounding fish carcasses, as the ensuing waves carried fragments and ashes in their wake.
With the final punch delivered, Jia Guiyan exhaled deeply.
Then he swung his fists again, unleashing another barrage of firebird feathers. Useless, useless.
Let us continue to expend energy. These fish carcasses, this ocean, there are as many as we could ever need. The monster watched Jia Guiyan's fervent strikes with indifference.
More and more fish carcasses surged from the depths, swimming toward the Janus. Jia Guiyan ceased his punches, observing the renewed tide of fish that filled his vision.
Breathing heavily.
But soon, he regained his composure, rapidly devising a strategy in his mind.
There were simply too many fish.
This passive assault would not harm the monster in the slightest, even if he exhausted himself completely. If only there were a way to lure the beast out. Chapter 98, The Siren's Deceit. Jia Guiyan placed his hand on the storage card device, pondering which card might prove useful.
Meanwhile, on the deck,
the siren ceased her vigilant scanning and approached the side of the ship, untying the ropes that secured the small boat before leaping onto it.
What are you planning to do, my dear mermaid?
The old captain, who had been observing her every move, quickly voiced his concern. This siren is truly a monster in disguise.
Is she intending to relay information about the armored warriors? How could this be?
Despite their brief acquaintance, the old captain had grown fond of this granddaughter-like girl. Her exuberance, while somewhat excessive, was undeniably charming and endearing.
How could such a person possibly be a spy for the beasts?
His heart ached with sorrow. Trust me, Captain, the siren replied with a smile, as she set off in the small boat, leaving the Janus behind. She had been closely monitoring the battle situation and was acutely aware that Jia Guiyan was in peril. Although his sudden transformation into the Fire Phoenix armor startled her, her prior awareness of his exceptional nature had prepared her, preventing her from being overly shocked. If the battle continued in this manner, defeat was merely a matter of time, and the crew would be in danger. Thus, she knew she had to act. By presenting herself as bait, she could lure out the monster. She sensed its gaze and presence drawing nearer to the Janus. That beast sought to kill her. Realizing this, she resolved to become the lure.
Grasping an oar,
she stirred the water, causing the floating fish carcasses to be pushed aside by the waves.
Come, attack me. The siren's expression shifted to one of seriousness. The monster,
observing the solitary rower, saw through her intentions. Yet, it harbored a fierce desire to eliminate this woman who could perceive its abilities.
Its innate caution, however,
held it back from striking at such an obvious bait.
Gazing at Jia Guiyan in the sky,
the monster wrestled with its thoughts before ultimately deciding to utilize part of its form to swiftly eliminate this woman. If this variable were removed, victory would be assured. It would finally vanquish the Fire Phoenix and the summoner, obtaining the summoning device. After all, she was merely an ordinary woman. Even if she could sense its presence,
she was still just an ordinary woman.
The cautious beast had confirmed several times that the siren's essence was that of an ordinary being, lacking in strength.
Yet, Despite her seemingly mundane aura, she was still capable of sensing its presence.
Thus, it carefully extended its claws, attacking simultaneously from both sides, leaving her no escape.
At that moment, Jia Guiyan also noticed the departing siren.
Like the captain, he initially suspected her identity. However, upon recalling her appearance, he dismissed that notion. He had no need to remind himself of her true nature, doing so would only expose his unique abilities and attract the monster's wrath.
So,
she aimed to use herself as bait to draw the monster in, creating an opportunity for him. In an instant, their gazes met, and they understood each other's intentions. She risks her life to confront the monster, to save the crew.
Jia Guiyan drew a card. Fire Phoenix Blade F, Equipment Upgrade E. With a click, the two cards were inserted into the slot, summoning the flames that enveloped Jia Guiyan's hand, transforming into the Phoenix Blade. Simultaneously, he withdrew Thunder Flash F, clasping it tightly. Thunder Flash F, card, 80 light energy points.
Insert into the card to transform the body into lightning, increasing speed threefold while in this state. Upon striking an object, the thunder state will be dispelled.
Mental Lock E, card, 120 light energy points. Insert into the card to create a lock from summoning mental energy. Once the lock is affixed to the body, its effects will activate. When attached to oneself, it increases resistance to mental attacks. When affixed to the enemy, it will obscure their perception. Both cards had already been acquired by Jia Guiyan, leaving him with 80 remaining energy points. Using the ore to create waves, he cleared the fish carcasses that could be used for teleportation, distancing the siren and her boat from the Janus. At that moment, a fish carcass leaped from the water like lightning, aiming for the siren with its mouth agape. Scaled claws extended from its maw, reaching for her neck. At that very instant, Jia Guiyan activated his breathing technique to its limit.
With a sound akin to a phoenix's cry, he left an afterimage in the air as he surged towards the siren. The speed of the fire phoenix indeed surpassed that of light.
However, at this distance, could he possibly reach her in time?
To slay this woman required mere fractions of a second.
5 seconds, 2 seconds, and how long would it take him to cover this distance? 1 second, 2 seconds? Indeed, that was swift.
The sharp claws were mere
1 seconds away from the siren's neck. Just then, Jia Guiyan inserted his card into the summoner. Click. Thunder Flash F. Lightning crackled upon his armor, enveloping Jia Guiyan in a shroud of silver electricity as he raced toward the siren. Astonishingly, he only grew faster. The monster's eyes,
hidden at both ends of the battlefield, keenly captured Jia Guiyan's movements and the card named Thunder Flash.
Gazing at the accelerating figure of Jia Guiyan transformed into lightning, the monster gasped in surprise.
It quickly transmitted the relevant card information back through the fish's body.
Yet, it was all too late. Die. The sharp claws swiftly approached the siren's skin. At that moment, the siren finally made her move. A card,
the size of a playing card, glowed in her palm.
The card's black surface depicted a mermaid with shells adorning her chest, blue hair, a silver blue tail, and a crystal trident in hand. The card read, Mermaid F. Mermaid Armor. Fusion.
As the monster beheld the siren's transformation, its movements faltered, and its outstretched hand hesitated before retracting into its mouth without a second thought.
However, in that fleeting 2 seconds,
the monster realized that the siren had completed her fusion and remained utterly still.
This creature had deceived itself, and now, it had fallen for her trick.
The siren, having successfully deceived an entire crew of sailors and a summoner, achieved yet another remarkable feat. She had outwitted a cadre-level monster.
Chapter 99, The words Miss Mermaid longs to utter. Cursed be this wretched woman. How could I have been so easily deceived? The creature's heart seethed with fury,
nearly driving him to madness. Were it another beast, perhaps they would not have fallen for such a trick. Yet here he stood, meticulously cautious, undeniably prudent, and, one might argue,
timid. This woman had seen through his defenses. How could he stake his very life upon mere conjecture? Such a woman could not possibly exist.
Though Miss Mermaid remained silent, the slight narrowing of her eyes and the subtle upturn of her lips bespoke her triumph.
Die.
though his cautious nature had subjected him to this near humiliation. It was precisely that nature which had allowed him to prepare for contingencies. In the most literal sense, he was ready. One claw launched a frontal assault while the other circled behind, aiming for the woman's vulnerable back.
Every preparation was methodical. He had no faults. His character bore no flaws, his caution was impeccable. This insufferable woman, who had so brazenly mocked him, would soon pay for her insolence with her life. A sharp claw pierced through her aquatic attire, targeting the mermaid's heart as if to extract it from her chest. Miss Mermaid had long sensed the creature's other intent. Although the beast recognized that she was aware of his second claw, what of it? At this distance, she could not possibly resist. Die, foul woman. In an instant, the razor-sharp claw effortlessly breached her garments and flesh. With a swift motion, he grasped her still-beating heart, emerging triumphantly from her chest. You are dead. The mermaid lowered her gaze to the arm that had pierced her, blood spilling forth as she gasped in shock. The speed of his attack was overwhelming. Yet, as the creature tightened his grip on her heart, he realized with dismay that his claw was ensnared, unable to withdraw. This wretched creature, though seemingly lifeless, possessed an unexplainable strength. Miss Mermaid appeared unfazed by her grievous wound, extending a finger towards him. Your next words shall be. Foul woman, how could you still cling to life when your heart has been extracted? The mermaid spoke as if rehearsing lines she had longed to utter, a look of contentment gracing her features. Take a moment to observe what you hold in your grasp. The vibrant heart clutched in the creature's claw dissolved into countless droplets of seawater, and the wound in the mermaid's chest shimmered with waves, transforming into the deep azure of the ocean. This cannot be. Miss Mermaid raised the Mermaid F card, which then flowed into her form as a stream of blue water. Indeed, this was the power of the Mermaid F card. Within the ocean's embrace, it allowed her to convert a portion of her being into seawater, granting her dominion over the marine depths. Nature cards are the most extraordinary of their kind, drawing power from the natural world itself. The higher the level, the greater the strength contained within the card. However, to judge the practical application of a card solely based on its inherent power is a grave miscalculation. The strength of this Mermaid F card in the ocean surpassed even that of an E-grade card. The mermaid had become bait for a purpose. The creature could traverse the remains of fish without a moment's pause, even as she served as bait. He could teleport away the instant the attack from Fire Sparrow arrived. Thus, she must not only act as bait but also bind the creature for a time, creating an opportunity for Fire Sparrow to strike. At that moment, Fire Sparrow transformed into a bolt of lightning, rushing forth. Observing the creature ensnared by the mermaid's grasp, he tightened his grip on the flame-infused blade. Slash! As he shifted from lightning flash form, radiant flames enveloped the blade, as if the very essence of fire coursed through it. In the instant of the strike, the flowing flames erupted, aimed directly at the creature's arm. First, I shall sever one of your limbs. With overwhelming excitement and spirited resolve, Fire Sparrow unleashed a dazzling blow. The sharp arc of the blade cut through the air, the flames swirling in a mesmerizing dance. The creature's eyes widened in terror, its pupils constricting. Why, when everything was unfolding according to his meticulous plan? Had this unforeseen twist occurred? Had he underestimated that woman? No, who could have anticipated the emergence of such a loathsome figure? Who would have thought? He had approached the confrontation with utmost caution regarding that insufferable Fire Sparrow. If not for this foul woman, he would have surely triumphed over the Fire Sparrow without a hint of doubt. This feeling of losing control, this intolerable sensation. Fortunately, his cautious nature prevented him from overextending himself, keeping one arm in reserve. Now, the other arm transformed into a streak of light, its sharp claws glinting ominously as they surged toward Fire Sparrow's throat. Defend yourself, for the sake of all that is sacred. Abandon your attack. If only you would relinquish your offensive, I could break free from this foul woman's grasp and retreat into the shadows, slowly wearing you down. Even now, this creature refused to confront the battle head-on. He prudently dispersed his form among the carcasses scattered across the battlefield, unwilling to take any risks. Yet, against the claws aimed at his throat, Fire Sparrow showed no inclination to defend.
Gripping his blade with resolve, he seemed to cast aside all else.
Determined to strike. Nothing else mattered. He was intent on swinging his blade, aiming for the creature. If the creature dared to stop him, it would signify that his attack was sound. If the creature did not impede him, it would indicate that this was his chance. Should the creature reveal a weakness? It would be its own folly. At that moment, he focused solely on the swing of his blade. What madness is this?
Observing Fire Sparrow, as he disregarded the impending attack, the creature felt a surge of panic. While he could extend his form, there were limitations. Each limb could only exert the strength of a single appendage, and thus, both his offensive and defensive capabilities diminished. After all, no ability is without flaw. And despite these shortcomings, his power was still formidable. According to intelligence, Fire Sparrow possessed average defense, yet he lacked confidence in delivering a fatal strike.
Moreover, the creature,
ever cautious, could scarcely trust the old information regarding Fire Sparrow's attack, speed, and defense.
If he failed to eliminate Fire Sparrow with a single blow,
if he could not even inflict significant harm, his own arm would be severed or consumed by flames.
What then would become of him? He would lose his standing. Discarded like a worn-out tool. Would Mudeep expend his precious strength to restore him?
Mudeep had not created new subordinates or bestowed power in ages. He cherished the power he had yet to distribute. It was inconceivable for him to squander such invaluable strength on restoration.
He even gazed upon his own frailty,
retracting the power he had bestowed upon himself to compensate for his strength.
Could he, despite losing an arm, still conquer the Fire Sparrow? Cautiously,
he found himself engulfed in a myriad of thoughts in an instant.
He had no choice but to take action.
Chapter 100, the power of the cadre-level monster. The claws that had been poised to strike at Jagu Ian's neck retracted, vanishing into thin air.
Subsequently,
the arm ensnared by the mermaid began to twist gently. The fish maw that had expelled the arm opened wider, and another hand emerged, prying apart the fish mouth.
This revealed a head.
The fish, with arms that seemed elongated, appeared to be shedding its skin, the fish maw stretching to an exaggerated extent,
unveiling the upper half of the monster.
Its body was adorned with cobalt scales, and its elbows and back were equipped with blade-like fins.
3 evenly spaced blue fins crowned its head, extending through the back of its skull and connecting to its spine.
Curiously, it donned a suit of bony armor,
shielding its vital areas.
Powerful muscles inflated both the scales and the armor. It bore no ears, only an ear hole occupied that space, and it had no nose.
Its face was flat and encased in a hard shell.
In that moment, it could only manage to expel its upper body from the fish maw.
Yet even this partial emergence brought an overwhelming sense of strength and pressure that was far beyond Jagu Ian's capabilities. Detestable creature, he seethed, glaring at Jagu Ian as it swung its robust, scaled arm.
The sharp claws at the tips of its fingers glinted ominously,
reflecting a chilling light as they approached Jagu Ian's blade. Clang!
The blade met the claws with a resounding clash, akin to a meteor crashing into the ocean. The small vessel carrying the mermaid was instantly capsized, waves and steam surging outward. At that moment, the mermaid completed her task, retreating with the tides away from the battlefield.
Too weak. Too weak. Too weak. The monster swung its claws, its power escalating.
Now, one of its legs extended from the fish maw.
Jagu Ian could no longer withstand the force and was hurled away by the monster's might.
As he was flung through the air, the creature remained still, continuing to extract its other leg from the fish mouth.
At last, the monster stood fully revealed upon the ocean's surface, gazing down at Jagu Ian. An indomitable force radiated from the monster, surging across the entire sea.
It was overwhelmingly strong, stronger than any monster encountered before, a chasm of power apart. Feeling the true essence of the monster, Jagu Ian sensed the flames within his chest, which burned brighter with each breath, threatened to be extinguished by this dark force. He could not comprehend why such a formidable creature had remained hidden in the shadows, orchestrating the attacks of those fish corpses to wear him down.
Without the mermaid's assistance, this monster would likely only emerge to deliver a final blow once his strength was entirely depleted.
For the sake of denying him any chance of survival,
for the sake of pure victory,
Jagu Ian's palms began to sweat, his heart raced. Yet in an instant, he regained his composure.
The basic breathing technique surged to its limits,
and the armor enveloping him ignited more fiercely under the weight of the encroaching darkness. It was as if the greater the pressure, the more exuberantly the fire sparrow sang,
burning ever brighter.
Power was paramount, all else paled in comparison. In battle, complexity should be cast aside to prevent clouded judgment.
It was a simple fight: you die,
or I die not; you live, or I live.
Swish!
Leaving a fleeting shadow in the air, he surged forth like a meteor, initiating the assault.
Fire Sparrow armor adaptability increased to 96, how dare you strike first?
Observing Jia Guiyan's assault, the monster clenched its fist. Summoning a vortex of seawater that rose from beneath its feet, coalescing around its fist to launch a counterattack.
In an instant, it was as if the entire ocean had unleashed a punch at Jia Guiyan. To counter Fire Sparrow's flames with seawater?
Then let go of the flames and resolve this with the speed of the Fire Sparrow.
The flames coursed anew through his body,
entwining around his arms and blade as they dissipated, while flames surged around his legs.
Swish!
Looking up, the air was filled only with shadows and crimson glows.
The monster widened its eyes, bracing against the ocean's surface, its gaze darting rapidly to capture Jia Guiyan's form. Seizing the opportunity, Jia Guiyan twisted his blade and struck at the monster. Bang! Bang! Bang!
The flames detonated in the air, producing 3 explosive sounds as they ruptured the atmosphere. The monster swiftly focused on Jia Guiyan's approach, summoning water to rise in response to its gaze, forming a wall of water to intercept him. The flaming blade collided with the wall of water, erupting into a cloud of white steam that engulfed both figures on the surface.
However,
such a veil of mist could not obscure their line of sight.
The monster quickly locked onto Jia Guiyan, a sinister grin curling at the corners of its mouth. Before launching its fist, the white shockwave billowed outwards, resembling a monstrous maw poised to devour Jia Guiyan.
Jia Guiyan stepped onto the ocean's surface, flames erupted above the water,
propelling him into the air and evading the punch. Slash!
Without allowing himself a moment's hesitation, he executed a second strike mid-air. The screeching Fire Sparrow blade descended toward the monster's head. The monster did not underestimate him.
Despite its formidable defenses, it refused to take Jia Guiyan's attack head-on.
It was a risk not worth taking. Quickly tilting its head back, it danced away, its feet striking the surface as columns of water erupted where it had just stood,
crashing toward Jia Guiyan. Witnessing the unrelenting water columns break through the ocean's surface, Jia Guiyan was compelled to push the basic breathing technique to its limits.
Evading the onslaught at breakneck speed.
Yet in that fleeting moment, countless shards of blue gemstones shot forth from the water pillars, hurtling toward Jia Guiyan.
At such close quarters, there was no opportunity for him to dodge. What a jest! After all the preparations, even going so far as to convert the fish in this region into zombie fish, he had meticulously set the stage for a direct confrontation. This sea had long been his trap. Though the odds were slim, if a battle broke out, his ambush would find purpose. Now, every action confirmed his caution was well-founded, his vigilance had proven worthwhile.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
Countless blue shards swarmed from all directions,
enveloping Jia Guiyan and providing no chance for escape. These fragments merged seamlessly into the ocean, and Jia Guiyan remained blissfully unaware. Incredible! Awaken the mind's eye.
Jia Guiyan's consciousness surged to its zenith, the whites of his eyes suffused with crimson veins at that moment of awakening.
Clink! Clink! Clink!
A symphony of delicate sounds rang out as the Fire Sparrow blade was wielded with precision, delivering a flurry of strikes hundreds in a second.
Each shard was deflected, the speed and accuracy reaching their apex.
Mind's Eye Proficiency 10, Mind's Eye Mastery, Proficiency 100, Mind's Eye Mastery, Mind's Eye Expert. A current seemed to pulse through his vision. In a metaphysical sense, it felt as though he had opened a third eye. The radius of perception expanded from 2 meters to 3. Everything within that sphere slowed dramatically under the influence of the Mind's Eye.
He could see.
The blade could move even faster, with greater accuracy.
In this life and death duel,
the mastery of various skills surged at an unparalleled rate.